Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 High-End Black Market, Recycling Second-Hand Magic Tools. Luo Chen knew such a story, or many people knew it. A gold mine was discovered somewhere, and countless people flocked to it to try to pan for gold. Did these people finally pan for gold? Maybe many lucky ones did. But the ones who really made money were the smart people who sold shovels, food, clothes, and provided accommodation. These smart people not only made money, but also avoided the dangers and injuries that might be encountered during the gold panning process. Of course, it is related to cultivation resources such as foundation building and pill formation, which cannot be measured by gold. But the truth is always the same. He, Luo Chen, did not need to be a gold digger, but he could take advantage of this opportunity to get more spirit stones. After the alchemy was finished that day, he hurried back to the inner city. He went to purchase materials related to the blood-burning pill himself, and asked Yuan Xiao to purchase other main materials for him. He planned to secretly refine some blood-burning pills and then put them on the black market for auction. In this sensitive period, the blood-burning pill can definitely be sold at a high price. After purchasing the materials, Luo Chen lived in the courtyard that day. The next morning, before he went out, he heard a quarrel outside. Pushing open the door, a scene of tugging and pulling appeared in front of him. Xiao Duan, don't go, really don't go. There are already 9th level key refining cultivators who died in the Guiyang Mountains. Why do you have to wade into this muddy water? Listen to Sister Xia's advice, it's definitely not a good place. Luo Chen, Gu Kai, Muran Qinglian, Qin Liangjin, and Bai Miling, each leaning against their own door, watching this scene. Feng Xia pulled Duanfeng's sleeve, her eyes full of tears. Duanfeng said nothing, his eyes were firm. I knew that you two had an affair. Luo Chen and Feng Xia ignored the gazes of others, and their hoarse voices seemed to be crying blood. Do you know that this time the dispute over the ruins is no longer limited to the key refining period? The foundation building cultivators of Dahofang have already started to set off, and even the foundation building cultivators of several nearby markets are on their way. What can you use to compete with those foundation building cultivators? Facing the last sentence, Duanfeng's eyes became even colder. He gently but firmly brushed away Feng Xia's hand. I know all of this. But time is running out. That old dog doesn't have many years left to live. If I don't build my foundation as soon as possible, how can I personally avenge my mother's death? The low voice made Feng Xia helpless. Muran Qinglian on the side sighed and advised, Xiao Duan, you really need to think twice before doing this. Qin Liangjin curled his lips, I don't know about other things, but old man Mi has already used the power of the Pashan Gang to rush to the ruins. There are already 15 9th level key refining cultivators under his command, and among them, people like Luo Wudi Zengwen are not necessarily weaker than you. Duanfeng paused and showed hesitation for the first time. He is not an impulsive and stupid person, so he can naturally associate many things. If the Pashan Gang is like this, what about the Dijiang Gang? What about Zhuanayahu? What about the 5 major foundation building families behind Zhuanayahu? There are so many sects and forces in Dahofang, will they also be tempted? Can he, a 9th level key refining cultivator, seize an opportunity surrounded by wolves? But if he doesn't go, will he have a chance to build a foundation in this life? Feng Xia looked at Qin Liangjin and his wife with gratitude. She really didn't want Duanfeng to go to Guiyang Mountain to die. But she found that Duanfeng's originally hesitant expression was faintly firm again. Suddenly, a chuckle came. Duanfeng frowned, and then he realized that it was Luo Chen, who was squatting on the doorstep, eating Xianyang fruit in big mouthfuls. Why are you looking at me? Only a fool would think of risking his life to fight. Aren't we cultivators fighting against the heaven? Duanfeng said. Luo Chen waved his hands hurriedly. No. Everyone has to fight against the heaven and go against the heaven. The heaven didn't provoke you. Besides, isn't cultivation just about earning resources? You are not without means. There is such a good opportunity to make a lot of spirit stones in front of you, but you didn't find it. I say you are a mild fool. Opportunity? Duanfeng was stunned. Clapping his hands, dusting off the juice of Xianyang fruit on his hands, Luo Chen stood up. Since you joined my Dantang a few days ago, I will show you a clear way. That afternoon, at the foot of King Mountain, as the largest and safest entrance to the Guiyuan Mountains, this place has always been the most densely populated area. This is also the first time for Luo Chen to come here. Outside King Mountain, there are shops lined up one after another, and the bustle is no less than the small commercial streets in the outer city, only slightly less than the casual cultivators market in the inner city. There are people selling talismans, running restaurants, purchasing medicinal materials, and treating external injuries. Luo Chen even saw the branch of Lianian Business Alliance set up here, just to purchase those fresh natural materials and treasures as soon as possible. It seems that there are not a few people who have the same idea as me. Luo Chen sighed and nodded to Duanfeng, Feng Xia and others behind him. Duanfeng's face was a little unnatural, but he gritted his teeth and moved. He took out a lot of miscellaneous things from the storage bag. Forge, hammer, pliers, carving knife, ruler. A pool of blue unknown viscous liquid, several large barrels of water with different colors and fishy smell. A palm-sized compass, several transparent glass mirrors. And a huge banner that was 3 feet high. With the help of Feng Xia, the two of them got busy. Soon, an open-air foundry was built. Not only that, the brass banner was also erected. There were 4 big characters written on it, and rows of small characters marked with bright red liquid. Fenghe Forging House. Professionally repairing middle and low-grade magic tools, refurbishing, maintaining, and modifying high-grade magic tools. High-priced recycling of second-hand magic tools, price negotiable. Fenghe Forging House is the name of this small shop, which was chosen by Luo Chen. It contains Duanfeng's name, and it can let people know what this shop does at the first time. If you don't understand, then the row of small characters below will make others understand. This shop also has Luo Chen's shares. Most of those tools were purchased for Duanfeng with his spirit stones. Not only that, here are 5 low-grade magic tools and 2 medium-grade magic tools that can be sold to the public. In addition, I will give you another 2,000 spirit stones as startup capital to buy back those half-damaged magic tools at a low price. Luo Chen took out a large pile of trivial spirit stones from his storage bag and stuffed them into Duanfeng's pocket. His previous net worth, after the advanced dividends, plus the income from the 2 small shops, and the corpses from the 3 batches of robbers, once soared to 7,000. Now he took out 2,000 spirit stones in one go without breaking a sweat. Duanfeng asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you would buy it back at a high price? Higher than 1 Bao Lao, isn't it a high price to buy it back?" Luo Chen said as a matter of course. "Oh, well," Duanfeng was choked. 1 Bao Lao always buys magic tools at a half-price discount. You just bought it and took it back, and the other party dared to give you a half-price discount. If you say it's higher than half price, then it's indeed a high-price buyback. After you take it back, Xiao Duan, you can repair it a little, and then sell it again at a price slightly lower than 1 Bao Lao. No, the price of magic tools has increased now, you should sell it at the original price of 1 Bao Lao. If the customer doesn't want it, you can give him a big discount and pretend to sell it at a loss. Iron. Remember, you must be iron-blooded. Duanfeng listened carefully and nodded from time to time. He really didn't understand these business knowledge. But seeing that Luo Chen was talking so logically, there must be some truth in it. Don't let go of those seriously damaged magic tools, you can buy them with a few spirit stones. Don't you know the art of melting gold and iron? Melted and the castings you get can be used to repair magic tools, or you can resell it to Wan Bao Lao or Xian's Yuju. The top-grade magic tools involve more formations. If you don't understand them, don't take them over easily, so as not to ruin your reputation. Truth? In fact, there is no truth in these words. It's just basic business knowledge of buying low and selling high. In addition, Duanfeng does have this skill, so he can operate it. You want to say that immortal cultivators don't understand? That's a joke. But understanding is one thing, and whether there is technical support is another. And what if you have the technology? You still need startup capital. If Luo Chen didn't give me advice and provide a large amount of spirit stones, ordinary casual cultivators wouldn't be able to do this business. Even if all these are available, what's the problem? If you encounter unreasonable robbery cultivators, killing people and seizing treasures directly will eventually be in vain. But Duanfeng is not afraid of these. the realm of the 9th level of key refining, and the combat power that once ranked in the top 3 on the Xianjiao list are enough for him to calmly deal with enemies below the foundation building level. In addition, take it. Duanfeng quickly reached out and took a token thrown by Luo Chen. Looking closely, the ancient seal character Po was written on the front, and the word Dan was written on the back. This is the token of the Dan Hall of my Pashan Gang, which can command the 9 halls of the Pashan Gang. Duanfeng's eyes glared. So awesome. Luo Chen coughed lightly. Of course, being able to issue orders is one thing, and whether they listen or not is another. However, most of the cultivators will give this token some respect when they see it. This is not a lie from Luo Chen. As early as when the Alchemy Hall was first opened, Mi Shuhe had summoned most of the late-stage key refining cultivators in the entire gang. When Luo Chen gave the Bigu pills to those late-stage cultivators, Mi Shuhe said that everyone should support Luo Chen. Those people also promised generously at that time. Later, a batch of black iron tokens were specially customized for the Alchemy Hall. However, only Luo Chen, Sikun Xiaojia, and Gu Kai have these tokens. A few days ago, Duanfeng joined the Pashan Gang, and Luo Chen gave him one, which was justified. Luo Chen has high hopes for this magic weapon repair shop and second-hand broken magic weapon recycling point. The degree of importance he attaches to it is far greater than that of the Chennai snack stand and Mixui's city. Second only to his main business of alchemy. Now is the right time, and the price of magic weapons is rising. Ordinary cultivators are reluctant to buy new magic tools, and there happens to be a Fenghe forger, so who can't repair it and use it for another 3 years. For example, Luo Chen had 7 jade knives, and one of them was damaged. It could not form a complete blade storm, and its power was greatly reduced. If Duanfeng hadn't repaired it for him, then this set of flying knives, which were comparable to top-grade magic tools, would have lost half of their power after forming a formation. In other words, Duanfeng did it for free, otherwise Luo Chen would definitely be willing to spend dozens of spirit stones. The old Chu who was building the foundation in Wanbao Tower also casually said that ordinary casual cultivators only know how to fight and kill, and don't know how to maintain magic tools. It can be said that there is a huge market for repairing magic tools. If Duanfeng does well in the future, Luo Chen doesn't know how many spirit stones he will get. By the way, casting tools and refining pills both require fire. Where's your fire? Luo Chen then realized that Duanfeng did not buy a large amount of firewood and coal. Duanfeng said strangely, in King Mountain, the thing that is most lacking is fire. Huh? Then, Luo Chen saw Duanfeng running into the semicolon of Lianian Business Alliance behind. When he came out, he was holding a bunch of green grass. King Monster, a first-level wood monster, after ignition, the firepower is extremely huge, not inferior to the ground fire. And the size of the firepower can be freely controlled by mastering the length of the king monster's body entering the furnace. While speaking, Duanfeng demonstrated and stuffed a king monster into the forge. Pa! A small fireball was shot out, and the tail of the king monster slowly burned. Duanfeng gently pushed the king monster in a long way, and the fire was instantly strong. He pulled it out a little bit, and the fire was much smaller. Faintly, a trace of crisp wailing could be heard. Ah! You are so cruel. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. I haven't been to Guiyang Mountain for a long time, and there is such a good thing. When did you find it? What effect does this thing have when used to make pills? Also, this thing is dead, why is it still making noises? It was discovered last summer. Duanfeng said somewhat unnaturally. In the past, the nearby mountains were full of wood-type monsters such as the green grain monster, which were not threatening, so this place became the main entrance to the mountain. But last summer, a foundation building cultivator passed by. He thought the green grain monster was an eyesore, so he burned it with the foundation building true fire. The huge fire caused almost burned down the entire green grain mountain. At that time, someone discovered that the green grain monster was particularly resistant to burning. But the key refining casual cultivators couldn't make it burn no matter what they got. Later, the Lianian Merchant Alliance developed a special technique for stimulating the burning of the green grain monster, and then issued a reward for casual cultivators to capture the green grain monster and sell it to them. After they succeeded, they processed it a little and sold it to other places at a higher price. After listening to this explanation, Luo Chen suddenly realized, no wonder I didn't pay attention to it before. It turns out that this thing still needs special treatment by foundation building methods to stimulate its true effect. Suddenly, he looked at Duan Feng, whose face was not natural, and thought of a possibility. No, you have caught this thing before, right? Duan Feng moved his body unnaturally. When I go into the mountains to kill monsters, I always catch a few king monsters when I go home and sell them to lion merchant lions. And now you buy it back at a higher price? And you didn't bargain. Well, it seems like that. Damn. There are people who are more unscrupulous than me. Lion merchant lions, I will remember you. Luo Chen was very disappointed and said to Duan Feng, remember to bargain when you buy king monsters in large quantities in the future. Oh. Oh what? In the name of buying king monsters, you can usually get along well with the monks of lion merchant lions, and you can also borrow their power at critical moments. In addition, when you encounter danger, show the token and report my name is Dan Chenzi. If that doesn't work, you report the name of Mi Shuhe F Pashangang, and try not to take action. After speaking, Luo Chen gave a few more instructions, and then left with a few bodyguards. As for those casual cultivators who went in and out of King Mountain and headed straight for Guiyang Mountain Range, he didn't even look at them. What kind of spiritual objects for foundation building and the opportunity to form a pill are these people thinking about it? After he left, Duan Feng stood there, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. In his early years in the Duan family, he mainly learned casting. After his mother died, he left the Duan family and came to Daofang, also fighting for a living. Now, it's really not easy to run a store. Feng Xia stood by inside. Xiao Duan, don't let Luo Chen down. Duan Feng nodded. He saw Luo Chen's efforts. He purchased a large number of casting tools, took out 5 low-grade magic tools, 2 medium-grade magic tools, and even gave him 2,000 spirit stones as working capital. Even the Dantang token that can represent his identity was generously taken out. If you say you are not grateful, it is absolutely self-deception. Moreover, Luo Chen had generously sent him a bottle of replenishing and moistening fluid when he was seriously injured. So, sometimes you have to learn to adapt and change. Not just for Luo Chen, but also for yourself. Feng Xiao looked at Duan Feng with burning eyes and said in a hoarse voice, do you still remember Yuan Xiaoyu? How does she usually do business? Yuan Xiaoyu. The girl who lives with her disabled grandfather. Thinking of the scenes of the other party in Beishi Square, Duan Feng swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Be brave, Xiao Duan. Listening to the hoarse and gentle voice coming from his ear, Duan Feng closed his eyes, encouraged his spiritual power, and opened his mouth. Feng He Duanjia is open for business. Professional repair of broken instruments, polishing and maintenance, transformation and customization. Feng He Duanjia is the warmest logistical support for you on the road of the Dao. Take a walk and take a look. Can this thing really be used to make pills? Luo Chen listened to the faint wailing sound, and his mind was full of thoughts. Inside the alchemy room, several pyrotechnicians felt quite creepy. After the hall master came back today, he gave them a king demon. After activating it, it was actually quite useful. It was the sound that came into their ears that made them feel uncomfortable. But the price is much higher than ordinary firewood. Being usable is one thing, but the cost is another. Luo Chen began to think about how to maximize the value of the king demon as an alchemy fire. Whether it is the Zongmiao Pill or the Yusui Pill, this kind of demon fire is actually not needed. Luo Chen called the flames that the king demon burned an exploded demon fire. With its huge and easily adjustable firepower, it can be considered to be used to refine second-level pills, but the cost is probably too high. After all, it is a first-level wood demon spirit and can be classified as a first-level demon beast. Although it is only the weakest, non-threatening, and useless demon beast. But to buy one, it also costs 10 spirit stones. It can be used for casting, because the temperature required for some mineral materials is extremely high. Generally, all magic tools must use earth fire. The green grain demon was a trick. Moreover, the profit of a single magic weapon was far higher than that of a pill. However, pills cannot use such high temperatures, and the melting point of medicinal materials is far lower than that of mineral materials. After some research, Luo Chen said it was a pity. This thing is indeed a good thing, but it is too useless. He can't use it at present. No, what if I use it to refine the blood-burning pill? The firewood used for the blood-burning pill was not the common Qingyang wood or peach wood, but sweet wax wood. The reason why sweet waxwood has this name is that there is a first-level demon beast that leaves mucus on it when it hatches and transforms. The taste is sweet, and after the mucus dries, it looks like the candle tears after the candle burns, so it is called sweet waxwood. In the pill formula he deduced, one of the main ingredients of the blood-burning pill happened to be the blood of the explosive ape demon. The pill fire contains a trace of demon power, which just promotes the fusion of the original explosive ape demon blood into other main ingredients. Compared with sweet waxwood, the demon fire produced by the burning of the green grain demon is purer. A king yao can burn for a very long time, and it is convenient for me to adjust the firepower by myself. Maybe I can give it a try. For a moment, Luo Chen's heart was moved. It's better to act than to be moved. That night, Luo Chen, who was alone, started his top-grade magic tool, the Four Symbols Cauldron. He directly added 4 portions of raw materials, using the green grain monster as firewood. After the blazing fire, Luo Chen pulled out the green grain monster that was half burned. Isn't this thing dead? Why is there a wailing sound after burning? Luo Chen was very sure that the green grain monster bought from the Lianian Merchant Alliance was not alive. The living green grain monster was very smart and lively, and often played in the mountains and forests. But the one he bought was like dead grass, and it was definitely dead. Luo Chen couldn't figure out the principle, and just thought it was some instincts left in the limbs and muscles after the creature died. He couldn't wait to open the furnace cover. The blood-burning pill is different from other pills. The fragrance of the pill after it is made is the pungent smell of burnt beard. Other pills that emit this kind of fragrance are basically failures. But the blood-burning pill is very likely to succeed. The furnace lid was opened, and 7 blood-red inferior pills were placed inside. 7. Luo Chen was stunned. He quickly counted the waste materials, and after some investigation, he determined that 3/4 of them failed, and only 1 succeeded. In other words, the fixed number of blood-burning pills that were successful before has changed from 5 to 7. Hiss, just changing the pill fire has changed the number of successful pills. Doesn't this mean that the pill formula will also be affected by the pill fire? I optimized the blood-burning pill formula. Luo Chen knew better than anyone what the increase in the number of successful pills meant. That means that it can be sold on a large scale. Of course, the cost must be calculated. A green grass demon can be refined into 4 portions of raw materials if half of it is burned. On average, a complete green grass demon is enough to support the refining of 10 portions of blood-burning pills. Spreading it evenly to each portion of the cost means adding 1 spirit stone, about 12 spirit stones. But the improvement is also very obvious. As long as each portion is successful, 2 more blood-burning pills can be made. Of course, it can't just be counted as successful. With a 10% success rate, it means an extra 9 spirit stones are spent. Can I earn back the extra 9 spirit stones by making 2 more blood-burning pills? The answer is yes. Even if the overall cost cannot be earned back, the extra 9 or 10 spirit stones are not a problem. And with the extra number of pills, it can also play a better role in improving proficiency. On the panel, Luo Chen's blood-burning pill proficiency has reached 13/100. I bought a lot of king monsters. Next, I can try to refine more blood-burning pills. Recently, most of the monks of the Pashan Gang have been transferred to the Guiyuan Mountains, so there will naturally be fewer people to monitor and guard Luo Chen. And the people who stayed behind are mostly focused on the ruins. Luo Chen can now be a little bolder. Days passed by like water. While refining pills and practicing, Luo Chen paid attention to the news of the Golden Pill ruins in the Guiyuan Mountains. Because the Pashan Gang has the advantage of home court, many news are first-hand, without any rumors. This time when going to the Guiyuan Mountains, Mishuho drew a lot of people to form a team of 500 casual cultivators. Among them, the 3 major battle halls were the main force, and the monks from the mining hall and the medicine hall assisted. Almost all the 9th-level cultivators of key refining came out. In addition to Luo Wudi, Zhen Wen, and Yang Wei, even Kei Yulin, the head of the Beast Hall, left the trivial matters of the hall and went there in person. It stands to reason that with this huge team, it is completely possible to clear the field. But in fact, the progress was not smooth. Zhuan Yahu, who had always been ignored in the past, suddenly straightened his back this time. Although there were only 3 foundation-building cultivators in the 5 major foundation-building families behind them, they united and suppressed the Pashan Gang in terms of high-end combat power. Wait, what do you mean by 5 major foundation-building families? Only 3 foundation-building cultivators. Sikun Xiaojia said as a matter of course, because the other 2 major foundation-building families have no foundation-building cultivators in the family. Without foundation-building cultivators, are they also worthy of being called foundation-building families? Luo Chen was puzzled. They used to have a foundation-building ancestor, but he died of old age. They couldn't stay in the original place, so they moved to Daohefang. Sikun Xiaojia explained in a casual manner. Although the foundation-building ancestor is gone, some of the methods left by the clan can unleash the foundation-building combat power. You've heard of talismans. You've heard of blood-inherited magic weapons. I know about talismans. Aren't they just talismans that seal 1/3 of the power of magic weapons? Luo Chen showed his broad knowledge, and then curled his lips and said, can the inherited magic weapon after the blood sacrifice be called a magic weapon? Blood-inherited magic weapons, which can also be called blood sacrifice magic weapons, belong to the blood path methods. Luo Chen is not unfamiliar with the blood path methods. After Wang Yuan killed the blood path monk Zia Wu Ian, he obtained a lot of inheritance from him. Occasionally, when they talked, Wang Yuan would also generously tell Luo Chen these things, probably hoping that this knowledge could help Luo Chen better refine the blood evil pill. Among these knowledge, there is the blood sacrifice method. This is a method of using magic weapons, which is widely spread in the world of immortal cultivation today, and is not considered a method of magic. That is, high-level cultivators bind a magic weapon to their own bloodline. Only cultivators with the same bloodline can inherit and control it. In this way, even after the cultivator passes away, this magic weapon will not be coveted by others. But the price is also obvious, even more tragic than the talisman. The talisman only seals 1/3 of the power of the magic weapon, causing the power of the magic weapon itself to be damaged. After long-term nurturing, it can be restored. But after the blood-inherited magic weapon is bound to the bloodline, the grade of the magic weapon will directly decrease. If it is a low-grade magic weapon, it will directly fall to the level of the best magic weapon, and can only stimulate 20% of the power of the magic weapon at most. Compared with the talisman, it is better in that it can be used all the time, but the power is not as good as the talisman. Moreover, even if the descendants break through the foundation building and break through the elixir formation, they cannot restore the grade of the magic weapon. That is permanent damage. Few people would do such a thing. Only those foundation building monks who are about to die and have no means to make talismans will do such a thing. Don't worry about whether it is a magic weapon or not. Anyway, the power it bursts out with a bloodline is still above the best magic weapon. It can definitely be regarded as a foundation building method. Sikun Xiaojia said impatiently. No, why are you so anxious to tell me? Luo Chen looked at him strangely. A trace of worry could be vaguely seen on that old face. Suddenly, he thought of the reason. Your son didn't enter the ruins. Sikun Xiaojia sighed and nodded silently. If Uncle Miahuaian hadn't ordered him to stay in the Dan Hall, he would have wanted to go to the Guiyang Mountains in person to participate in the dispute over the ruins. Whether it was for the possible hope of building a foundation or for his son who married into the family. Seeing the old man like this, Luo Chen didn't want to stimulate him too much. After a brief chat, he hurried home. He entered the inner city with 5 bodyguards, and returned to the courtyard under the personal escort of Dongfang Liang. Then, the nearly perfect breath-retaining spirit art was activated. After carefully disguising himself, Luo Chen changed his clothes and quietly slipped out of the yard. Leaving the inner city, Luo Chen headed straight for the outer city. After passing through countless alleys and turning around, he entered a ready-made clothing store that sold ordinary clothes. What clothes do you want? Please feel free to look. The old woman who was sewing clothes in the store said without raising her head. In the dim light, Luo Chen carefully looked at the other party, and then said a little awkwardly, I want a 9-dragon crown and a cloth willow belt. The old woman's hand sewing clothes paused slightly, and then shook her head. The emperor's crown does not match the clothes of ordinary people. If you add the precious embroidered ball, it will match. Hearing this last sentence, the old woman raised her head and stared at Luo Chen with turbid eyes. What is your name? Muren Yuan. Well, please come this way. The old woman spread her hands, and a faint light flashed in the direction of the back room. Luo Chen walked forward as he was told, and in a trance, he seemed to have passed through a light curtain. Going forward, it seemed like going down all the way. Suddenly, in front of a big door, he was stopped. A token. Here. Luo Chen handed over his headlong hydrangea, which was slightly shining with spiritual light, and the spiritual light was slightly repelled by Luo Chen. Seeing this repulsion, the black-robed monk raised his eyebrows. Is this your first time in this headlong black market? Yes. Do you know the rules? Yes. Okay, this is your headlong mask. When you come out later, we will give you a headlong hydrangea of your own. Luo Chen took a mask with a simple style and a dragon engraved on it and put it on his face. Originally, he changed his face and restrained his breath. Now he is more concealed with the mask. Watching the black-robed monk push open the door, Luo Chen complained in his heart. It is obvious that a token is enough, why do you have to make a cut? But that cut is not cultural. At least say something like the ground shakes the high hills, and the streams show for thousands of years. Moreover, he was also a little famous in Dahofang, and Dan Chenzi's name was widely spread, so why didn't anyone take the initiative to send him a hydrangea? Even Zheng Wen and Wang Yuan had people personally send tokens. Who are you looking down on? But when he entered the gate and felt the gazes coming at him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Damn, I'm in the wrong place. This is the high-end black market. Chapter 127, Top Quality Magical Instruments. This is what a black market is like. Most people know that there is a black market in Dahofang. In other words, there is a black market in any market. It is used to trade some things that are not so shady for casual cultivators. For example, Wang Yuan did dirty work for the Pashan gang. But most of the things he sold in the casual cultivator market were low-grade and medium-grade magic tools, and the books on cultivation methods were also basic introductory spells, or 6 domains customs records which were not of much value. So, for such a huge force like the Pashan gang, are the dirty things they have to deal with only this level? Obviously not. Slightly higher-end ones can easily involve enemies. Therefore, they are basically invested in the black market for trading. But the black market also has high and low levels. The low-end black market may just be organized by a group of key refining casual cultivators, and the good things involved are at most high-grade magic tools or some first-level top-level spiritual materials. Most of the participants are in the middle and late stages of key refining. But today, in this headlong black market that Luo Chen participated in, none of the participants were weak. Luo Chen's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Even though most of the dozens of people present had restrained their auras like him, more than half of them still gave him a sense of danger. At present, only those who could make him feel dangerous were at or above the 9th level of key refining. In other words, most of the participants today were cultivators at the 9th level of key refining. As for the other 3, no one dared to look directly at them even though they were sitting there motionless. 3 foundation builders. Did they say that all the foundation builders in Dahofang went to the Jinden ruins? Why are there still 3 of them here? Zheng Wen really overestimated me and recommended me here directly. I want to go to the lower-end black market. Luo Chen complained wildly in his heart. With the arrival of the next 2 cultivators, the door was tightly closed. Among the 3 foundation builders, one wearing a golden mask stood up. He was thin and looked like a candle in the wind, but with a golden mask and the majestic foundation building aura emanating from his body, no one dared to underestimate him. As he clapped his hands, a series of snapping sounds rang out in the originally dim underground hall. Then, more than a dozen crystal glass lamps emitted soft light. The area in the center was illuminated as if it were daytime. Golden animal skin carpets, antique sandalwood tables, and a huge compass with 5 colors were revealed in front of everyone. Luo Chen was shocked when he saw the compass. Magical weapon. The owner of this place actually put the magic weapon outside so carelessly. Is it a deterrent? Or is it for other purposes? He looked at the others inconspicuously and found that except for a few monks whose mental fluctuations revealed their spiritual energy, most people sat quietly in their chairs. These people seemed to be used to it. They already knew that there would be such a magic weapon there. They were all old people. In other words, those people who were accidentally shocked were also new faces like himself. While he was observing the surroundings, the thin foundation building monk coughed twice. My name is Xiang Xingzi, and I am honored to be the master of this headlong black market. I will be in charge of presiding over the transactions today. I am very happy to see so many old friends, and I also welcome new friends to join me. The rules of this city are very simple. First, we, as the host, will auction some cultivation resources. Those who are interested can bid. If you don't have enough spirit stones, You can also bid with resources of equivalent value. As for whether the resources are worth the corresponding spirit stones, I can judge. I believe you all trust my eyesight. The second stage is for all of you fellows to display and bid on your own. You are free to bid, and the highest bidder wins. If anyone doubts whether the auction items are genuine, you can ask me to judge. If you don't trust me, this 5-color treasure compass will give a satisfactory answer. As he spoke, Xiang Xingzi's hand fell on the huge 5-color compass. But if you want to use the 5-colored treasure compass, you need to pay a handling fee of 10 spirit stones each time. In order to prevent new Taoist friends from not understanding this magic weapon, I will briefly introduce it. The 5-colored treasure compass was made by Hu Yanzhou, the master of casting in Xianfan City. It is a low-grade magic weapon. Its function is to identify spiritual materials, magic tools, and elixirs. It can be said that as long as it is a treasure below the 3rd level, it can give a relatively accurate grade identification. Hu Yanzhou again? Hearing this name, Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that Mishu Hu's Xianyu purple gold wheel and his own 4 symbols cauldron seemed to be made by that person. This person is a casting madman, with such a high output. Okay, that's all for the introduction of magic weapons. The last link is for Taoist friends to trade on their own. If the price is not accurate during the transaction process, you can also use the 5-colored treasure compass. The handling fee is also 10 spirit stones each time. After saying a lot of rules and regulations, Tianxingzi paused. Seeing that no one raised any questions, he stroked the beard under the mask with satisfaction. Then, let's start the transaction. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall, which was more than 10 feet wide, suddenly became solemn. In the solemn atmosphere, there was an inexplicable anxious expectation. Luo Chen, sitting in the corner, was very keenly aware of this strange atmosphere. Could it be that there was something good on this headlong black market today that many key refining cultivators were looking forward to? The first auction item, the King Shengzhou Jiao flag, a top-grade attack magic weapon. As Xiang Xingzi's words fell, Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. His eyes fell on the flag, and his eyes were filled with desire. Top-grade magic weapon. He, Luo Chen, was an alchemist, and his family was definitely rich, with a lot of top-grade magic weapons. But until now, he didn't have a top-grade magic weapon. Even if it was just an attack magic weapon with a relatively cheap price of the same level, it was still a top-grade magic weapon. In fact, it was not just him. 99% of key refining cultivators found it difficult to own a top-grade magic weapon. The reason was simple: the price of a top-grade magic weapon was extremely high. The starting price is often 5,000 spirit stones, and those with special effects are even close to the price of magic weapons. There must be a reason why the best magic tools are so expensive. Speaking of the reason, we have to mention the casting of tools in the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. Let's not talk about the casting techniques, casting taboos, inheritance, etc. Just talk about the grade of the casted magic tools and magic treasures. The grades of magic tools and magic treasures are divided into 3 grades: upper, middle and lower. This is the most standard division, which is judged according to compatible formations, materials, power and many other standards. But unfortunately, in addition to upper, middle and lower, there is another grade: top grade. This concept of top-grade magic tools is accepted by the world, but it is firmly denied by orthodox casting masters. Because there are no top-grade magic tools in the world. What there are is just effective magic tools. When casting masters cast tools, they often run towards a set direction to cast tools. They also have a clear idea of the grade of the tools that may be cast. Whether it is low grade or high grade, it is all in their plan, and success or failure is the final result. No weapon casting master would think of casting a top-grade magic weapon, because that is the most wasteful, incompetent, and stupid way to do it. Any top-grade magic weapon has more than 3 formations and is made of excellent materials. A smart person will find that there is only one thing that can match it. That is the magic weapon. In fact, the top-grade magic weapon is a defective product in the casting process of the magic weapon. And because of some special reasons, it was not broken, and it still retained 1/10 of the power of the magic weapon. The weapon casting master had no choice but to sell it to recover a little bit of the loss. Don't underestimate the power of this 1/10 of the lower grade magic weapon, which is enough to surpass all the upper grade magic weapons. If it is not the best, it cannot fight against the best. The reason why Qin Liangjun was able to defeat Bigu, who had the sword pill, was because he had a top-grade magic weapon that could also match the sword pill, the Purple River robe. Think about the cultivators in the key refining period, who can use magic weapons like the foundation building true cultivators and the golden elixir masters, even if they are defective magic weapons. The high price is only natural. Speaking of which, Luo Chen actually has a defective magic weapon in his hand. The 4-elephant cauldron. Coincidentally, like the 5-colored treasure compass, it was also made by Hu Yanzhou, the master of casting in Xianfan City. But why is there only a top-grade 4-elephant cauldron, but no top-grade 1? It was because Hu Yanzhou was too fanciful at the time, and actually wanted to create a magic weapon that contained 5 magical uses: attack, suppression, defense, alchemy, and even casting. Therefore, 4 formations were engraved on the 4-elephant cauldron. In the end, when the 5th formation was engraved, it failed. Because of the special material, the 4-elephant cauldron was preserved. But because the 5th formation was not engraved, even the prototype of the imagined magic weapon was not formed. In addition, the formations were not subordinate to each other and were implicitly restrained, so the final product was reduced to top-grade 1. Many of these knowledge were heard by Luo Chen from Duanfeng. The Duan family is also a casting family, and they know much more about these casting things than he does. Even if it is just hearsay, it is well-founded. The green musk-gathering dragon flag can summon 3 wood dragons, each with the power of the 9th level of key refining. Not only that, the dragon will also emit the scent of green musk, which can block the enemy's spiritual power without the enemy noticing, greatly reducing their combat power. The disadvantage is also obvious, which is a common problem among top-grade magic tools, and it consumes a lot of spiritual power. A cultivator in the late stage of key refining can only use it once, and a cultivator in the 9th level of key refining can use it twice. It must be said that Bian Xingzi is very honest. While extremely praising the power of the green musk-gathering dragon flag, he also pointed out its shortcomings one by one. In this way, even if others bought and have trouble using it, it is no wonder that they, the Zhenlong black market, did not warn them in advance. It's just that no one cares about this shortcoming. Top-grade magic tools are ultimately aimed at magic weapons, and the most basic prerequisite is strong spiritual power. Even if they become defective products, most top-grade magic tools still retain this shortcoming. Even Luo Chen's 4-elephant cauldron has this defect. It's just that his magic power is deep, far beyond that of the same level, so as long as he doesn't fight, he can use it normally. When fighting, he would mostly only activate one of the magical uses to ensure that his spiritual power would not be greatly damaged. After listening to Tian Xingzi's detailed introduction, Luo Chen took a deep breath and had the urge to join the auction. However, with the first bid of 6,000 spiritual stones, he was deterred. He only had 5,000 spiritual stones in total. How could he beat these people? 6,001. 6,005. 6,900 spiritual stones. I just need a handy magic weapon to go to the giant in ruins to look for opportunities. No matter how much you offer, I will definitely get this treasure. The speaker was a man wearing a black tiger mask. His tone was passionate. Not only that, he took the initiative to disperse the spiritual power fluctuations. The majestic aura of perfect key refining instantly silenced most people. Luo Chen's eyelids jumped. Perfect key refining. This person is definitely not a local cultivator in Daohofang. I'm afraid he is a dragon from other towns. It seems that the dispute over the giant in ruins is getting more and more intense. Even monks from other places have been attracted. Some monks who still wanted to bid also stopped bidding after seeing his strong power. It was just the first item in the competition, and there would be more good things later. There was no need to make enemies with this person and force the bidding. In the end, the top-grade magic weapon, the green musk-gathering dragon flag, successfully fell into the hands of the monk with a black tiger mask. However, when handing over the spirit stones, an embarrassing scene occurred. He didn't have enough spirit stones on hand. Fortunately, he took out a few pieces of equivalent spirit materials to make up the difference. Seeing this scene, the monks who had stopped bidding before couldn't help but secretly said it was a pity. Although this person's realm is high, he is short of money. He was just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If he insists on bidding for a few more rounds, it is hard to guarantee that he will not be able to win the bid. After getting the top-grade magic weapon, the Black Tiger monk was also very satisfied. He didn't even stay and left this headlong hall directly. Tisk. This person is as cunning as a fox. He is obviously short of money, but he pretends to be generous and uses his realm to suppress others. He bought the top-grade magic weapon at such a comfortable price. After getting it, he was afraid that others would covet it, so he left quickly. Despicable outsider. Hearing the sneer from the side, Luo Chen immediately realized a problem. The black market auction is not like the regular auction of Yuding Sword Pavilion. As long as you leave this headlong black market, they don't care about anything that happens later. It's not just the monk next to Luo Chen who has opinions about the departure of the Black Tiger, masked monk. There are also whispers in other corners. And these are what they want others to hear. Most of the things that they don't want others to know are transmitted by voice. The host Yan Xingzi's face did not change at all. After all, he was wearing a mask. Tapping the wooden table with his fingers, he smiled and said, "This is how we are in the black market. We only need to have good eyesight, financial resources, and courage to bid for things. If you are brave enough, you can try to bid for good things at a low price. The real value of the green musk-gathering dragon flag is at least 7,500 lingxi." Without the bidding process, the monk with a black tiger mask definitely saved a lot of lingxi. Okay, next is the second item. Everyone, please cheer up. 3 bottles of resurrection water, each starting at 500 lingxi, the first bottle first. The low price, but it can't stop the enthusiasm of the monks. Almost as soon as those 3 words were said, the originally deserted Zhenlong Hall suddenly became lively. 600. 700. 705 lingxi. I'll offer 800 lingxi. Whoever competes with me will be careful not to get out of this door. Who are you fooling? This is this Headlong Hall. If you have the guts to try, I'll offer 801 lingxi. You. Bids were heard one after another. There were many shouts and curses. Amid the bidding, Luo Chen looked determined and shouted out 2 words with unquestionable momentum. 1000. Chapter 128, 800 Years of Heaven and Earth Roots, Bidding for the Blood-Burning Pill. Luo Chen followed Mi Shuhe for a long time. He learned a lot from him. Mi Shuhe generously imparted a lot of experience to Luo Chen and others about the auction. For an auction item, the first thing to look at is how important it is to oneself, whether it is necessary to get it. Secondly, look at the number of participants to judge the difficulty of the auction. Finally, it is whether the financial resources are strong or not. Luo Chen's net worth is only 5,000 lingxi, which is not strong, but compared with the starting price of Huanayang water, it is definitely strong. There are many people participating in the auction, which seems to be very difficult. But their bids are steadily rising, and there is even a funny move of 1 more lingxi. It can be seen that the difficulty is not as high as imagined. The specific reason may be that there are still 2 bottles, which makes people feel lucky and dare not fight to the end. And Luo Chen is determined to get Huanayang water. So, he adopted the most appropriate bidding method. The final word. When the price of 1,000 lingxi was called out, the scene was quiet for a moment. Then, there were agitated discussions. Your Highness, don't do that. The spiritual medicine pavilion only lists this thing for 500 spiritual stones. You're being taken advantage of by paying so much more. You lunatic. Instead of spending so much money, I'd rather wait for the spiritual medicine pavilion for 2 more years. Let's not argue with you. There are still 2 bottles. He must be new here. He has some family background. I wonder if there are still good things to come. Facing such discussions, Luo Chen remained calm and focused, unmoved. He just paid attention to Tian Xingzi's movements. Under his gaze, Tian Xingzi coughed lightly. 1,000 spiritual stones once. 1,000 spiritual stones twice. Are there any other Taoists who want this bottle of rejuvenating water that helps build the foundation? Haha, it seems that there is no more. 1,000 spiritual stones 3 times. Deal. After paying the spiritual stones, a bottle of rejuvenating water was obtained. Luo Chen's tense body relaxed. Looking at the small bottle, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile under the mask. Rejuvenating water is one of the special spiritual medicines for building the foundation of the Medicine King sect. But the real effect is not as Shiang Xingzi casually said, that it helps build the foundation. Of course, Shiang Xingzi is not lying. It does have a little bit of a boosting effect on building the foundation. Its real role is to keep the cultivator alive when he fails to build the foundation. In that short period of time, The cultivator can gather the spiritual energy that has surged through the body due to failure, and calmly clean up the body with the help of the soul and body. Even if the foundation fails, it will not cause permanent damage to the cultivator itself. As long as it takes a little time, you can return to the great perfection of key refining and continue to try to impact the foundation building stage. The price of this medicine is not high, and it is only sold for 500 spirit stones per bottle in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. However, this medicine is the kind that is in short supply. Just because every time the Spirit Medicine Pavilion puts it out, it will be snatched up by casual cultivators. It just so happens that the Medicine King sect strictly controls this spiritual medicine, so that the Spirit Medicine Pavilion says that it is available every year, but in fact many casual cultivators cannot buy it every year. Luo Chen has always been worried that his 5 spiritual roots will drag him down when building the foundation. Even 1 or 2 foundation building pills may not guarantee success, and the consequences of failure are difficult for him to estimate and bear. Now that he has a bottle of rejuvenation water in his hand, he can at least bear 1 failure. At the cost of 1,000 spirit stones, he can exchange for a chance to save himself. It is definitely not a loss. He doesn't know how others view this approach of considering failure before considering victory. Anyway, he is such a thoughtful character. Moreover, is 1,000 spirit stones really overpriced? Next, the transaction price of the other 2 bottles of rejuvenation water made his lips slightly raised. 1,200 spirit stones for 1 time. 1,200 spirit stones for 2 times. 1,200 spirit stones for 3 times, deal. The cultivator who took the last bottle of rejuvenation water was the 9th level casual cultivator of key refining, who had bid 800 before and shouted that whoever competed with him would not be able to leave this door. At this moment, his face was a little gloomy, and he was quite annoyed when he saw Luo Chen and another person who won the rejuvenation water with 1,100 spirit stones. Luo Chen pouted. If you want to learn from others to make a final decision, you should offer a tough price. Otherwise, bring some real stuff. Who is afraid of you if you only talk big? In the end, he gritted his teeth and forced to buy a bottle. It was because no one was interested, otherwise 1 or 2 more spirit stones would make this person furious. Next, Tian Xingzi took out one thing after another on behalf of his headlong black market. Top-grade magic tools, top-grade talismans, mid-grade dust-transforming pills, magic secrets, and even puppets. When the puppet with a combat power comparable to that of the great perfection of key refining was taken out, everyone was moved. The price was once called out to nearly 10,000 spirit stones. At that time, Luo Chen was a little dazed. Was he participating in the black market or the auction organized by the Sword Pavilion? Are all the casual cultivators now so rich? Compared with these people, he even doubted whether he was an alchemist known for his wealth. However, after discovering that the price was finally called out by an old foundation building cultivator, it was reasonable. Luo Chen did not fight for the puppet, even though the other party claimed that it was made by the elders of the Luo sect. He just made another move and bought the spell book for 900 spirit stones. In the world of immortal cultivation, the techniques are strictly controlled by the big sects, and most of the techniques that are circulated are simplified versions. But spells are widely circulated. It is because spells are easy to learn but difficult to master, and have various defects such as slow activation speed and high consumption of mana. It is precisely because of this that the price of spell books has always been very cheap. When he bought the 5-in-1 must-know spells in the key refining period from Wang Yuan, he only spent 200 spirit stones. The really expensive spells are actually the improved versions of the spells sold by the 5 Elements Divine sect. The reason why Luo Chen spent 900 spirit stones on the spell book this time was mainly because of the grade. This is a 2nd level fire spell. Landslide. Why does a fire spell have an earth-style name? While Luo Chen was puzzled, the auction in the venue had come to the last round of the host. Heaven and Earth route. Luo Chen looked up suddenly. On the sandalwood table, a piece of something that looked like a human tongue was quietly placed there. Not only him, but everyone's eyes fell on it. Tian Xingzi smiled slightly. I believe many Taoist friends are here for it. 800 years old root of heaven and earth, taken raw, can increase the chance of foundation building by 20%, only 10% lower than the low-grade foundation building pill. Of course, if you can invite an alchemy master to refine it into a medium-grade foundation building pill, the effectiveness will be increased to 40%. I won't say any more nonsense. The starting price is 1,000 spirit stones. Before he finished speaking, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 spirit stones. Simple and direct, the bidding efficiency is much higher than that of an orthodox auction. Luo Chen estimated his net worth, 3,500 in cash, if he put another top-grade magic weapon. 5,000. His plan stopped. Not only him, but all the key refining cultivators who were bidding stopped their crazy actions. Another foundation-building cultivator who had never participated in the auction spoke up. Luo Chen sighed. Sure enough, such a good thing was not their turn at all. Or, the purpose of these two foundation-building cultivators coming here should be mainly for this piece of 800-year-old root of heaven and earth. Next, just watch the show. Unfortunately, they didn't get to watch the good show. Another foundation-building cultivator opened his eyes, and an extremely old voice spread. I will pay 5,500 spirit stones to buy this piece of root of heaven and earth. In addition, I can give Brother Joe a promise to make a move once. Haha, then please. The Joe Foundation building cultivator laughed loudly, then stood up and left the hall. Alice the old foundation building cultivator sighed deeply and walked to Shayank Singzi step by step. The two stared at each other for a while, and then Shayank Singzi smiled and nodded. After handing over the spirit stones, the old foundation building cultivator took the piece of root of heaven and earth and left the hall. Seeing this scene, many key refining level 9 casual cultivators who came here for the root of heaven and earth before couldn't help but feel sad. It was not their turn to get the foundation building pill at the giant auction. Now, even the spiritual medicine heaven and earth root, which is less effective than the foundation establishment pill, is being divided up by these foundation building bigwigs. They really don't give the casual cultivators any chance to survive. Luo Chen was also a little disappointed, and he still wanted to fight. After a short period of disappointment, he was delighted again. Because the following casual cultivator's independent bidding session opened his eyes. All kinds of strange things attracted his attention. Please look, this is a belly band. Lotus hidden carp. It looks ordinary, right? It's just a mid-grade magic weapon. But this thing can burst out the power of a strike close to a top-grade magic weapon. Don't believe it? You can ask the 5-colored treasure compass to identify it, but the identification fee will be borne by the Taoist friend who finally bids. Under everyone's expectation, the belly band was placed on the huge 5-colored treasure compass. The compass pointer first jumped to the middle blue scale, which represents a mid-grade water magic weapon. Then, the pointer suddenly jumped to the top of the blue upper scale, and even trembled. This means that the explosive power can reach the peak of the upper grade, close to the strength of a strike from a top-grade magic weapon. The casual cultivator who was hanging the auction smiled slightly. The effect of the lotus hidden carp is extremely special, and the method of using it is also unique. First of all, it must be worn by a female cultivator. Secondly, it must be worn close to the body all year round, and nourished with one's own spiritual energy. It only takes more than a year to nourish. When you encounter an enemy, lift up the outer garment. A huge spiritual white carp will fly out of the air and destroy the enemy with force. Luo Chen was stunned when he heard it. How could there be such a strange magic weapon? Moreover, which master refined it? And for what purpose did he specially refine this thing? It must be said that this treasure is very effective. Luo Chen was a little tempted. It's a pity that it is limited to female cultivators, which made him embarrassed. In the end, this treasure fell into the hands of a silent and beautiful female cultivator, who spent 700 spirit stones. Everyone looked at the female cultivator tacitly, staring at her flat figure. Wearing a mask, everyone didn't know what the other person's expression was. All I know is that two men walked in front of her tacitly, blocking those sights. I'm afraid it's not suitable. Luo Chen muttered in his heart. If it was given to Gu Kai or Feng Xia, it should be very suitable. But after a while, the female cultivator also walked to the sandalwood table and faced the strange eyes calmly. 5 bottles of Runming Pearl liquid, the starting price of 1 bottle is 150 lingxi, and interested Taoist friends can bid. Hearing this name, most casual cultivators were not interested. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. This thing is suitable for cultivators who are refining qi and building foundations, and can repair eye fatigue. If you insist on using it for a long time, it can make cultivators easily distinguish between yin qi, turbid qi, evil qi and many other filthy qi. It is said that it is because one of the main ingredients is the smoky pearls cultivated by the rare yin beast smoky shell. Luo Chen had obtained a bottle before, but it was rooted in his eyes after his proficiency in spiritual eye technique reached a master level, causing blood to seep from his eyes. Mi Shuho was concerned and sent me jumping to deliver a copy. To be honest, he had used it up at the time. There was no effect. But thinking of what was said in the Kingian Pill interpretation, this thing is very good for alchemists, so he also tried to buy more and use it for a long time. Unfortunately, the spiritual medicine pavilion doesn't sell this thing either. No, this thing was developed by the Jading Sword sect, so of course the spiritual medicine pavilion can't sell it. Luo Chen noticed that no one was bidding, and the idea of bidding was extinguished in his mind. He just squinted his eyes and remembered the other party's figure deeply. The beautiful female cultivator shouted twice, and seeing that no one was interested, she shook her head helplessly. It is normal that this kind of spiritual medicine has no market. I thought that there would be late-stage cultivators or foundation-building cultivators interested in the black market, but in the end there was nothing to gain. After she went down, another cultivator came up to auction his personal belongings. Luo Chen watched with interest, and some special strange instruments really opened his eyes. Whenever a strange instrument that could not be identified appeared, the 5-color treasure compass was often used. When there were fewer and fewer people, Luo Chen took a deep breath and walked up silently. Blood-burning pill, a first-grade, low-grade elixir. After taking it, a key-refining cultivator can instantly increase his combat power by 30%. It is indeed a must-have treasure for home travel, murder and arson. Starting price at first, no one paid attention. But when Luo Chen talked about the specific effect, everyone's attention was focused. Luo Chen coughed lightly and said, 50 spirit stones per pill. This starting price is definitely the lowest one in this headlong black market today. And this price is also outrageous for a first-grade, low-grade elixir. A bottle of key-nourishing pill has 10 pills, which is priced at 100 spirit stones, equivalent to 10 spirit stones per pill. The dust-transforming pill, which has a better effect, is only 20 spirit stones per pill. And this is still guaranteed by the reputation of the Medicine King sect, and the Spirit Medicine Pavilion is responsible for after-sales. What kind of elixir do you have? Why dare you sell it at such a high price? However, the situation on the scene was that after Luo Chen shouted out the price, no one questioned the price. What they questioned was the effect. Does it really have this effect? Could it be a magic elixir? Who cares if it's a magic elixir? As long as it works, it's fine. Taoist friend, don't lie to us. In the black market, no one cares whether you are righteous or a magic elixir. Facing all the doubts about the elixir, Luo Chen spread his hands. Senior Xiang Xingzi, please take a look. The 5-color treasure compass can only identify the grade and power. When it comes to the effect of the elixir, it depends on the person. Xiang Xingzi had said such big words before, so he must have some confidence. Amid the expectations, Xiang Xingzi reached out and beckoned for a bottle of blood-burning pill. He took out the elixir, first looked at it carefully, then sniffed it carefully, and finally scraped a little bit of the medicine powder with his fingernails and put it in his mouth. His face changed slightly. Then, he put the bottle of blood-burning pill into his storage bag very naturally. This bottle belongs to me. I will pay you the highest bid later. Luo Chen smiled. Isn't this equivalent to a foundation-building cultivator guaranteeing him? Then, everyone, please. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, The Oriole meets the Oriole again, and the bastard listens to the bastard again. More than 3 months have passed since the blood-burning pill formula was deduced. During this period, Luo Chen tried to refine it more than a dozen times, but only succeeded in 2 furnaces. The first furnace obtained 5 pills, and the second furnace obtained 7 pills due to the improvement of the pill fire. A total of 12 pills. He used the monster to test the pill and consumed 1. He gave 2 to Wang Yuan. Therefore, there are only 9 blood-burning pills left in his hand. This time in the black market auction, he took out 6 pills and only kept 3 for himself. The number 3 was carefully considered by him. The effect of the blood-burning pill is extremely special, but the sequelae are also very obvious. Every time you use it, you will damage your body. If you use more than 3 pills in a row, you will suffer irreparable injuries. Unless you are a physical cultivator like Wang Yuan, ordinary key refining cultivators cannot avoid such injuries. Luo Chen still hopes for the great Dao, so he will naturally not let himself fall into such a dilemma. 6 blood-burning pills, 5 of which were auctioned at prices of 120, 90, 80, 90, and 100 respectively. The first one was taken by Tian Xingzi, who had said before that he would buy it at the highest price in the auction. Therefore, in total, he actually got 600 low-grade spirit stones. It must be said that Luo Chen did not expect to get such a high price. After all, this is just a first-grade low-grade elixir. However, when he saw the monks who couldn't wait to collect the elixir after bidding, Luo Chen seemed to understand something. This is not the time. Since the closure of the Dao discussion platform, the fights in Daofang have increased day by day. It is like a huge gunpowder barrel that can be ignited at any time. With the discovery of the Golden Pill ruins, Daofang has become more and more chaotic. The blood-burning pill can burst out the combat power at the critical moment, which can catch the enemy off guard or save your life by chance. If you don't look at the efficacy, just look at the result. The blood-burning pill is not a magic pill, it is clearly a righteous pill that saves lives. Yes, I practiced the righteous pill. After thinking this through, Luo Chen's original mood of getting 600 spirit stones became even happier. After several subsequent monks put up their items for auction, it was time for the last monk to trade on his own. Luo Chen had already had a goal. Dao, I want these 5 bottles of Runming Pearl liquid. Ziule female cultivator was very surprised. She thought no one was interested in this thing. Hearing this voice, Luo Chen inexplicably felt familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, he couldn't remember it for a moment, so he stopped dwelling on it. I heard that this medicine can effectively improve eye damage caused by excessive use of the spirit eye technique, so I want to buy 1 or 2 as a backup. I wonder what the price is. How about the starting price I just put up? Ziule female cultivator said nervously. Luo Chen frowned. If it was this price, I could have just bid it directly. The female cultivator smiled bitterly and said, but if it's any cheaper, I can't even get my capital back. Oh. Capital? Luo Chen said tentatively, as far as I know, this medicine is produced by the Yuding Sword sect and is rarely sold to the public. Even if it appears, it is often sold at regular auctions. Where did you get these 5 bottles of Runming Pearl liquid? Of course, if it is inconvenient to say, forget it. The beautiful female cultivator shook her head. There is nothing to hide from others. Now this medicine has been put on the shelves of the Yuding Sword Pavilion in other market towns, and the price is also 100. I bought 5 bottles in Taishan Square at the beginning, just to take it back and see if I can make some money by reselling it. The Yuding Sword Pavilion in Taishan Square has put it on the shelves. Why hasn't the goods been spread to Day Square yet? Luo Chen thought about it and took out 500 spirit stones. Thank you for telling me this news. Let's trade at your starting price. The beautiful female cultivator did not hesitate and quickly gave the 5 jade bottles to Luo Chen. The transaction was over and they should have separated. However, Xiu Li asked curiously, do you still have blood-burning pills? It's like this. The 3 of us brothers and sisters have connections in Taishan Square, Zulian Square and even Luoguang Square. If you have a lot of blood-burning pills, we can cooperate. Are you a lone trader? Luo Chen thought of the previous auction when Xiu Li and her 2 companions took out a lot of special cultivation resources that did not belong to Day Square. Before, I thought these people were robbery cultivators, and those miscellaneous things were obtained by killing people and robbing treasures, but I didn't expect them to be like peddlers. It's just that those who do this kind of business either have a wide network of resources or are strong and dare to travel far and wide. It's just that they lack a leader in the foundation building period, otherwise they can become a force like Lianian Merchant Alliance. Facing Xiu Li's expectations, Luo Chen shook his head firmly. No more, just those few. After saying that, he turned around and left without hesitation. At present, he didn't want to sell the blood-burning pills in large quantities. The effect of this thing is too unique. If it is sold on a large scale, it will sooner or later attract the attention of the foundation building masters. Didn't you see that Lian Xiang Xingzi took one directly? Or wait until he has a certain strength in the future, then consider this matter. Seeing him leave, the beautiful female cultivator showed a look of pity. Wei Niang, doesn't he have a lot of blood-burning pills? No, he said there are only a few. That's a pity. This kind of pill can definitely be sold at a high price if it is placed in Zulianfang or Liuguangfang. In the distance, Luo Chen paused slightly, then recovered as before and left this headlong hall alone. When he came to the gate, a black-clothed monk came to Luo Chen. "Dao, this is yours headlong hydrangea. You can use it to freely enter and exit the black market formation in the future. Ours headlong black market is held once a month. The specific time of the event will be displayed on the hydrangea." Luo Chen looked at his own headlong hydrangea in his hand and was quite surprised. What if I'm not on Daofang? It will also be displayed, but the time displayed is the opening time of this headlong black market in other towns. Hearing this answer, Luo Chen was even more surprised. What does it mean? Chain black shops? Oh no, chain black markets? Does your city have branches in every town? The black-clothed monk shook his head. Some places have, and some places don't have it yet. Although the words were plain, Luo Chen was still surprised. I thought this headlong black market was just a casual foundation building cultivator who did it himself. Unexpectedly, there is still a lot of strength behind it. I don't know which force this strength comes from. Before he left, the black-clothed monk's ears moved, and then stopped Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked unfriendly. The black-clothed monk smiled slightly. "Since it is your first time to visit this headlong black market, I will give you some advice before you leave." "Oh, then I'm all ears." Boom. A huge thunder sounded in the dark night sky. A series of hideous and dazzling lightning tore through the night. The wind blew and the leaves flew. Summer is here, and thunderstorms have become more frequent. It won't be long before a heavy rain falls. Luo Chen stood under the eaves of a deep alley, looking up at the sky, and saw figures whistling away. Mass graves, Kixingpo, Biji Sangxiang, and the main road back to the inner city. These are the roads that the monk surnamed Wen told me are most likely to be robbed and killed. The black market is not safe, which is a well-known fact. This unsafe refers to many things. The auction items have no quality guarantee, no after-sales service, and there may be subsequent troubles, and there may be changes in the black market auction. And the most common, robbery and killing after the black market auction. After all, even after the formal auctions held by the big companies are over, there are many robberies and killings, not to mention the black market, which is not safe to begin with. Luo Chen had already made preparations before coming. Disguise, alias, change the breath, and even be ready to fight with others at any time. But I didn't expect that when he left, the black monk surnamed Wang would give him a few advice. He even pointed out which roads are the most dangerous after leaving the black market based on his experience. This is obviously to make friends with him. Maybe it's because of those blood-burning pills? However, his advice is worth discussing. Luo Chen stroked his chin and thought carefully. Where did he get his experience? Did he summarize it from the repeated fights that broke out after the participants left after he ran the black market for a long time? Or did he often engage in black and white things and like those roads the most? Or, do the opposite, let me deliberately not take those roads, and then he will wait for the rabbit. It must be said that Luo Chen thought too much and it was too complicated. But when he was out, there was no bodyguard to explore the way for him, guarding him on both sides. It's not too careful. After thinking about it, Luo Chen restrained his breath and quietly went along a north street. Luo Chen was sure that the main road back to the inner city was not safe. There used to be a lot of vacant houses on the north street, and occasionally there would be casual cultivators staying there. Originally, Yuding Sword Pavilion would also conduct regular inspections, and if they found permanent residents, they would collect rent. However, recently, the monks of Yuding Sword Pavilion have not managed the outer city much. Luo Chen originally planned to find a house, wait until dawn, and then quietly return to the city. But now that he has received advice, he must be careful about everything. Hey, there really is a robbery cultivator. In the shadows, Luo Chen stopped and looked at the building complex in front of him. It is a compliment to call it a building complex, but it is just a shanty town formed by some scattered wooden houses. At this moment, a sudden battle is breaking out in the shanty town covering several miles. No, it is not sudden for the other party. Sima Sangxiu, hand over the spirit stones on you. Sima Sangxiu is not the name of one person, but 3 monks. The female cultivator in the lead spat? Bah, wishful thinking, this is all earned by our hard work. Chiu Bai, don't mistake Daofeng for your Liu Guangfang, this place is managed by Yuding Sword Cultivator, Haha, Sima Wei Niang, you are too out of date. Yuding's sword cultivator is too lazy to take care of the security of the outer city now. Above the shantytown, a rough-faced man laughed wildly. With a wave of his hand, a large flag grew taller in the wind. Well, since you are stubborn, then all of you stay. Seeing the flag, the beautiful female cultivator was stunned at first, and then her face changed drastically. The best magic weapon is the King Shengzhou flag. Run. As soon as the words fell, the three of them were about to escape. However, with a loud laugh, a large amount of white mist filled the surroundings, blocking their way out and retreat. No, he had already set up a formation to trap the enemy, and he came prepared. It's too late to know. Why do you think I left the black market so early? Chu Bai grinned, and his spiritual power instantly surged out by more than 30%. The next moment, 3 huge green dragons flew out with their fangs and claws bared. They just circled in the sky and pounced on the 3 people below. The 3 people were not the kind of people who could be slaughtered. They each used a magic weapon to fight against them. It must be said that this kind of cultivator, who dared to travel around the country and make money from the price difference of goods in 2 places, is still very powerful. Facing the attack of the best magic weapon, he did not lose the upper hand in a hurry. However, after fighting for a while, the female cultivator named Sima Wei Niang's face changed drastically. No, this magic weapon comes with a scent of green musk, which will block our spiritual power and greatly reduce our combat power. Big brother, third brother, hold your breath. Sima Wei Niang shouted, and even cast several talismans, constantly bombarding the nearby white fog. What she said was one of the functions of the green musk gathering dragon flag that Yan Xingzi took the initiative to confess on the black market. In the sky, a key refining perfection cultivator named Chu Bai laughed grimly. Too late. Do you think covering your mouth and nose will work? Tian Xingzi never finishes talking about the magical instruments, otherwise, wouldn't the cultivators who auctioned the magical instruments expose their own methods? Sure enough, even if Sima Wei Niang and the others tried their best to hold their breath. However, the spiritual power in their bodies was still running slower and slower, just relatively better. The musk-like fragrance was constantly seeping into their meridians along their body acupoints. Second sister, what should we do if we can't escape? Wei Niang, if you continue like this, you will die sooner or later. I will cover you, you run. The older man roared, tapped his body several times, and his face flushed unnaturally. Then, he swallowed a pill in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, his momentum soared by more than 30%. In the corner, Luo Chen blinked. The eldest of the 3 siblings ate the blood-burning pill that he had auctioned. The reason why he was so impressed was that he had chosen a perfect time to bid for a blood-burning pill with 80 spiritual stones. This was the one with the lowest price among the 6 blood-burning pills. Luo Chen was even surprised at one point. How could someone have such rich experience in auctions? That's good. It's just right to see on the spot what the effect is after a cultivator in the late stage of key refining takes the blood-burning pill. As the effect of the blood-burning pill takes effect, the man's momentum suddenly soars, almost approaching Chu Bai's key refining great perfection. The ring magic weapon in his hand, the spiritual light sword, instantly divided into 3 huge rings. Each ring was set on the constantly attacking wood dragon. Looking at this posture, he actually wanted to enclose all 3 wood dragons in his battle circle. Then he would leave himself behind to create a chance for his 2 younger brothers and sisters to escape. Unfortunately, he and Chu Bai were already at a different level, and he only used the high-grade magic weapon. How could he be able to defeat the top-grade magic weapon used by a cultivator in the great perfection of key refining? He was not strong enough to trap only 2 dragons. Not to mention the third one, even 2 made him spit blood, and his robes kept peeling off, revealing wounds oozing blood. Spiritual power backlash. Essence of the pill. The blood-burning pill is a magic pill made with the blood of the exploding ape monster as the main material. It puts a great burden on the body. This should also be one of the effects of the pill, but it is negative. Luo Chen squatted in the corner and quickly recorded the performance of the blood-burning pill. He recorded it as the 3rd pill test. The first time was the test of the monster, and the second time was Wang Yuan looking for a cultivator in the middle stage of key refining to test it. Now, it is the best test specimen, the late stage of key refining. Facing the explosion of the eldest of the 3 siblings, Chu Bai's face became a little gloomy. If nothing unexpected happened, This pill was taken out by a casual cultivator at the auction after he left. It was a pity that he was not there at the time, otherwise he would have bought a spare one. When Luo Chen was recording, the battle in the field was almost at a white-hot stage. The eldest of the three Sima cultivators stopped two wooden dragons by himself, while the second Sima Wei Niang supported a wooden dragon independently. The third one, on the other hand, attacked the formation frantically, trying to find a way out. Suddenly, a desperate voice shouted out, "Big brother, second sister, no, this formation is controlled by someone else." As soon as he finished speaking, the eldest vomited a mouthful of blood. The circular magic weapon was directly broken free by the wooden dragon. With a click, it broke into several sections. He himself was even blown away by the huge impact force. "Little brother, help me!" Sima Wei Niang shouted in a low voice, and stretched out her hand to cast a talisman. A light shield spread out instantly. Perhaps knowing the function of this talisman, the younger brothers immediately gathered around, continuously releasing spiritual power, and supporting the light shield together. The eldest brother also flew over from behind to help. In the blink of an eye, 3 dragons were formed, constantly gnawing and colliding with the light shield. The scene was once precarious. In the corner, Luo Chen was shocked. Just because of what the third brother said, this formation is controlled by someone else. There are others. Does Chu Bai have helpers? Almost when this thought came to his mind, a huge explosion suddenly broke out in another direction. But it was just one explosion. The next moment, an angry voice sounded. "That motherfucker, a 5th level key refining dares to be a yellow bird." A figure appeared in the white mist, holding a broken body in his hand. He glanced at Sima Sangxiu, who was in danger, and then jumped in front of Chu Bai, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. His eyes fell on the big flag in Chu Bai's hand with envy. "The best magic weapon, it is really powerful." Chu Bai laughed. "That's right. This cost me nearly 7,000 spirit stones." The man next to him changed his face, and just as he raised his hand, he heard Chu Bai say, "That old bastard Bian Xingzi lied to me. He only said that the Qing Musk Gathering Dragon flag can be used twice at the 9th level of key refining. But I have already completed key refining and my spiritual power is so strong, but I can only use it twice." Hearing this, his companions couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. "In fact, I didn't lie to you. Isn't the great perfection of key refining still the 9th level of key refining? We can't drag it on like this. If we delay, something bad will happen. Liu Han, you help me keep an eye on it later." After saying this, Chu Bai shouted in a low voice. Then, a huge amount of pure spiritual power surged out like a big river. Roar! 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 3 more dragons flew out. In Sima Sangxiu's desperate eyes, a total of 6 wood dragons crashed into the light shield that enveloped them at the same time. Even though they activated a 2nd level defensive talisman, they couldn't withstand the attack of this top-grade magic weapon in its prime. Boom! A huge sound was heard. The shock wave of the explosion directly knocked the 3 people hundreds of meters away. Even in the air, blood was already splashing without regard for life. When it landed, it was like a rag bag, and it didn't react for a long time. "Brother Chu, you killed 3 people of the same level with your own strength, you are really domineering." Liu Han slapped Chu Bai on the shoulder, praising him. Chu Bai took a breath, grinned, and was about to say something. Suddenly, his pupils widened. "Asshole. Haha." Liu Han chuckled and then pulled back. "Brother Chu, why are you so angry? This is just a strange little magic weapon I bought in this headlong black market. Please appreciate it." And on the original place, on Chu Bai's shoulder, there was a mouth that looked like a human. That mouth bit Chu Bai's shoulder tightly, and a dark and deep light spread out like a halo. Chu Bai's eyes widened with anger, and his expression was terrified. He stood there, motionless, as if frozen. The next moment, his whole body was covered by the halo. Immediately. Swish! The smoke and cloud disappeared, and there was no body left. A generation of key refining great perfection cultivators fell. Only a storage bag and a large flag fell lightly to the ground. Liu Han couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Chu Bai would counterattack before his death. After all, he was a key refining great perfection. God knows if it was a lie to him that the top-grade magic weapon could only be used twice. However, after he succeeded in this one-time came-in magic weapon, everything was a foregone conclusion. With all the inheritance of the Master Chu Bai and the inheritance of Sima Sangxiu on the ground, plus his various preparations, he would have enough confidence even if he went to the giant in ruins alone. While chuckling, he sent out 2 spiritual powers, which rolled towards the storage bag and the Queen Musk Dragon gathering flag. However, the next moment, he was shocked and angry, and blurted out subconsciously, "Damn it!" A figure, like a rock, rose with the wind, and with the help of the already strong wind and rainy day, suddenly burst into extreme speed. The speed was so fast that it arrived in front of the Queen Musk focuser in the blink of an eye. The surging spiritual power turned into a big hand, sweeping away Liu Han's spiritual power. Then he grabbed the big flag and ran away. Not only that, before leaving, the figure also sent out 2 attacks. One hit the storage bag in the air, and the other hit a large stone mill in the white mist. Liu Han was furious, and his anger almost set himself on fire. Storage bags are never known for their sturdiness and stability. Especially the storage bags of low-level cultivators, which are often damaged in battle. Most of the things inside disappeared without a trace, and only a small amount of them remained in the world. This bastard not only stole the top-grade magic weapon and ran away, but also wanted to kill them all. He did not dare to hesitate and tried his best to block the black attack. Bang! It was like a breeze blowing on his face, and it was not even as powerful as a low-grade magic weapon. Liu Han grabbed the storage bag with one hand and stretched out his other hand into the void, only to catch a bunch of jade powder with a slight smell of burnt beard medicine. "Don't let me know who you are, otherwise I will definitely peel off your skin and pull out your bones." Liu Han took a deep breath and comforted himself that after all, he got Chu Bai's storage bag, which contained all the inheritance of the Master of Key Refining Great Perfection. And there were also the inheritances of 3 key refining 9-level cultivators on the ground. Sima Sangxia was a peddler wandering in several markets. Today, he sold most of the goods. His wealth must be considerable. Not a small fortune. Liu Han stared at the ground in amazement. The place where the 3 bodies were originally was now empty. Where are my 3 storage bags? Chapter 130, Ancient Plains Changes, Monster Riot. Ugh! He retched, and then vomited a large mouthful of blood. Along with the blood, there were pieces of broken organs. It can be seen that the owner of the vomiting blood was seriously injured. However, he was still fine. Sima Wenji looked at the man on the back of the second sister with a worried look. That was their eldest brother Sima Xian. Just now, he stimulated the origin with a secret method, swallowed a blood-burning pill, and then fought 2 wood dragons alone. Under the outbreak of the 6 dragons of the Queen Musk gathering dragon flag, the eldest brother Sima Xian pushed away the second sister Sima Wei Niang, who was blocking the front. As a result, his injuries were so serious that he was almost on his deathbed. Old third, don't be distracted, be alert around, and find a safe place to stay. Sima Wenji quickly tightened his mind when he heard the urgent but orderly command. Soon, he found an empty room. After checking around and making sure it was relatively safe, he entered the room. As soon as he relaxed, he felt dizzy. Second sister, big brother. He's not dead yet, what are you worried about? Sima Wei Niang glared at him and threw a bottle of pills. Then, she took out a bunch of pills, identified them briefly, and stuffed them into the unconscious Sima Xian's mouth. Finally, she poured a bottle of golden liquid. Not only that, she also urged her spiritual power to help the unconscious Sima Xian refine the medicine. Time passed by. Under the nervous gaze of the siblings, Sima Xian slowly opened his eyes. He grinned and wanted to say something, but just opening his mouth, he couldn't help oozing out bright red blood. Big brother, don't talk. Quickly gather your mind, while the power of the Huanyang water is still there, hurry up and heal your wounds. The speaker was Sima Wei Niang, the second of the 3 cultivators. But among the 3, she was the leader. Whether it was going out to do business, at the auction, or even during the battle, she was basically the one who took the lead. It's just that the battle was too intense just now, and the eldest brother was determined to die, which concealed his existence. Hearing the words Huan Yang Shui, Sima Xian's eyes trembled, and tears flickered faintly. The third brother Sima Wenji exclaimed, "That is the elixir prepared for you, the second sister, to break through the foundation building. How come? Go guard the door to prevent thieves." Sima Wei Niang glared at him. Then, looking at Sima Xian who wanted to speak but couldn't, the eldest brother with death in his eyes forced a smile. "Big brother, I beg you, you must survive. But it's just a bottle of Huan Yang Shui." As long as the three of us brothers and sisters are still alive, we will have a chance to buy it sooner or later. Your injuries are very serious, but as long as you seize the time, you may not die. Sima Xian opened his lips slightly, and finally hummed with difficulty. With the help of Wei Niang, he sat up cross-legged and tried his best to mobilize the spiritual power in his body to recover from his injuries. The third brother at the door was in a better state. After all, he was not the main force during the battle, and he spent most of his time looking for flaws in the formation. He had just taken the elixir again, so he had slowly recovered. Half of his mind was outside, and half of his mind was inside. His uneasy heart gradually calmed down. It's strange to say, the last person who appeared was not only so bold that he dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and steal the top-grade magic weapon. He also deliberately broke the eye of the formation, creating a chance for us to escape. I don't know who that person is. If there's a chance, I must repay him well. Second sister, who do you think that person is? We also know a lot of friends in Dahofang. Could it be someone we know? Second sister. After a long time without hearing an echo, Sima Wenji turned around suddenly. His eyes fell to the foot of the bed in the room. Wei Niang was half leaning against the wall, unconscious. The power of the top-grade magic weapon is not so easy to resist. It was because the brother and sister took on most of the attacks that the third child suffered the least injuries. Second sister, don't scare me. Medicine, where's the medicine? Didn't you catch up? Sure enough, with my speed of escape, ordinary people can't react in time when I suddenly attack. If there weren't some guys coming from behind who wanted to take advantage of the situation, the storage bag would have belonged to me. Luo Chen paused, and his breath was almost restrained. He pushed open a door, his eyes flashed with spiritual light, and in an instant he saw everything in the house. Finally, his eyes stopped under a cabinet in front. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, and then showed a touch of joy. A moment later, he had already sat down on the soft straw bed. The original owner of this place was a coward. Not only was the house remote, but he also dug a very hidden basement underneath. If it weren't for the spiritual eye technique, which was extremely sensitive to spiritual energy, he wouldn't have discovered the spiritual power trap at the entrance of the cave. Unfortunately, that trap just exposed the reality of the cave below. This place is good. We can use it as one of the bases for entering and leaving the city in the future. Luo Chen was very satisfied, and then recalled the battle just now, in case he left any tricks and was caught up by others. That key refining great perfection cultivator named Jubai is really not a good person. He took advantage of the black market to bid for the best magic weapon, and then left in a hurry. I thought he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, but I didn't expect that he came outside and set up an ambush in advance. Not only that, he also left spies in the black market auction. In this way, he can determine which fat sheep are easy to take at the auction. And that spies, by chance, happened to be the one who competed with him for the Huanyang water. Chiu Bai, Liu Han. Listening to their conversation, they should all be from Liu Guangfang. It is said that Liu Guangfang is extremely barren and has very few resources. Therefore, there are many robber cultivators there, and the killing is very strong. Judging from the battle process just now, he is indeed quite capable. Whether it is an ambush in advance or a head-on battle, every move is beyond the ordinary 9th level of key refining. Even Sima Sengxiu, who Luo Chen thought was quite capable, was played around with. However, he was from Liu Guangfang after all. Even his collaborators dared to do something behind the scenes. If I remember correctly, the magic weapon that killed Jubai was clearly a high-grade magic weapon that one person took out during the self-auction stage of the cultivators. It's called the hard-mouthed zombie. The strange name of the magic weapon comes from its strange effect. This magic weapon is very useless and can only work if it bites the enemy's body. However, besides being useless, it is extremely powerful. Once bitten, the enemy will turn into a stiff body in a short period of time and cannot move. Then, the magic weapon will spray out extremely yin power from its mouth, turning the enemy's body into ashes. Judging from the performance at that time, the magic effect was indeed extraordinary. A cultivator who had reached the great perfection of key refining had almost no power to resist. No, combined with Liu Han's actions when he appeared, his sudden attack was clearly premeditated. Luo Chen recalled Liu Han's every move. From the heaven and Chu by standing shoulder to shoulder, to the flattery and words, to the uncontrollable pat on the shoulder at the end. Everything was in preparation for the final blow. What a despicable outsider, with such a dirty and vicious mind. Luo Chen sighed in admiration, and made up his mind to be cautious when he met the monks of Liu Guangfang in the future. Speaking of which, I don't know if that Wei Niang escaped. Thinking of Wei Niang, Luo Chen's expression was complicated. This person was the beautiful female cultivator who bought the strange magic weapon Lotus Hidden Carp at the auction. At first, he thought the voice was quite familiar. Later, when he left, he heard her companion shouting Wei Niang, and Luo Chen suddenly realized it. Aren't these the few casual cultivators who ran out of Xianoi Mountains when he was still living in the outer city? I remember that at that time, the other few people looked down on him. Only Wei Niang was kind and advised him that it was not safe there and asked him to move as soon as possible. It must be said that Wei Niang's advice was indeed correct. Although there was no monster attack, Gao Tingyan later chased the enemy there, which was an extremely dangerous thing. Luo Chen was a bystander just now. The last blow of the top-grade magic weapon did not kill the 3 people instantly. It only defeated the talisman and seriously injured 3 people. Luo Chen chose to fish in troubled waters and snatch the top-grade magic weapon, but he didn't mind helping Wei Niang. The white fog formation is actually just a simple formation arranged by a few flags. As long as you find a few arrays, you can easily defeat it. If it were an ordinary person, it would really be difficult to find it. After all, the white fog is vast and you don't know where to go. But he has the spiritual eye technique, and he easily found an array, which is the seemingly ordinary stone mill. Of course, it is hard to say whether Luo Chen used the 3 people to contain Liu Han's mind. At least, he gave Sima Sangxiu a chance to escape. After carefully recalling the whole thing and confirming that there was no hand left, Luo Chen was relieved. The cultivators in this headlong black market didn't lie to me, but sincerely made friends with me. This North Street Lane 3 is indeed the place where robber cultivators appear. Before I arrived, someone set an ambush, and after I left, many cultivators came. Luo Chen took note of the good intentions of this advice. Then, he happily took out a Queen Musk Gathering Dragon flag. Grinning. This is a top-grade magic weapon with wood attributes, it should belong to me. Luo Chen didn't have any instructions for this top-grade magic weapon. All the information basically came from the introduction of the black market auction Shangxiang Xingzi. But in a black market like this, it is impossible for the organizer to fully explain the advantages and disadvantages of the auction items. Otherwise, some of the means of the bidder will be exposed. For example, the green musk fragrance of the Queen Musk Gathering Dragon flag can not only be transmitted through the mouth and nose, but can even penetrate into the enemy's body through the pores. It is really hard to guard against. Sima Sangxiu had 3 key refining 9 layers, and he was a master who dared to travel far and wide to do business, but he fell into disadvantage so quickly, and there was a reason for this wonderful use. But Yan Xingzi obviously did not tell all the shortcomings of this top-grade magic weapon. He only said that the cultivators in the late key refining stage could barely summon the 3 dragons once, and the cultivators in the 9th key refining stage could summon them twice. If it were a normal person, they would think that the cultivators in the great perfection of key refining could summon 3 times. After all, after the key refining is perfect, all the spiritual power has been refined to the extreme limit of its own. The strength of its spiritual power is far beyond that of the same level. It's just one more time. But in fact, as strong as Chu Bai, he can only summon twice. No, maybe Chu Bai is pretending. Luo Chen couldn't be sure, he had to experiment secretly in private. Maybe there will be more wonderful uses, or there may be more shortcomings. Everything is still uncertain. The only thing worth affirming is the power of this magic weapon. It is very strong, and its power is far greater than the fire spear in Luo Chen's hand. I have one more trump card. Luo Chen wiped off the spiritual power mark left by Chu Bai, performed a simple ritual, and then put away the Queen Musk Gathering Dragon flag. Lying on the bed, Luo Chen calculated the gains from this auction. He didn't make many moves, only a bottle of resurrection water, a book of fire magic secrets, and 5 bottles of Runming Pearl liquid. It won't have an immediate effect on his strength. But these things are undoubtedly very good auxiliary cultivation resources. And the Book of Fire Magic Secrets is a 2nd level spell. If it is mastered in the key refining stage, it will undoubtedly become a trump card in Luo Chen's hand. But the real gain is to determine the market and price of the blood-burning pill. Luo Chen smiled. It has to be said that the high cost of the blood-burning pill has always made him feel uneasy about the value of this pill. After all, it took a lot of effort to deduce the pill formula, and it also used 10 achievement points to get started. If you really can't see the value and can only use it for yourself, it would be a big loss. Now it seems that there is a lot of money to be made. Especially now that the situation is unstable and the wind of fighting and killing is prevalent, it is the time for the blood-burning pill to shine. The sky gradually dawned, and the cool and refreshing morning breeze blew across the entire Daofang city. After the thunderstorm last night, walking in the outer city, you can smell the fragrance of the soil. The bloody smell brought by fighting and killing has dissipated a lot. There are more monks active nearby. As expected, today should be the day for the small market. Luo Chen mixed in the crowd and quietly entered the inner city. He saw Zhou Yuanli guarding the city gate, and the other bodyguards did not see him. It seems that Zhou Yuanli should be the most trusted bodyguard by Mi Shuhui. Otherwise, there is no reason to come to the city gate so early. Luo Chen did not look back, leaving Zhou Yuanli far behind. In fact, he had guessed it long ago. Among the 5 bodyguards, Zhou Yuanli is the strongest and the most mature and steady. Mi Shuhui trusts him and entrusts him with the task of monitoring Luo Chen, which is also the most appropriate. This is good. At least there is a relatively reliable candidate in the normal security process. Luo Chen, who is loaded with harvest, returned to the courtyard. It was not until the sky was completely bright that he appeared in front of everyone, yawning. "Did you go to steal someone last night?" Seeing his lazy look, Qin Liangjun laughed and scolded. Luo Chen was stunned, then grinned. He really went to steal someone. The guy who was stolen must be furious. Such a big top-grade magic weapon was stolen in front of him. I just hope that the storage bag I got will have enough inheritance. At the same time, somewhere he didn't know, Liu Han, who was covered in dust, looked at the storage bag with dull eyes. Is a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of key refining so poor? There were no spirit stones in it, which he could think of. After all, when Chu Bai bought the top-grade magic weapon on this headlong black market, he didn't have enough spirit stones, and he had to collect a few pieces of equivalent spirit materials to barely make up the total. But he didn't expect that there was nothing in the storage bag except a top-grade magic weapon and a mid-grade defensive magic weapon. Yes, everything was gone. No talismans. No elixirs. No magic secrets, mechanical puppets, spiritual medicines and precious materials. Nothing at all. This wealth is cleaner than his face. No wonder Chu Bai couldn't wait to kill people and rob treasures outside. How can a cultivator be so poor? I am really sinning. Liu Han wanted to cry but had no tears. For this thing, he had sacrificed a top-grade strange magic weapon. After the alchemy was finished at noon, Luo Chen took a few bodyguards and walked around the outer city. While walking, he casually asked about the situation in each district of the outer city. For example, where most of the monks from other places gathered, and how many shops were opened by local monks. How are the industries of the Pashan gang in the outer city distributed? It must be said that the 5 bodyguards are all old people in the gang, and they can answer some questions casually. Luo Chen then realized that the Pashan gang was not as simple as it seemed. The shops in the inner city, the brothels and wine shops in the outer city, and the new clothing stores built last winter were all doing well. Unfortunately, it was too chaotic recently, causing the profits of these industries to decline sharply. If the gang leader can obtain enough good things in the Jinden ruins and successfully form a pill in the future, our Pashan gang will be able to become a Jinden force in one fell swoop, and it may be possible to help build a sect. Dongfang Liang was full of passion when he thought of helping build a sect. By then, they would also be disciples of the sect, and they would have a share if they were told about it. Luo Chen curled his lips. How could the Jinden be so easy to achieve? Building a foundation is easy. With enough external objects, enough qualifications, and a little bit of luck, there is a great chance of success. But the Jinden, that also involves the spiritual veins. Without a suitable third-level spiritual vein, ordinary casual cultivators can never form a pill. Breaking through the realm and daily practice are two different things. Moreover, Luo Chen didn't want Mi Shuhui to form a pill, because if that happened, he would be just a tool in front of Mi Shuhui. During the conversation, Luo Chen pretended to ask about the black market. This time, he asked about the ordinary black market, the low-level one. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing is quite popular. 5 bodyguards, Each of them said a few words, and then they completed Luo Chen's story. There is a small black market in the southeast, northwest, and northeast. This really surprised Luo Chen. Especially one of the black markets was organized by their Pashan gang, and it was often used to auction resources that were useful for the middle stage of key refining. For example, the middle-grade Chalcedony pill refined by Luo Chen was a hot treasure there for a while. No way, that thing can still be hot. We sell it loose. Dongfang Liang had seen the door of the black market before becoming Luo Chen's bodyguard. Well, his identity is the same as that of the monk surnamed Wang, who gave Luo Chen advice in this headlong black market. The main thing is that he is tall and looks good. Moreover, there will be some other resources auctioned. You may not know, Hall Master, that during that period, we auctioned the Chalcedony pills you refined steadily. The price was not high, but it also attracted a lot of popularity. The Pashan black market was once among the top in the black market circle in the entire outer city district, and the number of participants was among the highest. Luo Chen's eyebrows twitched. He knew how his reputation as Dan Chenzi was getting bigger and bigger. After all this time, the gang even promoted him privately. Not to mention, if a black market often has a stable auction of alchemists' pills, it can indeed gather popularity. While chatting, he turned around. Soon, Luo Chen came to the foot of King Mountain. From a distance, he saw a young man with a handsome face and a cold temperament, with a bare upper body and a beautiful muscle outline, waving an iron hammer, hammering the iron ingot one hammer after another. Tisk tisk, this painting style is simply too beautiful. Xiao Duan, are you busy? Duanfeng raised his head, his mouth twitching. Isn't this nonsense? Luo Chen waved his hand. Come on, the 5 of you, go stand in a row at the back and stand up straight. Several bodyguards were a little confused and subconsciously walked under the flag. Next, I'll shout a sentence, and you guys follow it loudly. As Duanfeng's pupils shook, Luo Chen smiled and said, the wind is blowing, the rain is falling, don't be afraid if the magic weapon is broken. Zhou Yuanli opened his mouth and whispered. The others did the same, their voices were as soft as mosquitoes. Then Luo Chen shouted. Did you eat? Speak louder. Zhou Yuanli's face flushed. He swore that he had never done such a thing in his life, even when he was at his most humble. Just as he hesitated, Dongfang Liang's loud shout beside him had already burst out. The wind is blowing, the rain is falling, don't be afraid if the magic weapon is broken. Huh? Luo Chen stared at Zhou Yuanli. Just now, this old guy was just working without putting in any effort. Come again, don't let me find out that you are cutting corners, otherwise go back to the Mi gang leader. I, Luo Chen, can't afford to support a waste who can't even open his mouth. Listen carefully. Don't think a few spirit stones are too expensive, Feng He Duanjia is the most affordable. Zhou Yuanli gritted his teeth and stiffened his neck. The next moment, his eyes were closed. Don't think a few spirit stones are too expensive, Feng He Duanjia is the most affordable. 5 late-stage key refining cultivators shouted this sentence at the same time with their spiritual power. The huge sound went straight up to the clear sky, and Yun panicked. All the casual cultivators nearby couldn't help but look over. This is embarrassing for the family. Zhou Yuanli. He dared not yell. Luo Chen was watching him. If he really returned the goods to Mi Shuhua, the end would be even worse than the shame now. Next, Luo Chen made up a few more jingles on the spot to promote this magic weapon shop. He didn't stop until Duanfeng looked at him with a begging look. He waved his hand. Go away, look at your bears, you are not active in shouting slogans, how can we count on you when we meet the robbery cultivators? Zhou Yuanli, Liu Qiang and the others were like frightened birds, and they ran away in the blink of an eye. They really couldn't afford to embarrass this person. Especially since they were not unknown people, there were still many casual cultivators in Dahofang who knew them. After the people walked away, Luo Chen's face became serious. How is the recent prophet? Duanfeng sighed. Don't worry, seeing him like this, Luo Chen felt a chill in his heart. However, Duanfeng's next words made him breathe a sigh of relief. I was too self-righteous before, and I never listened to your advice. This magic weapon business really makes much more money than fighting for my life and death. As Luo Chen watched, he counted. 2,000. Luo Chen's eyes widened. It has been less than half a month since the opening of Feng He Duanjia's shop. He made so much money? He suddenly realized it when Duanfeng explained it in his voice transmission. The spiritual stones earned from repairing magic weapons are only a few hundred. The main thing is that this job is very time-consuming. The real way to make spiritual stones is to recycle second-hand magic weapons and sell them at high prices. Many second-hand magic weapons seem to be seriously damaged, but in fact, the cultivators are not good at it. After Duanfeng recycles them at a low price, they only need to be slightly repaired to restore 80% to 90% of their power. Then they are sold at a high price. Originally, the loss of magic weapons in the Guiyang Mountains was the most serious part of Dahofang. Now the trend of fighting has intensified and spread. In a short period of time, Duanfeng kept buying at low prices and selling at high prices. The profit generated by the difference between buying and selling was enough to make people look sideways. I still have several severely damaged medium-grade magic tools on hand, and the purchase price is only 200 or 300. Give me some time to repair them, and each one can be sold at a high price of 700 or 800. The only thing that restricts me is that I don't have enough manpower. Duanfeng pointed to the iron ingot in front of him. For example, the hammering of this refined iron raw material is just the most superficial work, but it is a waste of manpower and time. In fact, this kind of thing can be done by an ordinary mid-stage key refining cultivator, or even an early-stage cultivator. If I save enough time, I can study a few formations in my hands, and maybe I can repair high-grade magic tools in the future. I have never seen Duanfeng say so many words in one breath. But Luo Chen listened very seriously, because this is the field that Duanfeng is best at. Halfway through, Luo Chen realized what the dilemma Duanfeng was facing was. To put it bluntly, it was actually the same as when he was refining pills. Some superficial work does not require any technical content at all. But if no one helps, it will be very time-consuming. And this problem is actually very easy to solve. People? They are always the most abundant consumables. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, there are a lot of low-level independent cultivators who can be used. This is easy to handle. Just when Luo Chen was about to speak out to help solve this problem, he stopped talking involuntarily. He and Duanfeng looked at King Mountain. A large number of cultivators were fleeing frantically along the huge dirt road along the mountain covered by ancient trees. Hundreds of people formed a mountain and a sea. At first glance, the fleeing cultivators seemed to be chased by ferocious monsters behind them. The cultivators outside the mountain stopped their actions and looked at the group of independent cultivators who were fleeing in doubt. There were bloody scratches on their clothes. It was as if they had fought a most intense life and death struggle. Closer. Closer. Soon, the vanguard fled outside the mountain. Luo Chen did not hesitate and sent Liu Qiang, who was close, to capture an independent cultivator in the middle stage of key refining. What happened? Why are you so panicked? The casual cultivator was busy escaping, and was furious about being caught. But looking at the group of late-stage cultivators in front of him, he shuddered. Senior, the monsters in the mountains are rioting and are indiscriminately attacking humans. Monsters rioting? Luo Chen frowned and asked directly, where are the leading foundation-building cultivators? The casual cultivator said in panic, the Xiangong soul-stealing array shrank sharply a few days ago, pushing out all the casual cultivators below the foundation-building stage. We don't know what the current situation of those foundation-building cultivators is. The formation shrank? Duanfeng thought for a moment and said softly, generally, this phenomenon occurs when the energy of the formation is insufficient to protect the core area. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. It seems that the battle for the Golden Core ruins has come to the most critical moment. Letting the casual cultivator go, Luo Chen looked into the distance. With the blessing of his double spiritual eyes, the place he can see far exceeds that of all key refining cultivators. It is not an exaggeration to call him a little clairvoyant. As far as the eye can see, agile figures are flying among the towering ancient trees. In the forest, there are even huge figures that are more than 10 feet tall, violently chasing and killing the casual cultivators. Let's go back. Luo Chen said calmly, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Thanks to Lao Zhang 112 for the 500 starting coins reward, thanks to Luo Mao for the 666 starting coins reward, and thanks to my family for the chapter reviews and rewards. Chapter 131, Canyon Cold Pond, Ice Soul and Cold Evil. Where to go back? Of course, the safe inner city. Although the source of the chaos in Dahofan came from that Jading Jinden. But at this moment, only the inner city is the safest. Because there is a set of third-level formations covering the entire city, and there is also a giant and master sitting in charge. Even if the beast tide breaks out, the inner city will be the safest place in Dahofang. Luo Chen is not the only one who has this idea. When entering the city, the crowd was surging and it was crowded to the extreme. Fortunately, there were bodyguards to lead the way, and Duanfeng, a great master of key refining level 9 who was ranked in the Xianjiao list, Luo Chen returned home easily. When he got home, Luo Chen first settled the income of this period with Duanfeng. After all, the situation may change in the future, and this magic weapon repair and recycling business may be suspended. When they cooperated at the beginning, it was already agreed in advance. Luo Chen was responsible for the startup capital and the purchase of all raw materials, and Duanfeng was responsible for manpower and technology. Therefore, Luo Chen generously offered a half-and-half cooperation condition. During this period, he earned 2,000 spirit stones, half for each. In addition, the startup funds provided by Luo Chen were basically all put into the second-hand magic tools that were recycled, and they could not be converted into cash for a while. Therefore, in the short term, Luo Chen lost money on this investment. It's a pity that the time is too short. Luo Chen put away the 1,000 spiritual stones. Duanfeng was also reluctant to leave. Yes, if you give me some more time, I will make a profit sooner or later. How can the world be as people wish? A stable situation allows people to practice with peace of mind and even enjoy themselves. But a chaotic situation can also allow some outstanding people to stand out. If Luo Chen were to choose, he would still prefer a relatively stable practice environment. In the dead of night, he sat back in the room. The moonlight grass, which was growing stronger and stronger, stretched its body through the moonlight falling from the glazed skylight. In the room, on a small incense burner, the calming incense exuded a strong and mellow fragrance. After soaking in the peanut spirit liquid, Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced Chong Chun Gong as usual. After a long time, he slowly finished his practice, opened his lips slightly, and exhaled a stream of white air, like a small dragon of air. His eyes fell on the attribute panel, the realm column. Realm, key refining level 830th, 100, 3 or 4 months had passed since he broke through the key refining level 8, but his realm progress had not even crossed halfway. Perhaps this speed was already very fast for ordinary casual cultivators. But for Luo Chen, who had experienced a breakthrough of key refining level 7 in 3 months, it had obviously slowed down. He felt dissatisfied. It was very simple, because he was not an ordinary casual cultivator. Although his spiritual root aptitude was a little worse, his cultivation conditions had almost surpassed most casual cultivators. He had never stopped taking the dust-transforming pill, the calming incense, the moonlight grass, the spiritual vein cave, the gathering spirit array, and the top-grade jade marrow pill. Such abundant cultivation resources were not available even to disciples of large sects. Perhaps disciples of large sects had more advanced techniques and were guided by famous teachers. But Luo Chen's Chong Chun Gong had already been perfected, and the system had made up for all its shortcomings. It can be said that his current cultivation conditions are better than those of the disciples of the big sect. The 8th level of key refining is still not stable enough, but I have reached my limit for now. Next, before reaching the 9th level of key refining, everything should be kept low-key. No, you should keep a low profile before building your foundation. Luo Chen looked around and was a little dissatisfied. He was used to the abundant spiritual energy in the spiritual vessel cave, and the cultivation environment of ordinary houses in the inner city was not really good. I still have to stay in Zi Valley to practice. This place really hinders my practice. I hope the beast tide will not last too long. Early the next morning, Luo Chen sent Dongfang Liang to inquire about the situation in King Mountain. At noon, Dongfang Liang hurried back and told him a good news. The beast tide did not really break out. After impacting a section of the East City district of the outer city, the monsters withdrew to the Guiyang Mountains. It is said that Miao Tikan of the Jading Sword sect and Luo Zhensheng took a law enforcement team to personally take action. And he also asked the Golden Core Master Pang Rengshan to use his sword intent to drive back the beast tide. Now the reconstruction work is already underway in the East City district. And many people have begun to inquire about the specific situation in the Golden Core ruins in the ancient Yuan Mountains. Luo Chen was also very curious, but the most urgent thing was to take people back to Zi Valley. The practice cannot be left behind. Moreover, Ziyu Valley and the ancient Yuan Mountains are not adjacent to each other. There is a whole Daofang between the two, which is a pattern of one west and one east. In comparison, this site is relatively safe. Of course, the premise is that nothing happens in the neighboring Xiaoyu Mountains. But from Luo Chen's point of view, Xiaoyu Mountains are much safer now. Not to mention the nearby Huai Mountain, even the distant Shanghai Mountain does not have many demon wolves. I don't know where those demon wolves have gone. Sikun Xiaojia, who was in charge of this place, was quite surprised that Luo Chen rushed back to Ziyu Valley when he was in danger. Luo Chen's reason was also very simple. The alchemy business must not stop. This involves the livelihoods of thousands of brothers in my gang. I can't bear it. This high-sounding reason really made Sikun Xiaojia's teeth ache. You say that Xiao Luo, just talking casually, how can his words be so nice? Not to mention, when Luo Chen started the alchemy work normally, the originally panicked atmosphere in the gang stabilized for a while. Of course, this atmosphere in the gang is limited to the Dan Hall and the adjacent Medicine Hall. The other beast halls and mining halls are all leaderless because the hall master and the gang leader went to the Guiyang Mountains. There have been some chaos recently. Mi Junping, who is in charge of the main hall, is overwhelmed. After refining the elixir in the afternoon, Luo Chen chatted with Sikun Xiaojia again. I don't know how the dispute over the ruins is going. Sikun Xiaojia said worriedly, I'm afraid it's not very good. What inside information do you know? Tell me. Luo Chen only has some connections in the gang at the top level. Luo Chen didn't know as much about the information about the Guiyang Mountains as the old man in front of him. Sikun Xiaojia smiled bitterly. What kind of inside information is that? Just go out and ask around, and you'll know what happened in the Guiyang Mountains some time ago. After he told him, Luo Chen knew how chaotic the Guiyang Mountains were. At the beginning, it was actually not bad. Everyone was keen on digging for natural treasures. But gradually, some casual cultivators took advantage of the situation and robbed cultivators. After all, it's not as fast as digging for spiritual medicines by yourself. It's not as fast as robbing others directly. This situation eased after the confrontation between the Pashan Gang and the Zuanai Association. However, with the active contraction of the Shiangan soul-stealing array a few days ago, pushing out all the key refining cultivators, leaving only the foundation establishment cultivators inside, everything changed. The thousands of cultivators left outside, without the suppression of the foundation establishment cultivators, finally couldn't hold back. The Pashan Gang, the Zuanai Association, and a small number of Daijiang Gang cultivators fought each other. The rest of the casual cultivators mixed in, and also fought hard for their own opportunities. You still remember Luo Erdo? Tisk, how could I forget that kid? Luo Chen remembered that Luo Erdo was the first guy who jumped out and said he wanted to leave Dan Hall and go to the Golden Pale Ruins. If he wanted to go, he had to jump out after he said something harsh. Isn't this a slap in his face? Dead. Sikun Xiaojia sighed. Yesterday, a pyrotechnician who left Dan Hall escaped back. He was scared out of his wits and thought it was better to watch the fire and earn a salary, so he wanted to come back to Dan Hall. Oh. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. Sikun Xiaojia said quickly, with your words, I will definitely not take back those who leave. But before rejecting him, I learned a lot about the situation in the mountains. Thousands of monks were fighting, the situation was completely out of control, and everyone was bloodthirsty. How could a little guy like Luo Erdo survive? Luo Chen nodded slightly, satisfied with Sikun Xiaojia's handling of the traitor, and happy about Luo Erdo's death. He failed this Dan Hall. He should die sooner. But thinking of the fight between thousands of monks, Luo Chen still felt a little numb. What's the beast tide? The reason for the beast tide is very simple. Sikun Xiaojia spread his hands, so many people are fighting on the monster's territory, and other monsters are not dead. After holding back for a while, even the safe camps that were explored before became unsafe. When the foundation building cultivators stopped showing up, the monsters, mainly the Jinming spirit monkey and the explosive ape, began to slaughter and hunt the cultivators. Then the low-level casual cultivators began to flee in groups, and the monsters chased them, and gradually it became a small beast tide. Thinking of the quick glance at King Mountain yesterday. Are the monsters all over the mountain just a small beast tide? Luo Chen didn't dare to imagine what a real large beast tide would look like. He just said, the big army should be back too. I hope so. The Shiangan soul-stealing array shrank, leaving all the key refining cultivators without the opportunity to further compete for opportunities. A small beast tide also broke out in the mountain, and the low-level casual cultivators had no choice but to withdraw. Thinking of his son, Sikun Shaojia murmured again. The sooner the better. In the Chang'an mountain. In the quiet forest, the night owls are calling, and a figure is flying in it like a monkey. There is no chaos in Daohofang, nor the blood in Guiyang mountain range. The quiet atmosphere is like a paradise abandoned by the world. However, Luo Chen knows very well that this kind of environment is not always available. The demon wolf tribe left, but they will come back one day. He must seize the time to explore the entire Chang'an mountain and familiarize himself with the King Shangjiao flag as soon as possible. Suddenly, Luo Chen's figure stopped. A wave of extremely cold air continued to gush out from the canyon below. Even though his top-grade robes were tightly attached to his body, he was still frozen to a pale face. Why is it so cold here? This place is the last place in Chang'an mountain, and there is no place to explore. With a thought, Luo Chen restrained his breath and slowly descended. As far as the eye can see, 1 meter high small trees can be seen everywhere. Is this a cold osmanthus? And they are all over 100 years old. Luo Chen was a little surprised, because cold osmanthus is not common. This tree is considered a treasure among the first-level spiritual trees, and it bears fruit every 10 years. The resulting fruit is named osmanthus. If a cultivator with ice spiritual roots or water spiritual root swallows it and refines it, he can gain spiritual power for several years of hard practice. There are so many cold osmanthus, but not a single tree has osmanthus. Luo Chen paused, and he could faintly hear the howling of wolves coming from the depths of the canyon. Information about Chang'an mountain flowed through Luo Chen's mind. The monster beast that lives in this mountain all year round is the frost giant wolf. This kind of monster wolf has a natural adaptability and control over the power of ice, snow and frost. In the Battle of Chang'an Mountain last winter, the gray leaf wolf was defeated step by step because it did not have the right time and place, and was completely suppressed by the frost giant wolf. It seems that this place is the tribe of the nearby frost giant wolf. These laurel seeds formed by the cold osmanthus have been devoured by the demon wolf. Luo Chen felt the demonic energy nearby and the howling of the demon wolf in the depths of the canyon, and made a judgment. He paused for a moment and hesitated whether to continue moving forward. After a moment, he moved forward firmly. Most of the demon wolves have almost left Chang'an Mountain. Even if there are some demon beasts left in the old nest, they can't be that strong. In addition, he has a nearly perfect master-level spirit art of gathering ki. If he is careful, he will not be discovered by the demon beast. Even if he is discovered, at worst, he will just run away. Stealing all the way, the nearby plants and minerals made Luo Chen excited. In addition to large areas of cold osmanthus, there are also lingting grass covering the entire canyon, mature huanaya grass, and even exposed cold iron. These are all good things. Lingting grass, a water-based spiritual medicine, is used in many pill recipes to neutralize the medicinal properties. The huanaya grass was what Luo Chen wanted. This thing was one of the main ingredients of the Zongmiao Pill residue recipe. And the cold iron was even more so. This thing was indispensable for refining yin attribute magic tools. The content of cold iron ore here was definitely not small. It was already so abundant that it was exposed. How much was hidden under the surface? One could imagine. Luo Chen leaned against a mountain wall, looking into the distance with his eyes. A dozen snow-white little wolves were playing and fighting in the lingting grass, biting off a handful of lingting grass and chewing it in their mouths from time to time. It was rare to see wolves eating grass. But Luo Chen's attention fell on the cold pool with white steam in the depths of the canyon. Even though it was so far away, there were still traces of cold and creepy breath that penetrated into Luo Chen's body. He shuddered and swallowed a saliva. Evil spirit. And it's a second-level evil spirit, ice soul cold evil. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen suppressed his greed and turned to leave without hesitation. Because outside the cold pond, there was an old white wolf lying down. Although the white wolf was old, even when it was lying down, it was 1 meter tall, and it would be several meters tall if it stood up. The overall body was 4 or 5 meters long, like a small mountain. A second-level demon wolf. Even though it was so old that its breath was faint, the sense of danger it brought to Luo Chen was no less than any foundation-building cultivator he had ever met. Luo Chen didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he left the canyon. The Xiaoyu Mountains are indeed a large undeveloped mountain range, and the resources are so rich. Just a Chang'an mountain allowed Luo Chen to discover many good things. Especially in the canyon, there were many natural treasures of ice and water, and there was also a cold pond where evil spirits were born. Just this one resource was enough to support the survival and reproduction of a small wolf pack. If Luo Chen could control this resource, he would not have to worry about all the resources before building the foundation. Even after building the foundation, it can be of great benefit to his cultivation. What a pity, it doesn't belong to me yet. With a sigh, he memorized this resource point deeply in his mind. Luo Chen quietly returned to the Spirit Vein Cave. After practicing for a night, his cultivation progress finally jumped from 30 to 31. This is not a one-night effort, but the sum of 2 or 3 days. The resources consumed, if converted into spirit stones, are as high as 200 or 300. It's scary to say it out. It's difficult for ordinary casual cultivators to earn so many spirit stones in a month. Even Gu Kai, a master of the 9th level of key refining, can barely make this amount. And Luo Chen consumed so many resources in just 3 days. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a giant beast that devours gold. But it is precisely because of this willingness to invest that Luo Chen can ensure his cultivation speed that is superior to that of ordinary cultivators. At noon the next day, Luo Chen ate a lunch made of spirit rice and monster meat with big mouthfuls, and his eyes fell on the bottom of the Xiao Valley. Zheng Wen is back. He led a battle hall and tried his best to bring back the monks who had left the medicine hall. But it was only a part of them. Muir and King Lian received a batch of medicine hall monks with distress. 50 of them went out, but only 20 or so came back. Luo Wudi said that he would try his best to protect them, but he didn't care at all. Before Zheng Wen left, he remembered these medicine hall monks who had little combat power and brought them back. Bastard! Muir and King Lian rarely cursed. She sent people to settle the subordinates who came back, and then angrily cursed, "Where's Luo Wudi? What did he say before he went out? Now he has lost half of my manpower. If he doesn't give me an explanation, don't blame my medicine hall for cutting off the healing elixir of his hall." Under her questioning, Zheng Wen, who looked tired, smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid you won't get an explanation." Muir and King Lian was stunned. He's dead, along with his nephew, under the siege of the independent cultivators. Muir and King Lian was stunned, and a look of shock appeared on her gentle and virtuous face. In the Dan Hall halfway up the mountain, Luo Chen also stopped eating rice. Luo Wudi is dead? Luo Wudi, one of the 4 elders of the Pashan gang, one of the 3 major battle halls, and the down and out tiger who easily killed the enemy of the Daijiang gang on the Taoism stage. Died just like that? Brothers, happy May Day tomorrow. For those who are traveling, I wish you no traffic jams, no crowds, free hotel reservations, and a happy meal. Brothers at home, sleep in more and go out for a good meal at night. If there are students, then I wish you finish your homework quickly. Chapter 132 Brother Wang, you are crazy. Luo Wudi is dead. Was the battle that tragic? In the Dan Hall, Luo Chen and Zheng Wen sat opposite each other. Seeing the other's tired look, he couldn't help asking. Sighing, Zheng Wen still said in a daze, "I have never experienced such a situation. I dare not sleep too hard. I have to be ready to fight with others at any time." During this period, it was like living in hell. Seeing Luo Chen full of curiosity, Zheng Wen slightly perked up and introduced the situation to him. The scope of the giant in ruins is actually not large. It is only covered by the Xiangong soul-stealing formation. It is precisely because of the small scope that thousands of cultivators are crowded in it. It is easy to break out into fierce conflicts because of a spiritual herb they find. The 3 battle halls are mainly responsible for fighting, and at the same time protecting some weak cultivators in the gang, such as the medicine hall and the mining hall. Although Luo Erdo's realm is low, he has a lot of knowledge about medicinal herbs. He found a seemingly ordinary, but in fact, it is a 2nd-level spiritual herb that is over 500 years old, and it is very helpful for foundation building. But the herb was on the territory of Zuanaihu at that time. So he contacted his uncle Luo Wudi, and the 2 of them secretly went to pick it under the cover of night. However, they were discovered by the Zuanaihu monks who stayed in that territory. A battle was inevitable. Luo Erdo died on the spot, and Luo Wudi fled with his 2nd-level spiritual herb. Unfortunately, before he could escape back to the Pashan gang camp, he was attacked head-on by a group of casual cultivators and Zuanaihu monks. A second-level spiritual herb that helps build the foundation. Who wouldn't be jealous? On the spot, Luo Wuti was besieged by everyone and exploded alive. After hearing the whole story, Luo Chen was a little bit unbelievable. Luo Erdo is quite familiar with medicinal herbs. I have contributed to this more or less. Under his leadership this year, the internal monks of the Dan Hall did not learn much about alchemy. But some professional skills are very familiar to everyone. Especially a group of medicine apprentices, not only must they be good at handling a single material, but they must also be familiar with the 100 Herbs Atlas. Luo Erdo is usually cynical, but I didn't expect that he actually learned something. The heavenly soul-stealing formation hadn't been retracted at that time, right? Did gang leader me have any explanation? Zheng Wen sneered, what can I say? In the final analysis, it was Luo Wuti and his nephew who wanted to take the second-level spiritual herbs for themselves, so they secretly picked them. Mishu had already issued rules for the dispute over the ruins. The Pashan gang acted in a group, and any harvest could be kept by 30%, and the remaining 70% had to be handed over to the gang. After returning, the distribution and rewards would be based on the situation. Needless to say, once the second-level spiritual herbs were handed over, it would most likely have nothing to do with Luo Wuti. Old Man Mi's heart was not on these spiritual herbs at the time, so he just gave a few simple admonitions and killed one or two insignificant casual cultivators, and then he was done. Forget it, why talk about this? If you say it a few more times, I will have nightmares for the rest of my life. Luo Chen curled his lips, brother, it's not necessary. Tisk, you haven't experienced the scene of the battle of magic weapons with your eyes open and closed, of course you can't understand my feelings. Zheng Wen smacked his lips and stretched out his hand, stop talking, give me a few Zongmiao pills quickly. I have to go to Xiangxiang Tower to relax. It was just a few Zongmiao pills. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously. Taking out 3 top-grade Zongmiao pills, Luo Chen smiled and said, aren't you going to turn over a new leaf and start a family? Why do you want to go to Xiangxiang Tower? How can a domestic flower smell as good as a wildflower? Zheng Wen happily put away the Zongmiao pills and was about to leave. As he took a step, he paused, turned around and said, be careful recently. Our gang has suffered heavy losses in the mountains, and other forces may have ideas. Anyway, you should be careful when you go out and come in. After saying that, he ran away. Luo Chen was left sitting there, stroking his chin, thinking. The Pashan gang suffered heavy losses, and Luo Chen had no idea at first. But as some monks and the gang returned one after another in the next few days, he realized how great the losses were. 6 hall masters went, and 2 died. Luo Wuti and Zhang Shiken, the newly appointed leader of the mining hall. The bodies of these 2 were not brought back. Among the 3 major battle halls, except Zheng Wen who brought back most of his men, the hall where Luo Wuti was located was almost wiped out. Another hall master, Yang Wei, also returned with serious injuries. Most of his men were also lost. On the contrary, Ke Yulin, the lone master of the Beast Hall, returned intact, and it is said that he had a great harvest. In addition, more than half of the monks in the medicine hall and the mining hall who were involved in entering the mountain were also killed. Especially in the mining hall, after the formation was shrunk and closed, without the leadership of the hall master, some rare minerals that were originally mined attracted the covetousness of many independent cultivators. In theory, the Pashan gang is a large gang with a large number of monks. Under the group, ordinary people dare not provoke it. But most of the independent cultivators who dared to go into the mountain this time were very powerful. Local masters, frequent guests of the Taoism Forum, and foreign dragons. Under the leadership of these masters, whoever shouted foundation-building spirit objects would be responded to by hundreds of people, and the heroes would besiege. The mining hall, which had a large number of people, became the target of public criticism. In fact, it was not just the Pashan gang. Even the Zuanai who suffered serious losses. It was originally just a new gang. Even if it was supported by the 5 major foundation-building families, it was not enough to say that it had insufficient foundation. Maybe the family disciples were strong, but not in number. After several head-on confrontations with the Pashan gang, they began to back off. After the beast tide broke out, they were often robbed by those daring casual cultivators during their escape. Thinking of the scene where they were walking peacefully, and suddenly a large group of flying swords flew over, talismans fell all over the sky, and traps and formations were everywhere. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't get involved in this mess. How nice it would be to stay at home and make pills. Go to the city to visit shops, and then go to the black market to buy some trendy special resources. There is also a beautiful girl around to chat with you while eating fairy beans. Practice in the evening, go to the mountains and forests to explore, and breathe fresh air. This is the normal life of cultivating immortals. Unlike these cultivators, they only know how to fight and kill all day long, without any technical content. Humph, disdain it. By the way, where's my brother Wang? The younger brother who reported the situation spread his hands. I don't know. Wang Yuan disappeared. When the monks of Pashan Gang returned to the market one by one with expressions of loss, sadness, fear, or excitement, happiness, and excitement, Luo Chen suddenly discovered that Wang Yuan still hadn't returned. He knew very well that Jiadang also participated in the dispute over the ruins. But those Jiadang monks also came back in twos and threes, but they never saw Wang Yuan. Inexplicably, Luo Chen felt a little worried. Wang Yuan was one of his few good friends, and he was the kind of companion he could trust with his back. If something happened to him, not only would he feel bad, but his upward momentum in Pashan Gang would also suffer a huge blow. However, Luo Chen's worry disappeared 3 days later. In the dead of night, Luo Chen walked out of the alchemy room alone with a happy face. After several failures, he succeeded in making another furnace of burning blood pill. His proficiency also reached 20/100. Now that so many monks have suddenly returned to Daohofang, those who survived have more or less gained something. For a while, Daohofang not only did not weaken, but instead showed a kind of pathological prosperity. Under prosperity, chaos is also constantly intensifying. Luo Chen does not like this situation, but the blood-burning pill he refined is very suitable for this situation. Stock up another batch, and then you can sell it on the black market. But this time, you can try those 4 small black markets. Luo Chen calculated these things in his mind, and suddenly his body stiffened. The bright moon in early summer, along the cliffs of the valley, cast its light obliquely into the alchemy hall. A figure sat on the side close to the shadow of the wall. If it weren't for his good eyesight, Luo Chen almost didn't notice him for a while. Seeing Luo Chen, the figure raised the wine goblet in his hand. Drank a sip. Bloody. Just sitting opposite, Luo Chen smelled an extremely strong smell of blood, as if the person opposite was not a person, but a bloodthirsty beast. Facing the pair of vicissitudes of life, Luo Chen looked at the other person carefully. There was no injury, but the skin exposed outside became more crystal white. Luo Chen was so surprised that he even suspected that the other party was Wang Yuan. Drink it, why not? This is the monkey wine I snatched from the nest of a golden monkey. It is very beneficial for key training. Luo Chen looked at the crystal clear wine in the cup, which looked like melted gold, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The rich spiritual energy was indeed amazing. After drinking it all, Luo Chen felt that his whole body was burning hot, and the spiritual power in his body was agitated and boiling. Brother Wang, you have reached the 9th level of key training. Wang Yuan chuckled, haha, you have a good eye. Luo Chen discovered that Wang Yuan was in a particularly good mood today. In the past, when we chatted, there were not so many smiles. Did you gain a lot? Wang Yuan sighed, it's okay, at least there is no shortage of resources for practicing key training to perfection. After hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but be shocked. This time when he went into the mountains, Wang Yuan not only rose from the 8th level of key training to the 9th level of key training, but also earned the resources for practicing key training to perfection. How much did he gain? I came here tonight because I have something to give you. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. What? You're thinking of your brother for the good stuff? A storage bag was pushed directly in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen took the storage bag with doubt. There was no spiritual power mark on it. It should have been removed by Wang Yuan. Compared with the spiritual consciousness mark of the foundation building cultivator, the spiritual power mark of the key refining cultivator is the easiest to remove. If the realm is higher, it can be removed with a single wipe. If the realm is lower, it can also be slowly removed over time. This storage bag has a large capacity. It must be 3 cubic meters. Luo Chen has quite a few storage bags in his hands, whether it is the first one or the one seized from those robber cultivators later. But basically all of them are the most basic storage bags with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. This kind of thing is priced very high in one Bao tower, often 10,000 spiritual stones. But on the black market, as long as you are not afraid of trouble, you can buy it for 1,000 or 800 spiritual stones. The really expensive storage bags are those with large capacity. If you like it, I'll give you the storage bag as well. Wang Yuan said with a smile. So generous. Luo Chen happily played with the storage bag, and then took something out of it. Not much, just a gourd, a first-level lower-grade magic weapon, the swallowing bonus teapot. Unscrewing the lid of the gourd, a rich aroma of wine floated out. Luo Chen just took a sip and already knew that this wine was the monkey wine brewed by the Jinming monkey, which had an extraordinary effect. If you sell such a pot, it would cost at least 1,000 spirit stones. You are worthy of being my brother Wang, so generous. Luo Chen happily opened another magic weapon. But just by opening a hole, his face changed drastically, and he immediately closed the magic weapon. Even so, a mellow fragrance had already overflowed from the Dan Hall, and the taste was so shocking that it was enough to shock people. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Brother Wang, you are crazy." Chapter 133, Hundreds of lives melted into one pot. Do you want the foundation building pill? The Tunbanahe pot contained almost a small basin of blood. It was human blood. And it was the blood of a cultivator. Every drop contained extremely rich ki and blood, spiritual power, and even the innate ki brought by the cultivators after they continuously broke through the realm. Every drop was bright red, like a blood bodhi. Under normal circumstances, a casual ki refining cultivator could only extract 10 drops of blood at most. If there were more, it would damage the origin and they would be unable to make any progress for the rest of their lives. If they ignored it and forcibly extracted it, the number would only increase to 20 or 30 drops. But there was a full small basin in the Tunbanahe pot. Luo Chen could not imagine how many cultivators Wang Yuan had killed to gather this small basin of blood. Facing Luo Chen's shock, Wang Yuan just smiled slightly. If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. If you don't do it when the time comes, you will suffer the consequences. Some things should be done when the time comes, otherwise I may regret it for the rest of my life. That's the truth. But how ruthless would it be to really do this? Killing people and robbing treasures is fine. These things happen every day in the Eastern Wilderness immortal cultivation world. But when it comes to extracting the blood essence of cultivators, this is already a method of the devil. Once discovered, you will face the pursuit of the righteous sects. Moreover, how many battles will you have to go through to collect so much blood essence, and how many risks will it contain? I know that you have always wanted to improve that second-level pill formula. Wang Yuan stood up with his hands behind his back. But you are only a first-level alchemist now. You are already a genius to be able to deduce a first-level blood-burning pill. It is so difficult to improve the second-level pill formula. There are blood essences of hundreds of cultivators in this pot. Some of them were killed by me, and some of them were extracted from some corpses. I have calculated that each drop can be used as a raw material, which is enough to support you to open the furnace thousands of times. I will also try my best to gather the other two main materials. When the time comes, you can concentrate on refining the pill. At the end, Wang Yuan paused. Turning around, he looked at Luo Chen with burning eyes. You should be about to get started with the Mingshan Posha technique. Luo Chen was startled. He was really about to get started. Of the 36 acupoints involved, after several months of hard work, only the most critical and dangerous acupoints on the head were left. But why did Wang Yuan say this? Facing Luo Chen's puzzled look, Wang Yuan chuckled and said, blood evil pills belong to the blood Dao elixir, but in fact, cultivators who do not practice the blood Dao can also use it, but they will suffer great pain. If you really get started with Mingshan Posha, your willpower should be enough to bear that kind of pain. Luo Chen, don't you want to have a body that can carry the great Dao? In the early stage of immortal cultivators, ki training is the main thing, and spirit training is supplementary. They don't pay much attention to the skin and body. But in fact, as long as they don't advance to the nascent soul stage, cultivators can't get out of the body. If the body is severely damaged, it will even easily affect the path. People like Zheng Wen and Gao Tingyun have all suffered from it. Qin Lianjun had lost one hand, and in order not to affect his path, he even refused Bai Qi's inheritance and asked the Yuding Sword sect to reattach his new limb. Luo Chen is not a fool. He certainly realizes that having a strong enough body will be of great benefit to his pursuit of the great Dao. After Wang Yuan's words, Luo Chen was ready to move. But looking at the swallowing seapot in his hand, which contained hundreds of cultivators' lives, his restless heart calmed down instantly. A simple sentence directly stumped Wang Yuan. Even if I can refine the blood evil pill, how many can I make with this little material? To what level can it support our cultivation? What should we do if our blood and essence are not enough? While Wang Yuan was hesitating, Luo Chen said in a low voice, do we have to kill people at that time until we attract the attention of the sect? Wang Yuan left, taking the swallowing seapot with the blood and essence of the cultivators. It is not safe to leave this thing with Luo Chen, so it is better for him to keep it first. He had considered what Luo Chen said. It was just that in the environment of the Golden Pill ruins in the ancient Plains Mountains, he could not help himself and collected the blood essence of many monks. Just as he said, if you do not take what God gives you, you will be blamed. If you do not do it when the time comes, you will suffer. But he made a mistake. He thought that the blood essence of hundreds of monks was enough to support Luo Chen to refine many blood evil pills. But he did not understand alchemy, and did not know how against heaven it was for a first-level alchemist to refine a second-level pill. As strong as Qing Yuanzi, he also used the pill cultivation technique to refine a third-level pill across levels. After Luo Chen's explanation, he deeply realized that an alchemist would have to go through countless failures to barely succeed once in refining a pill of the corresponding level. And even if he succeeded, he had to be prepared for a lot of failures in the future if he wanted to replicate and improve. What's more, this was a cross-level refining. The blood essence of hundreds of monks seemed to be able to refine a lot of blood evil pills, but in fact, the number of successful pills was only a handful. It was simply not enough to support Wang Yuan's long-term cultivation, let alone let Luo Chen enjoy it. It was only after the explanation that Wang Yuan calmed down completely. He said frankly that he would consider this matter carefully. Either he would wait until he had a high enough combat power to protect Luo Chen, or he would wait until Luo Chen was promoted to a second-level alchemist, and then he would see the specific situation. In the end, he still did not give up on this matter. But before leaving, Wang Yuan told Luo Chen a very important news. Mi Shuhe has returned in advance. This news shocked Luo Chen. When did Mi Shuhe come back? Moreover, why did the other cultivators of the Pashan gang not know anything about it? Now that the Pashan gang has suffered huge losses and is in a precarious situation, shouldn't he inform others and stabilize the morale of the army when he comes back? Wang Yuan didn't know the specific situation. He just told Luo Chen the news and mentioned that the formation of the giant in ruins had dissipated, which attracted many second-level monsters at that time. After a great battle, the human race's foundation building used their own methods and fled like birds and beasts. Luo Chen suppressed this news in his heart and didn't tell anyone. In the following days, he continued to make pills and practice every day, pretending that nothing had happened. Until 3 days later, Zhou Yuanli came to him quietly with a sound transmission jade. The gang leader invites you. This was Luo Chen's first time to the Mi family's land. Accompanied by Mi Junping and a man at the 9th level of key refining, he stepped step by step into the forbidden area in the Mi family's land. It was called a forbidden area, but in fact it was Mi Shuhe's personal retreat. Along the way, Luo Chen also observed the mental state of the Mi family members. He didn't see anything, but they all looked pretty good. It seems that with the Pashan gang, a loose cultivator gang, providing blood for the Mi family, it has developed very well in recent years. Just a short distance away, Luo Chen found many young clansmen in the middle and early stages of key refining. We're here, Ziffin, you go ahead and do your work, I'll take him in. Mi Junping said. The man at the 9th level of key refining who accompanied him nodded. But before leaving, she looked at Luo Chen with a hint of resentment. Luo Chen was very observant, and the spiritual eye technique was rooted in his eyes, allowing him to quickly detect that hint of resentment. Is this person Mi Ziffin? The one who was once ranked in the top 10 on the Daishianjiao list? Luo Chen asked curiously, pretending to be ignorant. Mi Junping hummed, and said with a bit of regret, it's a pity that after losing to that man named Duanfeng once, his ranking dropped. Now that the discussion platform is closed, there is no chance to fight back, which is a loss of face for my Mi family. Speaking of Duanfeng, Mi Junping looked at Luo Chen with a smile. I remember that you and Qin Liangchen recommended Duanfeng to join the Pashan gang, right? Luo Chen smiled slightly. Yes, he is now listed in the Dan Hall, but the gang does not pay him a fixed salary. Now he is doing some small business on his own. Then you have to be careful, maybe Mi Zifan will go to Duanfen to seek revenge. As she spoke, Mi Junping's mouth suddenly rose. I almost forgot that you and Mi Zifan already have a grudge. This is a new grudge plus an old hatred. He probably hates you even more. I have a grudge against Mi Zifan? Luo Chen was stunned. When did he become a grudge with a 9th level key refining cultivator for no reason? Seeing Luo Chen stunned, Mi Junping whispered 3 words. Spirit gathering array. In an instant, Luo Chen knew where the grudge came from. At the beginning, he was killed by the robbery cultivators from Zulianfang. He used this as a threat and hid in the inner city. In order to give him an explanation, Mi Shuhe specially sent someone to deliver a small spirit gathering array. It was also relying on the small spirit gathering array that he improved his cultivation efficiency to the qualification standard of a double spiritual root cultivator. But it can be imagined that a good thing like the small spirit gathering array must be highly respected in the Mi family. How could it be an idle and useless thing? Now it seems that the original owner of this small spirit gathering array is Mi Zifan, a 9th level key refining master. This grudge is not unjust. Luo Chen smiled bitterly. He caught a glimpse of Mi Junping's upturned mouth from the corner of his eye, and suddenly his heart moved. Why is she reminding me of these things? Could it be that she and Mi Zifan don't get along? But she is the 2nd generation of the Mi family, and Mi Zifan is just her nephew. There is no threat, and they are blood relatives. No matter what, you should help your relatives and not help others. Besides, the relationship between him and Mi Junping is not that good. While Luo Chen was thinking hard, Mi Junping led him forward, and the direction of walking was getting lower and lower. It was as if they were heading underground. Suddenly, the two stopped in front of a stone door. Go in, my father is waiting for you inside. Luo Chen took a closer look at Mi Junping and saw that she looked calm. Then he took a deep breath and pushed open the stone door alone. Just as he stepped inside, before he had time to check the specific situation, he heard the stone door slam shut. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously took a step back. Only then did he realize that this small stone room of less than 10 square meters was so different from the others. Spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was so abundant that it was unimaginable, like an ocean. Even if he just stood in it, Luo Chen felt that his Changchun Gong was about to start automatically, and he couldn't wait to absorb the rich spiritual energy. 2nd level spiritual vein. Luo Chen blurted out. Unfortunately, it's not. The old voice of Mi Shuhe came from the center of the stone room. He looked old and tired, and no longer had the vigor of the past. Luo Chen was startled, and his spiritual eyes kept looking around, and then he found that Mi Shuhe's face showed a sickly pale color. He sat cross-legged on a cushion made of gold and silver silk threads, and beside him, there were many bottles and jars. Luo Chen could clearly sense that there was an extremely rich source of spiritual energy under the cushion. It was very similar to the spiritual vein cave he found under the Ziai Valley, but it was a little richer. Then, is there a large piece of raw spiritual stone ore underneath? But even if it is a branch of the 1st order spiritual vein, it shouldn't be able to create such a huge and surging spiritual energy environment. Just as Luo Chen was puzzled, a crisp snapping sound came to his ears. Luo Chen looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a pile of transparent white diamond-shaped crystals in the southeast corner of the stone chamber collapsed and turned into a pile of stone powder. Spiritual stones, medium-grade spiritual stones. Luo Chen could count the spiritual stones in the pile at a glance. There were 10 of them. Moreover, this was just one corner. The other 8 corners of the stone chamber were all placed with the same number of medium-grade spiritual stones. This means that there were 80 medium-grade spiritual stones placed on the ground, equivalent to more than 8,000 low-grade spiritual stones. This place was originally a branch of a spiritual vein, belonging to the 1st level. With my arrangement, no spiritual energy can leak out. Not only that, I used the 2nd level spiritual gathering array to absorb the spiritual energy of a large amount of medium-grade spiritual stones, mixed it with the spiritual energy here, and finally formed a 2nd level spiritual vein environment for foundation building cultivators to practice. Luo Chen, do you think it would be better to practice here? Mi Shuhe stared at Luo Chen with a burning gaze. Luo Chen immediately showed a happy smile. That is undoubtedly better, gang leader. You don't want to lend me this place to practice. Well, it's not impossible. From now on, you can practice once a month. Mi Shuhe smiled slightly. Moreover, in addition to accelerating practice, This place is also very beneficial for impacting the foundation building realm. Temptation. This old guy is clearly tempting me. Luo Chen has already realized this since Mi Shuhe introduced the practice environment here. Especially when it was mentioned that this place is helpful for impacting the foundation building realm, he was even more certain. But why is he tempting me with this? Luo Chen, what do you think about foundation building? Luo Chen said without hesitation, I yearn for it and wish I could become a true cultivator of the great Dao. Your ambition is commendable. Mi Shuhe praised. Luo Chen shook his head and sighed, revealing a bitter meaning. It's a pity that the great Dao is difficult to follow. I have low qualifications. I am afraid that I will never be able to touch the door of foundation building in my lifetime. Oh, you are really underestimating yourself. In Luo Chen's astonished eyes, Mi Shuhe said with a smile, the 8th level of key refining is only one small realm away from foundation building. You have a lot to do. He knows that I am at the 8th level of key refining. The Grandmaster level key condensing spirit art cannot stop the investigation of the foundation building cultivator? Or did the Miao Deacon of the Jading Sword sect tell him? Suddenly, Luo Chen thought of the trace of extremely pure spiritual power on his shoulder. Damn, a leaf blinds the eye. Others have kept tricks on me, no matter how well I cover it up, it is still makeup under other people's noses. No matter how bizarre the makeup is, the other party can recognize the original appearance at a glance. Luo Chen forced a smile and praised him sincerely. Master, you really have a keen eye. He did not mention his motive for concealing his realm. Mi Shuhe did not delve into it. Some things are known to everyone. If it is exposed, it will be embarrassing for everyone. Not only that, Mi Shuhe even took out a huge temptation that made Luo Chen excited. With your progress, I am afraid that you will be able to step into the threshold of foundation building within 10 years. What are your plans by then? Luo Chen was puzzled. What plans can he have? It's nothing more than plotting the foundation building pill. Then, a foundation building pill was placed in front of Luo Chen. Statistics show that the monthly votes have reached 2,200, which means that after the release of a single chapter, it has increased by 1,200. According to what I said, 100 chapters of monthly votes plus one chapter, so a total of 12 chapters will be added, and one chapter is calculated as 2,000 words, which is 25,000. The guaranteed 10,000 updates are not included. Therefore, at least 35,000 words will be updated today, so stay tuned. Chapter 134, Confession Bureau, Old Fox and Little Fox. Huh? Never before had Luo Chen's breathing been so rapid. His heart was beating fast. His eyes, almost ignoring everything else, were fixed on the pure white pill floating in the air. Foundation building pill. At such a close distance, Luo Chen saw the true appearance of the foundation building pill for the first time. The 4 Dan patterns, like clouds and mist, set off the pill, which was so sacred. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to look away. He said in a hoarse voice, "What does the gang leader mean by this?" Mi Shuhe was very satisfied with his reaction, but he was also a little surprised that Luo Chen curbed his greed so quickly. He did not take back the pill, leaving it quietly floating in the air. Mi Shuhe's face became serious. It's very simple. I want you to refine the Jade Marrow pill with all your strength, without any reservation. I have tried my best. No, you didn't. Mi Shuhe narrowed his eyes and said word by word, I sent people to check the relevant information about your sale of the Zongmiao Pill. After you refined the middle grade Zongmiao Pill, you almost never produced a lower grade Zongmiao Pill. The same is true for the upper grade. In other words, you have a more terrifying and extreme talent in the way of alchemy than we thought. At the beginning, I was not sure. But when you first refined the Jade Marrow Pill on a large scale, there were some clues. Do you remember what your success rate was at that time? Luo Chen's breathing almost stopped. He always felt that he had done a good job, almost flawless. And he was confident that even if Mi Shuhe knew that he had pocketed some of the Jade Marrow Pill, he would not investigate further. From the past to now, Mi Shuhe did not bother him. But he did not expect that his alchemy attainments, which he wanted to hide, were suddenly exposed. A thick account book appeared in Mi Shuhe's hand. He flicked it casually, and the account book turned to the previous pages. In the 3407th year of the Shanhai calendar, on December 1st, at the beginning of winter, the Dan Hual obtained 10 low-grade chalcedony pills and 20 medium-grade chalcedony pills, consuming a total of 4 sets of raw materials, with a 50% success rate. The ratio of low to medium is 1 to 2. After reading the sentence without any emotion, Mi Shuhe stared at Luo Chen. Based on my understanding of you, you must have embezzled some of the pills when you were collecting pills alone, and it is very likely that they were the best quality medium-grade chalcedony pills. Luo Chen, am I right? Luo Chen's forehead was sweating, and he said nothing. Mi Shuhe didn't seem to want to hear his answer, and continued, I don't know how to make pills, but I know that the art of making pills is a matter of practice. Only when you get better and better, the success rate of making pills will get better and better, and there is no reason for it to get worse and worse. But after that time, your success rate has never recovered to above 50%. Not only that, the ratio of low-grade to medium-grade pills has once dropped to 73. Even after you claim that your attainments in alchemy have improved slightly, it is only barely 64. Luo Chen, how do you explain this? Explanation? What explanation could Luo Chen give? He could only tremble in fear, lower his head, bend over, and continue to remain silent. Sweat, one drop after another fell. In the stone room, the sound of plops was like raindrops from the eaves, falling on the bluestone slabs. Quiet, indescribable, and depressing. It was like an emperor looking down at his ministers who had committed a serious crime. Seeing him like this, Mi Shuhe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What a cunning little fox, he was almost deceived. But it's good, now that it's found out, it's not too late. That's about it. The next step is to win over people's hearts and maximize Luo Chen's value. He needs this value now. The quiet atmosphere was soon broken by Mi Shuhe's obviously softened tone. I know that you are a casual cultivator, just like me at the beginning. You are wary of everything and don't trust anyone. Even if there is a slight benefit, you are unwilling to give up. But I think I've been kind to you. If you want elixirs, I'll give them. If you want auxiliary cultivation resources, I'll give them. If you want key refining experience, I'll give them. You even took the initiative to send good things like the replenishing meridian fluid and the small spirit gathering array. Any one of these things is enough to make casual cultivators fight for it, but you can enjoy it without leaving home. Even if it caused dissatisfaction among the cultivators of my Mi family, I forced them to suppress it. Then, shouldn't you also return the favor and do your best for me? A hoarse voice sounded from Luo Chen's mouth. I deserve to die. I am short-sighted and blinded by greed. He stood there respectfully, enumerating his sins. He even confessed the many medium-grade jadeite pills he had embezzled. Hearing these frank words, Mi Shuhe couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. What about the future? Luo Chen said generously, I will do my best to serve you. Not enough, still not enough. I know that you are also worried that your terrifying alchemy talent will attract the covetousness of others. Mi Shuhe seemed to want to excuse Luo Chen and took the initiative to say, but now you have my protection, and the name of Dan Chen the alchemist has long been laid, it is only natural for you to show some style. The gang leader is right, I was indeed short-sighted before. Luo Chen was heartbroken and almost slapped himself in the face. I promised you before that when you build your foundation, I will definitely buy you a foundation building pill. Do you remember? Luo Chen raised his head and his eyes fell on the foundation building pill. Mi Shuhe nodded, I am not a person who talks nonsense. Now this foundation building pill belongs to you. Luo Chen was stunned. It really belongs to me? Then the next moment, he saw the foundation building pill fall into a jade box. The jade box then floated in front of Luo Chen. When you have perfected your key training, you can come to me and I will remove the restrictions on it for you. How is it? Now that the foundation building pill is in your hands, you feel relieved? Luo Chen looked dazed, holding the jade box, still in disbelief. A foundation building pill, so easy to get? The corner of his eyes fell on Mi Shuhe's expectant face. Suddenly, his expression became serious. Then he pointed to the sky and swore an oath. As long as Luo Chen is in the Pashan gang for one day, he will refine as many medium-grade jade marrow pills as possible and no longer hide his shortcomings. If I deceive, I will be struck by lightning. Hearing this promise, Mi Shuhe finally showed satisfaction. Although some people do not take the oath of a cultivator seriously, it is more or less useful. Especially for people like Luo Chen, who are devoted to the great Dao. He was extremely satisfied. In today's confession, it was Mi Shuhe who had the last laugh. Little fox, how can he compare to the old fox? Accompanied by me jumping, Luo Chen, with tears of gratitude on his face, left a Mi family. Mi Junping sneered at his change of demeanor. This kid is really hiding deep, really thinking that the foundation building cultivator is so easy to fool. In the future, I will do my best to be a cow and a horse for the Mi family. It was not until Luo Chen returned to the inner city safely and hid in his own home that the tears of gratitude on Luo Chen's face were completely restrained. Taking out the jade box, Luo Chen's face was gloomy. Foundation building pill. What a few ghost foundation building pills. It's just a big cake. And many people were fooled into wanting to eat this cake. Han Dang, the heart-eating tiger who died on the Taoism stage, Qin Liangchen who lost one hand, and even Zheng Wen and Wang Yuan of the Pashan gang. Now, this big cake has come to Luo Chen's hands. But he could only look, but not eat. Under Luo Chen's spiritual eyes, the restrictions on the jade box were so dense that it was almost impossible to start. This was no longer a restriction, it could be called a small ceiling formation. Key refining cultivators could not even think of unlocking it. Foundation building cultivators, except for Mishuhu himself, could not unlock it. Because there was also the mark of Mishuhu's spiritual consciousness on it, once touched, the items in the box would collapse. Perhaps, only a giant and cultivator who was completely higher than a realm could easily unlock it. But how could a mere foundation building pill possibly ask a giant and cultivator to take action? It's a good plan, I'm afraid you've been waiting for me to make a great oath. Luo Chen clenched his fists, his anger boiling. Mishuhu treated him well, so how could he let Mishuhu suffer? The profits from the jade marrow pills he refined before were mostly eaten by Mishuhu. But today, he set such a trap for himself. Taking deep breaths, Luo Chen forced himself to calm down. He began to recall everything he had encountered after entering the stone chamber. Whether it was the stone chamber that resembled the second-level spiritual veins arranged by the second-level spirit gathering array, or the number of monthly practice times, or even the foundation building pill that was finally revealed. All of them were shocking Luo Chen's heart with huge temptations. After laying the groundwork here, he suddenly told about Luo Chen's previous hiding his shortcomings and corruption. Under the huge shock, anyone would probably not be able to bear it. But Luo Chen, a time traveler, has experienced a lot of pull from his superiors. Especially when Mishuhu handed the sealed foundation building pill to Luo Chen. He knew that this was the most typical example of hitting a big stick and giving a sweet date. This old man is really skilled in the art of controlling his subordinates. Playing with a jade box, Luo Chen could easily guess that the foundation building pill inside was the one that nominally belonged to Qin Liangchen. Now that Mishuhu gave it to him, wasn't it also used to alienate himself and Qin Liangchen? In the Pashan gang, apart from Wang Yuan, Qin Liangchen and his wife had the best relationship with him, and they could rely on each other. Now that he had taken someone else's foundation building pill, no matter what happened in the future, he would feel unfamiliar with Qin Liangchen. But this thing, you can see it, but you can't eat it. It's just to disgust people. One pill killed 2 warriors? No, including the cultivators who died because of this foundation building pill, there are more than 2 warriors. In the final analysis, it was still his own carelessness. When the proficiency of the jade marrow pill reached the perfect level, in order not to let Mishuhu wait too anxiously, he started large-scale refining. Without the master-level proficiency, it was impossible to control the proportion of the pill. Mishuhu was also a thoughtful person. After a little inquiry into the situation of his previous sale of the Zongmiao Pill, he roughly guessed the truth that he was hiding his shortcomings. What an old fox. No. Luo Chen frowned. He found it out through the Danhual account book, but if he knew it before, why didn't he say it? The proportion of the pill grade will greatly affect the profit. The profit here is not 1 or 2 spirit stones, but hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of spirit stones. He won't mind if I embezzle a little occasionally. But with such huge profits involved, he should have talked to me a long time ago. That is to say, he actually just discovered it recently. Thinking about this, Luo Chen could only curse as an old man. But it's okay, he still kept a trick. At that time, Luo Chen made a move to follow the atmosphere and make a vow. Refine as many middle-grade chalcedony pills as possible, but this does not include top-grade chalcedony pills. Although Mishuhu overestimated Luo Chen's talent in alchemy, he did not expect Luo Chen to be able to refine top-grade chalcedony pills. The profit here is even greater. Moreover, there is a premise for this sentence. That is, as long as Luo Chen is in the Pashangang for 1 day. In other words, if Luo Chen ran away, this oath would be broken. Mi Shuhe should have guessed this, but he was very confident in the means he left on Luo Chen, so he did not reveal it. Especially after Luo Chen racked his brains to conceal his realm, but was still seen through by Mi Shuhe. Mi Shuhe became more confident in his methods. Both of them had their own calculations, but in the end Luo Chen was at a disadvantage. The reason is simple, his strength is inferior to others. I only regret that I don't have the strength to build a foundation, otherwise why should I be so humble and act like a villain? Build a foundation, Luo Chen muttered this term, and there has never been a moment when his heart to build a foundation was so strong. But at the moment, he is powerless after all. Putting the jade box away, Luo Chen sighed. Next, he can't hide his shortcomings, and he really has to refine the middle-grade Zongmiao Pill. I don't know if Dan Chenzi's title of Alchemy Master is really useful. Can Mi Shuhe's strength in the middle stage of building a foundation really protect him well? These are all unknowns. Luo Chen doesn't like the feeling of his life and death being controlled by others, and he even has the idea of escaping. The best way to escape is Chang'an Mountain. The area has been explored almost completely, and with a Grandmaster level breath-retaining spirit technique, it can be relatively safe to hide. But Chang'an Mountain is still too close to Daofang. There is only Huai Mountain in between. What if I go deeper into Xiaoyu Mountain Range and use it to go to other markets? According to the map, Xiaoyu Mountain Range has to go through the Great Snow Mountain to get to the nearest other markets. The deeper you go into the millions of mountains in the East Wilderness, the higher the level of the monsters, including 3rd and 4th level monsters. I am afraid that the Grandmaster level breath-retaining spirit technique is not enough. However, it is very close to the great perfection, so I can take the time to practice more recently. Another problem of escape is also very prominent. That is, how to solve the problem of cultivation after escaping? There is no stable and safe environment for cultivation in the deep mountains and forests. Moreover, with my own qualifications, relying solely on the operation of the exercises, the cultivation speed is at most the efficiency of double spiritual roots. This is still the efficiency that can be barely achieved with the blessing of the spiritual vein cave and other cultivation environments. He needed elixirs, lots of them, and it would be best if they were the orthodox cultivation elixirs produced by the spiritual medicine pavilion. This was something that the deep mountains and wild forests could not provide. As for other auxiliary cultivation resources, Luo Chen had not thought deeply about them. It seems that casual cultivation is free and easy, but when it comes to cultivation, it is really useless. Luo Chen shook his head. If he really wanted to escape, he would at least have to prepare enough cultivation resources first. And all of these required a large number of spiritual stones. Well, I'll work hard for a few months and make a lot of money first. The master level proficiency of the Zongmiao Pill at full power, the elixirs produced, I'm afraid will make the cultivators in the alchemy hall dumbfounded. Luo Chen thought with a smile in his eyes. However, when he thought that Mi Shuhe would definitely make more money after full power, he felt a little aggrieved. Speaking of which, Mi Shuhe suddenly used all kinds of means to deal with me, including temptation, suppression, and finally promised me a precious foundation-building pill. Such urgent and serial means are not in line with his traditional way of controlling his subordinates at all. Suddenly, Luo Chen thought of the sickly pale face he saw when he first entered the stone chamber. He was seriously injured. At the beginning of the month, please vote, subscribe, and reward. Woo woo woo, please support me. Chapter 135, Great Perfection of the Key Condensation Technique. Mi Shuhe has returned to Daofang 3 days ago. Wang Yuan's words kept circling in Luo Chen's mind. He came back 3 days ago. Why didn't he show up when the Pashangang was in turmoil? Why did he rush to find me today and use many psychological tactics, even taking out the foundation-building pill? Thinking of the old man who used to have a rosy face and always smiled like a rich man, he was pale today without a trace of blood. In his mind, the middle-grade spirit stone that turned into stone powder in the corner of the stone room appeared again. Luo Chen, who was in doubt, instantly realized the truth that Mi Shuhe was now strong on the outside but weak on the inside. A small spirit gathering array already consumes quite a lot of spirit stones, not to mention a second-level spirit gathering array. If the effect is really that good, why would a casual cultivator of foundation building take the initiative to join a large force, or become a worshipper of a force? Although I don't know how long the pseudo-second level spirit bane environment constructed by the second level spirit gathering array can last, no foundation building cultivator can afford that expense. In the 8 corners of the stone room, there are 10 medium-grade spirit stones placed. Added together, there are 80 medium-grade spirit stones and 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Mi Shuho spent 80,000 in one go when he auctioned his magic weapon. A casual cultivator of his age actually advanced to the middle stage of foundation building, which shows how much resources he consumed. Inferring from this, he must not have much savings. That is why Mi Shuho, who was seriously injured, is almost penniless at this moment. So, he would force me to refine the jade marrow pill at all costs. In the blink of an eye, Luo Chen connected the cause and effect and saw the general truth. Mi Shuho definitely did not get any benefit in the battle for the golden core relics. This can be seen from the fact that Zongmiao and Pashangang are enemies. Behind Zongmiao, there are 5 major foundation building families, and there are 3 foundation building cultivators in the open. Even if Mi Shuho is in the middle stage of foundation building and has a magic weapon in hand, so what? Moreover, the foundation building cultivators attracted to the golden core relics are not just these few. As far as Luo Chen knows, there are also the foundation building cultivators surnamed Hui from the Huan sect of Xiangxiang Tower, Wang Heichao from the Daijiang Gang, Kang Donggayu from the Taishan Square, and Tu Xianping from the Zulian Square. There are even more who went there secretly. With such powerful enemies around, how could Mi Shuho escape unscathed? In fact, because the Pashangang has been operating the periphery of the Guian Mountains for a long time, they vaguely regard it as their own territory. Mi Shuho is afraid that he has to step forward under the pressure of the general trend. In this way, it is even more dangerous and the probability of attack will be higher. After thinking through all this, Luo Chen did not feel like gloating over other people's misfortunes. On the contrary, he felt that it was inappropriate. Zheng Wen had specifically reminded him to be careful recently. The gang had suffered heavy losses, and there was no guarantee what other forces would think. Now Mi Shuho is seriously injured again. The storm is coming. The next morning, Luo Chen went out early. He rushed to the spiritual medicine pavilion, Beikao Hall, and Lingyuanzhe. He spent a lot of spiritual stones to buy many elixirs, auxiliary cultivation resources, and even bought hundreds of kilograms of spiritual rice. His original savings of more than 5,000 yuan were reduced to 1,000 yuan. In short, Luo Chen was ready to run away at any time. Before leaving the city, he found Yuan Xiao and took her to Mixui's city milk tea shop. In the next period of time, I may stay in the Dan Hall most of the time, and I will come to the inner city less often. Yuan Xiao said ignorantly, you didn't go back to the inner city many times before. Hey. This little girl. Feng Xia could understand the seriousness in Luo Chen's words, and she asked seriously, did something happen? Not yet. Not yet, but maybe in the future? Feng Xia nodded thoughtfully. Luo Chen continued, you may not know when the supply of milk tea shops and snack stands will be cut off, you have to be mentally prepared. Nowadays, the income of milk tea shops and snack stands is not as good as before. It can only be said that they are barely maintained. Hearing Luo Chen's reminder, the 2 women looked at each other. Feng Xia thought for a while and said, then you can take this top-grade ice-flying sword away. It is actually very simple to keep it cool. That's not necessary. It's just a top-grade magic weapon. Luo Chen doesn't lack such a weapon now. He said, leaving it in the milk tea shop is a gimmick. You can also use it to save your life at a critical moment. Feng Xia looked at Luo Chen gratefully. In addition, Duan Feng also reminds us all the time that when it is too dangerous, we should not go out to take jobs. I am afraid that I cannot persuade him. He has been going out to repair magic tools every day recently, and he works harder than anyone else. Feng Xia smiled bitterly. Luo Chen shook his head, anyway, I have said all. When you encounter danger, you should escape as soon as possible. You don't have to force material things. After a few instructions, Luo Chen left. On the way out of the city, Gu Kai looked at Luo Chen strangely. Why are you looking at me? Nothing, I just think that your attitude towards friends is very different from that towards other people. Luo Chen patted his chest, that's right, my nickname is the righteous little Meng Cheng, and I am also known as the little Guanyu who is as loyal as 1,000 gold coins. Who is Meng Cheng? Who is Guanyu? Well, you know the statue that I often worship at home. He is Guanyu, a very famous general in our hometown, who is very loyal. Gu Kai tilted her head and thought, is this really the case? Is this the case? Luo Chen asked himself, no matter in the past life or the present life, he was indeed like this, almost never changed. For friends, he could enjoy the gifts of friends generously, and he could also help them without hesitation. Even after traveling through time, he treated Wang Yuan, Chen Liudao, or the neighbors in the courtyard sincerely. When someone is prosperous, he can flatter and congratulate them without money. When someone is in trouble, he can also help them as much as possible. Just like Gu Kai, Feng Xia, and Duan Feng, who has just become a friend. However, his attitude towards outsiders is not like this. Be cautious, be alert, and never talk too much. Even, put your own interests first as much as possible. This is especially obvious in the relationship between Luo Chen and Mi Shuhua. His relationship with Mi Shuhua is not equal from the beginning. The two are purely a relationship of interest. Even because of the huge gap in strength, the dominant power was on Mi Shuhua's side from the beginning. If he had not agreed to set up the Dan Hall and make pills for the Pashan gang, there would be only one end waiting for him, death. No one pointed this out, but it was the truth. Even after becoming the head of the Dan Hall, he was just a tool, and Mi Shuhua was the capitalist who controlled this tool. Luo Chen had no second words for the capitalist. Just grab it and it was done. He never hesitated to use the greatest malice to guess Mi Shuhua's psychology. It was because of this that he could get good things from him again and again. And in fact, he didn't let Mi Shuhua suffer too much. In addition to the loss of the Dan Hall at the beginning, Mi Shuhua began to benefit after the middle-grade Jade Marrow Pill was refined. For such a person who used him and might even suppress him when he was building his foundation, Luo Chen had always been vigilant that he must not be fooled by the other party's soft policy and the art of controlling his subordinates. If he really believed the lies hidden under Mi Shuhua's kind smile, the heart-eating tiger Handang and the sick tiger Zheng Wen would most likely be his future fate. Especially after the confession yesterday, Luo Chen once again realized this problem more deeply. Mi Shuhua's desire to control him is constantly rising as his realm rises. Luo Chen doesn't want to face such a scheming enemy when he attacks the foundation in the future. That's too terrible. Being vigilant is one thing, but what to do now is another. After returning to Ziyai Valley, Luo Chen started his alchemy career. The entire alchemy hall, and even the medicine hall, began to operate around him. With the end of the first day of refining the Alchemy pill, the success rate completely shocked the two deacons Gu Kai and Sikun Shaojia. There are a total of 14 furnaces of raw materials, and the success rate is as high as 50%. And the finished product rate is 100%, all of which are medium-grade Alchemy pills. There is not a single low-grade Alchemy pill. 140 medium-grade Alchemy pills. Gu Kai swallowed his saliva in disbelief. If you take it out to sell, it will be worth 700 low-grade spirit stones. If it is like this for a whole month, wouldn't it be possible to sell more than 20,000? Gu Kai turned back suddenly, and saw Luo Chen washing his hands beside the mountain spring pool with a relaxed look on his face. He was not surprised at all. He even seemed to have known about it. Compared with Gu Kai's shock, Sikun Shaojia was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He took the account book and left the alchemy hall on the spot. He wanted to report this gratifying information to Mi Shuhua. Luo Chen clapped his hands, came to the cliff platform, and looked at Sikun Shaojia's back. Aren't you tired? Gu Kai asked worriedly behind him. Tired? Luo Chen chuckled. In the past, he had to deliberately control the success rate and the finished product rate, which was tiring. Now he just controls the grade to the middle grade, which makes him feel much more relaxed. Looking at Luo Chen's handsome profile, Gu Kai couldn't help but say, if this is not accidental, it will be more than 20,000 spirit stones a month, and more than 200,000 in a year. Not to mention ordinary elixirs, even magic weapons can be bought at will. Woman, you think too simply. Luo Chen smiled slightly and went into his own hut. Only Gu Kai was left standing in front of the cliff to enjoy the breeze. With a hot summer evening breeze blowing on her face, Gu Kai thought about it carefully and found that she had indeed thought too simply. So many pills would cost thousands. And if it involves transportation and sales, the manpower and material resources consumed will cost a lot of money. The income is indeed not as high as imagined. But no matter what, the final profit is also a huge sum of money. Especially for a cultivator in the key refining stage. Luo Chen is too powerful. Unknowingly, his attainments in the way of alchemy have grown to this point. In her heart, Gu Kai has almost begun to worship Luo Chen. In the stone house, Luo Chen sighed. Unfortunately, he can only get 20% of the profits from these pills. It's too little. But limited by the oath, he can only do this. Well, let's just survive this month or two. Save enough spiritual stones to support my comeback, and then run away. In order to run away, Luo Chen made more preparations than just these. In addition to refining pills every day, he also began to increase his efforts in practicing the key-gathering spirit technique, and at the same time began to master the green musk-gathering dragon flag as much as possible. This top-grade magic weapon will be one of his great reliances on the road to escape. He must find out the tricks to avoid a situation of lack of spiritual power like Zhu Bai did in the past. In such a busy time, half a month passed quickly. That night, Luo Chen wandered among the mountains. He held the green musk-gathering dragon flag in his hand, and his eyes fell on the corpse of a one-horned ram on the ground. A strong one among the first-level monsters, a violent family among the sheep monsters. Even in the Howling Moon Mountains, it has a place. Those monster wolves, facing the one-horned ram, often have to hunt in a circle to kill one. But if they are hit by the horn, even if it is just for a moment, they will often have their intestines pierced. Among the people Luo Chen knew, only Du and Feng had hunted a one-horned ram in the Guian Mountains. If Luo Chen had encountered this kind of monster before, he would either flee or kill it slowly with a guerrilla warfare tactic. But this time, he killed it easily with a frontal attack. This top-grade magic weapon has many wonderful uses, and I have almost figured out all of them. The functions that Bian Xingzi mentioned at the beginning were actually very incomplete. In addition to directly summoning 3 wood dragons, you can actually summon them separately. In this way, you can greatly save spiritual power. And even if you summon 3 dragons at the same time, there are other tricks, and it is definitely not like Zhu Bai who uses it arbitrarily. It can only be said that Zhu Bai had obtained it too recently and had no time to figure it out in detail. Luo Chen just summoned a wood dragon with a jade knife and easily killed a one-horned sheep. Now my fighting power has been firmly established at the 9th level of key refining. I can fight against the great perfection of key refining. I have never fought against a foundation-building cultivators, but the green musk-gathering dragon flag in my hands and the great perfection fireball technique I mastered may be able to threaten them. And my means are more than that. Luo Chen's mind moved, and his aura was almost restrained, like a dead tree. His spiritual power moved slightly, and the free and easy wind-controlling art rose instantly. And in this process, the external aura he maintained did not change at all. This is the great perfection level key condensing spirit art. I can't be lucky this time, I must experiment. Luo Chen took a deep breath and flew towards the big canyon deep in Chang'an Mountain. Soon, he came to the outside of the cold osmanthus forest. Luo Chen touched the branches and leaves of the cold osmanthus, and his aura suddenly changed, emitting a chill. He moved forward again until a snow-white little wolf appeared. Frost Demon Wolf, first level. In terms of size and external demonic fluctuations, it is roughly equivalent to the early stage of human key training. He squatted down and quietly reached out to the snow-white wolf. The wolf raised its head in confusion and looked at the strange creature in front of it. Can the cold osmanthus tree move? Luo Chen's hand was quickly retracted, with a strand of wolf hair between his fingers. Then, the breath kept changing. After about 3 breaths, the breath on his body was exactly the same as that of the frost wolf just now. The great perfection level of key condensation spirit art. Not only has it achieved the ultimate in converging breath and spiritual fluctuations, it even has an additional function. That is to simulate the breath of others. This simulation is not limited to humans, even demon beasts and trees can be simulated. It is precisely because of this that Luo Chen has the confidence to explore the Chang'an Mountain Canyon again. After passing the wolf, Luo Chen continued to move forward. Along the protruding cliffs of the canyon, he approached the cold pond step by step under the dark moonlight. He did not stop until he was 500 meters away. Even though we were so close, the old second-level demon wolf didn't notice me. This shows that the great perfection level soul gathering spirit technique is enough to deceive a foundation-building cultivator. Luo Chen glanced at the wisps of ice soul cold evil emanating from the cold pond, and then turned and left without hesitation. This time, he didn't come here to hunt for treasures or kill monsters. He just wanted to use the second-level demon wolf with keen spiritual perception to experiment with the effect of the soul-gathering spirit technique. The final result made him very satisfied. He was sure that if he used the cleansing technique to remove Mishuhua's spiritual power from him now, and then fled to a farther place to hide, the other party would definitely not be able to find him. Confidence came naturally. But Luo Chen didn't run away. He worked hard for half a month to refine the middle-grade Jade Marrow Pill for the Pashan Gang, but he hadn't yet recovered his share of the profits. If you leave your hometown, you must bring enough startup funds. Moreover, Wang Yuan must also give an explanation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Shocking Change. Wang Yuan was Luo Chen's only friend who could support him. Even after he refined the blood-burning pill, which was slightly demonic, he immediately asked Wang Yuan to find someone to test the pill. If we look into the relationship between the two, it is nothing more than a bottle of Bigu pill and a storage bag. When Wang Yuan was down and out, Luo Chen gave him a bottle of Bigu pill. When Luo Chen was seriously injured and had a rich trophy, Wang Yuan did not take it by force, and even gave Luo Chen another soul-breaking nail with great courage. It is obvious at a glance which one is more important. But true friendship cannot be explained by value. It was Luo Chen's plan to escape, but he must give an explanation to Wang Yuan. Even if it was just a simple goodbye. After another day of alchemy, Luo Chen held the Kingying pill solution in his hand, sat in front of the cliff, sipping tea and reading. He had made plans to quietly go to Jiadang tonight to say goodbye to Wang Yuan. Then he would use the next half-month to complete the refining of the Jade Marrow Pill and accumulate spiritual stones before leaving. This way, he would not attract attention. When the time comes, he could leave as calmly as possible. The only pity is that I still have a long way to go before I can reach the 9th level of key refining, otherwise I would have more power to protect myself. The progress bar in the realm column slowly advanced to 50/100. It would take at least several months to completely purify the spiritual power and break through the 9th level of key refining. Unfortunately, Luo Chen could not wait that long. He did not know how long it would take Mishuhua to recover from his injuries. These days were his best chance to escape. Otherwise, if the other party really recovered from his injuries, he would be more determined to capture him. Delay would lead to changes. Luo Chen sighed in his heart and quietly waited for the monks in the alchemy hall to leave one by one. Suddenly, Zhou Yuanli, who had been lurking in the dark, walked in. "Hall master, something is wrong." Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had concealed it well enough, so it was reasonable that others would not be able to see his intention to leave. However, Zhou Yuanli's next words made him feel relieved. Something is wrong outside. The big rock that had just fallen to the ground was lifted up again. Luo Chen frowned and looked at him. "What's wrong?" "There is no news from the two brothers who were arranged to patrol outside." "Huh?" Mishuhua arranged 5 bodyguards for Luo Chen. On the surface, it was still Zhou Yuanli and Liu Kang. These two masters of the 8th level of key refining could rival the 9th level of key refining when they joined forces. Privately, the 3 bodyguards each took on the work of outpost and rear sentry. Usually, there were 2 bodyguards who would patrol outside at all times to ensure Luo Chen's safety when he went out. Zhou Yuanli would also contact them regularly. Now, there was suddenly no news. What does this mean? Not good. Luo Chen was shocked. "Hurry up and call back Master Muring and Ikengu." Just now, right under his nose, the 2 women left together. Less than 2 minutes had passed. The fact that 2 key refining level 8 masters could disappear without a sound meant that there was a danger outside that could threaten key refining level 9. Zhou Yuanli was startled, his face changing from cloudy to bright. He turned around and left, but as soon as he got outside, he blew a whistle. Many key refining level 8 cultivators who usually guarded the Zi Valley suddenly appeared, more than 20 of them. One of them was even at the level of key refining level 9. Luo Chen recognized the other person, the only deacon in the medicine hall, named Juan Yujiao. She was quite old, almost 100 years old, and was usually responsible for managing the medicine fields, cultivating spiritual plants, and making the latest animal skin clothing. The spiritual plant husband Juan Dongsheng that Luo Chen was familiar with was her eldest son. Usually, it was mostly her and second Xiaojia who took turns to stay at Ziyai Valley at night. Everyone respected her and called her Grandma Yuan. Start the formation. A powerful voice came from Zhou Yuanli. Zhou Yuanli, what are you doing? Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Master, your safety is the top priority. Zhou Yuanli said, neither servile nor arrogant, and waved his hand, and Dongfang Liang came closer. Go outside to check the situation. If you meet Master Muring and Deacon Gu, ask them to come back. Dongfang Liang was a little nervous, nodded, and flew out carefully. Looking back, Zhou Yuanli looked at Luo Chen and Yuan Yujiao, and said cautiously, the two brothers have average fighting skills, but their hiding skills are extremely strong. Now that they have lost contact, it is very likely that the other party is coming for you, Master. In everything, be careful. Luo Chen looked at him deeply, and then his eyes fell on the Ziyai Valley. I saw a khaki light curtain slowly expanding, and then like an inverted bowl, it slowly enveloped the Ziyai Valley. The large-scale first-level formation, the Shuta formation, is built in the foundation of the mountain terrain and veins, and is often the first choice for small immortal cultivation families to protect the clan formation. After the Dan Hall settled in Ziyai Valley, the Pashan gang set up this formation to guard the two major halls here. Luo Chen was very clear about this. Usually, the Shuta formation is rarely activated because it consumes a lot of spirit stones. It takes at least hundreds of spirit stones to activate it once. If you want to maintain it, you have to continue to invest hundreds of spirit stones every time an incense stick passes. But this time, Zhou Yuanli activated it without hesitation. This shows how important Luo Chen is. As the formation was activated, the scenery outside, which was already shrouded in the afterglow of the sunset, became even more dim. Luo Chen's pair of spiritual eyes kept scanning the outside world. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Zhou Yuanli was startled, then realized something and hurriedly flew to the edge of the formation. Soon, a series of figures appeared in front of him. They were not enemies, but familiar people. He breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw the blood on many people, his face became more and more ugly. Especially Gu Kai, who was supported by Murin Kinglian and was covered in blood, he felt a chill all over his body. Master Murin, what happened outside? There are enemies, a lot of them. Murin Kinglian looked anxious, and her palace dress was also stained with blood. She just didn't know if it was her own blood or was stained by Gu Kai, who was unconscious next to her. What kind of enemy can hurt you and Deacon Gu? Murin Kinglian looked back, but there was no trace of the enemy. She could only smile bitterly. I don't know the specific situation, but there are at least 4 or more key refining level 9 masters. There are countless people in the middle and late stages of key refining. Elder Sikun left the valley before us, but when we saw him, he was being chased by a key refining level 9 cultivator wearing iron claws, and he was in a very embarrassed state. It was because of his warning that we escaped the sneak attack on Kai and me. Zhou Yuanli's eyes widened. How could such an enemy appear for no reason? Moreover, since he had such a powerful strength, how could he let Murin Kinglian and the others escape back? Especially outside the formation, those monks from the medicine hall and alchemy hall were only at the early and middle stages of key refining. Let us in quickly. Those people are so scary, they kill without blinking an eye. Chen Yuan died in front of us, and there was no trace of his body. Senior Zhou, can you open the formation? I'm injured and it hurts. Open the formation quickly. Cries and shouts rang out, and there were almost angry and resentful voices at the end. Zhou Yuanli's expression changed and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Let them in. A steady voice came from his ears, and Zhou Yuanli turned around immediately. Hallmaster. No. There may be spies among these people. Luo Chen looked solemn. It's okay, I'll make the decision. He waved his sleeves and came to the front of the formation. Looking at the familiar faces outside, he said loudly, before entering the formation, show your identity token of the Pashan gang. After entering the formation, you must not move around, accept interrogation, and must not resist. If anyone disobeys the order, he will be killed without mercy. The restlessness outside finally stopped. One by one, they shouted long live the Hallmaster and thank you Hallmaster. Luo Chen was unmoved, just staring at the monks outside with a serious look. Zhou Yuanli sighed. Luo Chen had too little experience and was too kind. If so many people were suddenly allowed in, If there were spies inside, the consequences would be unimaginable. But this place is indeed the highest status for Luo Chen, and he can't disobey. Especially in the public eye, if he refuses, he will not only anger Luo Chen, but also anger the public. Many of the monks outside are related to the people inside. For example, Yuan Dongshen, the spiritual plant husband, was chatting with Yuan Lao, the deacon of the medicine hall, across the formation. Oh, forget it. I should pay more attention to myself later. Zhou Yuanli had no choice but to have someone open the formation, leaving a gap for one person to enter. The first to enter were naturally Murin Qinglian and Gu Kai. Luo Chen glanced at them and nodded slightly. Deacon Yuan Yujio, please heal their wounds. I don't need to. I reacted in time and was not injured. Murin Qinglian sighed and handed Gu Kai to the old female cultivator. Then, she stood beside Luo Chen. Next, the low-level cultivators from the medicine hall and the alchemy hall entered the formation one by one. At the request of Zhou Yuanli and others, they showed their identity tokens of the Pashangang and accepted interrogation. Suddenly, Luo Chen looked at a cultivator who had just been interrogated and frowned. Catch him and interrogate him carefully. The man was stunned, and then his face changed drastically, and he was about to escape. The others were unable to react in time, but Luo Chen had already taken action. He flicked his finger. Puff. The man knelt on his knees, with two small holes on his knees, and blood was pouring out. Murin Qinglian was startled. This is Zhang Baote from the medicine hall. He shouldn't be. He's not Zhang Baote. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and sent out a stream of spiritual power. A black aura suddenly emerged from the man's face, and a strange face suddenly appeared. Disguise. Disguise. Zhou Yuanli was surprised, but his hands did not slow down at all, and he immediately caught a man. Not only him, but also this one. Luo Chen looked at a cultivator hiding behind the crowd and flicked his fingers again. The man seemed to have expected it and used the magic weapon on the spot. Bang! Blocked. He just felt happy when he saw two stone beads attacking from the left and right, hitting his knees directly. Puff. Puff. Kneel down. Catch them all. Interrogate them carefully to see which force they are from. In addition, all the other cultivators who came in should also be restricted, including Yuan Dongshen. Luo Chen ordered lightly, and his eyes fell on Yuan Yujio who was not far away. The old woman pursed her lips and nodded slightly to him. Zhou Yuanli took a deep breath and did as he was told. He was just curious, how did Luo Chen identify the enemy? Moreover, Luo Chen didn't seem as naive as he thought, and arranged everything in an orderly manner. Luo Chen would not explain to him. With the blessing of the double spiritual eyes, this simple spiritual power disguise method was too easy to identify. However, it cannot be ruled out that the monks of the medicine hall and the alchemy hall were bribed by the enemy. Therefore, he asked people to impose restrictions after questioning. After dealing with the two people, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the dozens of people left outside. As his cold eyes were cast, the crowd of dozens of people suddenly became agitated. Almost instantly, 7 people fled in several directions. Luo Chen sneered. A few people in the middle stage of key refining came and wanted to leave. The guarding earth formation is for the outside, not the inside. He did not hesitate, and flicked his 10 fingers. In an instant, dozens of jadeite waste beads shot out. Although Tian Nu Sanhu has only reached the second proficiency stage, he can definitely be regarded as a master of the hidden weapon technique of Hunyuan Zhu. Under the control of his pure spiritual power at the 8th level of key refining, the power of these dozens of jadeite waste beads is no less than that of a low-grade magic weapon. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud puff. In the air, beautiful blood flowers bloomed. The only cultivator who relied on the middle-grade magic robe to block the attack was also exploded into pieces under the siege of 20 jadeite waste beads. Faced with this wanton slaughter, the monks of the 2 halls were silent. The head of the Dan Hall, who is always easygoing and free-spirited and friendly to everyone, actually had such a thundering method. Killing a cultivator in the middle stage of key refining was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. But as the remaining monks came in, cheers rang out again. The Hall Master is so powerful. The Hall Master is so powerful. No wonder he can be in charge of one of the 9 halls. I didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary Hall Master is so powerful. The more dangerous the time, the more reliable the strong are. Luo Chen smiled slightly, comforted everyone, and then asked someone to take the 2 captives into the Dan Hall. Have you confessed? Not yet. Dongfang Liang scratched his head. I learned the god-killing needle from Elder Sikken, but I'm not very proficient. If you were here, it would be great. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Luo Chen stood up and took a silver needle from Dongfang Liang. He doesn't know how to use the god-killing needle, but he knows how to break the evil spirit. This set of exercises to train the will requires stimulating 36 acupuncture points, which will cause severe pain. Luo Chen spent several months to barely get started. He hasn't seen the specific results yet. But now, it is perfect for interrogating low-level cultivators. When he came to the first monk he had captured, he was pale, but his eyes revealed disdain. Luo Chen shook his head and did not try to shake his will with words. He just stabbed him with one needle. He did not choose those acupuncture points that gradually caused pain, but went straight to the Guqi acupuncture point. Ah! With just one needle, the monk's pupils widened and he screamed heartbreakingly. Dongfang Liang, who was standing next to him, trembled all over. It was just stimulating an acupuncture point. Was it necessary to react so strongly? Of course, he did not know that Luo Chen's method was more than that. In secret, Luo Chen had already penetrated a ray of spiritual power with the help of silver needles. Now, it was an attack from both inside and outside. The key refining monk was still in the human category, so how could he resist such sudden pain? Whoosh! The silver needle was taken out, and Luo Chen looked at the other party quietly. After 2 breaths, he shook his head. It seems that you still don't want to say it. Tisk. In that horrified look, he stabbed him with another needle. Ah! Taking out the silver needle, Luo Chen looked at the other person quietly. He shook his head. He was a good man with a strong character. What a pity. In the horrified eyes, Luo Chen reached out and took 2 silver needles. His hands stabbed down like lightning. Hey, why don't you scream? Luo Chen then realized that the other person had collapsed on the ground, and there was a faint smell of urine from his crotch. It's like this, why don't you tell me? I'm really curious, what kind of experience has created such a strong will in you? Luo Chen sighed and reached out to take the 3rd silver needle. Just as he raised the silver needle, the monk on the ground had a dull look in his eyes and murmured, Ask me. Chapter 137, Siege Without Attack, Mishuha Leaves. Do they match? There are some differences, but they are almost the same. Zhou Yuanli's face was solemn, and he reported all the information he had just obtained from the torture of another person to Luo Chen. Daijiangang. The group of enemies besieging Ziyai Valley are basically from Daijiangang. You should know the leader, the hallmaster. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. I know him. It can't be Gao Tingyun. Yes, it is indeed him. Zhou Yuanli said with a heavy heart. Not only that, the enemies who came together, there are as many as 5 at the 9th level of key refining, and the number of other cultivators in the middle and late stages of key refining is at least over 100. Hearing this number, even though Luo Chen was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but take a breath. What is the Daijiangang going to do? This force has almost occupied 1/3 of the strength of the Daijiangang. Just to deal with the 2 halls of Ziyai Valley? Especially the Dan Hall and the Medicine Hall, which are not known for their combat power, but are just internal production halls. Is Gao Tingyun desperate to come for revenge, or does the Daijiangang have other plans? Luo Chen thought for a moment and asked directly, can we contact Elder Sikken? I have his sound transmission talisman, but the speed is too slow and I can't contact him for a while. But I'm sure he's still alive. If Sikken Shaojia can be called back, the combat power of Ziyai Valley will increase a lot. This kind of old cultivator may have no hope in the path, but he is already very skilled in the polishing of combat methods. It is not comparable to Gu Kai, who has just been promoted to the 9th level of key refining. Be prepared for defense first. Luo Chen ordered. Master, how do we deal with the 2 spies? Kill them. Luo Chen said casually, looking unconcerned. Zhou Yuanli's face froze and he retreated. After a while, watching the 2 cultivators who were tortured to death being beheaded by Dongfang Liang with a knife, Zhou Yuanli always felt a little uncomfortable. Luo Chen's performance today was really beyond his expectations. Luo Chen usually gives people the impression that he has a superb alchemy talent, is kind and friendly to others. Although he is a little cynical, he generally gives people the impression that he is not threatening, harmless to humans and animals. These 4 words can sum it up. But Luo Chen's performance today, whether it is deciding to let people in, easing internal and external conflicts, or identifying spies, he acts with thunder, showing unusual decisiveness under his usual gentle appearance. Especially when dealing with the two spies, he showed a touch of ruthlessness. This is almost completely different from the Luo Chen that everyone knows. No wonder the gang leader asked me to pay more attention to Luo Chen. I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. Zhou Yuanli was uneasy. He had contradicted Luo Chen before and ignored his orders to open the formation first. The look Luo Chen gave him at that time, thinking about it now, really made people's backs cold. Just when he was uneasy, a younger brother rushed in. Elder Sikun is back. Where is he? Zhou Yuanli asked hurriedly. He has already entered Xiao Valley. Damn it, who told you to let him in directly? Zhou Yuanli's face changed slightly, and he ran out quickly. As soon as he arrived at the Dan Hall, he saw Sikun Xiaojia sitting opposite Luo Chen and Murin Qinglian. At this moment, the other party was quite embarrassed, with frost all over his body. There were even ice spikes hanging on his beard. It's the robber cultivator from Zulianfang. Sikun Xiaojia said breathlessly, and then stared at Luo Chen with a fierce look in his eyes. You are the one who caused all this. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Elder Sikun, what are you saying? Then Gaotingyun has always suspected that you killed his own brother, and the Zulianfang robber who is chasing me is obviously the same Dan Xiu who failed to rob you last time and was wanted instead. You still say they are not coming for you. Luo Chen chuckled. If they are just coming for me, they only need to set up an ambush on my way back to the city. Why do they have to make such a big fuss and send hundreds of cultivators to attack Xiao Valley? You know, this is an enemy of the entire Pashan gang and the Foundation establishment cultivator Mi Gang Master. Sikun Xiaojia was stunned and reacted instantly. Yes. Such a big battle is comparable to the attack of the Daijiang gang on the 7 halls of the Pashan gang. In fact, it is even more. The troops led by the 5 9th level key refining stage can almost sweep away most of the small forces mainly in the key refining stage. Doing so can be regarded as openly making enemies with the Pashan gang. You know, the last time the two gangs had a conflict, it was only resolved after 9 masters shed their blood on the Taoism platform. But, it has only been a short time. How dare they start a war again? Luo Chen did not argue with him, walked to the cliff and looked into the distance. Outside the Kaki light shield, enemy figures have begun to appear. The whole is fan-shaped, slowly surrounding Xiao Valley. Just like making dumplings, unless you abandon Xiao Valley as a stronghold and escape to the Xiao Mountains behind, you will be caught in a jar. But Xiao Valley has been managed by the Pashan gang for a long time, and the spiritual fields, medicine pavilions, and many medicinal materials inside cannot be easily discarded. In particular, there is also the most important Dantang. It can be said that without receiving an order from Mi Shuhua, no one dared to give up Xiao Valley directly. From a distance, Luo Chen saw the short and strong man in the sky outside. Regardless of whether the other party could see him or not, Luo Chen waved his hand. Are you saying hello? What time is it? Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang behind him looked at each other, and the familiar Luo Chen seemed to be back. Master, Elder Sikun. Don't worry, anyone can betray the Pashan gang, but he won't. Luo Chen said without turning his head. He was the one who let the old man in just now. The reason why he had this confidence was actually very simple. The old man's son Sikun Yuanhong was the son-in-law of the Mi family, and his future depended on Mi Shuhua. If Sikun Xiaojia still had hope for the Great Way, he might have the heart to abandon his relatives and surrender to the enemy directly. But it was obvious that he was old and had no hope for the Great Way in his life. That's why anyone could betray, but Sikun Xiaojia wouldn't. Luo Chen raised his hand and pointed at the rays of light that were crisscrossing in the sky outside. He smiled meaningfully and said, Did you notice that they don't seem to care about taking down Xiao Valley? Liu Qiang was stunned. If they didn't attack Xiao Valley, why were they surrounding it? Zhou Yuanli hesitated, as if he had thought of something. Murin Qinglian and Sikun Xiaojia also came forward and looked into the distance. I also discovered that the encirclement outside was obviously completed before, but when they encountered low-level cultivators from the Alchemy Hall and the Medicine Hall, they only drove them away and rarely killed them. Bullshit. Sikun Xiaojia was very dissatisfied with Murin Qinglian's words. He said angrily, the guy who chased me just now was obviously ruthless and wanted to cut me into pieces. Murin Qinglian's expression froze, but then he realized something. Indeed, They didn't kill low-level cultivators. But when attacking Kie and me, they were almost unreserved. If Kie and I didn't have defensive magic weapons, one would have died and the other would have been seriously injured on the spot. Because of the defensive magic weapons, one was seriously injured and the other was not injured. Combining this information, Luo Chen was thoughtful. For low-level cultivators, they mainly drove away and surrounded them, and for late-stage cultivators, they killed them ruthlessly. So, they just want to surround most of us here. This conclusion surprised everyone. Not killing, just surrounding? What are they going to do? Liu Kaiang couldn't help asking, but our Pashan gang is not a pushover. Knowing that Ziyai Valley is surrounded, the other halls will definitely come to support. When the time comes, they will cooperate inside and outside, and their encirclement will be a joke. Not only the other halls. Sikun Xiaojia said decisively. Zhou Yuanli took out a jade pendant. I have sent a message to the leader, he will definitely come to rescue us. A group of key refining cultivators seemed to be coming in a menacing manner. But in front of the cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, who were still holding magic weapons, they were just chickens and dogs. Compared with the confident crowd, Luo Chen was not so optimistic. Mi Shuhe is not in such a good state now. It is still uncertain whether he will take action personally. Moreover, the other halls? Most of the halls that participated in the battle for the Golden Pale Ruins in the Guiyang Mountain suffered heavy losses. For example, Luo Wudi and Zhang Shikan died directly. The two hall masters who were supported in the past half-month have strength, but no prestige. Especially those two halls, most of the masters died in the Guiyang Mountains. The most important thing is that they can think of this. How can the Daijiang gang not think of this? Luo Chen looked at it for a while, then turned and entered the Danyang room. Sikun Xiaojia looked at his back hesitantly, but saw that the door was directly closed. Outside the Ziyai Valley, 5 key refining level 9 masters gathered together. Why are we still guarding here? Just go in and kill them. Shan Xiu, be patient. Shan Xiu's face was ferocious, no longer calm as before. How can you tell me to be patient? I just asked that kid for some towels, and 3 of my men died in the next transaction. That's fine, but the Pashan gang issued a warrant to hunt me down. I can hold it back, but my hand can't. Everyone looked at his left hand, where the palm should have been. It turned into an iron claw with a cold glow. A monk in a golden robe couldn't help but laugh and said, your iron claw should be a mid-grade magic weapon, it's quite unique. Fu Zhang. Okay, stop arguing. The order is to surround but not kill, what's the point of arguing? Gao Tingyun, who was standing at the front, said in a low voice. However, Shan Xiu didn't give him this face. It was you who leaked Dan Chenzi's information to me, Gao Tingyun. You want him dead more than I do, right? Who are you pretending to be for? Gao Tingyun was not as tall as him, but his momentum was not inferior at all, and even better. A pair of cold eyes looked over coldly. Then you messed up the matter in the first place, wasn't it me who accepted you into the Daijiang gang? Why, are you challenging me now? If you have the means, you can just charge into the formation alone, capture Luo Chen alive, and humiliate him at will. Shan Xiu opened his mouth, glanced at the other figure who had never spoken, and finally spat in indignation. He was silent, but Fu Zhang, who was wearing a golden robe before, stopped smiling. He was holding a sledgehammer and leaning on the ground. Old Gao, it's not a good idea to drag it on like this. There are many masters in the Pashan gang, and sooner or later someone will come to help. When will the attack start? Give me some time so that I can have an idea. Gao Tingyun took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the bloodthirsty impulse in his heart. He looked around. The monks from the Daijiang gang were constantly patrolling and wandering, making sure that there were no blind spots and no monks in the Ziyai Valley could escape. Even behind the Ziyai Valley, he arranged a team of monks to send a signal as soon as they found any trace. Old Gao, give me a definite answer. Don't worry, those people from the Pashan gang can't come. Gao Tingyun snorted coldly, gave a few instructions to his brother Lan Xianayan, and turned to the monk who had been silent. A soundproof note was played, and the two of them talked as if no one was around. But the inside story was unknown to the other 3. Horizontal ellipsis. The Mi family's forbidden area. There was a crackling sound, and then a pile of medium-grade spirit stones in the corner turned into a pile of lime powder. Mi Shuhe opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking inward, He nodded with satisfaction. As long as the medium-grade spirit stones can keep up, with the help of this second-level spirit vein environment, he can quickly recover from the injuries left in the Guian Mountains. Not only that, after the injuries are recovered, his skills can even be improved. By then, there will be a lot of potential for impacting the late stage of foundation building. Thinking of the Guian Mountains, Mi Shuhua's face turned ugly. Miao Wen misled me. There is no chance of forming a pill there. Although I got the stored ring of the Supreme Elder of the Ghost Valley by chance, there is nothing in it that can help form a pill. It just so happened that because of these things, a lot of manpower and material resources of my Pashangang were wasted, and even I was seriously injured. In the battle for the ruins, many foundation building cultivators did not say that they had no gains. But compared to the golden elixir opportunities that everyone was looking forward to, those gains were completely insignificant. This is completely different from the information revealed by Miao Deacon of Yuding Sword Pavilion. Mi Shuhua didn't know what went wrong. He just wanted to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. As long as his injuries recovered, with the several treasures in the storage bag of the Supreme Elder of Ghost Valley, he could walk sideways in the foundation building period. Even if he met a cultivator from a sect, he would not be afraid. Fortunately, I discovered Luo Chen's little trick. It's not too late to make up for it. He has now sworn to make pills for me with all his strength. His gross income can be 20,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. Luo Wudi and Yang Wei, who were originally supposed to share the profits, are dead. Kei Yulin and Sikun Xiaojia all listen to me. In this way, I can give out less. With this income from Luo Chen, I can recover from my injuries in 3 months at most. Even later, I can buy elixirs and strive for the late stage of foundation building. Thinking of the huge benefits that Luo Chen could bring to him, his originally gloomy mood could not help but improve. He stroked his beard, intending to fill the corner with a middle-grade spirit stone and continue healing. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. A sound transmission jade was emitting light violently. Zi Valley was attacked. The next moment, he rushed out of the secret room. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he immediately notified the Mi family. Soon, the late-stage cultivators led by Mi Junping and Mi Zifan gathered around. Dad, what's wrong? Grandpa, you came out of retreat. Mi Shuhua's eyes swept through the crowd, paused at the man next to a woman, and then fell on Mi Junping. Something happened in Ziyu Valley. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Mi Junping was in doubt. Mi Zifan's face was happy. The middle-aged man next to Mi Junping's face changed drastically. His father was the deacon of the Dan Hall of Ziyu Valley. 5 great key refining level 9, leading hundreds of cultivators, are currently besieging Ziyu Valley. Mi Shuhua said slowly, but his face did not show any anxiety. Influenced by him, the Mi family monks who were in turmoil before also gradually stabilized. Mi Junping said without hesitation, the Alchemy Hall and the Medicine Hall are the 2 most important halls of the Pashangang, especially the Alchemy Hall. The chalcedony pills refined this month are extremely profitable. We must rescue them. We must rescue them, but how to rescue them requires strategy. Mi Shuhua narrowed his eyes slightly and gave orders immediately. Notify Wang Yuan, Zhen Wen, and Xu Wu, who has just taken office as the War Hall, to take people to help Ziyu Valley. Mi Junping nodded and turned to notify others. After he left, someone suddenly said, "Father-in-law, it should be faster if you go there in person." Mi Shuhua smiled slightly. "Yuan Hong, are you worried about your father?" Sikun Yuan Hong nodded quickly, with a worried look on his face. "My father is old and not good at fighting. I'm afraid something will happen to him." "Don't worry about that. He has a lot of experience in fighting and is good at protecting himself. He won't make any mistakes for a while. As for my taking action," Mi Shuhua chuckled, "they are just some robbery cultivators who are trying to take advantage of the situation. The masters in the gang can handle it. There is no need for me to take action." Hearing him say this, Sikun Yuan Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His father-in-law, a great master of foundation building, is so confident. "I think nothing serious will happen." In the last fight between the 2 gangs, Mi Shuhua, a foundation building cultivator, didn't take action from beginning to end, but in the end, didn't the Pashangang win a great victory? But he didn't notice the shadow in Mi Shuhua's eyes. What kind of robbery cultivator who takes advantage of the situation can organize a powerful lineup of hundreds of people? Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. Mi Junping has gone and returned. She looked panicked, Dad, it's bad. The other halls are also under fierce attack. Chapter 138. No one in the Mi family. The broken sword reappears. That shadow expanded rapidly. Anyone could see Mi Shuhua, with a gloomy look. Why are you panicking? Calm down. The calm voice was like a basin of ice water poured on Mi Junping's head, making her sober up instantly. Tell me slowly. Yet, Mi Junping took a deep breath and said, the people left behind at the headquarters just sent a secret letter. At present, the Jiao Hall where Wang Yuan is, the Battle Hall where Zheng Wen and Chu Wu are, and even the Beast Hall of K Yulin have all encountered a large number of attacks. Yang Wei, who came back from the Guiyuan Mountains and was seriously injured, was found dead at home by the Battle Hall monks who rushed to seek help. There is also a large group of people attacking the headquarters, led by 4 9th-level key refining monks. Mi Zijin is leading people to resist with all their strength, but the situation is already very bad. When she said the latter, she unconsciously brought a touch of anxiety to her tone. Dad, this time the Daijian gang's attack is even stronger than last year. Hearing her say this, the other cultivators of the Mi family were also shocked. The commotion spread unknowingly. When Mi Shuho saw this scene, he was not worried about the situation of the Pashan gang at first, but was sad. Think about how talented and strategic Mi Shuho is. He rose strongly from a casual cultivator, built a foundation, seized the gang, and built a family from scratch. Under his leadership, the Pashan gang developed in an all-round way, and it was almost the same as a small sect. If there were sufficient resources, he would even dare to challenge the Golden Core realm. But the descendants of the bloodline are such a group of mediocre people. The eldest daughter is impulsive and irritable, narrow-minded, and has a good talent, but she is short-sighted and ruined her path because of love. The son and the youngest daughter have no talent, so let's not talk about it. Among the 3 generations of children, it was not easy to cultivate Mi Zifan, but he was unable to recover just because of a defeat in a battle. Sad. Could it be that the fortune of the Mi family depends entirely on him? Dad, say something. Shut up. Mi Shuho glared at her, and Mi Junping trembled all over. The last time she saw such a look was when she was carrying her daughter Mi Li home, in a panic. Mi Shuho took a deep breath. There are 5 9th-level key refining cultivators in Xiao Valley, 4 in the main hall, and Wang Yuan Zhengwen. They are all good players. If you want to deal with them, at least 2 9th-level key refining cultivators must be sent. If you add Chu Wu, Yang Wei, K Yulin and the mining hall, how many 9th-level key refining masters will the Daijian gang send? Do they have so many masters? Mi Junping was not a fool after all, and she reacted quickly. Dad, you mean that this time it is not just the Daijian gang that is acting alone, but also the Lianian Merchant Alliance? And, isn't this a very obvious thing? You wouldn't have discovered it now. Mi Zifan sneered and said with a bit of sarcasm. Mi Junping glared at him. Mi Shuho sighed, not bothering to care about the 2 people's sarcastic remarks. I thought I had already negotiated with them after the discussion. But this time the Golden Elixir ruins were opened, and they went to the ancient Plains Mountains in person and discovered many areas where we helped them profit in the past. Now the interests are tempting, and they can't help it at all. In his words, he concealed some important things. Mi Junping asked anxiously, Dad, what should we do now? Mi Shuho rubbed his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and said slowly, for the other halls, wait and see. It would be best if they can survive by their own ability. If they are destroyed, they can be rebuilt later. What Daofang lacks the least is independent cultivators. We must pay attention to Xiao Valley. Especially Dantang. This is the top priority and cannot be lost. Mi Zifan couldn't help but say, it's not that important. It's just a stronghold for a group of old, weak, women and children. In my opinion, it's not as important as the 3 battle halls. What do you know? Mi Junping seized the opportunity and laughed. Dantang is not important. Why would Daijian Gang and Lianian Merchant Alliance send out 5 9th-level key refining masters at once? The enemy's attention shows the importance of Dantang. Mi Zifan was speechless, but his face was very uncomfortable. Seeing that he couldn't say anything, Mi Junping was complacent, but considering the current situation, he put away his thoughts. Dad, the gang is short of manpower now, and I'm afraid we can't spare any monks to help. All the halls were under attack. The situation was even more critical than last year. For a moment, Mi Junping couldn't come up with an idea. When she was at a loss, she found that her father's eyes fell on them. Don't we still have you? I've raised you for so long, it's time to move. Otherwise, if the Mi family officially accepts the Passion Gang in the future, it will be criticized. This time, it's an opportunity. Hearing him say this, the Mi family monks suddenly became agitated. Under the protection of Mi Shuhua, the Mi family monks haven't been exposed to these things for a long time. When it comes to fighting, most of them are done by the mud-legged casual cultivators of the Passion Gang. Now, is it their turn to do it? For a moment, many people were drummed in their hearts. Even Mi Zifan, who was a little famous on the Taoism stage, was a little hesitant. The real fight between monks is not as simple as a fair duel on the Taoism stage. Moreover, his defeat to Duan Feng on the Taoist stage had left him with a psychological trauma. Now he was going out to fight with others? Father-in-law, I am willing to go out to fight and help Xiao Valley. A steady voice rang out in the crowd. The crowd dispersed, revealing Sikun Yuan Hong's resolute and upright figure. Seeing this, Mi Shuho sighed in his heart, but a bright smile appeared on his face. It is naturally very good that Yuan Hong has such determination. You can lead the team and you can draw all the manpower here. There is a first-level earth defense formation over there in Xiao Valley to guard the mountain. It can hold out for a long time, enough to support you to go and help. Sikun Yuan Hong took a deep breath and swept his eyes over the crowd. But he found that many people subconsciously avoided his sight. Even Mi Zifan, who is at the 9th level of key refining. Junping stays at home and is responsible for contacting the main altar. At the same time, he will mobilize the people who are left outside to rescue the main altar. As for Mi Zifan, you go into the inner city and inform Elder Qin Liangchen and tell him about the situation in Xiao Valley. Mi Shuho gave a few simple instructions, then waved his hand with a dull look, indicating that the family meeting was over. Mi Junping breathed a sigh of relief, and Mi Zifan also breathed a sigh of relief and left the clan land happily. The rest of the late-stage cultivators of the Mi family, after being selected by Sikun Yuan Hong, set off reluctantly. After everyone left, Mi Shuho couldn't help but smile bitterly. At the critical moment, it turned out to be a son-in-law who automatically stood up to support the main beam. Although it can be said that he did not make a mistake in the first place, it is still too ironic that this scene appeared at this time. The outer city area of Daofang is in chaos. This is the biggest turmoil in 100 years. It is not a robbery by twos and threes, nor is it a fight between casual cultivators who draw their swords and fight each other. It is an all-out war between two gangs. The sky is full of escape lights. On the ground, magic weapons were flying and spiritual power was surging. Flames, hail, mud, golden light, all kinds of dangerous killing moves were unscrupulously used in the fight between the two groups of monks. Those lonely and independent cultivators in the outer city could only hide in the cellars of their homes trembling, or run to the safe inner city regardless of everything. The braver ones took advantage of the chaos to work as robbers. At the Lankang Wharf, the afterglow of the setting sun was gradually losing its power. A crescent moon was eager to rise to the highest point. Wang Yuan stood on the roof. His originally free and easy white robe had already shattered, revealing his strong physique like a diamond. He raised his head and looked at the three people above. The 3 9th-level key refining cultivators looked up to him. Especially the man in the middle with a hideous smile, his heart sank slightly. You are not dead. The man smiled hideously, holding a broken knife with only a handle. Xiao Wang, you don't think that Gao Tingyan, that loser, can kill me, do you? Broken Blade Suranki. The man who should have died on the Taoism stage is now back from the dead and reappears in Dahofang. Not only that, he betrayed the Passion Gang and joined the Daijiang Gang. If it were any other key refining cultivator, Wang Yuan would not look at him straight. But Broken Blade Suranki is not an ordinary key refining cultivator. His combat experience is no less than Wang Yuan. When the Passion Gang did not have the position of elder, the two of them were ranked as the two great protectors. But in fact, the two have never fought. Su Renki only flattered Wang Yuan to the outside world, saying that Wang Yuan was not inferior to him. But Wang Yuan knew very well that when it comes to conventional key refining cultivators fighting, Su Renki is definitely better than him. Especially the broken knife in his hand, which is a fragment of a magic weapon. Although it only has the power of one strike, its power is far better than the best magic weapon, and is not weaker than the existence of talismans and blood-inherited magic weapons. It had bloomed once on the Dao discussion stage, and directly destroyed Gao Tingyan's puppet. Wang Yuan didn't know why the other party had faked his death and pretended to lose to Gao Tingyan. He also didn't know how the other party escaped the inspection of the Sword Pavilion monks and got away with it. He only knew that he was in danger in today's battle. Because next to Su Renki, the other two 9th level key refining cultivators were not unknown people. Yang Rushan, a famous casual cultivator in Xianyafang. On the Dao discussion stage, he easily killed Yujian Yuan Wuxiang. He was wealthy and had many high-quality magic weapons. The last one was even on the Dai Xianjiao list, and had dominated the top 10 for a long time before the Dao discussion stage was closed. It is said that he is a cultivation genius from the Chen family, a declining foundation-building family, named Chen Huan. In the future, there is a great possibility that he will be promoted to the foundation-building stage and revitalize the Chen family. I didn't expect that Wang was so valued by you that you sent such a team to kill me. Yang Rushan chuckled, then you think too highly of yourself. Those big shots above don't value you the most. Wang Yuan was startled, and then his face changed slightly. Luo Chen. You are very self-aware. Yang Rushan praised, it's a pity that people like you can never be inferior to others, so they don't want you to live. Su Renki smiled grimly, keeping you will only cause changes. With a swish, a long sword broke through the air. Chen Huan didn't waste any words, raised his sword and shouted. Kill. Wang Yuan didn't look at the flying sword that broke through the air, but looked far away in the direction of Zi Valley hundreds of miles away. Then, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. In an instant, his body swelled by more than half, almost 10 feet high. The skin under the armor became snow-white and transparent, and the bones like white jade could be faintly seen. He slowly retracted his shoulders and then punched out. The invisible energy swept out with great force. Boom! The flying sword that broke through the air flew back as if it was hit by a hammer. Chen Huan, who had been so decisive and acted like a master before, had an unnatural blush on his face. Something is wrong, hurry up. Yang Rushan and Su Renki in the sky changed their expressions slightly. Before they could take the initiative to attack, Wang Yuan on the roof stepped on it with one foot. Bang! The mansion under his feet was instantly reduced to ruins. He rushed straight to Chen Huan like an arrow from a bow. His pair of black eyes, at this moment, were like a giant beast, ferocious and fanatical. Then, let's fight. Are you okay? Ahem, I'm fine. Gu Kai coughed twice and smiled bitterly, I really have too little experience in fighting. Even with Elder Sikun's reminder and Sister King Lian blocking most of the attacks, I still reacted too slowly. If it weren't for the top-grade defensive magic weapon that Fei Bowen gave me, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to come back this time. Luo Chen had never had a direct exchange with Fei Bowen. But a contractor is really generous and doesn't want to take back what he gave away. Although I had a bad impression of him before, even though he is dead. But now, Luo Chen still has to say that he is a good man. Take it. A pill was handed to Gu Kai. Gu Kai took it and asked curiously, what kind of pill is this? Laurel pill, a specialty pill from Zulian Fang, can temporarily suppress the injuries of monks. Gu Kai had heard of the name of this pill, and it was given by Luo Chen, so she took it without hesitation. Seeing this, Luo Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, this laurel pill was left in the storage bag of Lu Huibin when Shan Xiu led the robbery and killed him. It's a pity that Lu Huibin never used this pill from beginning to end. Because the person who captured him alive was the foundation-building cultivator Mi Shuhui. After Luo Chen took over his legacy, he kept some of the pills. Later, he went to the spiritual medicine pavilion several times and found out little by little. He gave one to Gu Kai and kept two on himself in case of emergency. There may be a fight later. If you take this pill, you will also have the power to protect yourself. Gu Kai's face flashed white light, and when the white light disappeared, a touch of red returned to her delicate cheeks. She stood up and took 2 steps, only to feel that her spiritual power was restored to normal. It was as if the serious injury that made her comatose before had never happened. But after hearing Luo Chen's words, she was still a little scared. Maybe, but those few key refining level 9 outside are too strong, and I can't resist them. Luo Chen, you are only key refining level 7, you must be careful later. Until now, Luo Chen still maintains the effect of the key condensation art. Now the key condensation art of the great perfection level has almost reached the extreme of the key refining period in terms of concealing spiritual power fluctuations and concealing realm. Even without urging spiritual power, A small use of magic tools and urging the Hunitun Pearl will not reveal his original realm. This is much stronger than before. Luo Chen did not explain his realm. He just hummed lightly and told Gu Kai to protect herself first. When they came to the cliff platform, Sikun Xiaojia, Murin Kinglian, and Grandma Yuan were discussing defense with Zhou Yuanli. There was an unstoppable worry on the faces of several people. Seeing Luo Chen coming, Sikun Xiaojia hesitated and said, "Have you collected all the Chalcedony pills in the pill room? If you don't collect them, are you waiting for them to be destroyed in the fight?" Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him, and his words left the other party speechless. "Master." Luo Chen looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Zhou Yuanli hesitating. "What's wrong? The reinforcements have been sent out. Isn't this a good thing?" Luo Chen was puzzled. He had reinforcements, and he was not happy yet. Why was he like this? Zhou Yuanli gritted his teeth and said, "It's not the three great masters of the war hall, nor is it Elder Wang Yuan, but the Mi family monks led by Sikun Yuan Hong. Moreover, there is no master of the 9th level of key refining among them." Sikun Xiaojia, who was standing next to him, was shocked when he heard his son leading the team in person. "Evil son, why are you running here? Can't you just stay at the Mi family?" In addition, the gang leader has also sent someone to invite Elder Qin Liangjun, and he should be here soon. This is what should be expected. Luo Chen glanced at Murin Kinglian, who was also obviously relieved. In her eyes, of course, her man was the most reliable. Suddenly, Luo Chen's face darkened. "You said, without the masters of the three war halls, there is no support from the main hall, and even Wang Yuan from the Jiao hall will not come." Zhou Yuanli smiled bitterly. "Yes." After Luo Chen's emphasis, Sikun Xiaojia, Murin Kinglian, who were originally worried, and Gu Kai who came over, all realized something at once. Sure enough, this encirclement was premeditated. Luo Chen said with a solemn face, "I guess now, the other halls are all under fierce attack. It's a very simple truth. What Luo Chen and his men can think of, what the Pashan gang can think of, the Dejiang gang who took the initiative to attack can't imagine. With the advantage of the first move, it is entirely possible to make adequate preparations. And the most important thing is not this." Luo Chen swept his eyes over the crowd and said slowly, "The Dejiang gang alone cannot fully besiege the Pashan gang." Sikun Xiaojia cursed, "Is the Lianian Merchant Alliance colluding with the Dejiang gang again? Maybe, it's more than that." "Huh?" Sikun Xiaojia was stunned. Luo Chen retracted his gaze from a distance, looked at the old man, and asked, "In addition to the Duan family, the Li family, and the Nangong family, there are also the Chen family and the Fu family in the 5 major foundation-building families in Daohofang, right?" Sikun Xiaojia opened his mouth wide, and his face turned pale in an instant. "You are knowledgeable and should know a lot of people. Let me ask you, a man holding a huge golden melon hammer, with a full forehead, a face like a pancake, and a pair of prominent ears. Which family is this person from?" "Fu family, the current head of the family Fu Zhang." Sikun Xiaojia blurted out without thinking. Luo Chen nodded. "It seems that among the 5 major families, the Fu family has also joined the war." After these words came out, Sikun Xiaojia stood there in a daze. Although the Fu family did not have a foundation-building ancestor and ranked last among the 5 major families, their strength was quite good. The whole family made a living by making talismans. Coming to Daohofang, they were like fish in water and developed very well. If there was no Shenfu Pavilion, I am afraid that they would have occupied the entire talisman market long ago. Now that even the Fu family has joined the war, the other 4 families will not also participate, right? If so, how can the Pashan gang, whose strength has been greatly damaged by the dispute over the ruins, resist such a huge force? While he was in a daze, a slow voice came to his ears. "Kai, make tea." Gu Kai was stunned. Seeing that Luo Chen had already sat down in front of the stone table, she had to take out the tea-set charcoal stove and make tea for Luo Chen. Sikun Xiaojia swallowed his saliva and stared at Luo Chen. "Why are you not in a hurry at all?" Chapter 139, Each family takes action to surround and intercept. Urgent? Urgent? Why should Luo Chen be anxious? Obviously, the people outside surrounded but did not attack, which meant that they did not have much intention to kill the people in Xiao Valley. This was especially evident in the old, weak, women and children in the early and middle stages of key refining. In the world of immortal cultivation, there has never been any fine tradition of caring for the old, weak, women and children. Even old monks and female monks are often vigilant. The former are knowledgeable and experienced, whether in battle or other things, they have their own unique ways to live to the end of their lives. And female cultivators, if they can cultivate to a high level, are often more ruthless than male cultivators of the same level. Otherwise, they cannot stand out from the vast crowd. Then the question is, what is the reason for others not to kill the hundreds of old, weak, women and children in Zongmiao Valley? The answer is very simple. This group of people are basically production monks. They have mastered many production skills, such as spiritual plant husbands, pharmacists, doctors, or medicine apprentices, fire workers, and alchemists in the alchemy hall. Such people are not threatening at all and can create a lot of value for big forces. Let alone other forces, even Luo Chen would not kill this kind of cultivator. Then from low to high, Luo Chen, who has mastered the art of alchemy, is several levels higher in importance. Especially the name of Dan Chenzi has become quite famous in Dahofang due to the long-term publicity of the Pashan gang. No matter which leader of any force is in his place, he will not have the intention to kill Luo Chen. Either make friends with him, win him over, or even control him. Anyway, he will not kill him immediately. With this premise, Luo Chen's identity as an alchemist is a life-saving talisman. So why is he in a hurry? No matter who dies here, it will not be his turn to die first. At worst, he can just run away, and he has already prepared to run away. Although he did not get the spirit stone, his storage bag can contain all the medium-grade jadeite pills refined in the past 20 days. The only thing Luo Chen needs to consider is the second brother Gao, who owes him 5 spirit stones. I wonder what this guy's attitude is towards him? Or, did he find out something? If the other party really wants to kill him, then he will have to act according to circumstances. Faced with Luo Chen's non-answer and even having time to invite him for tea, Second Xiaojia was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. But Grandma Yuan and Murin King Lian next to him realized something. But they didn't speak and kept a tacit understanding. At least, Luo Chen is still standing with them now. Don't say it. As Luo Chen brewed tea on the cliff, his calm demeanor in the face of danger was displayed. The monks in Zongmiao Valley, who were originally panicked, gradually calmed down. Especially the group of monks who were protecting the formation, their hands were no longer shaking when replacing the spirit stones of the formation. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to support it. The hall master is not afraid. What are they afraid of? Strange. The people inside seem to have gradually calmed down, not panicking at all. Shan Xiu flew around the formation and said puzzledly after landing. The 9th level key training monk in charge of patrolling the formation was named Lan Xianayan, who loved to wear blue clothes and had followed Gao Tingyun a long time ago. It was he who accompanied Gao Tingyun to meet Luo Chen at King Jiang restaurant. He said calmly, "Perhaps we didn't use force before, so they realized something." Shan Xiu snorted coldly, "You people in Dahofang are too kind. You should follow the style of our Zulian Fang, kill a group first, and then capture a group, so that you can establish your authority. So your Zulian Fang was established decades earlier than Dahofang, but the number of cultivators has never exceeded 50,000. The sneer came from Fu Zhang. Shan Xiu glared at him angrily. Ever since he was chased and one of his hands was broken, his temper has become more and more irritable. Fu Zhang's only words of provocation made him furious. Of course, there are also people who will not watch their own family quarrel at this moment. Lam Xianayan, who has a good temper, tried to smooth things over. The number of people in Zulian Fan cannot go up because of the environment, which has nothing to do with the atmosphere. Huh? Fu Zhang snorted lightly, and was too lazy to argue with Shan Xiu. In fact, when the Fu family moved from Liu Guangfang to Dahofang, they were also affected by the poor and bad mountains and rivers in Liu Guangfang. Changing to another place was only for the sake of the family. It is not a wise move to make too many enemies. Forces like Lan Xianayan, Gao Tingyun, and Daijiang Gang are worth making friends with. Originally, the Fu family wanted to make friends with the Pashan Gang first, but the longer they contacted, the more jealous they became of the resources controlled by the Pashan Gang. It was too rich. It was like a small immortal sect. From spiritual beast breeding, to mineral vein mining, to spiritual field and spiritual medicine planting, monster hunting, fur industry, and even now it has begun to involve the elixir industry. Such a rich industry is enough to be called a small sparrow with all the internal organs. If it can be divided with other forces. Even if the Fu family only gets a small share of the profits, it can get a huge improvement. Before deciding to go to war, he participated in the meeting hosted by the foundation building cultivator on behalf of the Fu family. He was very humble and only wanted an industry of monster fur and blood. The foundation building cultivator looked down on this, so he promised to hand it over to the Fu family after the matter was completed. But what others looked down on was the best for the Fu family. As long as they mastered the fur and blood of the monsters, the Fu family could complete the one-stop talisman making and would no longer be controlled by others. Are we really going to let them sit and watch the show? Shan Xiu was still dissatisfied, staring at the people inside viciously. He had a stronger desire to kill than anyone else. Or it could be said that it was not a desire to kill, but a thirst for resources. He had been hiding from place to place for some time, and most of his accumulated wealth had been consumed. Only by breaking through the Xiao Valley and plundering it can we make up for it. Lam Xiannian said helplessly, the cultivators here have been divided into places by the big guys, so you really don't make trouble. It's hateful. If I had known, I would have killed that old man before, leaving no room for him. Lam Xiannian wanted to say something, but was stopped by a hand. Second brother. Lam Xiannian shouted respectfully. Gao Tingyou nodded and came to the front of the formation. He kept looking around, and finally looked at the cliff in the distance. Indistinctly, someone was making tea and drinking tea, feeling very comfortable. It's really too comfortable. It's a pity that such comfort is gone. Gao Tingyou retreated a mile and waved his hand. Give them a little shock. After the words fell, more than 60 mid-stage key refining cultivators all flew forward. The late-stage cultivators in charge of guarding the formation in Zi Valley saw this and couldn't help but look stern. What are they going to do? They are not going to launch a general attack. Everyone pay attention, replace the formation spirit stones at any time, and the reserve cultivators are ready for battle. Under Zhou Yuanli's command, everyone acted in an orderly manner. Luo Chen watched this scene from a distance and nodded slightly. This Zhou Yuanli is indeed a talent. Whether it is the usual security work or the on-the-spot performance in the chaos, it is remarkable. It's a pity that he is not my man. Just as Luo Chen sighed, his pupils shrank slightly. Outside the valley, dozens of cultivators chanted spells at the same time, and the spiritual power fluctuations spread out instantly. The next moment, boom, 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 fireball, water arrow, golden spear, piercing, wood thorn, vine, low-level spells came like a tidal wave. The huge impact force made the first-level earth defense array shaky. A series of earth yellow halos kept flashing. Will it break just like that? Luo Chen's face was expressionless, but he was still a little worried. In the end, the earth yellow light shield stabilized. It is worthy of being a first-level earth defense array that can be used as a small family's protective formation. In the case of the mountain terrain, it is impregnable. Luo Chen exclaimed. Zhou Yuanli in front of the formation quickly arranged for people to replace the spirit stones. Just one attack consumed hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. Normal operation is one thing, and passive defense under attack is another. If this continues, the spiritual stone reserves of the two halls may not last long. Outside the formation, Lam Xiannian looked at Gao Tingyou in confusion. Second brother, why did you suddenly launch an attack? Did gang leader Wang say that we should surround but not attack, and try to capture them alive? Gao Tingyou said calmly, when you surround but don't attack, you have to consume them. Otherwise, it will take a lot of effort to capture these monks alive. This explanation is reasonable. Under Gao Tingyou's command, the group of mid-stage key refining monks bombarded the formation together 4 or 5 times. Then they stopped, swallowed the elixir, and meditated to restore their spiritual power. Gao Tingyou turned around. Besides, if we don't take the initiative to attack, how can we attract reinforcements? He showed a jade pendant, and an arrogant voice came out from it. The Mi family monk has come out. I will lead people to kill him at Yinma Beach. Lam Xiannian was startled. Is it Liao? Gao Tingyou nodded, and then took out a sound transmission jade. A steady voice came out of it. I have led people to guard the Kingma forest, waiting for Qin Liangchen to arrive. Lam Xiannian was surprised. Nangguangqin also took action. After putting away the 2 sound transmission jades, Gao Tingyou put his hands behind his back. Yes, they have already taken action, And we can't just work without doing our part. We have to do some face-saving work. Otherwise, when the time comes to divide up the resources of the Pashan gang, someone will say that we are not worthy. Gao Tinggigant smiled slightly. After 2 incense sticks of time, the big hand swung down again. Continue to attack, don't hold back this time, use your most powerful spells. Lam Xian'an stood behind Gao Tinggigant and had been convinced. But seeing the fierce look in his second brother's eyes, his eyes became complicated. After all, the second brother still can't let go of the death of his younger brother. This is not just a face-saving move, it is clearly to consume the spiritual stone reserves in the Zi Valley as much as possible. Once the spiritual stones are exhausted, the people inside will not be able to stop them. At that time, the second brother only needs to raise his arms and call for action, and under the influence of the general trend, it will be difficult to control the life and death of someone inside. Just like this, second brother, are you really not afraid of offending those foundation-building cultivators? This is the chapter that was sent out in advance. My mind is a little dizzy now. There should be no problem with the replaced content. Chapter 140, A Touch of Red on the Tip of the Sword. The Lancang River flows from east to west, rolling and magnificent. Along the way, small rivers and streams merge into it, and branches separate and fall into valleys and dangerous pits. Yinma Beach is such a branch of the Lancang River. Because of the flat terrain and abundant water and grass, the local foundation-building family, the Li family, who mainly cultivates dragon horses, uses it as the main grazing ground. Although it is not specially confined, most of the casual cultivators in Dahofang know that this is the territory of the Li family. Today, Yinma Beach is stained red with blood. Incomplete corpses rise and fall on the shallow mudflats. All around, monks in robes are excitedly collecting spoils. So damn rich. Yet, the Mi family is only less than 100 years old, but the family cultivators are richer than our Li family, which has been passed down for 300 years. He is only at the 7th level of key refining, but he actually has a storage bag. This shows how much wealth Mi Shuho has accumulated with the help of the Pashan gang. But after this battle, the Pashan gang will become the 7th gang of independent cultivators to be destroyed in the history of Dahofang. Haha, I heard that the beast hall of the Pashan gang will belong to our Li family in the future. SHH, where did you hear this news? Don't spread it. Yeah, I know. By the way, where's Brother Liao? Why can't I see him? A guy ran away. Liao must have felt embarrassed and went to hunt him down personally. The afterglow gradually faded, and the dusk was heavy. There was no light in the airtight forest. A figure stumbled, not knowing the direction, and kept moving forward. Run. You must live. Father is still waiting for me, Junpei is waiting for me too. Sikun Yuan Hong was in a trance, with countless wounds of all sizes on his body, and blood almost stained his body. Wherever he passed, the dazzling messy traces and the pungent smell of blood all guided his direction. However, the enemy who was chasing him stopped outside the dense forest. Juayan Mountain. It's not easy for me to chase him in. A young man in gorgeous clothes, not stained with dust, stood on the top of a tree dozens of feet high, ups and downs. Liao remembered the instructions of his ancestors. There are several places that must not be visited before the beast tide in the Guiyuan Mountains has dissipated. Among them is this Juayan Mountain. Why don't you go anywhere else, but you have to go to this Juayan Mountain? How could you know that there are countless monsters in it, and there is also the second-level monster bloodthirsty crocodile living here? Well, with your current miserable state, you will die sooner or later, so I can only send you here. Liao sneered, no longer hesitated, turned around and left. His mission was completed, and the Li family's mission was almost complete. After this battle, the backbone of the Mi family was completely destroyed. It can be said that the backbone of the Mi family, a new foundation-building family, has been broken. No matter how capable Mi Shuho is, the Mi family will not be able to revive within 100 years. If he follows the plan and divides up the Pashan gang, Mi Shuho will be a lonely man. With his departure, there was no movement outside the dense forest. After a long time, low roars and high roars were heard in Juayan Mountain, full of animality. The whole army was wiped out. How is it possible? Mi Junping slumped in her seat, panicked. Mi Zifan, who was waiting on the side, also showed a look of fear. If he had led the team to support Zi Valley, he would be the one dead now. Grandpa. What do you want to say? Mi Shuho glanced over, and his cold eyes almost made Mi Zifen feel uncomfortable, as if he was vomiting blood. That was the pressure that was spread out unintentionally by his spiritual consciousness. Mi Zifen lowered his head quickly, but with just a quick glance, he found that his grandfather seemed to have aged by dozens of years. Has Qin Liangjun left the city? A question came from his ear, and Mi Zifen lowered his head and answered respectfully, he has left. As soon as I told him that Xiao Valley was attacked, he set off without any delay. But this is not enough. Mi Zifen shuddered all over, and he could feel that gaze falling on him. Plop. Mi Zifen knelt on the ground. Grandpa, for Xiao Valley, for Luo Chen, too many of our clansmen have died. It's really not worth it. Waste. Mi Shuho took a deep breath and stopped looking at this third-generation genius who hated iron but not steel. You can't let me take action. At present, the Dejiang Gang and the Lianian Business Alliance have not yet taken action to build their foundation. Everyone still maintains a tacit understanding, just letting the people below fight as before. If he takes action, everything will be different. The Dejiang Gang is not terrible, but he can't afford the strength of the Lianian Business Alliance. Pinger. What's the situation of other halls now? Mi Junping raised her head blankly and answered absent-mindedly, the main hall has retreated into the formation and can only protect itself for now. The battle hall where Yang Wei was is gone. Yang Wei was already seriously injured, and I'm afraid he can't escape. No news has come from Zhengwen yet. Chu Wu escaped. The entire battle hall surrendered directly and was taken over by the Dejiang Gang. I don't know about the Beast Hall. I don't know about the Mine Hall. Jiao Hall. I heard that the Lankang Wharf was almost destroyed. Wang Yuan and Su Ranqi have broken blade. Yes, Su Ranqi. Mi Junping seemed to remember something, and hurriedly cursed, Su Ranqi is not dead. He deliberately lost to Gao Tingyun. This traitor must be caught and severely punished in the future. I ask you, how is Wang Yuan? Mi Shuhe said word by word, his tone gloomy, as if it came from the underworld. Mi Junping shuddered and said hurriedly, according to the secret letter, Wang Yuan killed 2 9th-level key refining cultivators, and then died together with Su Ranqi in the Lankang River. Now there is nobody left. After hearing all this news, Mi Shuhe felt a little cold. How could such a big Pashan gang suddenly have no one to use? He had obviously cultivated many talents, each of whom could stand on their own. He took out the sound transmission jade, and saw the spiritual light on it flickering, and it was already in a hurry. The Dejiang Gang launched an attack and bombarded the Shuta formation 5 times with the 5 elements magic. The Dejiang Gang launched a second attack, and the Shuta formation was in danger. The spiritual stone reserves are only enough to support 7 attacks, requesting help from the gang leader. There are 9th-level key refining cultivators who have taken action. They are Shen Xiu and Fu Zhang. Report to the gang leader. The Fu family also participated in this battle. One message after another seemed to be urging him to die. Mi Shuhe held the sound transmission jade tightly, and slowly got up after a long time. He sighed faintly. It seems that I have to take action myself. He walked step by step towards the outside of the Mi family's territory. Mi Junping and Mi Zifen stood up quickly behind him, and hope appeared in their eyes again. As long as my father, grandfather, takes action, there is nothing that Dao Hofan cannot handle. It has been like this for so many years. In the sky, a beam of light broke through the black clouds, crossed the sky, and flew towards the direction of Xiao Valley at a very fast speed. Mi Shuhe kept calculating in his mind. It is a taboo for a foundation-building cultivator to take action and participate in the battle of the key refining stage. But Luo Chen must not fail. His alchemy skills are of great use to me. This is not only about spirit stones, but also about future cultivation resources, expansion of personal connections, and even my own golden elixir path. Well, let's violate the taboo. First save Luo Chen, and then ask Miao Wen of the Yuding Sword sect to mediate the matter. Suddenly, Mi Shuhe's figure suddenly stopped in midair. His figure stood in the night sky. The fat round face trembled sharply. His expression kept changing, and his pupils shrank violently. No. Encircling but not attacking, luring but not firing, blooming in many places, but only leaving Xiao Valley. It is clearly a strategy of encircling and attacking reinforcements. Their target is not Luo Chen, not the Pashan gang, but me. This killing is aimed at me. Without hesitation, he turned around and flew in the opposite direction. Not only that, He took out 2 jade beads in succession and injected spiritual consciousness. The wind swept away the clouds, and a purple gold flywheel wrapped around Mi Shuhua, disappearing like lightning. What Luo Chen? What Pashangang? He had long forgotten. Soon, he returned to the Mi family land again. Under the night, the remaining members of the Mi family land had already lit candles. Under the brilliant lights, Mi Shuhua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he was in the clan land, with the help of the second-level formation he arranged in his early years, plus the help of magic weapons, he would not be afraid of more foundation building. The Fu family, the Li family, and the Chen family, these 3 families have participated in the siege against the Pashangang. I believe that the Duan family and the Nangguang family will not lag behind. Let you be proud for a while. After my injury is healed, what belongs to me will still be mine. With a relaxed mind, Mi Shuhua muttered to himself, and was about to step into the Mi family's territory. However, the next moment, his spiritual senses jumped wildly, and his mind was shocked. Without thinking, he moved sideways hundreds of meters. At his original place, a shadow of a sword tip slowly emerged from the void. On the tip of the sword, there was a touch of crimson. A sigh came from the bright lights. I'm sorry, old friend. One chapter was released in advance, with a difference of tens of thousands of words before and after. I have changed it so much that I am confused. It is really a sin. Chapter 141, The Beast Still Fights. Kang Hai Duan Langju, Duan. Jin. Kun. Gnashing his teeth, the 3 words Duan Kaiankan came out of Mi Shuhua's mouth word by word. He covered his neck with one hand, and blood could not stop oozing out. In the bright lights, an old man who was extremely old, like a candle in the wind, walked out slowly. He stretched out his hand and held the azure flying sword in his hand. Faintly, it seemed that there were raging waves in his hand. Looking up at Mi Shuhua, who was shocked and angry, Duan Kaiankan smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, I promised someone else to help him once. Others? Who are they? Can they be worth 100 years of friendship between you and me? Mi Shuhua roared like an angry monster. The next moment, there was a whistling wind around. A familiar voice came into his ears. Friend Mi, how are you? Mi Shuhua looked at the smiling face. He used to greet people with such a smile. Elder Zhou. I don't think I have ever offended your Lianian Merchant Alliance. Even though the Pashangang won the last battle on the discussion stage, I increased our cooperation with you and even reduced the supply price by 10%. Elder Zhou sighed. I am indeed very satisfied with your sincerity, but unfortunately the other elders in the Merchant Alliance are still not satisfied. And the man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Another figure came in the night, stepping on the waves. Wang Heichao's face was solemn. Hand over the storage ring you got on the Jiandan ruins, and everything in it. There is no Jiandan elixir in it. Mi Shuhua's steps kept retreating, and he kept making excuses. Suddenly, he stopped. An extremely cold force turned into a solid ice wall that stretched for hundreds of meters, blocking the way back. Whether there is or not is not up to you. I don't believe that there is no elixir in the storage ring of the Supreme Elder of Ghost Valley. Mi Shuhua clenched his teeth, and the flesh on his chubby face kept trembling. The head of the Nangguang family, Nangguang Jin. When he saw Nangguang Jin appear, Mi Shuhua knew that there was no room for maneuver in this matter. He looked around and put away his panic and furious look. Since the 4 of you have appeared, then fellow Taoist Li Yixin, there is no need to hide. Senior Mi has extraordinary means, so I won't show my face. Under the night, a voice came from left to right, front and back, like a ghost. I don't ask for much, just a beast haul of the Pashangang and 2 or 3 safe hunting spots in the Guian Mountains. Mi Shuhua sneered, is it worth your effort for just these few things? Alice, for the sake of the family, I have no choice. The ghostly voice came again, followed by a chuckle. Besides, I'm not the only one who feels this way. Your old friend, Senior Duan Kaiankan, is also like this. Mi Shuhua was stunned and lowered his head to look at the oldest man in the field. In the Mi family's land, Duan Kaiankan sighed softly. The foundation building pill at the auction did not help my Duan family's killing child break through the foundation building stage. My lifespan is short, and I must cultivate a true foundation building cultivator for my family. I had no choice but to use the 800 years of heaven and earth roots as a bargaining chip and promise Elder Zhou to help me once. Then you know that I also have a foundation building pill in my hand. Mi Shuhua growled. Duan Kaiankan shook his head. Old friend, why deceive yourself? Your benefits are not so easy to take. You played a lot with that foundation building pill. How could it be my turn? Mi Shuho was stunned, and the past came to his mind, and he felt a bit bitter at the corner of his mouth. He used too many tricks, and even his old friends no longer trusted him. The enemies looked around, and the 5 foundation building blocks blocked the front, back, left, and right. There was no way to go up to the sky, and there were people in the ground. Unconsciously, he had fallen into a deadly situation. Mi Shuho was lucky, looking at Elder Joe. Business is business, why kill them all? I will give you another 20% profit in future business dealings, how about it? No, 30%. Elder Joe was very interested, stroking his chin, as if he was really thinking about this possible cooperation. Fellow Taoist Nanguang. Mi Shuho shouted to the back. The nobles moved from Zulianfang to Daofang, and they must not have occupied any spiritual veins. My Mi family is not talented, but there is a spiritual vein branch under the Forbidden Land, and its effect is not inferior to the main vein. If it is supplemented by a spirit gathering array, it can be closer to the power of the second-level spiritual vein. If you like it, Mi will offer it with both hands. Nanguangjin raised his eyebrows, and was slightly moved. Friendly. The beast hall and hunting spot you requested are not worth your spiritual power. If you let me go, I can give you a map that records the outer area of the Guiyuan Mountains that the Pashangang has explored for 100 years. You can go anywhere. Without waiting for Li Yixun to reply, Mi Shuho took a deep breath and looked at Duan Kaiankan. Old friend, this time we will exchange sincerity for sincerity. I will give you the foundation building pill, and you will go back to the Duan family. And I swear a great oath that after your death, no matter whether your Duan family's killing can build a foundation or not, I will take care of your Duan family for 100 years. One condition after another was thrown out. 4 of the 5 people in the field were tempted. The conditions given by Mi Shuho were not empty words, nor were they sky-high prices, but they were within his ability and could really be done. His sincerity was evident. Suddenly, a faint voice came. Does Wang look down on me like this? Mi Shuho turned his head suddenly. What terms can I negotiate with you, you traitor? He was righteous and showed his style of keeping his promises. For a moment, Wang Hechao felt his face flushed. He had indeed reached many cooperation agreements with Mi Shuho, and even after the discussion, they had signed a paper covenant not to commit the same offense again in a short period of time. Now the Daijiang gang led other forces to attack the Pashan gang. It was indeed a traitor. The others also looked at Wang Hechao with strange eyes. Mi Shuho spoke righteously, but his heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, Elder Joe laughed dumbly. The others were puzzled and looked at him one after another. Elder Joe, I don't know what you are still dissatisfied with. Elder Joe shook his head. Your conditions are really very good. I have to say, I am impressed. But I am curious about one thing. After you have given away so many things, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with Malayan Business Alliance? Mi Shuho was stunned. He overlooked one thing. The conditions he put forward in a hurry were contradictory in the end. Shaking his head suddenly, he said hurriedly, just because I am a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, I still have 100 years to live. Not enough. Luo Chen. Yes, Luo Chen, he is definitely qualified. Oh. Dan Chenzi. Luo Chen's Taoist name is Dan Chenzi. He has an extremely evil talent in alchemy. He can refine medium-grade elixirs with a terrifying yield rate. With this boy, Lion Business Alliance will expand rapidly and become one of the best business alliances in Yuding domain. Hearing the Taoist name Dan Chenzi, Elder Joe's eyes lit up. This condition is really good to the extreme. I accept your conditions. As soon as these words came out, it was like an amnesty. Mi Shuho was so excited that he almost cried out. However, the next sentence made him freeze there again. However, you still have to hand over the stored ring of the Supreme Elder of Ghost Valley, and also hand over your magic weapon. Elder Joe shrugged. No way, I can't give up the opportunity to form a pill in front of me, and the other fellow Taoists must be the same. Mi Shuho's heart sank to the bottom of the valley instantly. He looked around. Wang Hechao sneered. Nanguangjin was greedy. Duan Kaiankan lowered his head, and his expression could not be seen. Ha ha ha. A sad laugh came from Mi Shuho's mouth. If I hand over the magic weapon, won't I become a lamb to be slaughtered? Do you really think that I, Mi Shuho, am as stupid as a pig? That's not what I said, we can still leave first. No. Elder Joe's face changed rapidly, and in an instant he was as gloomy as water. Do it. He's stalling for time. Before he finished speaking, a flame illuminated the night like day. The other 4 people also reacted suddenly, without saying a word, and each used their own methods. At this moment, Mishuho finally stopped pretending. All the conditions, words, and expressions before were just his disguises to buy time. Unfortunately, even after so long, no reinforcements were waiting. Forget it. Let's fight it out first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was full of flying wheels, with him as the center, suddenly burst out, and the void seemed to be fragmented. A black and white halo burst out from his body, covering his whole body. Attack magic weapon. Defensive magic weapon. Not only that, a pill was swallowed directly into his stomach, and Mishuho's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He pinched his hands, and a small tower swirled out from his palms and smashed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a height of 30 feet, standing tall, and directly crushed half of the Mi family's land into powder. Standing on the top of the tower, Mishuho roared, "If you want my life, you will have to pay the price." Chapter 142 Brother Gao, how are you? A turtle trapped in a jar, a trapped beast fighting. Shan Xiu pointed to the sky with one hand, and a huge ice spear 3 meters long flashed with strong murderous intent. He shouted, "Go! Hold on, you must hold on." Zhou Yuanli looked anxious, constantly wandering around the edge of the formation. Looking at the huge ice spear coming towards him, he kept praying in his heart. The next moment, the ice spear pierced the cocky light cover, making a piercing sound, as if rubbing against the eardrum. Crack, crack, crack. The two were deadlocked for several breaths, and finally the ice spear fell into thin air, leaving only the frost air, filling the surroundings. The suppressed cocky light cover was restored to its original state. It seemed to be in danger, but it was actually as solid as a rock. Zhou Yuanli saw this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Puff, puff, puff. He looked down and saw that the pile of spirit stones under his feet had turned into gray-white stone powder. "Come on, replenish the spirit stones," he shouted, and a cultivator immediately ran over behind him. Outside the formation, Shan Xiu took a breath and looked at the earth-guarding formation that looked like a turtle shell with hatred. Then he turned around and went to Gaotingyun indignantly. "You bastard, why am I the only one who took action? Are you all sitting and watching the show?" Lam Xianayin frowned. "Speak politely. And didn't my second brother send more than 60 mid-stage key refining cultivators to cooperate with you to attack the formation? If a group of key refining cultivators can break it, then this earth-guarding formation is unworthy of being a fine formation among the first-level formations." Shan Xiu was still not satisfied. He stared at Gaotingyun next to Lan Xianayin. The order was given by the other party, but it looked like he was just pretending. Gaotingyun pushed Lan Xianayin away and walked to the front step by step. He raised his head and looked at the huge light curtain covering the entire Ziyu Valley. "It has been delayed for too long. Friend Min, you have tried so many times and watched for so long, do you have any ideas?" Shan Xiu was stunned and subconsciously looked at the man behind him who had not said a word from beginning to end. No, he actually spoke. It was just that he was inside the soundproof enclosure at the time, and was only communicating with Gaotingyun. Now it seems that he and the group of mid-stage key refining cultivators attacked the formation together to test the strength of the formation for this person and find flaws? He is a formation master? Just as he was wondering, Min Longayu chuckled and took out an octagonal formation plate. "Use the Earth's key as the vein and the valley as the momentum. Hold the 1 and keep the center, and the U is in the DUI palace. As the Earth's key flows away, the valley collapses, and it has become like gold is strong and Earth is empty. Therefore, attack when gold is strong, and collapse when Earth is empty. I have broken this formation." The laughter gradually became louder. He threw the formation plate in his hand into the sky, and it immediately floated on the earth yellow light cover activated by the earth-guarding formation. A series of colorful beams of light continued to be thrown out. Every beam of light that fell on the earth yellow light cover was like a drop in the ocean, with no reaction. Seeing this scene, Shan Xiu, Fu Zhang and others were all puzzled. The intensity of this attack was not as strong as the previous attack by a group of mid-stage key refining cultivators. However, as more and more beams of light fell into the light shield, The entire Zi Valley, and even the area dozens of miles around, made a slight tremor. At first, it was just a little bit. Later, the entire Zi Valley began to tremble violently. Large pieces of rubble kept rolling down, forcing the cultivators in the valley to either activate their magic tools to fly into the air or use the wind control technique to barely leave the ground. Not good, the formation is going to break. Murin Kinglian blurted out. Gukai looked nervous, and one hand subconsciously grabbed Luo Chen's sleeve. The reinforcements have not arrived yet, and the enemy is strong. When the formation is broken later, you must protect yourself. Luo Chen hummed, his face still calm. He held Gukai with his backhand, and she was stunned for a moment. A blood-red pill fell silently into her palm. Luo Chen nodded to her, and then called Murin Kinglian. Sister-in-law, please help me put away the furnaces in the other 2 alchemy rooms. Why are you still thinking about this at this time? Murin Kinglian had no choice but to follow him into the alchemy room. In the alchemy hall, the other cultivators were terrified. Grandma Yuan stood in front, whispering something to her eldest son Yuan Dongsheng behind her. Second Xiaoji's eyes kept rolling. Zhou Yuanli called Liu Kaiang, Dongfang Liang, and several other late-stage key refining cultivators who were close to him together. He gave instructions with a serious look. Boom! A loud noise suddenly sounded. The Shuta formation is about to be broken. In the Zi Valley, all the cultivators raised their heads and looked at the sky. Hundreds of cultivators were densely packed, almost occupying most of the sky. Rays of spiritual light flashed, and even in the dark, they were so conspicuous. The leader spoke loudly while the formation was not completely broken. Today, our Daijiang Gang will unite with Lianian Merchant Alliance and Zunaihu to jointly conquer Pashangang. The destruction of Pashangang is an established fact. You don't have to resist stubbornly. Just surrender and I will forgive you for the past and save your life. Join our Daijiang Gang and you will be treated the same as before, and you can continue on the road to the Great Way. Hearing this, those terrified early and middle stage cultivators were in doubt. Will they really forgive you for the past and even treat you the same as before? For a while, many people wanted to surrender. After all, Pashangang is just a gang composed of scattered cultivators. There is no inheritance, no teacher, no honor, and naturally there is no cohesion. Just when some people were thinking of surrendering, an old voice cursed angrily. Don't be fooled by him. The Daijiang Gang and our Pashangang have a great feud. Have you forgotten the fight to the death on the Tao stage? That tall and short guy is talking nonsense and lies. The tall and short guy? Puff. A few people couldn't help laughing. Gao Tingyun is indeed quite short. Among the immortal cultivators, this figure is also unique. However, it was Elder Sikun who said this. Sikun Xiaojia continued to curse. Moreover, after you surrender on the spot, will they let you go? Even if they don't kill you, will they not want the spiritual stones you have accumulated, the robes you wear, and the magic tools you have worked hard to earn? Everyone, don't believe such nonsense. With a last roar, the originally scattered fighting spirit of Zi Valley gradually gathered again. Even if it's not for the Pashangang, it's for yourself. Most of the enemies outside are in the middle stage of key refining. There are also many of them in the middle stage of key refining. Will the other party be willing to let go of their resources? All these things were accumulated through hard work for most of their lives. No one was willing to give them up. Elder Sikun was right. The other party's sweet words were just to deceive them. Luo Chen stood between Murin Kinglian and Gu Kai. Behind him were Zhou Yuanli and others who were already ready to go. He glanced at Sikun Xiaojia, who was furious and yelling. This old man is a smart man. It is obvious that the guys from the Daijiang Gang only intend to let go of the low-level cultivators. But for them, a group of late-stage key refining cultivators, they must be beaten and killed. After all, there must be some benefits for these people who are dispatched. In this way, Sikun Xiaojia and others will be in great danger after the formation is broken. But if all the cultivators in Zi Valley are encouraged to fight together, in the chaotic scene, everyone will have a chance to escape based on their own abilities. Outside the formation, Gao Tingyun shrugged helplessly at the people behind him, indicating that he had tried his best. Fu Zhang and Lan Xianayan both frowned, feeling that Gao Tingyun did it on purpose. He could have said a few more words to refute the elder of the Pashangang. This way, he would be more relaxed during the battle. Dan Xiu didn't care about that and asked anxiously, Friend Min, how long will it take? Min Longayu sat cross-legged on the ground, with his fingers like swords, remotely controlling the array. The corners of his mouth raised, revealing a proud and calm smile. Almost. Break. 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 Whoosh. 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 Beams of light were constantly shot out from the rotating array. Every beam of light that hit the Shuto array caused a huge roar. After 8 times, Min Longayu let out a long roar. How can a mere small array stop me? Watch me break it. He leaped up into the sky, holding the array with one hand, and a brilliant aura burst out from his body, and then pressed down hard. Crack. The Earth Defense Formation, which was already in danger, seemed to collapse under this pressure. The Earth Yellow light cover collapsed instantly. At the same time, hundreds of cultivators in Zi Valley turned into streams of light and flew in all directions to the outside world. Seeing this, Shan Xiu took the lead. Kill. Gao Tingyun's eyes were fixed on the center of the group of cultivators who were huddled together in the Dan Hall of Zi Valley. He took a step, but his body paused. Xiannian. Second brother. Lam Xiannian looked at him with a complicated expression and shook his head slightly. Luo Chen cannot be killed. This is the person the gang leader specifically asked for. When did you surrender to Wang Hao? Gao Tingyun looked sinister. I don't want you to anger the foundation building cultivators for this. You can't bear the anger of the true cultivators. Let go. It's ridiculous. If you keep nagging, they will all escape. I see what you can do to Wang Hao when the time comes. Lam Xiannian was startled and his hand had already loosened. Gao Tingyun broke through the air, a blue water dragon cut through the night sky, killing gods and Buddhas. Shouting, wailing. Blood and flesh, broken limbs. Explosions, roars. Almost in an instant, the moonlit Zi Valley was dyed red. Those who resisted stubbornly would naturally not show mercy to them. Killing became the only theme at this moment. Sikun Xiaojia did not hesitate, burst out with the strongest strength, and flew to the edge. Wherever he passed, no matter whether it was the cultivators in the middle stage of key refining or the 7th or 8th level of key refining, they could not stop him for a moment. But this kind of battle was the most eye-catching. A golden guard hammer broke through the air and smashed. Accompanied by Fu Zhang's unruly voice. Sikun Xiaojia, the head of the 4 elders of the Pashan gang. Killing you is just the right way to establish the prestige of my Fu family. My friend, why do you have to kill us all? Sikun Xiaojia replied, a black tortoise shell blocked behind him, and endured the hammer. Fu Zhang was stunned for a moment, then his face was overjoyed. No wonder you were able to survive before, it turns out you have such a good magic weapon. After the surprise, the movements of his hands became bigger and bigger. The first battle of the 9th level of key refining was launched in the most common mode. Seeing that Sikun Xiaojia led away the strongest person of the Fu family, in the Dan Hall, Grandma Yuan nodded to Luo Chen and the others. You go first. Murin Kinglian was stunned for a moment, and saw the man behind Grandma Yuan. She frowned and said, some formations left in the valley can't stop that Min Longayu. It doesn't matter, I still have some tricks. Grandma Yuan smiled kindly, pulled her son and flew to the original medicine hall. In the valley, there was a man walking in the spiritual field without caring. He occasionally lowered his head and looked at some small formations, showing a look of joy at seeing prey. As for the fighting and killing nearby, it seemed to have nothing to do with him. Seeing an old woman flying over, he frowned and threw out a few formation flags. Then, there was a golden light. In the air. Luo Chen was among the crowd, flying outside. If he were alone, he could just ignore everything and escape calmly. But here, there were his friends. He would not do such a thing as escaping alone unless it was absolutely necessary. Master, we will create a chance for you to escape later. I know you are very fast, you must seize the opportunity. Luo Chen looked at the backs of Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang in front of him, sighed, and his lips moved slightly. At this point, there is actually no need to perform the protection duties anymore. You should try your best to protect yourself later. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuanli remained silent. Not only him, but also Liu Qiang and Dongfang Liang. Luo Chen suddenly realized something. Those who can be sent to protect him must be the ones that Mi Shuhua trusts the most. But this group of bodyguards obviously cannot reach the point where Mi Shuhua can fully trust them. Then why were they arranged here? Aren't they afraid that they will abandon Luo Chen and run away when they encounter danger? So, there is only one reason. That is, Mishuhu must have done something to them. Only this reason can explain why they are still determined to protect Luo Chen. Just as they were thinking, a figure had already blocked their way. Dan Chenzi, give me back my slap. It was the robber cultivator from Zulian Fang, Dan Xiu. He was full of fighting spirit, and a huge black pair of scissors was hovering above his head. It was the top-grade magic weapon that emitted a black light when he attacked Luo Chen. That time, Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang blocked it together. This time, it was the same. Get out of the way! He shouted angrily, but Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang did not give up an inch of ground. They circled out with swords and knives, tightly entangled him. Let's go! Murin Qinglian grabbed Luo Chen, and together with Gu Kai, protected him in the middle and flew to the side. The other late-stage cultivators of Pashangang were also entangled by nearby enemies. Stay! A sigh sounded. A blue-clothed cultivator blocked the front, and his robes moved without wind. Murin Qinglian sneered, shook off Luo Chen, and attacked first. Kai, take Luo Chen away. Yes, take care, Sister Qinglian. Gu Kai looked nervous, pulling Luo Chen to run away. But the other party's body was motionless. What's wrong? I can't leave. Luo Chen chuckled and looked at the blue dragon stained with countless blood mist and roaring on the side. Gu Kai's face changed drastically. The speed was too fast and she couldn't react at all. The defensive magic weapon on her body had no time to deploy to protect Luo Chen. Does it mean that I just said I would take him away, and then I have to watch him die in front of me? Thoughts flashed through her mind. In a trance, she saw 4 colored tassels falling from the sky. Boom! Luo Chen pulled Gu Kai with his backhand and kept retreating. The 4-elephant cauldron on his head bloomed with 4 colored brilliance, and strands of tassels entangled the blue dragon. Suddenly, Luo Chen pushed Gu Kai away. Go help my sister-in-law. Gu Kai flew out and looked back. Luo Chen was wearing a green robe, with a 4-colored tripod on his head and a red spear in his hand. Opposite him, a short figure reached out and grabbed. 2 blue short spears revealed their true form. Second brother Gao, how are you? Luo Chen smiled slightly, pointing the spear in his hand diagonally. The tip of the spear became redder and redder, and the scorching heat seemed to melt the void. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Tens of thousands of jadeite waste beads exploded, instantly killing. 8th level of key refining. Gao Tinggate stared at Luo Chen and said this almost with gritted teeth. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, when the spiritual power fluctuated too much, the great perfection level of key condensation spirit art could no longer conceal his true realm. He had been pretending to be at the 7th level of key refining, and wanted to catch the other party off guard. Unfortunately, Gao Tinggate was determined to get him, and as soon as he made a move, he struck him fiercely, leaving no room for him. Gao Tinggate looked at Luo Chen carefully, his expression was full of doubt. He had a top-grade attack magic weapon, a top-grade defense magic weapon, and he was also wearing a top-grade Taoist robe. Just the wealth revealed on the outside was enough to make 99% of the 9th level key refining cultivators envious. How long has he, Luo Chen, been practicing? No wonder Wang Heichao is so determined to get him. He was able to earn this fortune in such a short time. I'm afraid it's because of his status as an alchemist. I must not let him fall into Wang Heichao's hands, otherwise I will have no hope of revenge. With a thought, the 2 short spears in his hands began to flash with spiritual light. However, Luo Chen's movements were faster than he imagined. The tip of the spear was swallowing and spitting, and the rain of fire bloomed all over the sky. Gao Tinggate took a deep breath, and a round bead emerged from his chest, and then turned into a light shield, wrapping him. The rain of fire fell on the light shield, making a hissing sound. The hot high-temperature steam spread out, blocking his sight. No. Whoosh! Gao Tinggate's ears moved slightly, and he dodged to the side. He waved his hand, and large pieces of raindrops were swayed, pushing away the rain of fire in front of him. At this moment, he looked closely, and there was no figure of Luo Chen in front of him. What a fast speed! Where did you go? Suddenly, he turned his head. One of them was mad, emitting a large amount of black light, suppressing 2 cultivators of the 8th level of key refining. Shan Xiu, be careful. Shan Xiu was startled and subconsciously wanted to turn back. However, it was too late. A strange bell sounded suddenly. The sound wave entered his ears and made him pause slightly. In a life and death battle, a moment of days is enough to decide life and death. It's Luo Ibn's little bell. When he just came back to his senses, he saw black light mixed in the night and came in an instant. He only had time to activate the defensive light shield on his robes. As for other actions, everything was too late. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. Originally, his heart was pierced by a long iron nail. Shan Xiu tried to force it out with his spiritual power, but as soon as he mobilized his spiritual power, it began to disintegrate. Soul-breaking nail. Chaos spirit powder. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and the jade knife flew in front of him. With a circle cut, Shan Xiu's good head fell into his hand. Go help Hall Master Murin, kill the one in blue first. After instructing Zhou Yuanli and the other 2 who looked pale, Luo Chen turned around with his head in his hand. Second brother Gao, when Shan Xiu led people to kill me, you must have contributed to it. Looking at the head that was still open-eyed, Gao Tingyun felt a chill in his heart. He was about to speak when his eyes suddenly fell on Shan Xiu's body that fell to the ground. The huge black nail on his chest was so dazzling and eye-catching. Soul-breaking nail. Soul-breaking nail. It was you who killed my brother. Luo Chen was stunned, and with a traction technique, the black nail flew back to his hand. It was indeed this top-grade magic weapon that broke through Gao Ting's defense. But it was just a magic weapon. How did Gao Tingyun judge it? Gao Tingyun's eyes were blazing with fire, and there was an endless anger bursting out. My brother has the talisman of the earth guarding shield. It is impossible for ordinary high-grade magic weapons to kill him instantly. He can hold on until he asks for help. Only the soul-breaking nails made by this soul-refining wanderer can ignore the 5 elements' defense and forcibly hurt the enemy. At that time, the soul-refining cave was broken open by me and Lida. Most of the treasures were obtained by us, but the soul-breaking nail disappeared. Later, I found out that it was secretly taken away by Li Zixing and Shen Zhao. As far as I know, they all died at the hands of Wang Yuan. Yes. Gao Tingyun became more and more crazy as he spoke. All the confusions lingering in his heart were like a broken dam being washed away by a flood. For a moment, it rushed and flowed, and it was extremely clear. Wang Yuan and you have a close relationship. If it were an ordinary top-grade magic weapon, you would not be able to use it at your level at that time. But the soul-breaking nail can never be used again, so you don't have to consider too much about the control. If you had this treasure, you would have been even more powerful when you killed my little brother. And the realm. Gao Tingyun stared at Luo Chen, his aura rising. You just concealed your true realm. It doesn't make sense for a person to advance from the 3rd level of key refining to the 8th level of key refining within a year. So, you have always had a way to conceal your realm. Back then, you must have concealed your realm and killed my brother in a sudden attack. No wonder you, a casual cultivator, dared to live in such a remote place. You are really brave and skilled. Luo Chen's mouth twitched when he heard these words. The previous speculations were all reasonable. Although not all of them were correct, they were 9 out of 10 correct. One of his 2 soul-breaking nails did come from Wang Yuan. Li Zixing and Shen Zhao were indeed the 3 people who surrounded and killed Wang Yuan. But the hidden realm was exaggerated. He was at the 4th level of key refining at the beginning. How could Gao Tingyun say so exaggeratedly? Luo Chen, the evidence is irrefutable. Do you admit it or not? Gao Tingyun shouted angrily. Luo Chen was helpless. At this point, is there any point in saying these things? And, looking around, he found that before he knew it, there were 7 late key refining masters who had surrounded him. Second brother Gao is really good at tricks, and he set a trap for me without me noticing. Seeing that the encirclement was completed, Gao Tingyun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was still furious, but his heart was extremely calm. The speed at which you were exposed in a short time before forced me to do this. As he spoke, a grim smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today I will send you to hell and avenge my little brother. With a wave of his hand, the 7 late key refining masters immediately controlled the magic tools and hit Luo Chen. The surging and complex spiritual power almost illuminated the entire night sky for a while. Luo Chen exhaled a long breath of turbid air, holding the fire spear in his hand, and flew towards the sky like an arrow from a string. Gaotingyun looked at this scene and sneered. Fly? How high can you fly? The wind whistled, and a group of white clouds suddenly appeared, holding Luo Chen. Gaotingyun's eyes widened. Driving clouds? Foundation building method? The next moment, he was shocked, and the round bead on his chest shrank wildly, turning into a close-fitting light shield to protect him tightly. Retreat quickly. However, it was too late. Luo Chen stepped on the white cloud, pressed his hands in the air, and shouted softly. Explode. The key refining level 7 cultivator closest to Luo Chen looked at the small black dot in front of him in surprise. Is it a bead? Green, like jade and glass. What is this? The next moment, the bead in the pupil exploded like this. The cultivator frowned and pushed out a stream of spiritual power. Is it so powerful? However, a surging wave rolled in from all sides. The huge force of the explosion blasted his body into powder. The waste jade beads were the product of Luo Chen's failure in refining the jade pill. Every time a portion of raw materials failed, there would be 20 more waste beads. So how many times has Luo Chen failed since he started refining the jade pill? The exact number is impossible to calculate. But the probability of failure in the early stage is extremely high. Even with a master-level proficiency, there is a half-failure rate. In the past year, Luo Chen's failures must have accumulated thousands of times. In other words, he has accumulated tens of thousands of waste jade beads. Even if he has consumed a lot of them by practicing the Cheyenne scattering flowers technique, the stock on hand is still increasing. Just now, Gaotingyun used words to confuse his mind and set up a net to cut off his retreat. He was also using his tricks to do something secretly. Silently, he used the 7 night stars hidden weapon technique in Cheyenne scattering flowers to bury tens of thousands of tampered jade beads in the night. Now, the ambush is complete. The last step is actually simple. Just use the method of the Hunan Pearl to detonate it. With Luo Chen's explosion, tens of thousands of jade beads exploded at the same time under the traction of his spiritual power. Perhaps the power of each jade bead is mediocre, not even as powerful as a low-grade magic weapon. But tens of thousands of beads are enough to form a qualitative change. Luo Chen stood on the clouds, obviously far away, but the huge shock wave still pushed him several miles away. If it weren't for the 4 symbols cauldron protecting him, even Luo Chen, the master of the spell, would have suffered a huge blow. However, everything is worth it. The turbulent spiritual power swept around. The dust in the sky turned into a raging flame in the explosion, illuminating the entire battlefield. A pit that was hundreds of meters large was left in place. All the cultivators on the battlefield looked over in shock. They looked at the scene in fear. Who below the foundation building stage could take such a terrifying blow? Is this still a method that a key refining cultivator can perform? Luo Chen, the master of the Dan Hall, is so powerful. Grunt. The sound of swallowing saliva, which should have been a slight sound, was so clear in the silent night. Luo Chen's face was slightly pale. The consumption of spiritual power to detonate so many jade waste beads at the same time was a bit unexpected. Of course, he couldn't control every jade waste bead. The reason why he could do this was because he took a trick. In every 100 jade waste beads, a trace of spiritual power was left, and then it was detonated. In this way, other jade waste beads that had been tampered with would also explode at the same time. It was originally prepared for escaping from Daofeng and targeting the monsters, but I didn't expect it to fall on these people. Fortunately, the power did not disappoint me. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Under such an attack, even the mixed river dragon Gaotingyun would not survive. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. Second brother Gao, where are you going? In the dust, a blue spiritual dragon wrapped around a short and strong figure and stumbled towards the distance. Luo Chen removed the floating clouds and performed the free and easy wind control, like a rock swooping down from the clouds. The fire spear in his hand hummed. Then it turned into a fire phoenix and broke through the air. Not only that, 2 soul-breaking nails accompanied it, turning into black light, piercing the clouds and breaking the moon. The fire phoenix arrived first, and the blue dragon was destroyed. A round bead full of cracks also turned into dust. The tip of the spear appeared, piercing the top-grade robes, and barely stopped on Gaotingyun's back. But then, 2 black lights pierced Gaotingyun's chest at the same time. Puff. Puff. Gaotingyun fell to the ground and turned into a rolling gourd, rolling continuously. He stood up forcefully, and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking at Luo Chen in panic. Luo Chen, do you really want to kill them all? Yes. Luo Chen raised his spiritual power again, and the fire spear that fell to the ground immediately flew towards Gao Tingyun. Gao Tingyun was unable to dodge and was immediately pierced through. He looked at the big hole in his chest in astonishment, and then fell down with a bang. Seeing this, Luo Chen's heart finally fell. Shan Xiu was dead, and Gao Tingyun was also dead. Even if he left Dao Hofeng now, he would have nothing to worry about. But you still owe me 5 spiritual stones, so I will gladly accept your storage bag. He walked to a place quite far away from Gao Tingyun, and his eyes fell on the gray storage bag. Suddenly, his face changed slightly, and his whole body stiffened. Gao Tingyun, who should have been completely dead, suddenly sat up. A pair of green eyes stared at him. They were far away, but under the gaze of the green eyes, Luo Chen was completely unable to move. Damn it, what kind of evil magic is this? Luo Chen screamed in his heart, and felt that he had completely lost control of his body. In his sight, Gao Tingyun just sat there, staring at him. The two of them were in a stalemate at the same time. A spell targeting the soul. Luo Chen calmed down instantly. He didn't feel anything wrong, but he couldn't move. Moreover, he couldn't move. Gao Tingyun couldn't move either. I want to see how long you and I can hold out. Besides, I'm not without a solution. Subconsciously, the method of Mingshan Posha flowed through his mind, and a strong will rose up. This will was very strong. Although it was not as strong as the soul, it could already mobilize the spiritual power that was usually hidden in various acupuncture points. As soon as his mind moved, 36 major acupuncture points all over his body were injured at the same time. A sharp pain, from the flesh and soul, instantly broke out. Ah! Luo Chen screamed in pain, staggered, and stepped back. Opposite him, Gao Tingyun seemed to have suffered a serious backlash. He opened his mouth and stammered, and finally fell down helplessly. Luo Chen's face was extremely pale. The pain of running the Mingshan Posha with all his strength was simply not something that an ordinary person could bear. Since he entered the sect, he had only completed it a few times. Unexpectedly, this time he actually used it in battle. Looking around, he was shocked to find that it felt like a long time had passed, but it seemed like only a moment outside. This Gao Tingyun has too many tricks and is not careful enough. Luo Chen asked himself if he had been careful enough. 2 soul-breaking nails pierced his chest on both sides, and the fire spear passed through his body. If coupled with the explosion of tens of thousands of jade waste beads, any key refining cultivator would have died with such injuries. Unexpectedly, Gao Tingyun still had the strength to make the last blow. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the strong man who killed Su Renki on the Taoism stage. Without his substitute puppet, he is still so tenacious. Fortunately, that thing was destroyed by Su Renki, otherwise it would take a lot of effort to kill him today. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and the fire spear flew out with Gao Tingyun's storage bag, and 2 soul-breaking nails also flew out instantly. Then, a fireball spell smashed down directly. Second brother. A sharp and shrill cry sounded in the air. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. The blue-clothed monk was still alive? He looked up and saw Murin Kinglian, Gu Kai, Zhou Yuanli and Liu Kaiyang, 4 masters besieging him. The blue-clothed monk was still struggling to hold on. Is my sister-in-law too weak? Or is this person too strong? While Luo Chen was wondering, a green flag slipped from his hand. The vague sense of danger made the blue-clothed monk's pupils shrink. He looked at Luo Chen fiercely, and then roared. A talisman was taken out. Then circles of waves spread out, forcibly forcing the 4 people to retreat. He pulled away, his eyes still fixed on Luo Chen. I, Lan Xianayan, will remember this vengeance. Throwing down the harsh words, he quickened his pace and was about to leave. However, the next moment, a sword tip emerged from the void. Faintly, the sound of waves in the river and the sea could be heard. Lam Xianayan covered his neck in astonishment, and then fell headfirst from the sky. I'm sorry, I'm late. A figure as tall as a sword landed beside Luo Chen. He stretched out his hand and a flying sword returned to his hand. Luo Chen looked at Duan Feng and grinned. It's not too late, there are still many prey here. Chapter 144 The way is in your own hands, life and death are determined by fate. I'm a step too late. A black shadow as strong as a bear stood in the shadow, looking at the ruins of the Mi family land in front of him. The air still lingered with a strong smell of blood. The majestic spiritual power fluctuations slowly dissipated, but it still announced how fierce a battle had been fought here before. Faintly, there seemed to be unwillingness and roars, resounding through the clouds here. The black shadow shook his head and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, his body stiffened. He raised his head stiffly and looked at a figure in the sky who was looking at him carefully. Jading Sword Cultivator. The man's eyes were extremely sharp, as if they contained thousands of sharp swords. But looking at the black shadow, he was still hesitant. Is it a human? Is it a monster? The black shadow cupped his fist at him. You are also late. After saying that, he disappeared into the night. In the sky, the Jading Sword Cultivator was in doubt. Is this man also Mi Shuhu's reinforcement? But how could he not know that there was such a person in Daofang? He is obviously a human foundation, but the demonic aura on his body is so strong. Forget it, let's ignore him for now. The elder's instructions are the most urgent. Late? I'm not late. With a sneer, the sword flashed, and his body was like a green rainbow, flying towards the place he sensed. Outside the Ziyu Valley, the battle is in full swing. With 10 Xiu, Gaotingyun died. Luo Chen, Murin Qinglian, Duan Feng, and Gu Kai freed up their hands and switched between offense and defense in an instant. Even though the Daijiang Gang sent more than 30 late-stage key refining and 60 mid-stage key refining cultivators. But after the leader died and Duan Feng joined the battlefield, the situation began to change. Master, are you okay? Luo Chen, are you okay? Luo Chen turned around and saw Gu Kai, Zhou Yuanli and others looking at him with concern. The painful roar from the depths of his soul almost spread throughout the battlefield. No wonder they were so anxious about Luo Chen. Luo Chen smiled slightly. I'm fine, go help the others. Without hesitation, Murin Qinglian directly raised the magic weapon and rushed towards the enemy. Gu Kai also wanted to join the battle, but just as she raised her spiritual power, she cried out in pain and staggered. The effect of the laurel pill has worn off, Kai should stay and heal. Luo Chen pressed her shoulders, then looked at Zhou Yuanli and Liu Kang. The two of them understood Luo Chen's thoughts instantly, but as soon as they moved, a strange look appeared on their faces. Untied. Gone. Seeing this, Luo Chen was surprised. What happened? Zhou Yuanli said in doubt. That means that the gang leader left on me disappeared. Mine too. Liu Kang responded, and then his face changed drastically. Is the gang leader not going to have any problems? The three looked at each other, and for a moment, many emotions surged in their hearts. Worry and fear, or relief and ecstasy. In the end, Luo Chen waved his hand. Let's kill those bastards from the Daijiang Gang first. They went too far tonight. Zhou Yuanli and Liu Kang hummed, still habitually listening to Luo Chen's orders, and joined the battlefield. With their joining, the current battlefield situation became more and more obvious. Luo Chen took 2 dust-transforming pills, and with the automatic recovery effect of Chong Chunguang, the spiritual power that was severely depleted in his body began to recover slowly. He stood in front of Gu Kai and swept his eyes across the battlefield. From time to time, he used the Jade Marrow Waste Bead, or the Fireball technique, and the Jade Knife to assist his own cultivators. Under his sneak attack, the mid-stage key refining cultivators were vulnerable. Even if the late-stage key refining cultivators could resist 1 or 2, they were distracted and had no time to take care of other things, and were tottering under the attacks of the others. After a while, someone started to run away. Luo Chen did not send anyone to chase him, and his eyes fell on the slanting Moon Valley. A formation was surrounding a large area of spiritual fields. Min Longayu's figure flickered in the battle, and he launched attacks from time to time, free and easy. Compared with his ease, Granny Yuan seemed to have a very difficult time. The Matic had been hit so hard that its spiritual light dimmed, and it seemed that she was about to die in the battle. The rest of the people are fine, but Min Longai is the most dangerous. Han Dang, who had perfected his key training, died inexplicably under the attack of his formation flag on the Taoist stage. I didn't expect Granny Yuan to be able to hold on for so long. Luo Chen's eyes flickered, and his lips moved. The next moment, a strong spiritual power suddenly erupted in the sky. Duan Feng immediately pushed large waves of water, pressing down overwhelmingly. He stood in the waves, waving his long sword continuously, and layer after layer of huge waves, stacked up, smashed down with a monstrous momentum. Min Longayu's face changed in the formation. You found the flaw in my formation so quickly. Are there any cultivators who know formations outside? He no longer hesitated, and turned the formation plate in his hand over, and pieces of yellow light swayed out. But at the same time, the formation was also changed and broke. Min Longayu no longer hesitated and fled to the distance. Granny Yuan's face was gloomy, and the medic was stuck in the spiritual field. Want to leave? How can it be so easy? She suddenly made a seal with both hands. The old hands, like chicken claws, were extremely agile at this moment. Under the guidance of her spiritual power, many rice plants that were still left in the spiritual field suddenly burst into golden light. After about 3 breaths, the spell was ready. Granny Yuan's eyes were full of golden light. Go! Countless rice leaves turned into small golden swords, and caught up with Min Longayu at lightning speed. Kusanaji Zhengjin sword technique. In mid-air, Min Longayu turned around suddenly. Old woman, I didn't expect you to have this trick. The array plate in his hand kept changing its light, and finally a piece of fire was sprinkled, melting the thousands of golden rays. Not only that, large pieces of fire were pushed back and attacked Grandma Yuan. At this time, Grandma Yuan was exhausted and had no spiritual power to defend. She closed her eyes and calmly welcomed the final death. However, after a few breaths, she did not feel any pain or burning. When she opened her eyes, she saw a large tripod suspended above her, and tassels were falling down to protect her. Master Luo, thank you very much. Grandma Yuan looked at the back and bowed with sincere admiration. Luo Chen waved his hand without turning his head. It's okay, I have a good relationship with your son, it's just a piece of cake. While he was talking, a disheveled figure stumbled over from the attic of the medicine hall behind him. Mom, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Luo Chen, thank you so much. Yuan Dongsheng was covered in blood, and his face was also full of tears at this moment. Holding her old mother, she choked up and thanked Luo Chen. Luo Chen comforted her casually, but his attention was still on the battlefield. Under the suppression of 2 key refining level 9 masters, plus Luo Chen, Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang, the originally one-sided battle situation has been turned around. The cultivators of the Daijiang gang either died in the battle or escaped. According to Luo Chen's estimation, it won't take long for this battle to end. It shouldn't have been so easy. The 5 key refining level 9 cultivators from the Daijiang gang can almost be regarded as strong people at the same level. The only one who is a little weak is Dan Xiu, who has a broken palm and his strength has been greatly reduced. With this lineup, it can be considered a piece of cake to deal with a group of old, weak, women and children in Xiao Valley. But they underestimated Luo Chen. As soon as he made a move, he killed Dan Xiu in the battle formation, making the high-end power equal. Then he detonated tens of thousands of jade marrow beads, not only severely injuring Gao Tingyun, but also killing 7 key refining level 1 cultivators in one breath. When Gao Tingyun died, the situation had already fallen into Luo Chen's control. Duan Feng's help was an unexpected surprise. He killed Lan Xian'an silently, which was a surprise among surprises. At this point, it can almost be declared that the Battle of Xiao Valley, led by Luo Chen, has won a complete victory. Looking at the corpses in the field, Luo Chen chuckled. Today's harvest is probably not small. Just as he was thinking about how to distribute the spoils later, his heart suddenly jumped. 2 escape lights came from the distant sky at lightning speed. The huge foundation building aura was not concealed. Wherever they passed, the wind blew violently, causing the monks who were still fighting here to stop. Suddenly, 2 figures stopped outside Xiao Valley. Luo Chen looked at the 2 figures from a distance, his face solemn, and his figure was also quietly retreating. However, he only retreated a few steps and stopped. Because the 2 figures locked onto him almost at the same time. Luo Chen. Dan Chenzi. Luo Chen forced a smile. Boss Wang, Elder Zhou, why are you interested in being a guest here? Guest. Wang Heichao smiled slightly. From now on, this is the territory of the Daijiang gang. How can you say I'm a guest? Elder Zhou stepped forward. Dan Chenzi, welcome to join the Lianian Business Alliance. From now on we are a family. While the 2 were talking, the battlefield was silent and no one dared to speak. Only the sound of the wind, groans, howls, and crackling of flames could be heard. Luo Chen opened his mouth and finally sighed in vain. This is just out of the wolf's den, and now you have to go into the tiger's den. Alice. The sigh was heard 10 miles away. Wang Heichao's face changed slightly. Elder Zhou turned around suddenly. A figure came in like a sharp sword. Alice, what an unwelcome guest. But this Xiao Valley, nominally still belongs to my Yuding Sword sect. Deacon Miao landed steadily above Xiao Valley, clasped his hands together, and bowed to the two. Where you came from, go back there. Please, both of you. Wang Heichao hesitated, and finally looked at Xiao Valley with hatred, and left. The remaining Daijiang gang monks below also hurriedly followed and left. Elder Zhou was very surprised. You didn't go to save me, Shuhu. The way is up to oneself. Life and death are determined by fate. I can save him for a while, but I can't save him for a lifetime. In the end, it depends on his own choice. Deacon Miao didn't answer directly, but just said this. But after listening to Elder Zhou, his eyes showed thought, and finally he seemed to be thinking about something. He also bowed, and then left casually. After everyone left, Deacon Miao landed inside the cliff, in the Dan Hall. He smiled at the man in the valley and extended his hand to make an invitation. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, then strode into the Alchemy Hall. Today, I updated 13,000 words, so I'm asking for a monthly ticket. Thank you for your support. Chapter 145, Soul Refiner, Soul Path Foundation Building, a path never imagined. Tonight is the longest night in the history of Dahofang. Thousands of independent cultivators, either actively or passively, were all dragged into melee. I don't know how many people, who have practiced hard for decades, died in one night. I don't know how many lucky people will get the gift package of cultivating immortals and take a solid step on their long road to cultivating immortals. Luo Chen only knew that when the smoke dissipated and the sky turned pale, there were densely packed corpses at his feet. Some corpses were still intact and their faces could be vaguely recognized. Some were completely unrecognizable. If they were not wearing the iron plates of the Pashan gang, no one would be able to recognize their identities. And this is already considered good. The worst ones couldn't even splice their bodies together. They had already been bombarded by magic and magic tools and their bodies were completely destroyed. The pale-faced Gu Kai, the constantly coughing Grandma Yuan, Murin King Lian who was held in the arms of Qin Liangzhen with one sleeve empty, and more than 20 key refining monks, all looked at Luo Chen. Looking at him, he squatted down and lifted the white cloth. Familiar faces came into view. The one in the front row looked so familiar that his voice seemed to still echo in his ears. But the fear and unwillingness, even after a night, still made people feel sorry. Elder Sikan, have a safe journey. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and smoothed the eyes that were still open. He stood up, and Zhou Yuanli immediately stepped forward to report the situation to him. In the battle last night, the Dan Hall lost 31 people, and the Medicine Hall lost 43 people. One key refining level 9 cultivator was lost, Elder Sikan Xiaojia, who was killed by Fu Zhang. 5 key refining level 8 cultivators died in the battle, and only Liu Kaiang and I survived. Key refining level 7 cultivators. Except for a few who escaped, there are only 36 people left in the Medicine Hall and Dan Hall. This number of casualties shocked everyone. So many lives turned into cold numbers, which is really hard to accept. Luo Chen's face was calm and he asked about the losses of the Daijiang gang. A total of 47 bodies were found, mainly in the middle stage of key refining, and more than 10 in the late stage of key refining, most of whom died at the hands of Yuan Du and Feng. 3 people died in the 9th level of key refining, Gaoting Yin, Lan Xianayan, and Shen Xiu. The vigorous battle ended with the death of hundreds of cultivators and the fall of 4 key refining level 9 cultivators. Luo Chen pursed his lips and kneaded his eyebrows subconsciously. What about other halls? Zhou Yuanli smiled bitterly. I don't know. That sound transmission jade can only be used for me to communicate with a leader me, and he. The rest of the words were not stated. But everyone knows what Mi Shuhu's fate will be. This can be imagined from the few words of Wang, Zhou, and Miao, the 3 foundation building monks. They came to Ziyai Valley just for Luo Chen. If Mi Shuhu is not dead, they will definitely not come. If they come, it means that Mi Shuhu is most likely dead. Especially the restrictions on Zhou and Liu, which were unleashed for no reason, can prove some things. Hall Master, what should we do now? Zhou Yuanli couldn't help asking. Luo Chen raised his head, but found that not only Zhou Yuanli, but everyone else was looking at him. A pair of eyes, full of hope and trust. That's it. In the battle last night, whether before the battle or during the battle, Luo Chen showed something convincing. Whether it is decision-making or strength. Especially, Miao Wen, the deacon of the Jading Sword sect, talked with him for a long time in the Dan Hall. In a subtle way, they have regarded Luo Chen as the backbone. Those who have this idea are not limited to low-level cultivators, but also Gu Kai, Murin Kinglian and others. Luo Chen thought of the things that Miao Wen talked about with him last night, and his face showed a sigh of emotion. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen faced the pairs of eyes and said decisively, "If you don't mind, you can follow me temporarily. I will also have people distribute the spoils of last night's battle fairly. For the follow-up situation, we have to wait a few days to see the changes in Dahofang. I won't make any promises to you. As that Miao Zhangxiu said, life and death are determined by fate, and the way is up to oneself. Everything in the future depends on oneself. How to decide specifically, you can think about it in the next few days." After saying these words, he stopped and waited for everyone's reaction. No promise was received, not even a word of blessing safety. For a moment, the surviving cultivators did not know how to react. Will life be better with Luo Chen in the future? Although he is good at alchemy, his realm is only the 8th level of key refining, which is far less secure than Mishu. But what will happen if he leaves Luo Chen and returns to the state of a free cultivator, fighting alone? For a moment, the atmosphere became silent. Luo Chen did not force it. He returned to the alchemy hall and prepared to divide the spoils he had collected before. Duanfeng squatted on the ground, picking and choosing among the pile of magic tools with an excited look. "Luo Chen, there are 25 top-grade magic tools in good condition. There are also dozens of low-grade and medium-grade magic tools. The rest of the damaged magic tools are not useless. Some can be repaired, and some can be melted and cast to extract the important materials inside. It's rich, it's rich." It is rare to see Duanfeng show such a fanatical expression. Even when he was on the battlefield last night, he was not so excited. Luo Chen sat down next to him, and for the first time he looked tired. Last night's battle seemed easy, and he alone had achieved great results. But in fact, his losses were also very great. After all, he used the fire spear, the 4-elephant cauldron, the soul-breaking nail, the jade knife, and the detonation of the jade marrow waste bead. All of them consumed a lot of spiritual power. Only he had a good foundation, and his spiritual power was several times stronger than that of his peers, and he had already completed half of the spiritual power refinement. In addition, he had been swallowing pills during the battle. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. And what consumed him the most was the last battle with Gao Tingyin, forcing himself to use the Mingxin to break the evil. That kind of pain was fine if he was prepared in normal times. But during the battle, it was too hasty, and he still felt a dull pain in his soul. "Luo Chen, are you okay?" Duanfeng noticed his fatigue. Luo Chen forced himself to cheer up and looked at the pile of magic tools and the storage bags next to him. This is a huge sum of money. A huge sum of money that is enough for any key refining cultivator to practice safely until the foundation building stage. Even after the foundation building stage, it can support the practice for a long time. If someone is bold enough, he can abscond with the money and practice in another place under an assumed name until the foundation building stage. Unfortunately, Luo Chen can't do that. It's not that he is not brave enough. But he should change to another place. What place? Behind him are wild mountains and countless monsters. In front of him is the Yuding area that stretches for tens of thousands of miles. In name, this area belongs to the control of the Yuding Sword sect. And Miao Wen is a member of the Yuding Sword sect. In addition, what Miao Wen said to him last night and promised him. Luo Chen has no intention of absconding with the money. Staying here is much better than escaping to other places and being a lonely cultivator. Here, he is familiar with the rules and knows many friends. Now he has a real backer and ally behind him. As long as he handles it properly, he can be said to be like a fish in water. Especially how uncomfortable the days of escape are, just look at Dan Xiu to know. He was restricted in everything he did, and from time to time he had to be on guard against wanted arrests and so on. Luo Chen. Duanfeng's voice came to his ears again, and Luo Chen shook his head in a trance. Put away all the top-grade magic tools and storage bags first. The rest of the things will be distributed by Murin Kinglian and Zhou Yuanli later. Also, leave some supplies, I will use them. After saying that, He slowly got up and staggered back to the stone house. The formation was activated, and he fell asleep on the bed. Duanfeng stood outside, looking at him worriedly. After a while, Murin, King Lian and the others came in. Looking at the blue formation, each of them had ups and downs in their hearts. Luo Chen slept for a long time. He didn't have any nightmares or good dreams, and fell asleep just like that. He didn't have to worry about being attacked, because he had a group of friends guarding outside, and there was a formation to warn him. In this way, a day and half a night passed by in a flash. When Luo Chen woke up, he felt full of energy and vitality, and almost wanted to roar to the sky. Feeling the vitality in his body, Luo Chen subconsciously looked inside himself. Before he noticed the state of his body, Luo Chen found that his thoughts were turning faster. Is it that the foundation of the soul has increased? Or is it that the will is stronger? Whether it is the soul or the will, they are all illusory things, at least in the stage of key refining. Luo Chen couldn't find out the details for a while. After carefully checking his body, he found that his spiritual power was not only restored to its original state, but even more refined. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Chen opened his eyes. He took out 2 storage bags, one for Gaotingyun and the other for Dan Xiu. The latter's storage bag was personally delivered by Zhou Yuanli later, and this one belonged to Luo Chen personally. However, the 7 key refining late-stage cultivators who were blown to death by him did not leave any legacy. In such a violent explosion, the primary storage bag could not remain stable at all. After the formation above is broken, the things inside will be rolled into another space, and only a few may be able to survive in the world. He opened Dan Xiu's storage bag first. There were not many things, just some bottles and jars, some clothes for changing, 5 medium-grade spirit stones, and a pair of black scissors. He is really poor. I guess he consumed most of it during the days of being hunted. Luo Chen identified some of the bottles and jars, most of which were healing pills, such as Laurel Pill. There were also 2 bottles of cultivation pills, called Snow Soul Pills, which are very beneficial for cultivators with water and ice spiritual roots. The specific price is about the same as the Dust Transforming Pill. It is not produced by the Medicine King sect, but by a local family in the Snow Lotus Square. Luo Chen did not have any expectations for Dan Xiu's inheritance, so he opened Gaotingyun's storage bag directly. For this thing, I was almost tricked, don't let me down. As soon as the spiritual power entered it, Luo Chen exclaimed. Volume of 2 square meters. Gaotingyun is indeed the top master of the Daijiang gang under Wang Hao. He is quite rich. Luo Chen carefully poured out a lot of things. The first thing that caught his eye was a pile of standard spiritual stones. 25 medium-grade spiritual stones, 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. A fortune of more than 5,000 is worthy of the identity of a 9th-level key refining cultivator. However, it is a bit inconsistent with Gaotingyun's identity. Luo Chen muttered and counted the other things. 3 bottles of Huichin Dan, 10 bottles of Yankee Dan, and Yuzu Dan. Hey, isn't this the replenishing meridian fluid? Where did Gaotingyun buy it? This thing is not cheap. The spiritual medicine commonly used by foundation building cultivators often starts at hundreds of spiritual stones. Gaotingyun has 2 bottles in his storage bag. Not only that, there are 3 or 4 other elixirs related to meridians, danshin, and acupoints. Looking at these elixirs, Luo Chen was thoughtful. At the Taoism discussion stage, Gaotingyun's danshin was injured, which happened in front of everyone. A broken danshin means that there is no hope for building a foundation. Gaotingyun was still unwilling to accept this, so he secretly bought a lot of healing pills to try to repair his danshin. Now it comes in handy. Brother Qin, Kai and the others consumed too much spiritual power yesterday, and their meridians were damaged a lot. A little bit of it can help. As for the other pills used for cultivation, Luo Chen also divided what he needed and what he didn't need. Then, he looked at another pile of things. A wine gourd, a ton bonapot, a few formation flags, a talisman, and a few books. There were so many things that Luo Chen was almost dazzled. He picked up one of the books and looked down. Biography of Guyu. Is it an autobiography? Who is Guyu? Out of curiosity, Luo Chen opened the book and read it at a glance. Guyu, was born in the 3179th year of the Shanhai calendar. I have lived a rich life since I was young. My father is strict and my mother is kind. I have 7 brothers and sisters, and they love me very much. However, The world is unpredictable. Thieves covet my Gu family's property and destroy my family with horse thieves. I am the only one who survived. The autobiography is very long and even very verbose. Some of the words in it are even more upside down. Luo Chen was quite bored when he read it. It was not until the author Gu Yu entered the world of cultivation that he became interested. What was the world of cultivation like more than 200 years ago? At that time, was it more prosperous and peaceful, or more difficult and difficult? In the Battle of Xianlan Fairy City, it was obviously that they used their numbers to bully the few, but in the end they identified me as a demonic act, and the three major families wanted me. I refused to accept it, so I fled all the way, fought all the way, killed many enemies who pursued me, and finally came to this Liu Guangfang. Compared to the fairy city, although the market is a little poorer, there are not so many strong people. I can finally calm down and cultivate immortals. However, the world is so cold and indifferent, and cultivating immortals is so difficult. In my early years, in order to seek revenge, I practiced martial arts that progressed rapidly, which led to loss of physical essence. The immortal skills I learned were deleted by the major sects. In the end, I can't see through the foundation and can't step onto the beginning of the Great Way. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's not as simple as it sounds to be a casual cultivator. Cultivation requires money, friends, and the land. Without money, it is not enough to cultivate the Tao. Without a friend, you will learn without friends and will be ignorant. Without the law, it is difficult to see the secrets of heaven and to step onto the Great Way. Without a land, it is even more like duckweed, with nothing to rely on. Whether it is daily practice or breaking through the realm, it is like walking on a castle in the air, and it is not solid. In this biography of Gu Yu, the author's own difficulties are almost far more than 99% of casual cultivators. After he stepped into the cultivation world, he naturally couldn't talk about money, friends, and the land, but only a passion. But in this world, passion is useless. In the end, he still embarked on the path that was easiest for casual cultivators to take. After Gu Yu escaped from the so-called Xianlan Fairy City to Liu Guangfang, he finally became a robber cultivator with honor. In this way, wealth is guaranteed, and windfall is also wealth. After years of wandering and fleeing everywhere, he also found several places suitable for cultivation. However, the lack of physical strength and the incompleteness of the skills still hindered him from breaking through the foundation. Later, after Gu Yu learned about the 3 levels of foundation building, he became even more desperate. He was not satisfied with both physical strength and spiritual energy. But there is always a way out. He snatched a broken skill from an evil cultivator, and finally developed by relying on a side door, and forced his other advantage to develop to the point of being unique. Refined soul. Luo Chen thought for a while and turned to the last page. It's done, this casual cultivator finally did it. Refined 999 souls, merged into one, and finally let me break through to the foundation building realm. The biography, in the ecstasy that can be seen between the lines, fell down. Luo Chen didn't know whether Gu Yu, the casual cultivator who had earned the reputation of a soul-refining wanderer, was dead or alive in the end. He only knew that Gu Yu had really taken a different path from ordinary people. He didn't have a unique physical advantage, nor did he have extremely pure spiritual power, and he didn't even have a foundation-building pill. But he still achieved the foundation-building stage. Soul-building foundation. Luo Chen licked his dry lips, and there was an irresistible impulse in his heart. Although the biography did not mention the specific method, but it gave a general description that Gu Yu used the method of evil cultivation called soul-building foundation to kill 999 late-stage key-refining cultivators and merge their souls with himself. In the end, he took a different path and set foot on the foundation-building stage. Is there such a method in the world? Suddenly, Luo Chen thought of Gao Tingyun's last temporary attack. Those green eyes. Gao Tingyun's dantian was broken. According to the conventional way, even if he had the foundation-building pill, he would not be able to break through the foundation-building stage. This can be seen from the fact that he bought so many elixirs to nourish the meridians and repair the dantian, but still left most of them. Could it be that he also took this path in desperation? In other words, he has this set of soul-building methods. Luo Chen was shocked and quickly searched in the pile of books. Yes, Gao Tingyun mentioned that he had explored a secret realm with others. Among them, Li Zixian, Chen Xiao and others also participated. Even the soul-breaking nail was obtained from it. According to the records in Guyu's biography, the soul-refining wanderer Guyu found several good places for cultivation during his robbery cultivation career. If he died in the end, it must have been in those places. It is natural for Gaotingyun to come to the door and obtain the corresponding inheritance. The demonic art of the sea-covering dragon is not this book. The record of the 7 sects of the Jade Tripod is just a travelogue similar to the record of the 6 regions. The beginning of spiritual consciousness, it seems a bit like it. Luo Chen flipped through a few pages, but found that the content on it was obscure and unruly, and he didn't know how to understand it. This is not a book for the key refining stage. It should be a book that can be learned and used after the foundation is established and the spiritual consciousness is released. Luo Chen continued to search. It must be said that Gao Tingyun, the former second in command of the Daijiang gang, is still very wealthy. It is not reflected in the spiritual stone deposits, but in the many books. Luo Chen found several first-level spells suitable for learning in the key refining stage, and most of them are related to the water system. After flipping through them completely, Luo Chen frowned. No. Did it get destroyed in the battle, or did he not take it with him at all? In the battle in Xiao Valley last night, both sides played their trump cards. Although Luo Chen still had the best magic weapon and the perfect fireball technique that he had not used, the power of the tens of thousands of jadeite waste beads he detonated was no less than the 2, and even from some perspectives, it was better. That was a trump card he had come up with some time ago in order to escape. The power of the waste chalcedony bead was really too low. But the quantity is there. Anything, as long as the quantity is increased, can form a certain degree of qualitative change. So Luo Chen was processing chalcedony waste beads when he had nothing to do some time ago. He prepared a total of 10,000 chalcedony waste beads, and the final results were also extremely impressive. 7 late-stage key refining masters were killed in one fell swoop, and even Gao Tingyun was seriously injured. Under such a powerful explosion, Gao Tingyun must have used all his means to survive. This can be seen from the fact that there are not many magic tools in Gao Tingyun's storage bag. Is it the 2 short spears? Or the robes on his body? Or the last broken defense magic bead? After thinking hard, Luo Chen couldn't help but regret it. He missed a different way to build a foundation. Shaking his head, Luo Chen was about to put these things into his 3-sided storage bag. Just when his hand touched a dark wooden sign, his mind suddenly moved, and his eyes with a flash of spiritual light fell on it. Luo Chen, this is all the spoils of war that have been seized. Please, take a look. Luo Chen heard a clear sound of swallowing saliva. He looked at Murin Kinglian and found that the other party's eyes were red. When he handed over the account book, his hands were shaking. Luo Chen was puzzled and took the account book. However, the first number he saw made him swallow his saliva subconsciously. 27,000 low-grade spirit stones, 98 medium-grade spirit stones. Looking up, Luo Chen couldn't help but ask, is the count wrong? Murin Kinglian shook her head slowly. Absolutely not wrong, we counted it 3 times. In Luo Chen's shock, she continued, it's normal to have such a huge amount of spirit stones. After all, more than 130 people died on both sides last night. Among them, there are 30 people in the late stage of key refining alone. In addition, among this amount of spirit stones, 3,000 spirit stones came from Lan Xianyan's storage bag, which Du Feng took the initiative to hand over. It's up to you how to distribute it. Luo Chen looked dazed. He had never seen such a huge amount of spirit stones in his life. In fact, he had only experienced 3 transactions involving 10,000 spirit stones. One was at the auction organized by Yuding Sword Pavilion, and the other 2 were related to the jadeite pills he refined. But at that time, the jadeite pills were just pills, and he did not see the real benefits. In the end, he only got a dividend of 1 or 2,000. And now, he has become the one who divides the meat? In addition to spirit stones, there are many more magic tools, talismans, pills, medicinal materials, exercises, and various strange gadgets. Luo Chen, take a closer look. We will listen to you on how to divide them later. When Murin Kinglian finished speaking, the surroundings became quiet. In fact, this is a very strange thing. Generally speaking, the spoils of war and the battle should belong to the cultivators themselves. Therefore, it is rare to see such a grand occasion of a large number of spoils squeezed together. But in the battle the night before, a large number of late-stage key refining cultivators died. Only 1 in 10 early-stage cultivators survived, and only a small number of experienced mid-stage key-refining cultivators survived with the help of the terrain. Therefore, the final main force of the battle was Luo Chen and his group. Among them, Sikun Xiaojia died, and Granny Yuan did not come into contact with too many battles except Min Longyu. The entire battlefield was led by Luo Chen and Duan Feng. When the battle was over, there were too many spoils of war that belonged to the two of them. Therefore, how to distribute them became a problem. It happened that Luo Chen and Miao Wen entered the Dan Hall for a secret talk. Finally, after Duan Feng, Murin Qinglian, and Zhou Yuanli discussed, they collected many spoils of war and finally handed them over to Luo Chen for decision. After all, in name, the two hall masters Luo Chen and Murin Qinglian were the ones in charge here. Luo Chen scanned the 10 lines at a glance. Even though he was shocked by the huge sum of 35,000 spirit stones before, the rest of the resources still made him dry. What a huge amount of spoils of war. If all of them were converted into spirit stones, plus the previous ones, it would almost be over 100,000. Killing people and seizing treasures is really the fastest money-making business in the world of immortal cultivation. What kind of alchemist and weapon caster can create such a huge wealth overnight? But after thinking about it carefully, it seems natural. The dead in the Dan Hall and the Medicine Hall were not so bad. Most of them were not rich. Only the dozen or so dead in the late key refining stage and Sikun Xiaojia were relatively wealthy. The main ones came from the group of cultivators in the Daijiang gang. The middle key refining stage was the main one, the late key refining stage was the auxiliary one, and the 5 key refining 9th stage were the leaders. This was undoubtedly an elite force in the Daijiang gang. Half of them were lost in the Xiao Valley, and even though many things were damaged in the battle, but the ones left behind were all accumulated by this half of the people through their lifelong hard work. Of course, the real value is not calculated in this way. The most valuable thing here is the magic weapon, but the price of second-hand magic weapons has never been high, and there will be a lot of discounts. It seems to be nearly 100,000, but it is completely acceptable to deduct tens of thousands of water. If you sell it, you have to consider the time cost and whether there are so many people to take over. But even so, it is still a huge fortune. In a trance, Luo Chen raised his head. Looking at Murin Qinglian's tired look, Luo Chen suddenly woke up. He shook his head vigorously. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Seeing that he still cared about his health despite the huge benefits, Murin Qinglian felt as if a warm current flowed through his body. "I'm fine. I didn't suffer any injuries from the battle yesterday from beginning to end. Although Lam Xianayan is very strong, you sent Kie and Zhou Yuanli to help me, so I'm fine." "Where's Kie?" "She is recuperating at Granny Yuan's place." "Well, Granny Yuan is not only a senior spiritual plant husband, but also has good medical skills. But did she fight Min Longyu yesterday?" "Min Longyu is not as strong as imagined, and the formation master must be prepared to exert the greatest threat. And Zi Valley is the place where the medicine hall has been cultivating for many years. Granny Yuan has a good geographical location, so she was not so afraid of him at the beginning." Thinking of Granny Yuan's calm down to the valley and faced Min Longyu yesterday, Luo Chen suddenly realized. Speaking of which, the heart-eating tiger Handang was easily defeated by Min Longyu, and the other party forcibly broke through the Shuta formation yesterday, which really gave people an impression that Min Longyu was invincible. But in fact, among many cultivators, array masters are not the strongest. After all, array masters rely on the advantages of terrain and preemptive preparation. In this regard, Granny Yuan, a senior 9th level key refiner in the medicine hall, directly took the advantage. If the situation were reversed, Granny Yuan would not be able to be a match for Min Longyu. The array played in the opponent's hand has the theory of mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements, and the grade is probably very high. However, Sikun Xiaojia, who was determined to escape, took the initiative to give up his familiarity with the terrain of Xiao Valley. He ran outside and was hammered to death by Fu Zhang. What I saw yesterday was just that face of fear and unwillingness, but under the white cloth, Sikun Xiaojia's body below the chest was hammered into meat paste. It was too miserable. Luo Chen held the account book and asked another person with concern. "Where is Brother Qin? He just rushed here this morning, covered in blood, so scary." Murin Qinglian's face was not very good when Qin Liangjun was mentioned. Luo Chen was sensitive, and his heart sank when he saw this scene. After Murin Kinglian's narration, Luo Chen finally knew what happened last night. Qin Liangjun received a call for help from Mi Zifan, a third-generation member of the Mi family, and rushed to Zi Valley as soon as possible. But before leaving, he was also thoughtful and left a message to Feng Xia. That's why Duanfeng came to help. Qin Liangjun set out first, but on the fastest path, he encountered the enemy in the Qingma forest where Luo Chen had been ambushed. Nangguang Qin. This young generation of the Nangguang family, with the greatest reputation and the strongest strength, led people to stop Qin Liangjun. He is a man with a temper. Instead of leading people to besiege at the first time, he took the initiative to propose a one-on-one fight with Qin Liangjun. The main reason lies in the word name. Before the discussion platform was closed, Nangguang Qin ranked first on the Daishianjiao list. This is a ranking he earned through one battle after another. But among some Daohofang elders, he still doesn't recognize him very much. From time to time, they would talk about the past of the 18 bloody fights between the two groups of monks when the Dao discussion platform was first opened. Among them, Min Longgao, who tortured Han Dang, Qin Liangjun, who fought to the death to kill Bai Qi, and Wang Yuan, who crushed the blood monks, became the objects of comparison. Even if Nangguang Qin continued to show a higher realm and better results, he still couldn't convince the crowd. Others' reasons were very simple. You are discussing the Dao, but they were fighting for life and death. If you really fight hard, you can definitely win the other party. Nangguang Qin has always been unconvinced. In fact, it's not just him, Liao, Yan Mingxia, Duanfeng and other people are not convinced. It's a pity that the group of people at that time were all running for cultivation resources, and no one went on stage to fight. People like Zheng Wen who have experienced the bloody fights in person only entered the venue to watch the show. Last night, there was such an opportunity. Nangguang Qin, sword test Qin Liangjun. Unfortunately, Nangguang Qin, came for fame and fought for profit. But Qin Liangjun fought for the life of his Taoist partner. As soon as they started fighting, Qin Liangjun used the same desperate fighting style that he used on the Dao discussion stage. This made Nangguang Qin very uncomfortable, and he made many mistakes. Fortunately, he had a solid foundation, and gradually adapted to Qin Liangjun's fighting style, and showed a tendency to suppress him. The current #1 key refiner in Daohofang is indeed not a person who has a false reputation. Qin Liangjun certainly did not want to sit and wait for death. Seeing that there were a bunch of Nangguang family cultivators next to him, he directly used his trump card. That hand. Luo Chen remembered the empty sleeve on Qin Liangjun's right hand when he came. Yes. Murin Kinglian said with a slightly lonely look. Yuding's sword pavilion was quite honest when it made a deal with Liangjun. In the backstage, they opened Baiqi's storage bag in front of Liangjun, and the things inside were very valuable. Therefore, when Liangjun took over, they compensated him with a means of life-saving. At the critical moment, Liangjun used this means, and after one blow, he killed his way out. The price was that hand, which was completely gone. Hearing this, Luo Chen opened his mouth. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The Nangguang family is a new foundation-building family that moved from Zulianfang last year. The ancestor of the family, Nangguang Jin, is only 150 years old, quite young. The younger generation of the family is not mediocre, and there are many geniuses. It's just that the environment over there in Zulianfang is really bad, not as rich as the resources here in Daohofang, so for the long-term consideration, they decided to move here. It can be imagined that the group of Nangguang family cultivators who stopped Qin Liangjun last night are definitely not weak. It was impossible for Qin Liangjun to fight his way out without paying a price. But he didn't expect the price to be so great. Can the broken hand be reattached? Luo Chen asked with concern. Murin Kinglian shook his head in sorrow. It can't be reattached. The first time the broken limb was reattached was a wonderful method of the Jade Tripod Sword sect. Even so, it took Qin Liangjun a long time to gradually adapt. There was even the credit of Luo Chen accompanying him to try the method. Now that it is broken again, the origin has been injured. Even if a fake hand is attached, it is impossible to be as easy to use as before. Moreover, why would the J Tripod Sword sect take over for you? Can you find another doctor? Don't you see that Dan Xiu only broke a palm, and he could only attach a medium-grade magic claw and barely use it? This also caused Dan Xiu's strength to be greatly damaged, and he was easily killed by Luo Chen's sneak attack. The sad and depressed expression on the woman's face was so eye-catching. Luo Chen was speechless for a moment. His eyes fell on the pile of spoils, and finally gritted his teeth. Gather everyone here. The injured, the uninjured, the tired, the energetic. 30 monks stood in the open space of Xiao Valley, raised their heads, and looked expectantly at the man on a huge stone. Facing the pairs of eyes, Luo Chen hesitated in his heart. But then, his eyes became firm. Looking at everyone, a clear voice rang out. The leader Mishu is dead. Silence. The originally bustling atmosphere suddenly became silent. A group of low-level monks listened to the news in shock. They were expecting that Luo Chen would distribute the spoils of last night, even if there were some resources in it, or they came from their former colleagues. But unexpectedly, Luo Chen said a bolt from the blue at the first time. The umbrella of protection over the Pashan gang has fallen. 10 breaths later, Luo Chen spoke again. That night, the 9 halls of the Pashan gang, plus the main altar in the Mi family land, were attacked by enemies several times their number. Now, the outside world is unclear, but the Pashan gang is dead in name only. Luo Chen paused, leaving enough time for these low-level cultivators to digest the facts. With his keen eyesight, he could see panic, turmoil, confusion and other expressions on everyone's face. There were many emotions such as worry, fear, and concern. It seems that many people here are not alone, and they also have relatives and friends in other halls. For example, Tang Kun was trembling there, almost turning around and leaving. He should be worried about his uncle Zheng Wen. Luo Chen thought so, and then when a pair of eyes looked over, he said clearly and firmly, the Pashan gang is gone, but our path of cultivation must continue. Sangxiu is bitter, Sangxiu is tired, Sangxiu. Damn, at this time, why are you still thinking about saying a jingle? Luo Chen pursed his lips. It's not easy for independent cultivators. I know that, and you all know that too. So, I, Luo Chen, am not talented, but I want to form a small force for all of us to keep each other warm. I've thought of a name. It's Luo Tianwei, which means the highest and broadest. I hope that all the cultivators in my way can step on the 9 heavens and ascend to the great road. Of course, this is just a hope. After all, we are all the weakest cultivators in the key refining stage. As he spoke, all the cultivators gradually woke up from their confusion. Master Luo Chen, are you going to set up a new mountain and create a new Pashan gang? But, he is only at the 8th level of key refining. Can he really cover everyone? Suddenly, many people thought of the scene of the 3 foundation building meetings before. Finally, Miao Wen, a true foundation building cultivator from the Jading Sword sect, chatted with Luo Chen in the Alchemy Hall for half the night. Could it be that the new Pashan gang, oh no, Luo Tianwei? Is that the one behind the Luo Tianwei? For a moment, many smart monks became excited. I won't say much about the rest, after all, Luo Xian who only exists verbally at present. Now I will talk about 2 things, which can actually be considered one thing. Luo Chen looked at everyone affectionately. Do you want to join Luo Xianhu? The day before yesterday, we fought the enemy together. I saw how much effort everyone put in. Therefore, even if someone does not join Luo Xianhu, I will give him a share of the spoils, even more than those who stay. The spoils of those who stay will not be less, at least it will satisfy everyone. Moreover, our eyes should be on the future. I will also use this huge amount of spoils for the future development of Luo Xianhu, and the world can bear witness to it. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Those who leave will get more spoils. On the contrary, those who stay will get less. What's the reason? This time, there was almost no time for them to think. Because someone expressed his intention to join on the spot. I, Zhou Yuanli, am still willing to follow the president. At the same time, Liu Qiang also made a statement. Not only that, Gu Kai, Grandma Yuan, and Muren Kinglian, who represented Qin Liangjin, also joined in. The only 9th level key refining cultivator who had not yet expressed his opinion was Duan Feng. Feng Xia, who hurried over early this morning, immediately poked him in the waist. Duan Feng immediately came to his senses and bowed deeply to Luo Chen with sincere admiration. I, Duan Feng, will also follow the lead of President Luo Chen. The group of low-level casual cultivators were dumbfounded. The Luotian Society, which was previously a lonely group, suddenly had 5 9th-level key refining cultivators joining. Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang were known for joining forces to fight against the enemy, and they were not afraid of ordinary 9th level key refining cultivators. In addition, they all remembered that Luo Chen killed 2 9th level key refining cultivators, Shan Xiu and Gao Tingyin, on that day. In other words, Luo Chen himself has the strength to rival the 9th level key refining masters. Calculated in this way, the Luo Chen Association, which has begun to take shape, already has 7 9th level key refining warriors. This strength, no matter where it is placed, is already not weak. Ordinary casual cultivators dare not compete with it. At this time, almost no one hesitated. Who would be willing to be a helpless casual cultivator with the protection of a force? I, Tang Quan, am willing to join the Luo Chen Association. I, Yuan Dongshen, am willing to join the Luo Chen Association. I, Chu Hansheng, am willing to join the Luo Chen Association. Hearing these names, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. This old man is still alive. It was so chaotic before that he thought the other party died in the war. Sure enough, the old ones are still the best. Seeing that one cultivator after another voluntarily joined the Luo Chen Association, the big stone in Luo Chen's heart finally fell. The content of the conversation between Miao Wen and him the night before yesterday was actually not complicated. There was only one core point: cooperation. 5 chapters of the 10,000-word chapter were integrated into it. There were too many explosive updates the day before yesterday, and the average subscription dropped sharply. The editor said that it was a hard requirement to be recommended for average subscription. So I merged several chapters into one to see if I can raise the average subscription. The word count is definitely not compromised. In the subsequent updates, the big chapters will probably last for a few days. After the average subscription is restored, it will still be 3,000 to 5,000 words per chapter, giving everyone a better reading experience. Well, although the word count is not reduced, I still feel a little guilty about this chapter today, so I won't ask for monthly tickets today. I almost forgot about the strong support from my brothers since May. The following is the reward list. Fireworks Xiamen 10,000 starting coins, Book Friend 2018103013473784 1,000 starting coins, Labula 100 starting coins, Shining Phantom 100 starting coins, Book Friend 2020215042611229 100 starting coins, Book Friend 2020070520293204 100 starting coins, Book Friend 2019108165053939. Thank you very much. Chapter 146 Luo Chen was initially established, the 4 halls were separated, and all the cultivators returned to their hearts and were devoted to it. Mi Shuhe died, and the destruction of the Pashan gang was doomed. But Miao Wen admired Luo Chen's alchemy and Luo Chen as a person. Therefore, he proposed to protect Luo Chen and the two of them to work together. Miao Wen didn't give much, and he was even stingy. It was just him, the name of the Yuding Sword Sect's foundation building true cultivator. Luo Chen was responsible for forming new forces, refining pills, selling and many other things. In the end, after satisfying the internal consumption of Luo Xianhu, he and Luo Chen split the spiritual stone income in half. It seems that Luo Chen suffered a great loss. In fact, he did suffer a loss. But the various opportunities and benefits contained in it are long-term. Luo Chen saw it very clearly. Although it might be a bit difficult in the early stage, as long as Luo Xianhu became bigger, he could make enough. Moreover, with the name of Miao Wen, a foundation-building cultivator, he could also expand his network and enter a higher-level circle. Even the foundation-building pill, Miao Wen gave him a promise. Allow him to participate in the opportunity to share the foundation-building pill with other foundation-building forces. There is no limit to the number of times, as long as he has enough financial resources. These are what Mi Shuhe could not give him and would not give him. Although there is no fact to prove it, it can be imagined that Mi Shuhe had been preventing other foundation builders from contacting Luo Chen. This is a kind of protection, but also a kind of imprisonment. Now that Mi Shuhe is dead, Luo Chen has mixed feelings about this. But he will never stop his steps, and he will even take bigger and more determined steps. Luo Chen sees it very clearly. Cooperating with Miao Wen, suffering a temporary loss, will benefit in the long run. Moreover, he may not suffer a loss. Miao Wen is too busy, but the elixir is produced by Luo Chen, and the sale is also handed over to Luo Xianhu. There is too much room for operation in the middle. Luo Chen has too many ways to guarantee the benefits he deserves, which is far more than the period of Pashangang. From then on, he can be regarded as barely grasping his own destiny. But in the future, he will truly and completely control his own destiny. The establishment of Luo Chen is the first step. This organization must be operated with him as the core. Then there will be people and things related to the way of alchemy. All the monks in Zi Valley came from Datang and Yaodang, which was just what he needed. It can be said that their joining one by one meant that Luo Chen's team was becoming more and more solid. In the end, almost all of the 31 low-level monks in the field joined Luo Chen. The reason why I say almost is that there is still one person who has not expressed his opinion. Meili. The girl stood alone at the end of the crowd. She was pale and miserable, and there was an irrepressible confusion in her eyes. When everyone looked at the daughter of Mi Junping and the grandson of Mi Shuhua, she subconsciously took a step back. I don't know when, Luo Chen had come to her. The tall figure, the warm smile, gently nodded to him. You are the granddaughter of the old gang leader. Whether you join or not, Luo Chen will treat you well. Meili couldn't help it and burst into tears. Hall master, I want to go home to see. I'm afraid it's no good. A hoarse voice came, and Feng Xiao looked at her with pity. I came from the inner city. Yesterday at noon, the Nangong family announced that the Mi family's land would belong to them from now on. In the next 2 days, the Nangong family will all move there. What a quick move. Luo Chen heard this news for the first time, and there was shock in his eyes. Mi Shuhu's body was probably not cold yet, and the division of the Mi family and the Pashangang had already begun. He didn't know the rest, but at least the Mi family had established a clan land for 100 years, and from then on it was renamed Nangong. And the Dantang that Mi Shuhu supported was also picked by Miaowen, the foundation builder. So what about others? The monster hunting in the Guiyuan Mountains, the safe mountain roads, the animal farms, the mines, the brothels, the wine shops, and many other invisible industries. Luo Chen took a deep breath, and his actions could not be slow. Patting the girl's lonely shoulder, Luo Chen walked onto the boulder. Next, the person whose name is called, come up to receive your reward. A feast of dividing the spoils began. 30 cultivators in the early and middle stages of key refining, each of them received 100 low-grade spirit stones, plus 1 low-grade magic weapon and 1 bottle of elixir for cultivation. No one objected to this reward. Added together, it was enough for 400 to 500 spirit stones. For any cultivator in the middle stage of key refining, it was a considerable income. Then, it was the turn of the late cultivators to share the profits. In the Alchemy Hall, under the chairmanship of Luo Chen, Liu Qiang received 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1 high-grade magic weapon, and 5 bottles of key-nourishing pills. Gu Kie received 3,000 spirit stones, 1 high-grade attack magic weapon, and 2 bottles of dust-transforming pills. After receiving the reward, Liu Qiang couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity for those brothers. Liang Zhe didn't survive, otherwise they would have a share here. Dongfang Liang died under the siege of several enemies in the late stage of key refining, and his body was placed in the slanting Moon Valley. The subsequent burial arrangements have just been decided. Hearing Liu Qiang's sadness, Zhou Yuanli patted him on the shoulder and sighed. In this battle, the Pashangang suffered heavy losses, and so did their Dantang and Yaodang. But besides sadness, there was more excitement. The harvest was thousands of spirit stones, and those who survived were always the happiest. This meant that there was still hope for their path, and they would even go further than before. Luo Chen said nothing and handed a blue storage bag to Dunfeng. After the other party opened it, there was a clear look of surprise on his face. So much? You worked hard last night, this is what you deserve. Luo Chen said lightly. He was always generous to his friends. In that storage bag, there were 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, a high-grade defensive magic weapon, a high-grade offensive magic weapon, and several elixirs used for cultivation. There was even a simple formation book and a set of water spells. These were what Dunfeng needed most. Dunfeng did not refuse and took it directly. Luo Chen looked at Granny Yuan, who smiled kindly. President, can you give me an extra storage bag? Luo Chen smiled slightly and did not refuse. He picked out a relatively intact storage bag from the pile of tattered storage bags, and handed it over together with the one belonging to Grandma Yuan. As for who the other party would give the extra storage bag to, It was actually easy to guess. It was nothing more than her son Yuan Dongshen. Luo Chen did not care about this. Grandma Yuan and her son mastered the skills of spiritual plant husband, which was very useful for alchemists. Especially Grandma Yuan's last move, which was clearly the second-level spiritual plant technique Kusanaji Zhengjin swordsmanship. Maybe I can learn it in the future. It's definitely not wrong to have a good relationship now. Finally, it was the turn of Qin Liangzhen and his wife. Sister-in-law, this is yours. Murin Kinglian also showed a surprised look. 5,000 spirit stones, plus high-grade magic tools and various elixir talismans. After distributing these, Luo Chen bypassed Qin Liangzhen and came to Zhou Yuanli. Facing the calm face, Luo Chen praised, "You did a great job in the battle the night before, beyond my expectation. If you hadn't been in command, I'm afraid the formation would have been broken long ago." Zhou Yuanli said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "That's what I should do." Luo Chen shook his head, "There is no right or wrong, especially when we broke through the siege, you still insisted on protecting me. Just for this, it's worth a big reward. 5,000 spirit stones, 5 bottles of dust-transforming pills, 3 boxes of ancient incense, and a top-grade defensive robe. In addition, you can also choose an extra one from these magic tools." Hearing this extremely generous reward, Zhou Yuanli could no longer keep calm. He took a breath. "President, isn't this too much? Take it." Luo Chen patted him on the shoulder, indicating that he should keep up the good work in the future. After he finished choosing, there were still a full 10,000 low-grade spirit stones left, plus several high-grade magic tools, dozens of medium-grade and low-grade magic tools, and a lot of miscellaneous things such as elixirs and talismans. Oh, there are also more than a dozen storage bags. Although they are tattered, they can still be used. Adding these things together, it is undoubtedly a huge sum of money, but no one objects to Luo Chen not distributing them. Now that the Luo Tian Club has been established, there are many places that need to spend money in the future. Moreover, everyone's gains are not less. It is almost comparable to the wealth accumulated by a normal 9th-level cultivator. It can be said that Luo Chen's meat distribution this time was very successful. Even if Zhou Yuanli received a reward that did not match his realm and status, no one expressed dissatisfaction or doubt. Luo Chen looked at this scene with satisfaction. The most taboo thing about meat distribution is unfairness, which can easily breed dissatisfaction. But it is also taboo to be too fair. In that case, some people who have contributed too much will feel that it is not worth it. In particular, when in a high position, you must also consider the past and the future, and never just consider the present. Zhou Yuanli's loyalty has been verified. Luo Chen will definitely use this person in the future. Perhaps, the only thing that puzzled everyone was about Qin Liangzhen. Although he did not participate in the Battle of Xiao Valley, he fought against the monks of Nanguang family alone to help this place, and paid the price of one hand for it. Even the path has become dim. No matter what, he should have a share of the reward here. However, Luo Chen did not explain. Instead, he sat down in the main seat. Luo Xian who has been established, so we can't really treat it as a small force that huddles together for warmth and fights small battles. We have people, and we have people above us. So, the basic hall structure must also be built. Looking at his subordinates who seemed to be thinking about something, Luo Chen was quite ambitious. He did not intend to follow the previous structure of Pashangang. That would be too bloated, and when attacked by the enemy, the power would be too dispersed. And for now, Luo Xian who is not yet ready to take shape. I plan to build 4 halls, Dan, Sun, Zun, and Jin. The Dan Hall is very simple. It is formed by merging the former medicine hall with me as the main body and the surviving monks of Xiao Valley as the auxiliary. This will also be the most important hall of Luo Xianhu. Grandma Yuan, you will be the deputy hall master of Dan Hall in the future, okay? Grandma Yuan nodded with a smile without hesitation. She could guess that what she would do in the future would probably be similar to the past. However, Murin Kinglian, the former hall master, was eliminated, and perhaps all the affairs of the medicine hall would be handed over to her. Anyway, there are still some days to live, so I will work hard. Earn a fortune for my son Yuan Dongshen. Sun Hall, there is no need to explain more, it is similar to the functions of the former Pashangang. It is mainly to verify merits, the list of monks, rewards and punishments. As for Sun Hall, I want you, sister-in-law, to be the hall master, okay? Murin King Lian was quite surprised and looked back at Qin Liangzhen, who was resting with his eyes closed. The other party opened his eyes, walked around her, and looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen did not say anything, but nodded to him solemnly. Qin Liangzhen sighed with relief and nodded. In this way, Murin King Lian had no objection and decided on this. In fact, it can be seen from here how much Luo Chen values Qin Liangzhen and his wife, who is in charge of the Zuntang of the Pashan Gang. Mi Junping. Mi Shuhu's biological daughter. Now, Murin King Lian has become the one that Luo Chen trusts most in Luo Xianhu. This trust does not come out of thin air. It is accumulated bit by bit from daily interactions. Until the battle the night before, Murin King Lian killed Lan Xian'an alone and left that sentence, Yi, take Luo Chen away. At that moment, Luo Chen knew that his sister-in-law treated him well. Therefore, he handed over the most important department in Luo Xianhu to the other party. In a sense, mastering this department means mastering all the cultivators of Luo Xianhu in the future. Their names, jobs, salaries, etc. The Master of the Hall of Honor, whose power and status are second only to the President Luo Chen. Next, it's the Golden Hall. At this point, Luo Chen had a smile on his face. The others were also curious about what the Golden Hall did. To make spirit stones? Yes, just like you think, the Golden Hall is used to make spirit stones. After all, no matter how many pills I refine, someone has to sell them, so that everyone can earn spirit stones and buy the resources suitable for their own practice. But how to sell pills is also a science. In the past, the old leader Me had a good overall view, but he was too bad at details. I'll talk about how to operate it in detail later. Today, we will only decide on the candidate for the Master of the Golden Hall. When he said this, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the unknown Gu Kai. Gu Kai was stunned for a moment, stretched out her tender and white fingers like onions, and pointed at herself. Me. Yes, it's you, our most beautiful and smartest Gu Kai, who cares about everyone. Hearing Luo Chen's witty words, everyone laughed inexplicably. After the smile, somehow the air became cheerful. It seemed that the bloody memory of the tragic breakout battle the night before had also faded a little. Gu Kai twisted her body uneasily, her cheeks flushed. She was not shy, she had experienced many more scenes in Xiangxiang Tower before. What embarrassed her was that Luo Chen praised her in public in front of so many people. In particular, Murin King Lian and Grandma Yuan were all her very familiar friends. Wait? Gu Kai seemed to realize something. Why Luo Chen wanted her to be the Master of the Golden Hall. Ms. Gu used to be a small deacon in my Dan Hall, which was really a waste of talent. Luo Chen praised, your real strengths lie in welcoming and seeing off, and being good at dancing with long sleeves. Bargaining and getting along with people are naturally not a problem. This newly built Golden Hall is the place where your talents can really bloom. Luo Chen was not complimenting. After being together for so long, Gu Kai's talent is indeed in this aspect. Being able to stay in Xiangxiang Tower for so long and still keep himself clean, and finally resolutely leaving Xiangxiang Tower, must have his uniqueness in interpersonal communication. Apart from other things, when Luo Chen moved into the courtyard, the first person who became familiar with him was Gu Kai. Even if she came to the strange dantang, which she was not good at all, Gu Kai was trying her best to play her advantages. She helped Luo Chen win people's hearts, trained internal monks, and tried to make friends with many monks in the nearby medicine hall. It can be said that Gu Kai may not be good at fighting, but she is still unique in other aspects. After hearing what Luo Chen said, everyone was thoughtful and nodded in agreement. Only Gu Kai was slightly choked. Finally, she stood up and said firmly, although I don't know how the Jintang will operate in the future, Kai will definitely do her best and not let everyone down. Is this considered a military order? Gu Kai on the opposite side suddenly blinked at Luo Chen, and the two smiled knowingly. President, what about the battle hall? Perhaps in Luo Chen's opinion, among the four halls, the Dan Hall is the core, the Sun Hall is the most important, the Jin Hall is also necessary, and the battle hall ranks last. But in the eyes of the cultivators, combat power is always the second most important after cultivation. This can be seen from the hall settings of the Pashan Gang at the beginning. Among the 9 halls, the battle hall occupies 3 seats. Moreover, most of the people in those 3 halls are Mishuho's confidants, and they are also extremely powerful. Nowadays, Luo Xianhu can't compare with the deceased Pashan Gang at all. There are very few combat cultivators who can really put on the table. This battle hall is just a flower stand. No wonder someone couldn't help asking. Luo Chen also had a plan for this. The matter of the war hall can be handled together with what I am going to talk about next. Everyone knows that the Luo Chen Club is just an empty shell at present. The money it needs is only the 10,000 spirit stones for the startup capital, and there are not many people to choose from. I say it nicely, but the Sun Hall and the Jin Hall only have 2 lonely people, my sister-in-law and Kie. Therefore, expanding the manpower is the top priority of the Luo Chen Club. Recruitment, no, recall order. Luo Chen looked at everyone and said solemnly, the Pashan gang was destroyed, but there are always brothers who survived. I won't say much about the ceremony. What we have to do next is to recall the wandering monks of the Pashan gang as much as possible in the name of Dan Chenzi and Mi Li. In the name of Luo Chen and Dan Chenzi, more or less people can be recalled. After all, he is a master of alchemy. In the name of Mi Li, it may not be so easy. Mi Shuhe is dead, who else will miss the old friendship and return to the Pashan gang? Murin Kinglian hesitated and said, don't you mention that person's existence. That person? Deacon Miao Wen. Luo Chen shook his head slowly. It's enough for us to know that he is behind Luo Xianhu, but we must not use his name. Luo Chen did not say the taboo clearly, but everyone can more or less understand it. Miao Wen is not a casual cultivator, but a cultivator from a sect with inheritance and origin. He can use Luo Xianhu and Luo Chen to make extra money, but this kind of thing must not be put on the table. Otherwise, it will be difficult for him to explain to Yuding Sword Sect. I believe no one will shout everywhere. Although Dalhufang is the territory of Yuding Sword Sect, it is thousands of miles away from the hinterland of the sect. Miao Wen is here, the emperor is far away, and he is the overlord of one side. Who dares to offend him? But in this way, I'm afraid we can't recall many people. Murin Kinglian said worriedly. Luo Chen shook his head. It's okay, as many as there are, we can't afford to support more for the time being. And, looking around at everyone, Luo Chen said softly, the most important thing is to recall those we need. People needed? Suddenly, a name came to everyone's mind. Wang Yuan. Seeing that everyone understood what he meant, Luo Chen stopped talking about this topic. He also talked about some ideas for the future development of Luo Xianhu. The 4 halls are just the initial establishment, and new halls may be added in the future. Moreover, each hall will also create new positions as the staff is filled. Luo Xianhu will no longer have a position above the hall master, and will have another position of elder. Instead, the elders will be demoted to the level of the various hall masters, and will be between the hall masters and the deacons. In addition, the salary of each class must also be set to tone, how much is the minimum, and how to distribute the maximum, all of which must be taken into consideration. When all the miscellaneous things were discussed, it was getting dark. Luo Chen stood up. In the future, Zi Valley will temporarily become the headquarters of Luo Xianhu, and I will slowly consider the new camp. Everyone should be very tired, and many people have more or less injuries. Let's adjourn the meeting today, and everyone go back and have a good rest for a while. Here in the Dan Hall, I'm also going to trouble Grandma Yuan to take care of it. Grandma Yuan smiled and nodded to Luo Chen. After the meeting, everyone did not stay any longer and went home together. Luo Chen did not stay in Zi Valley, but went back to the courtyard with everyone. Late at night, watching Gu Kei fall asleep with the healing pills under her clothes, Luo Chen closed the door for her. Looking back, under the moonlight, there was a slightly lonely back. Luo Chen smiled and walked forward. Brother Qin, come to my room and have a chat? Qin Lianjun did not hesitate and followed Luo Chen into the back house, which now looked a little shabby. In the yard, Murin Kinglian leaned against the door, staring at the backs of the two in a daze. It was midsummer and the heat was unbearable. Only the back house in this quadrangle exuded a hint of coolness. Sitting in it, Luo Chen took out the 50-year-old pineapple wine that Grandpa Yuan Xiaoyu had sent him on his birthday from his storage bag, then put out a few plates of fairy beans, beef jerky, fried whistles and other snacks. Let's go. Yes. Bang. The wine glasses clinked with a light sound. The men sitting at both ends of the wooden table drank the wine. After putting down the wine glasses, one was as high-spirited as midsummer, and the other was as lonely as snow, as if he was still in the cold winter. Time flies so fast. I can still clearly remember you using your mace to chase me, But when I think about it, it was already last year. Luo Chen sighed, and filled another glass of wine for Qin Liangchen. The other party said nothing, but drank the glass silently. Luo Chen didn't mind, and refilled his glass again, and then talked to himself. At that time, I was just a casual cultivator at the bottom of Dahofang. In order to avoid my enemies, I gritted my teeth and moved into the inner city where the rent was expensive for me. Alchemy is not the hardest thing. Selling pills is the most tiring. Because you can't think of what reason the next customer will use to bargain with you, so you need to stay highly focused and deal with any difficulties. On the discussion stage, I really envy and admire you very much. Even if someone dies on it, the victor's high spirits and the cheers of thousands of people make me fascinated. It's a pity that after I stepped onto the discussion stage myself, after the initial throbbing, I could no longer find the feeling I wanted. Because they accused me of playing a fake match. I still remember that at the Golden Elixir banquet of this Hongling family, you and I stood like minions, but now I can be in charge for a while, and I may be the #1 big man in Dahofeng in the future. Haha, it really proved what I said at the beginning, a real man should be like this. Mi Shuhe dragged me into the Pashan gang, but he is also my benefactor. If it weren't for his support, I might have come this far, but not so quickly. To be honest, the moment I learned that he was dead, my mood was very complicated. Relieved, wondering and helpless, regretful and sighing, it's really hard to describe the specific taste. Luo Chen was talking, and Qin Liangchen was listening. Pineapple wine, one cup after another, made each other's mood become hot. Looking at Luo Chen sighing about the past and imagining the future, Qin Liangchen was happy for him and felt sad for his own situation. Times have changed, and the world has changed. He did not interrupt Luo Chen's conversation. Because he knew that Luo Chen had been through a lot in the past year, especially in the past 2 days. The depression between life and death, the excitement of reorganizing Luo Xianhu. He knew that Luo Chen needed an outlet to vent. It was just a pity that his mood was not very good. Otherwise, he could have chatted with him for a few words. Well, listen to him more, drink a few more glasses of wine, and he can sleep more peacefully after returning. As for the future? Why think so much? At the very least, he still has a son with a bright future, which is worth looking forward to. To be honest, I didn't feel relieved the moment I killed Gao Tingyun. The pressure he gave me was far less than the pressure that the smiling Mi Shuhe gave me when we were together in daily life. When I killed him, I just had a thought in my mind, oh, he's dead. Luo Chen drank a glass of wine and looked at Qin Liangchen expectantly. Brother Qin, have you ever had the kind of memory after killing a big enemy, and how did you feel at the time? Qin Liangchen thought about it, and then said sullenly. I'm not the type to make enemies often. If I really have to say something, it's probably when I broke the legs of a guy who had done something to me in the mountains. To be specific, it's probably a kind of lofty ambition, who dares to bully me again in the future? But unfortunately, there are too many people in this world who can bully me. Later, I just became indifferent. Luo Chen said, oh, is that so? Then, he chattered a lot, like a nagging old man. Obviously he is still very young, only 13 years old. Qin Liangchen just listened quietly until Luo Chen looked at his hand. Haha, brother Qin, your hand, connected and broken, you are destined to be a one-armed hero for life. Qin Liangchen felt a little sad and embarrassed, but more in that joke, he got a normal and non-discriminatory sense of equality. He laughed and scolded, so what if I have only one arm? I can still teach you a lesson. That's hard to say. Luo Chen said proudly, I killed 2 masters of the 9th level of key refining in a battle formation, and I killed the enemy across levels. Hearing him say this, Qin Liangchen couldn't help but feel dazed. Although he didn't see the scene at the beginning, he later heard Mir and King Lian talk about it. Luo Chen's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. It was just like when Wang Yuan came out of nowhere, constantly challenging across levels. The 7th level was equal to the 8th level, and when he was at the 8th level of key refining, he crushed the demon cultivators at the 9th level of key refining. No wonder Wang Yuan valued Luo Chen so much. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed natural. He and Luo Chen had practiced against each other many times. The opponent's speed, excellent magic talent, and superb use of magic tools all had the possibility of killing the enemy across levels. Suddenly, a sentence woke him up from his trance. Brother Qin, are you still going to take this hand? Qin Liangchen was stunned. If he could take it again, who wouldn't want to? But I will go to see Deacon Miao in 2 days, maybe I can ask him to take over for you again. Qin Liangjun's eyes flashed, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. But in the end, he smiled bitterly. This time is different from before. On the Taoism stage, although my hand was broken, at least the blood and flesh were there. That's why the Jading Sword sect can use the secret method to reconnect my broken limb. But this time, the hand was completely turned into powder, and there is no possibility of reconnection. Luo Chen shook his head. No matter what, I can't let this right arm be empty. Otherwise, it will be so unmatched when I go out with my sister-in-law. You decide. Qin Liangjun was bored and didn't have too much hope. But he was still very touched by Luo Chen's kindness. Taking over is just a small matter. With your open-mindedness, Brother Qin, I think you don't care about it. Luo Chen laughed, put down the wine glass, and took out a box casually. I have something here. You can consider it as a gift from me, or as a reward for helping Xiao Valley. Or maybe it originally belonged to you. Would you like to take a look? Qin Liangjun became interested and took the jade box. He looked at it and found it ordinary. He thought it was just some gadget given by Luo Chen. After all, it seemed that Luo Chen didn't take it seriously. But when he opened the jade box, he froze there. For a long, long time, he finally said those 3 words in a hoarse voice. Foundation building pill. Yet, Qin Liangjun suddenly raised his head and looked at Luo Chen with a trembling body. The other party was drinking wine and peeling fairy beans, his eyes wandering, and he didn't even look at the pill as big as a longan. It seemed that he didn't care at all. Is this a gift for me? You can also say that it originally belonged to you. What do you mean? Well, this foundation building pill is the one that Mi Shuhe once promised to give you. It was just that a month ago, he made a deal with me in exchange for my promise to refine the pill for him with all my strength. Luo Chen paused and smiled. You know, that old man likes to use this trick very much. Mi Shuhe really likes to use this trick. All kinds of good words and inspiring words are given out as if they are free. Occasionally, some small favors will be given. This trick is extremely useful for low-level cultivators. But as the cultivators grow up, Mi Shuhe will become stingy and will not give out the real good things. This foundation building pill once attracted Han Dang's mind, and it also made the 9 key refining 9th level cultivators of the Pashangang risk their lives for it. In the end, he promised it to the latter between Wang Yuan and Qin Liangjun. But to put it bluntly, he never took out the real thing. Last time, he chose to use it to seduce Luo Chen. Perhaps he also knew that it would be difficult to gain people's trust if he made such a verbal promise again. Therefore, it was given to Luo Chen. But even so, layers of restrictions were still set up, so that Luo Chen could see and touch it, but could not eat it. After his death, Luo Chen asked Miao Wen to remove the remaining restrictions on it. Miao Wen did not mind. After removing it, he found that it was a foundation building pill. At that time, Miao Wen looked at Luo Chen deeply, but did not say anything. In the eyes of the sect cultivators like them, the value of the foundation building pill is far less. However, for casual cultivators, this thing is worth giving up everything in exchange. Spirit stones, resources, exercises, relatives, friends, Taoist partners, and even risking their own lives. But now, Luo Chen gave it to Qin Liangjun without any care. It is the return of the property to the original owner, but it is also a great willingness. For a while, Qin Liangjun was speechless for a long time. He never expected that Luo Chen would give him a foundation building pill. This made him not know what to say. Reject? No key refining cultivator would refuse a foundation building pill in front of him. Oh, now there is one, Luo Chen. Accept? You should accept. After all, this originally belongs to you. But, I always feel that something is wrong. Qin Liangjun hesitated and looked at Luo Chen. But he found that the other party's eyes were wandering, always avoiding the jade box containing the foundation building pill. It was not disdainful, but more like he was afraid that he would not be able to help but take it back after seeing it. It turns out that he didn't act so indifferent. Qin Liangjun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and whispered, "Are you really willing to do it? Hey, my 2 brothers, are you talking about this?" Luo Chen waved his hand carelessly. "Cover it up quickly, the medicinal power is lost. Come on, keep drinking, and work hard together in the future. The days in the future will definitely become sweeter and sweeter." The wine glass was filled again, and the atmosphere was warmer. It seemed that all the confusion about the future had disappeared. Close the door. Luo Chen lay on the bed, with his hands behind his head, his legs crossed, and his eyes looking at the bright night sky outside the glazed skylight. At this moment, he was in a very comfortable mood. He took off Mishuhu's suppression. He had a small power of his own. The only thing that had been bothering him was the foundation building pill, which was finally dealt with. No casual key refining cultivator would be indifferent to a foundation building pill. Luo Chen was no exception. But that pill was a hot potato. In name, it belonged to Qin Liangchen. In reality, it was in Luo Chen's hands. If Luo Chen really refined a large number of chalcedony pills from Mishuhu and sold them to make a profit, he might be able to use this foundation building pill with peace of mind. However, the demise of the Pashan gang and the death of Mishuhu left him with no place to put his peace of mind. Luo Chen thought carefully about the value of this foundation building pill to him. It was not as great as he had imagined. Yes, it was not that valuable. Firstly, Luo Chen's realm was still at the 8th level of key refining, and it would take a long time to break through the 9th level, or even the key refining great perfection required to break through the foundation building stage. In a short period of time, this foundation building pill could not play a role. Secondly, he knew his own affairs clearly. The qualifications of the 5 spiritual roots were innate. Cultivation is already so difficult, and it will be even more difficult to break through the foundation. A low-grade foundation building pill will not play a big role. Third, he has already connected with Miao Wen. Even if Luo Chen is not a foundation building cultivator yet, he will definitely have an innate advantage in purchasing foundation building pills in the future. Miao Wen is not the kind of person who can't tolerate others like Mishuhu. He comes from the Yuanying upper sect, with broad knowledge and a broad vision. He has seen too many things better than foundation building pills. He also knows a lot of people who are stronger than foundation building cultivators. If Luo Chen can build a foundation and be promoted to a second-level alchemist, the cooperation between the two will only benefit more. Miao Wen is not afraid that Luo Chen will turn against him after his realm is higher. To put it bluntly, the Jading Sword sect gave Miao Wen this confidence. Therefore, Luo Chen will not lack 1 or 2 foundation building pills in the future. In this case, why should he keep this hot potato in his hand and torture his conscience all the time? Returning it to the original owner, Luo Chen can both feel at ease and gain Qin Liangchen's gratitude. Moreover, Qin Liangchen is not alone. His Taoist partner Murin Qinglian is also at the 9th level of key refining and is particularly good at handling miscellaneous tasks. He also has a son who is studying in Luoyan sect and has good qualifications. He may also be a foundation building cultivator in the future. In this way, Luo Chen will gain the friendship of Qin Liangchen and his wife and the goodwill of their son by paying a mere foundation building pill that he will not use for the time being. In any case, this decision is a sure win. Of course, thinking this way may be more utilitarian. Real friends will not consider so much when they get along. But cultivators are different from mortals. They can bind friendship more firmly only if they have clear calculations of cultivation resources. Luo Chen also hopes that if he encounters danger again, someone will block the enemy for him, cover his retreat, and come to rescue him alone from afar. Money, companions, law, and land. The word companion, in addition to teachers, predecessors, Taoist companions and relatives, there should also be a place for friends. So, am I not practicing? Thinking of practicing, Luo Chen turned over and sat up. Today's homework cannot be left behind. And in the next room, the couple did not turn on the lights, just gathered together, staring at the jade box with burning eyes. The pill the size of a longan lay quietly inside, exuding a fragrance that made people tremble all over. The hope of building a foundation. After a long time, Murin Qinglian said in a hoarse voice, Luo Chen not only wants to reconnect your arm, but also gives you this foundation building pill. My wife, this is the 3rd time you have said this. Damn it. She pushed Qin Liangchen shyly, and then said with emotion, what do you think? There was no response, only a slight breathing sound. Murin Qinglian sighed, closed the box, and stuffed it into Qin Liangchen's hand with great care. No matter what you think, I will try my best to manage Luo Xianhu for Luo Chen in the future. It's not easy for him to work hard all by himself until now. We should always help him a little. And if Xiaohu can build a foundation in the future, it's good. If not, with Luo Chen, he can have someone to rely on. Listening to the woman's nagging, Qin Liangjun took the jade box and lay on the bed. He looked at the gauze curtain for a long time before he whispered, "Luo Chen, my brother too. 10,000 words long chapter, please vote for me." Chapter 147, Shocking the Spirit, Calming the Soul, and Combining the Three Techniques. The chaos in Daofang started when Jinden Master Pang Rengshan came back. The inaction of the law enforcement team and the closure of the discussion platform added fuel to the fire. The discovery of the Jinden ruins and the fighting in the Guiyang Mountains pushed it to the top step by step. Until a few days ago, the three major forces, Daijiang, Lianayan Business Alliance, and Zunaihu, joined forces to destroy the Pashangang in one fell swoop, pushing this chaos to the top. The big melee of thousands of people almost swept away more than 80% of the cultivators in Daofang. It broke the peaceful life of too many people. But when you reach the top, you will inevitably fall down. The big fight is gone. Recently, the main theme of Daofang has become the three major forces dividing the Pashangang's legacy. Here, the relationship between the three major forces is not as harmonious as when they joined forces to deal with the Pashangang. The intricacies are unimaginable to ordinary people, but now in the face of huge interests, it has been completely exposed. The Daijiang wants to take over the power in the mountains in one fell swoop, expanding from water business to land. But this time, Lianayan Merchant Alliance did not want to rely on others. It mainly dispatched a large number of key refining masters to participate in the fight, mainly based on the local colony. There was a subtle friction between the two forces. And the most powerful Zunai who before was not as united as it seemed. The five major foundation-building families that constitute Zunai who have intensified their conflicts in the process of dividing the Pashangang. For example, the local Li family and the new Nanguang family are both involved in the breeding of spiritual beasts. On one hand, they raise dragon horses as the main beasts of transportation, and on the other hand, they raise deer, yellow cattle and other beasts. Both sides are very envious of the resources of the beast hall of the Pashangang, and have set off a series of battles for this. Represented by Liao and Nanguang Qin, the young masters, the two sides are constantly competing. The Nanguang family is powerful, but Nanguang Qin was injured in the fight with Qin Liangjun. Therefore, facing Liao, appear, they are no longer as strong as before. Compromise is a foreseeable result. For example, the Duan family is good at casting, so they naturally want to take over the mining hall of the Pashangang. It involves the ownership of several low-level mineral veins. If these low-level mineral veins are available, the Duan family will definitely be able to move up a level in the field of casting. But the problem is that too many people are in this easy business of ore. Even the sect Xian's Huju, which relies on Alao Mountain, and Wanbao Lao, which is based on Xianfan City, have begun to negotiate with the Duan family. As a local immortal cultivation family, the Duan family should have been strong enough. However, the ancestor of the Duan family, Duan Kaiankin, has a short lifespan, so he lacks confidence. In the Zhuanai Association, the other two families, the Fu family and the Chen family, are even more embarrassed. They are called foundation-building families, but apart from the foundation-building means, there are no foundation-building cultivators in the family. The benefits they want, although not much, are benefits after all. In the case of the disunity of the Zhuanai Association, other local small forces of scattered cultivators also want to come in and share a piece of the pie. It can only be said that in the past, with a banner of the Pashangang in front, too many people ignored the other small forces in Daofang. Or 3 or 5 key refining 9 layers unite, or a bunch of key refining late layers unite. In short, it seems that none of them are easy to mess with. In this situation, a new force called Luo Chen gradually emerged in front of everyone. According to reliable information, Luo Chen is not a sudden force. In fact, it is a group of surviving cultivators from the former Pashangang who united together to form a loose cultivator alliance. The president, Dan Chenzi, was once the head of the Dan Hall, one of the 9 halls of the Pashangang. There is also the granddaughter of the late foundation-building true cultivator Mi Shuhe in the association. It can be said that both the signature president and the bloodline of the Pashangang are firmly grasped. After Luo Chen appeared, he did not participate in any resource competition. They just shouted slogans, hoping that the brothers of the Pashangang would return, and at the same time, they also welcomed other loose cultivators to join. As for the treatment, it is also different from other forces. It is said that joining Luo Chen, in addition to the normal treatment agreed upon by convention, every key refining late layer cultivator can get a bottle of elixir personally refined by Master Dan Chenzi every month. It has to be said that the latter one is still quite attractive. Although many people know that the Zongmiao Pill refined by Dan Chenzi can only meet the daily practice needs of cultivators in the early and middle stages of key refining, and is not very helpful for cultivators in the later stages. But this is extra money. If you sell it, a bottle will sell for at least 40 or 50 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, who can say for sure whether the master of alchemy will refine a pill that is also useful for cultivators in the late stages of key refining? For a time, many casual cultivators began to get restless. But it was just restless. Everyone is watching. The Pashan gang was destroyed by the three major forces. Now a small force that inherited the bloodline of the Pashan gang has appeared. Will the three major forces sit idly by? Especially this small force does not have a foundation-building cultivator to support it. In other words, it is not much different from other small casual cultivator forces. Many people are waiting for the three major forces to take action. By then, this Luo Chen association may be like other small forces in Daofang for hundreds of years, and will be gone in a blink of an eye. What people outside think, the top leaders of Luo Chen association do not care. They have already started to get busy. Taking Zi Valley as the base camp, the expansion of fortifications was carried out by the elder of the war hall, Duan Feng. The deputy head of the hall, Grandma Yuan, was also busy. Under her leadership, the many spiritual fields that originally occupied the center of Zi Valley were replanned, and various medicinal materials were purchased from outside. Even a small department of herbalists was set up to train a group of special workers who went into the mountains to collect herbs. Some monks from the original Dan Hall and Medicine Hall were selected. Then, under the leadership of Gu Kai and Chu Hansheng, they were re-familiar with the work of processing medicinal materials and learning Danhero techniques. In addition, the most important work was the recruitment of personnel. This was always being done by the Sun Hall headed by Murin Kinglian. Lang Mu, former member of the War Hall, are you sure you want to join the Luo Chen Society? The monk who was called asked doubtfully, is the treatment of the Luo Chen Society that is rumored in the outside world true or false? Murin Kinglian smiled slightly, of course it is true. This is a condition specially added by the president. Lang Mu smiled after hearing this. Then of course I have to join. Master Murin, you don't know that after the Pashan gang was gone, I was outside during this period of time, like a stray dog. In the past, some small forces would scold me when they saw me, and I was afraid of being robbed when I walked on the road. Now, I finally found the organization. Listening to his complaints, Murin Kinglian gently wrote down the list for him, and at the same time asked him what he was good at so as to arrange his next destination. Time passed quickly, and it was noon soon. Gu Kai, who had almost recovered, walked to Murin Kinglian and found that he was frowning. Sister Kinglian, what's wrong? Is it not going smoothly to recruit people? Murin Kinglian closed the list and smiled bitterly. How can it be smooth? After 2 days, only a dozen Pashan gang monks have been recalled, and most of them are still in the middle stage of key refining. Hearing her say this, Gu Kai was also helpless. Now Luo Chen is in a state of disrepair, and it can almost be regarded as starting from scratch. With three major forces hanging over it, many old members of the Pashan gang dare not return. Back then, the Pashan gang had more than 29th level key refining cultivators, hundreds of late stage key refining cultivators, and the rest of the early and middle stage cultivators were as high as 2 or 3,000. Even after the battle to destroy the gang, many masters must have survived. But now, there are only a few who have returned. This tragic reality is really despairing. Gu Kai could only comfort her. Sister Kinglian, don't worry. Luo Chen also said to take it slow and give us a month to reorganize. How can I not be anxious? Murin Kinglian glanced at the busy Zi Valley. Now the battle hall and your golden hall are still empty shells. If they are not expanded, Luo Chen will not be able to operate normally. The two women knew very well what the consequences of not being able to operate normally were. That means that the spirit stones are constantly being consumed. You know, the starting capital of the Pashan gang is only 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If these spirit stones are not enough, it will be Luo Chen's turn to pay out of his own pocket. Gu Kai gritted her teeth. If it really doesn't work, I can also recruit people. Where are you going to recruit people? Murin Kinglian asked curiously. But before Gu Kai could answer, a manly voice came from the sky in the distance. Zheng Wen, the leader of the 3 battle halls of Pashangang, has returned. Murin Kinglian was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw a man in a white robe, puffing out his chest and tightening his stomach, proudly falling from the sky. Step by step, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world. His appearance was naturally good, and his slogan was also very loud, attracting the attention of many cultivators in Xiao Valley. However, the 2 girls who knew his true nature looked at him speechlessly. You are not dead yet. Zheng Wen stumbled as soon as he stood firm. His tucked-in stomach also collapsed. Murin, why don't you wish me well? Murin Kinglian rolled her eyes at him. Don't think I don't know. Tang Quan said yesterday that you were fine that night. After escaping the pursuit, you went straight to Xiangxiang Tower for refuge. After so many days, I'm afraid you must have spent all your spirit stones. Zheng Wen's face flushed. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? I still have a few spirit stones. Dao Zheng, it's not cheap to book a night in Xiangxiang Tower. Gu Kai covered her mouth and laughed. Okay. Zheng Wen's shoulders slumped, and he said listlessly, I heard that Dao Luo Chen gave a very good treatment, so I came back. I have to make a living. Is there any position vacant? Give me a more lucrative one. I heard that the position of the head of the war hall is still vacant, and I think I have a lot of experience. Experience in deserting the battlefield, right? Bah. Stay aside. Murin Kinglian spit at him, and the other party could only stand aside. Stand up straight. You are the first 9th level key refining master to return. Show us your demeanor and let everyone admire you. Hey, why are you so weak? He was using Zheng Wen as a signboard. After all, he was a master who had become famous on the Taoism stage, and was well known in the Pashangang and even in Dahofang. His return, in a sense, represented that some of the old people recognized the Luo Chen society. Zheng Wen naturally understood this truth, so he was not embarrassed and took the initiative to show up. But occasionally he also chatted with Murin Kinglian and Gu Kai. How many people have returned? Tisk, I really wasn't the one who deserted. You don't know, I was drinking wine, eating fairy beans, and discussing the Dao with a female cultivator. Then a few damn key refining level 9 came in and killed me. How could I fight them? Poor Tai Liao Jiu, he was beaten to death just after he was promoted to key refining level 9. Yang Wei was also miserable. He was seriously injured in the Guiyang Mountains. His hall was destroyed before he could recover from his injuries. I heard that Wang Yuan's side was the worst. Broken Blade Guy didn't die. He joined forces with 2 great masters to besiege him. In that battle, it is said that magic weapon fragments, many high-quality magic weapons, and blood-inherited magic weapons appeared, directly destroying Qingjiang Street and appear. I don't know if Wang Yuan is still alive. Broken Blade Su Renki, he'd better be dead, otherwise I would have skinned him if I met him. When it comes to Broken Blade Su Renki, everyone's face is not very good. This person clearly died on the Taoism stage, but it turned out to be a fake death. He also turned the tables and dealt with the Pashangang. By the way, where is your old kin? Zheng Wen asked cautiously. It is said that the Nanguang family once issued a hunting order against him, but later revoked it inexplicably. What did he do? What did Qin Liangzhen do? In the Battle of Kingma Forest, Qin Liangzhen released a killing move that Yuding Sword Pavilion compensated him. He killed 10 monks of the Nanguang family on the spot, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Even Nanguang Qin, the first of the younger generation of Dahofang, was seriously injured. It is no wonder that the Nanguang family was furious. But the hunting order is just funny. Now Luo Chen who has Miao Wen's cover behind the scenes. With a call, the other party can only swallow this breath. Moreover, Qin Liangzhen also has the backing of the son of a disciple of Luo sect. When the other party is not sure about his future achievements, the Nanguang family dare not offend him to death. If he was killed secretly at the beginning, it would be fine. But hunting him down in public is too disrespectful. Murin Kinglian explained it to Zheng Wen in a low voice. After listening, Zheng Wen was a little stunned. Finally, he said in a complicated tone, sure enough, I am not as good as him. If he was in a different position, would he save Murin Kinglian at all costs like Qin Liangzhen? Even if Zheng Wen didn't want to admit it, he knew the answer in his heart. At that time, His hall was the one with the most complete combat power among the 3 major war halls. With him, there were 3 9th-level key refining masters. The trip to the ancient Plains Mountains did not cause any losses to them. Under the siege of 4 9th-level key refining masters, if he fought desperately, there might be a chance to turn the tide. However, he chose to escape wisely. It is hard to judge whether it is right or wrong. But people just lack this breadth. Suddenly, Muir and King Lian stopped talking to him. 3 figures landed in the Xiao Valley. Fellow Taoist, does your Luo Chen society still recruit independent cultivators? You are all at the 9th level of key refining. Muir and King Lian asked in surprise, what's your name? The leading woman smiled slightly and bowed. I'm Sima Wei Niang, you can just call me Wei Niang. In the courtyard, Luo Chen sat in front of the desk and took the dark wooden sign from between his eyebrows. His face was solemn, and there was a trace of hesitation. In the end, he shook his head slowly. This foundation building method must not be taken unless it is absolutely necessary. This wooden sign was inherited from Gaotingyun, but its true origin can be traced back to the cave of the demon cultivator Guyu more than 200 years ago. It records a fragmentary practice called refining soul true skill. Yes, it is fragmentary. It only records the middle stage of foundation building, and there is no follow-up. And even the first part is full of doubts and contradictions. Perhaps, the mystery that can solve these contradictions lies in the latter part. Luo Chen didn't care about this set of skills. What he cared about was the soul-building method recorded on it. 999 souls, integrated into one's body, can be used to build the foundation. 9,999 souls, integrated into one's body, can be used to build the golden elixir. 99,999 souls, integrated into one's body, can be used to build the nascent soul. If you want to achieve the transformation of the spirit, you need a full 1,000,000 souls. This is a magic skill that truly relies on quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes, with killing and devouring as necessary conditions for advancement. It may look shocking, but after truly understanding it, it is even more shocking. The souls required must be of the same level as the current realm. If it is the great perfection of key refining, more than 900 souls of late key refining cultivators are required. For the great perfection of foundation building, more than 9,000 souls of foundation building cultivators are required. As for the latter, the same is true. Who dares to practice such a harmful skill? Luo Chen at least doesn't dare. Not only does he not dare, he doesn't even dare to practice a little bit, even if no one cares about him. It was because this incomplete technique only talked about the method of soul fusion, but did not talk about how to eliminate the many sequelae caused by the fusion of so many souls. Just think about it, thousands and tens of thousands of souls merged into one's body will bring about crazy changes. The casual cultivator Guyu had no other choice at the beginning, so he embarked on this path. He succeeded, built a foundation, and even made a name for himself as a soul-refining casual cultivator. But his end was also miserable. He was hunted down by the righteous sect, and finally blew up his whole body, even his huge soul body, leaving only a wisp of residual soul to return to the cave. And according to the upside-down writing style of Guyu's autobiography, I am afraid that after building the foundation, his consciousness also fell into chaos. Gaotingyun was really forced to do so. His Danshan was broken, and conventional foundation building was no longer feasible. He could only take this risky move. But before he could make a name for himself, he died at the hands of Luo Chen for revenge. Although this method is not advisable, the few small techniques recorded above can be used as a reference. Luo Chen's mind flashed with 2 spells recorded in soul refining true skill. 2 complete spells flashed in his mind. Spirit shocking technique. After practicing to small success, it can shock the enemy, and add a touch of pressure to creatures such as ghosts and spirits. If it reaches the great success stage, it can not only shock, but also absorb weak souls. If the spiritual consciousness can be released, the effect of shocking the spirit will be better. This is a spell that is not so evil, and it is more about pursuing the use of one's own soul and spiritual consciousness. If the foundation of the soul is deep enough, there will naturally be an innate advantage in the battle of the same level. If the foundation of the soul is not deep enough, then this technique should be used with caution. At the least, it will not work, and at the worst, it will suffer backlash and suffer soul injuries that are difficult to heal. As for the latter, Luo Chen thinks it is reasonable. Anyone who builds the foundation of the soul path with a method of refining soul true art must have an extremely terrifying soul foundation. The magic of the God-scouring art is the icing on the cake, or even more powerful. The so-called backlash is naturally nonsense. Luo Chen thought that his soul foundation was pretty good. After going through a heart tribulation, his soul foundation was already twice that of an ordinary person. For this reason, the number of times he refined pills doubled. Later, after practicing the Mingshan Posha, although it was mainly aimed at the cultivation of willpower. But after enduring extreme pain again and again, his soul was also slowly and weakly becoming solid and deep. Maybe it is not necessarily bigger than before, but it is undoubtedly more condensed than ordinary people. With this as a basis, you can practice the God-scouring art. Huh? Seeing the specific practice method of the God-scouring art, Luo Chen suddenly exclaimed. In the key refining stage, when the spiritual consciousness cannot be released, the eyes are mainly used as a carrier, and the effect is relatively general at this time. Luo Chen's eyes, rooted in the spirit eye art, have a unique advantage. To his surprise, a memory came to his mind. At the King Jiang restaurant, Gaotingyun had stared at him for a long time. At that time, he thought that the other party was deliberately not speaking, trying to take the initiative in the conversation. This is a very common negotiation method. Now it seems that Gaotingyun was clearly using this spell at that time. The more he thought about it, the more Luo Chen felt that this was the case. At that time, he had already started practicing the soul refining technique. That's right, if you want to devour and absorb the souls of the outside world, you must first absorb the enemy's soul out of the body. This God-shocking technique is a prerequisite for the soul refining technique, and you must learn it first. But at that time, Luo Chen's soul foundation was not inferior to that of the other party. As a result, Gaotingyun returned without success. It's a pity that I don't know how to use my own soul, otherwise I could have made him suffer a backlash at that time. In addition to being afraid, Luo Chen also felt it was a pity. After confirming that Gaotingyun had also practiced this spell, Luo Chen's heart became even hotter. He remembered that before Gaotingyun died, his eyes turned green. This is clearly the means by which the God-shocking technique actively absorbs weak souls. But unfortunately, Gaotingyun didn't even reach the minor success stage, but he wanted to use the methods of the major success stage. Especially Luo Chen had gone through the training of Mingshan Posha, his will was firm, and his soul was condensed. The opponent couldn't pull his soul at all. Not only did his soul not get sucked out, but he also took the initiative to break free from the effect of the sucking. Gaotingyun was backlashed and his soul was annihilated on the spot. In other words, I still let him get backlashed. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's enthusiasm for the spell gradually faded and he became more cautious. Learning, of course, must be learned. But if you use it, you can't use it casually. Otherwise, once you get backlashed, you will end up like Gaotingyun. He didn't even have time to say such cruel words as I won't let you go even if I die, and he was annihilated silently. In addition to this magic of shocking the gods, this magic of fixing the soul is also worthwhile. Luo Chen thought of another magic, and his eyes kept flashing. Unlike the magic of shocking the gods, although the magic of fixing the soul is a magic, it is not difficult to practice, and it is even very simple. The difficulty of using it is that it needs a carrier. Learn them all. And there are more than just these two spells to learn. Luo Chen muttered to himself, and many books appeared in his hand. The first one was a second-level spell that he bought from this headlong black market for 900 spirit stones. It was called Landslide. When he was preparing to escape, he had roughly studied this spell. After he really got started, he found that it was indeed a second-level spell, but it was so difficult. So much so that he had no idea where to start. In order to fully learn the Landslide, he had to learn 3 prerequisite spells first. A first-level fireball spell, a first-level earth mountain spell, and a first-level wave spell. It took 3 prerequisite spells to finally fuse this powerful second-level fire spell. After really studying it, Luo Chen knew why it was a fire spell, but it was named in the style of the earth system. It was because one of the spells to be learned was the earth system earth mountain spell. Landslide must be learned. After all, it cost a lot of money, and the power described above is indeed very great. Even among the second-level spells, it is not inferior to the powerful spells known for attack, such as the 10,000 swords, the ice soul needle, and the thunder shock. I thought this secret book was sold too cheap before, but after a careful look, I realized that it did not have the 3 matching first level spells. If these 3 are added, the price will probably soar to more than 1,000. If it was before, Luo Chen might still be worried about how to collect the other 2 first level spells besides the fireball. But now, this worry is gone. There are many spell secrets in the legacy of the hundreds of monks who died in the Slanting Moon Valley. This is normal. Luo Chen has always kept the 5 spells that key refining monks must know in his storage bag, and other people will naturally leave 1 or 2 bought spell secrets. Among these legacies, Luo Chen found the Earth Mountain spell and the Wave spell. In this way, he has collected the 3 major prerequisite spells. Especially the Fireball spell, he has practiced it to the stage of great perfection, and its power is extraordinary. As long as the other 2 spells have some achievements, he can try to use the Landslide. It just so happens that Luo Tian will be reorganized recently, and it is not the time for me to personally make the elixir. During this period, in addition to practicing the life skills and purifying spiritual power, you can spend time on these spells. Half a month later. Behind the Ziyai Valley, on a plain under the Kagui Mountain. 2 figures, several miles apart, looked at each other from a distance. Then the 2 of them pinched their fingers and formed seals at the same time, and a large amount of spiritual power was constantly mobilized from their bodies. Suddenly, the 2 of them, one fast and one slow, suddenly slapped the ground with one palm. Earth Mountain. The next moment, the earth began to tremble continuously, and 2 huge piles of earth rose from the ground and continued to grow higher. Under the transmission of spiritual power, the surrounding soil, rocks, trees and grass continued to gather on them. Rumble. About 5 breaths later, 2 10-meter-high hills stood on the ground. The fat man who first condensed the hill, laughed, grabbed with one hand, and the hill slowly flew up, and then pushed forward. At this time, the young man on the opposite side slowly grabbed in the air. When he also pushed out his palm, the hill on the opposite side had already flown 2 miles in front of him. The huge impact was unstoppable. The young man raised his eyebrows and calmly pushed out the hill he condensed. Boom. Almost like a dead tree and rotten wood, the hill he pushed out was blasted into dust by another one. Large pieces of soil and debris fell from the sky. Seeing the enemy mountain rumbling and crashing, the young man jumped up and easily flew away from the attack range of the hill. Boom. The hill fell to the ground, fell steadily, sank several feet deep, leaving only a small earth slope. It was as if it had never appeared. The power is quite good. Luo Chen stroked his chin, thinking. The fat man on the opposite side came over leisurely at this time. I don't know what's the use of learning this thing. It's very slow to cast, slow to form, and even slower to attack. It's useless except for its great power. It's not as useful as a small fireball. Oh, it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Looking at Zheng Wen with a pout, Luo Chen was not angry, but thanked him sincerely. During this period, please guide me to practice this 2IU technique. Zheng Wen clapped his hands and brushed off some dirt on his body. What's the trouble? Anyway, Luo Xian who has nothing to do recently. After saying that, he yawned. Looking at Luo Chen who seemed to be thinking about something, Zheng Wen blinked. Don't tell me that you really want to use this thing to fight with others. Luo Chen pursed his lips, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Zheng Wen was anxious. I can tell you, this spell is really not easy to use. I have never used it to fight with anyone since I learned it. The Earth Mountain technique is generally used to dig caves and build fortifications. In a big way, even the powerful ones use it to build mountains and fill the sea and form a feng shui pattern. You have also seen that someone in Ziyai Valley has recently used this spell to build a defensive fortress. Fighting? That's really not possible. Luo Chen also agreed with this. The Earth Mountain technique is not suitable for fighting. In other words, cultivators with earth spiritual roots have always been relatively weak in attack. The few attack spells that are proficient are also earth thorns and mud swamps. Zheng Wen is an expert in this way. He once used the mud swamp technique to force the Rakshasa woman to move on the Tao stage, thus creating space for the final blow. Luo Chen asked him to practice with him and got him because of this. In the past half-month, he first mastered the wave technique, and then quickly mastered the Earth Mountain technique under Zheng Wen's guidance. Therefore, in the previous sparring, his casting speed and power were much weaker than Zheng Wen. This technique has too many shortcomings. I wonder what changes will happen after the minor success. Zheng Wen curled his lips. What changes can there be? It's just that you are no longer bound to step on the ground. You can leave the ground and use your spiritual power to track the spiritual things of the earth, gather earth, wood, bricks and stones to form a small hill. It's just a slight change of the disadvantages of terrain and speed. What about the major success? The major success. Zheng Wen scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I haven't even achieved the minor success level, so how can I talk about the major success? I think it's just like what I said before, building mountains and filing the sea, suppressing a place. How much spiritual power would it take? Luo Chen shook his head and didn't look forward to that scene. Yet, so I don't know why you are entangled with this technique. Why entangled? Of course, it's to learn 3 prerequisite first-level spells, and then form a second-level spell, landslide. Luo Chen walked leisurely towards the slanting moon valley, and Zheng Wen followed closely. President, I want to discuss something with you. Well, you tell me. Can you replace the extra bottle of pills given to me every month with that one? Which one? Which one else? You know. Okay, but you have to be a good elder of the Golden Hall, especially listen to the words of Hall Master Gu, and don't disobey. Luo Chen paused and said seriously, if it involves some external affairs that are inconvenient for a female cultivators, you have to take the initiative to take it over, don't embarrass Hall Master Gu. Zheng Wen patted his chest and agreed. Then, he gave Luo Chen a thumbs up. I knew that you were like me, Zheng, a man who cherishes flowers and jade. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled, not caring. He did not arrange Zheng Wen to the battle hall, but to the Golden Hall. The reason is simple. Compared with fighting, Zheng Wen is actually better at interpersonal communication and dealing with various situations. In the previous life on Earth, people like him are public relations managers with strong business capabilities. They know all kinds of things, whether upper class or lower class. Mishu only valued his ability in combat, but ignored his soft power of interpersonal communication. It really wasted Zheng Wen's talent. As for the consequences, it was obvious. In the Guiyuan Mountains, he worked but did not work hard, and saved a haul and withdrew safely, but of course he did not get any benefits. In the battle to destroy the gang, he retreated immediately when he saw that the situation was not right. Such a person is not suitable for the front-line position of the war hall. Otherwise, it is easy to affect morale at a critical moment. The two chatted while pacing back to the Ziyai Valley. Then Luo Chen and Murin Qinglian got together. Holding the roster, Murin Qinglian introduced it bit by bit. There is no problem with the Dan Hall. After careful selection, it has been reorganized into a scale of 50 people. According to your requirements, first meet the medicine apprentices, fire workers, and then pharmacists, spiritual plant husbands, and herbalists and other personnel configurations. The corresponding skills are also under the leadership of Chu Hanchang and Kitwang, and the old and the new are carried out. Luo Chen nodded, very satisfied. The alchemy hall is very important and must be restored to the level of the Pashan Gang, otherwise it will affect his large-scale alchemy. The medicine hall that was integrated into it is not so important now. First, the Pashan Gang's original channel for collecting herbs is missing. Second, there is no need to sell herbs to other forces. Instead, they have to buy a lot of herbs and process them separately. The so-called herbalists are just trained to be on the safe side. There are only a few monks, and it is no problem to keep them. There are basically no major problems with the Sun Hall. I recruited a few old men from the Pashan Gang, and they can barely play the role of the past. The problem lies in the War Hall and the Gold Hall. Luo Chen raised his hand and interrupted her. You can solve the problem of the Gold Hall. She talked to me about it. What about the shops? Murin Qinglian asked curiously. The shops she mentioned refer to the several sales points of the Pashan Gang in the inner city and the outer city. Nowadays, those shops have been divided up by the 3 major forces. It is very troublesome to solve them. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen was confident. That's no problem. The document signed with Yuding Sword Pavilion was in the name of Mishu. Now that Miss Mi Li is here, it will naturally be transferred to our Luo Chen Association. As for other forces, someone will go to say hello. Hearing him say this, Murin Qinglian also breathed a sigh of relief. Then the problem is only the last one. Murin Qinglian pointed to the 20 or so late-stage key refining cultivators who are expanding the Ziyai Valley outside. These are the combat cultivators I assigned to the War Hall. Duanfeng is currently in charge of management, but he is only an elder. So, when will you confirm the real War Hall Master? When it came to this, Luo Chen also sighed. Wait a little longer. Wait for Wang Yuan. Yes. Do you trust him so much? Murin King Lian frowned. The battle on Qingjiang Street was even bigger than Ziyu Valley. Can he survive? Luo Chen opened his mouth, but in the end, he forced a nod based on his trust in Wang Yuan. However, in order to comfort Murin King Lian, he still said, wait a few more days. If there's still no news, I will arrange another hall master who can convince everyone. When he said this, he blinked. Murin King Lian smiled angrily. Who else could it be? Isn't it her husband? But she didn't want this scene to happen. It's not that she was afraid that Qin Liangjun would go out to fight and there would be danger. After all, it is normal to take some risks to earn cultivation resources. She was afraid that her husband and wife would hold two important positions of hall master in the four halls of Luo Xianhu. It would give people the illusion that Luo Xianhu is their Qin family. At that time, someone will definitely disrespect Luo Chen. It's not good to form cliques. Thinking of this, Murin King Lian suddenly turned over a page of the roster. These are a few outsiders who joined the gang. They are not from the Pashan gang. They are still in the investigation stage to ensure that their backgrounds are relatively clean. The rest are fine, but you have to consider these three. Luo Chen looked at them and his eyebrows moved. Sima Xian, Sima Wei Niang, Sima Wenji, Sima Sangxiu. These three siblings actually joined the Luotian club? Aren't they working alone? Interesting, interesting. Luo Chen raised his mouth slightly and said, 3 key refining level 9, and they are siblings. It is really difficult to deal with them. How about this, separate them. Sima Xian will go to the war hall and serve as an elder. He is the eldest and his combat ability should not be bad. This third one will be placed in the Sun hall. You take care of him. Don't give him a position yet, just use him normally. As for Wei Niang, she should be very comfortable in the Jin hall. After listening to Luo Chen's arrangements, Murin King Lian was a little surprised. It seems that Luo Chen knows them well. But according to my investigations during this period, although Sima Sangxiu came from Daohufang, he was more likely to run around in several markets, doing some small business of buying and selling. He should have much intersection with Luo Chen, right? But since Luo Chen arranged it this way, there must be a reason, so I just do it. Luo Chen walked to the cliff and looked at the Ziyu Valley, which was constantly expanding and almost 3 times larger than before. A sense of pride and ambition arose spontaneously. This will be my future foundation. However, it is still a bit dangerous to be isolated outside the market and backed by the Ziyu Mountains. I will go to find that person tomorrow to discuss some things, and by the way, talk about Brother Qin's affairs. Murin King Lian was startled, and his face softened. Can we really reattach that hand? Believe in the strength of the Yuanying sect. Luo Chen said with a smile, the competition within the sword sect is greater than we imagined. It is common for hands and feet to be broken during sparring. They are very familiar with reattaching broken limbs. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I will take care of this matter. Chapter 148, A Funeral, Unprecedented and Heart-Wrenching, we have a long way to go. Long time no see, Senior Miao. How are you, Luo Chen? Seeing your rosy face and energetic appearance, I guess you have been doing well recently. Haha, it's all thanks to you. Sit down. In the private room on the 3rd floor of Zhongling's house, Miao Wen and Luo Chen, smiling, sat down one after the other. Although the two had met many times, Luo Chen knew Miao Wen, but the other party didn't know who he was. Therefore, this meeting, strictly speaking, was only the 3rd formal communication between the two. But the familiarity shown by the two seemed to have known each other for decades. Miao Wen was able to have this skill, naturally. He had been tempered and trained outside as an outer sect deacon for many years. In Miao Wen's opinion, Luo Chen could show such a face-saving skill, and he had to praise the young people for their formidable skills. How many young people, when they set foot on the path of cultivation, always talk about competing for the great way and going against the will of heaven. But Luo Chen is different from them. Pragmatic, hard-working, knowing when to advance and retreat, always able to clearly position oneself. Even though Miao Wen himself acted very familiar, Luo Chen always maintained a respect for him. He enjoyed this kind of atmosphere, where he could talk about business without losing his status as a foundation-building cultivator. These days, it's really not easy to work in a large sect. Although the inner sect deacons have a lot of benefits, They need to act like grandsons in front of those true disciples, Dao seeds, and even Jinden masters. At any time, you must put your status in the right place. Even if your realm is higher than some inner sect true disciples, you have to compromise. It's because those true disciples and Dao seeds have a great chance of being promoted to the Jinden stage. Become an existence that is superior to the inner sect deacons. Therefore, the inner sect deacons should be humble, do their best, and serve the other party well. At the same time, they also look forward to the resources that the other party leaks from the fingernails to help their practice. In comparison, the outer sect deacons will be better. They have great autonomy. Even if they are sent to small places, except for the difficulty in cultivation, they can still be arrogant and domineering in the local area. Well, the disadvantage is that except. Just like this Dao Fang, the spiritual vein is of the first order. Even if there is a spirit gathering array, it can only barely help cultivation. Therefore, any outer sect deacon sent to a small place must find ways to make money on the premise of completing the sect's tasks. So where does this money come from? The interests of the sect are absolutely not dared to be encroached. If they are found out, they will die. For a Yuanying upper sect like Yuding Sword sect, which occupies a region, there will be a lack of many foundation building cultivators, but there will be no shortage of one or two small foundation building cultivators. Therefore, these outer sect deacons have to use their own brains. Miao Wen used to have some small tricks. The tributes from each household, the extraction of some unconventional resources, and even occasionally acting as a peacemaker or middleman to settle conflicts for others and get a tribute from it. He was the middleman in the mediation between the Daijiang gang and the Pashan gang. But these things are not long-lasting. In particular, Daofang has an important geographical location and was built to accommodate 100,000 scattered cultivators. Before, an extra foundation building master, Luo Chen, was sent here. Although he only stayed for a while, it had already affected his ability to make money. In the future, I am afraid that more outer sect deacons will be sent here, and maybe a real pavilion master will be sent down. Therefore, Miao Wen has been trying to find a stable and wealthy source of income. Before, he found it. Pashan gang, Mi Shuhui. As long as he agrees to endorse the Jade Marrow Pill, withstand the pressure from the spiritual medicine pavilion here, and let the Jade Marrow Pill, which is close to the mainstream cultivation pill, circulate. He can get 2,000 spirit stones every month. It's not a lot, but Mi Shuhui promised that there will be more and more in the future. At that time, he knew that the old man Mi Shuhui had won over an alchemy master. He envied it, but it was not easy to rob it. First of all, the outer sect deacons also have to abide by some unspoken rules and cannot make the local area a mess. Secondly, the Pashan gang controlled by Mi Shuhui does have enough manpower and resources. Even if he snatches the Pashan gang, he doesn't have so much time to run it. Therefore, envy is all. However, the opportunity has come. When Miao Wen received the sound transmission from Mi Shuhui, he made a decision without any hesitation. He verbally promised to rescue him immediately. But in fact, staying in Yuding Jianzhen not going out, in the end, he just let his junior brother Luo Chen come out to deal with the aftermath. In this way, Mi Shuhui died. If he comes out again, he can cooperate with Luo Chen legitimately. In fact, it's not so legitimate, but as long as he doesn't stab it, who cares? The locals will give him face, and Elder Peng is focused on practicing and turning a blind eye. So now he really has a stable and rich source of income. Looking at the young man opposite, Miao Wen showed the most friendly smile ever. Luo Chen, how is your Luotian club developing? Luo Chen cheered up. This was the investor who funded his business. Now, it was time to report on his work. Although it is not even 1/10 of the Pashan gang, it is already in good shape. It will be able to operate normally in half a month at most. Miao Wen's eyes lit up. Half a month of operation, 1 month of alchemy, and then 1 month of sales. In other words, he can see the profit in no more than 3 months. If it was before, he would still doubt Luo Chen's alchemy. But after seeing the small storage bag with nearly 3,000 medium-grade jadeite pills, he no longer had any doubts. This person is an absolute alchemy genius. If he was just sent out as a deacon, he would definitely do his best to recommend Luo Chen to the Yuding Sword sect, to recruit talents for the sect. But after so many years, he has already seen it clearly. The so-called deacon is just a choice for the sect. Instead of recommending Luo Chen to the sect and letting the sect profit, It is better to keep him in Daofang and cooperate with each other. In this way, he can earn more. In the future, he can also leave a considerable asset for the family. With this asset, the Miao family may be able to produce a real giant and master in the Yuding Sword sect. Okay. Just do it boldly without worrying about those miscellaneous people. I will make the decision for you. Luo Chen who will only be stronger than Pashangang in the future. Luo Chen smiled gratefully. Thank you very much, Senior Miao. What senior? I am almost 200 years old, several generations older than you. Just call me Uncle Wen. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Wen is better than Master Miao. He climbed up directly. Uncle Wen. Yes. Miao Wen nodded with satisfaction, and asked about the specific situation of Luo Xianhu. He was not afraid that Luo Chen would make a move in the future. As long as he was willing, he could easily find out. In this Daofang, as long as Elder Pang Rengshan leaves, he will be the only local emperor. What is the Luo Xianhu lacking now? Is there anything I can help you with? When it comes to this, Luo Chen showed an embarrassment. Really? Huh? First of all, it's a safety issue. Luo Chen sighed and said worriedly, you have been to Ziyai Valley before. It was beaten to pieces and it was isolated outside the market. If a strong man passes by, he might have bad intentions. Even if there is no strong man, there may be robbery repairs and monsters attacking. This safety is really critical. Miao Wen sneered, isn't it simple? After speaking, he took out a bunch of flags and a small disc from the storage bag. The moment he saw the disc, Luo Chen's eyes were straight. With a formation disc. Second order formation. What are you thinking? Even if I give you a second order formation, you can't use it. That's right. On the surface, there are no spiritual veins in Ziyai Valley, and it can't support the huge consumption of a second order formation. Any large-scale political and legal system that reaches the second order requires at least one first-order spiritual vein, preferably of the corresponding grade. If there is none, then make up the number. For example, a large first-order spiritual vein. This is a first-order, top-grade, large-scale defensive formation, and the array disc equipped with it is a top-grade magic weapon. When it is activated normally, its power is almost equivalent to the Earth Defense formation. But if you invest in medium-grade spiritual stones and drive the array disc, it can be comparable to a second-order defensive formation in a short time. What a good thing. Convenient and fast, although it requires medium-grade spiritual stones, it can at least get rid of the limitations of spiritual veins. And Luo Chen knows that Ziyai Valley actually has a micro-spiritual vein branch. What is the name of this formation? Small 5 elements formation. If you want to set up the formation, you have to transform your Ziyai Valley. At least it must conform to the theory of the mutual generation of the 5 elements. Miao Wen grabbed the formation plate and asked casually, do you have anyone who knows the formation? Luo Chen blinked, and there really was one. Duanfeng knew a little about the formation, otherwise he would not have been able to repair the magic weapon. After confirming that there was a formation master, Miao Wen handed this set of top-grade formation to Luo Chen. Next, Luo Chen mentioned the matter of the shops left by the Pashangang. In Miao Wen's view, these were all harmless trivial matters. He could easily handle it with just one order. However, when he heard that Mi Li, the descendant of Mi Shuhua's bloodline, was in Luo Xianhu, his face looked a little strange. Luo Chen noticed it, but he just thought that the other party was nostalgic. He mentioned a few more trivial matters, such as the alchemy furnace and the channel for medicinal materials. These things were quite troublesome for the Luo Xianhu, which had just started. But in Miao Wen's hands, they were just trivial matters. Just a few words can prevent Luo Xianhu from taking many wrong paths. There were many things to do, but Miao Wen never showed any impatience. His years of being an outpost deacon had polished his patience. He also knew that only by sorting out these small things could Luo Xianhu develop explosively. Finally, Luo Chen mentioned the matter of reattaching Qin Liangzhen's broken limbs. There are no limb fragments at all. Do you keep them? Yes, he was unreserved in that battle. I think so. After all, he is not from my sword sect and cannot control that killer move. Miao Wen thought about it. Qin Liangzhen was also a talent. Restoring his strength could protect Luo Xianhu. I'm afraid it won't work to reattach a real arm. Luo Chen was a little disappointed. Even the Yuding sword sect couldn't do it? Suddenly, he realized the hidden meaning of that sentence. A fake one is okay. Yes. Miao Wen smiled slightly. This is not difficult, but you have to pay for the materials yourself. Oh, I have to mention that the process may be very painful. You have to let Qin Liangchen be mentally prepared. As long as he can attach a new arm, Qin Liangchen will definitely be willing. Luo Chen immediately agreed for him. When the banquet was about to end, Miao Wen suddenly mentioned something. If you are free the day after tomorrow, accompany me to attend a funeral. Funeral? Luo Chen asked in surprise. Whose do you think it will be? Miao Wen stood up and smiled slightly. At this moment, Luo Chen's expression finally changed unexpectedly. Miao Wen was very satisfied, and then he left. 2 days later, Luo Chen brought Mi Li and the one-armed Qin Liangchen, followed Miao Wen, and came to the depths of a mountain. Juayan Mountain. After stepping into this place, Luo Chen looked at Qin Liangchen. The other party said in tacit understanding, the Pashan Gang has set up many strongholds in the Guiyan Mountains to facilitate hunting, collecting herbs and mining. In addition, several safe strongholds that seem dangerous but are actually very safe have been set up. It is said that Juayan Mountain is very dangerous outside, and there are second-level monsters such as bloodthirsty crocodiles and black pythons. But in fact, there is a miniature Yuanxi Valley, where few monsters set foot. When he learned about this place, Old Man Mi said it as a safe point. Only a few of us who he trusted knew about this place. Yuanxi Valley. Hearing this name, Luo Chen finally knew why it was used as a safe point. The power of Yuanxi is known to overcome all 5 elements in the world. Wherever there is a large amount of Yuanxi power, it is not suitable for cultivation and living. There are many powerful monsters in Juayan Mountain, but if there is a Yuanxi Valley, it will indeed be the safest place. Most monsters cannot escape the yin and yang 5 elements. Instinctive disgust will make them stay away from Yuanxi Valley. Miao Wenfei was in the front, so he naturally heard what Qin Liangchen said. He chuckled and said, indeed, if it weren't for the dispute over the Jinden ruins, and if fellow Taoist Mi had used this place to escape the pursuit of monsters and enemies, I guess I wouldn't have realized that he had this backup plan. It's a pity that after I personally checked it, I found that there was only a thin layer of Yuanxi ore, which was of little use. Otherwise, just 1 Yuanxi mine would be enough for me to return to the sect and become an elder. Yuanxi ore is very valuable, and the lowest is a 3rd level ore. But the value of Yuanxi ore is very low. If it is not on a large scale, it is almost useless, and naturally there is no value to speak of. There are many Yuanxi forces in the natural environment. But except for large Yuanxi mines, generally no one will collect these trivial Yuanxi forces. During the conversation, the 4 people went deeper and deeper into Juayan Mountain. The roars of monsters continued to sound. Occasionally, a strong breath swept over, and the 3 key refining monks turned pale. Even Miao Wen put away his smile and became solemn. This safe point is not that safe. The journey to arrive was already full of dangers. Mi Li hid behind Luo Chen, her pale face showing her anxiety and expectation. The Mi family still has survivors. After a cup of tea, the 4 of them stopped over a canyon with lush trees. Miao Wen smiled after just one look. Luo Chen also looked down instantly. It was not surprising at first glance, but after the spiritual eye technique started to work naturally, he noticed a clue. These trees are all dead things. They are just preservative dead wood made by special means. And in the trees, there is another formation that hides the true appearance. This Mishuhu is a good trick. Let's go down. Xiao Mi Li should also go to burn incense for your grandfather. As soon as he finished speaking, he removed the cloud and the 4 of them descended rapidly. When passing through the dead wood forest, it seemed as if a layer of water waves passed through their bodies. The next moment, waves of crying came into their ears. Who is it? A sharp shout sounded. Then, there was panic and commotion. Miao Wen waved his sleeves and bowed. Old friends come uninvited, just to burn incense for old friends. Old friend. Deacon Miao. A surprised voice came from the mouth of the person with the highest realm in the valley. Sikun Yuan Hong. Luo Chen was very surprised that this person was still alive. He later heard that the Li family cultivators in the Xuanai society were the main force to annihilate the Mi family. In that ambush, the blood of the cultivators almost dyed the entire Yinma beach red. The leader Sikun Yuan Hong, logically, should not have survived. Sikun Yuan Hong was shocked and doubtful, pushed everyone aside, and came to Miao Wen respectfully. Junior, meet Deacon Miao. Miao Wen pulled the corner of his mouth, Without answering, his eyes fell on the rest of the people. Not many, only about 20 or 30 people in total. And most of them are in the early and middle stages of key refining, and there are even a few mortals. They all seem to be led by Sikun Yuanhong, the son-in-law. It's hard for you. Miao Wen put his hands in his sleeves and stepped over Sikun Yuanhong, who was bowing. He took a step forward and said, "It's thoughtful of you to be able to gather these remaining members of the Mi family. I believe that if fellow Taoist Mi knew about it, he would be very pleased." Suddenly, his steps stopped. Miao Wen's eyes fell on the tombstone engraved with a new stone tablet. Sikun Yuanhong was about to say something, but the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. He subconsciously stretched out his hand. No. However, the other party ignored him at all. "The old friend is here, why don't you come out to see him?" Miao Wen shouted softly and slowly pushed out a palm. The huge spiritual power pressure pushed all the Mi family members away. Not only that, the main goal was to lift the stone tablet and dig out the coffin under the tomb. Grandpa Mi Li, who was standing behind Luo Chen, saw this and shouted heartbreakingly. Luo Chen frowned slightly and quietly took a step back. Why did Mi Shuhe seem to be not dead yet, according to Miao Wen's words? Boom. The coffin lid was directly opened. There was no figure, only a pile of gorgeous clothes. Miao Wen took a look and turned around immediately. Cenotaph. Sikun Yuanhong's face was ashamed and angry. "We don't have the remains of the patriarch, so we can only build a cenotaph." "Is that so?" Miao Wen frowned slightly and smacked his lips. Then, he looked at the 20 or so members of the Mi family. He shook his head. "In this case, there is no point in keeping you." The next moment, a sword light spit out from his mouth. In an instant, it crossed the void. Swish. 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 When the sword light turned into a small golden pill and returned to his hand, all the members of the Mi family in mourning in the valley collapsed to the ground. Everyone was dead, including Sikun Yuanhong, who also died under the sword pill. The Sikun family has no descendants from then on. A foundation-building cultivator suddenly attacked, and he was a sword cultivator. Who could react? This sudden scene caught Luo Chen, Mi Li, and Qin Liangjun off guard. Why? Curious. Miao Wen swallowed a sword pill and walked over slowly. I already knew the movements of this group of Mi family survivors. I kept them to lure out Mi Shuhe. Luo Chen couldn't help asking, "But isn't he dead?" "He is indeed dead, but the body is not seen. Even his magic weapons have disappeared." "Is it possible that he was divided up by those who besieged him at the beginning?" Miao Wen nodded. "It's possible, so there's no need to keep these Mi family members." "What's the reason?" Luo Chen was puzzled. But Miao Wen had already come in front of them, looking at Mi Li behind Luo Chen with burning eyes. "She should die too." "No." Qin Liangjun shouted out loudly. However, when Miao Wen looked over, Qin Liangjun realized what he had said. Cold sweat soaked his back unconsciously, and he took a step back subconsciously. However, Miao Wen was not angry. Instead, he looked at Luo Chen with a smile. "Luo Chen, what do you think?" Luo Chen opened his mouth, and his brain was turning rapidly. Mi Li was indeed useless. His realm was only the 4th level of key refining. After so long, he had only mastered the refining method of Bigu San. As the only remaining bloodline of the Pashan gang, the effect of calling on the old man was getting weaker and weaker after the past half-month. Those who came back were by no means loyal, and most of them came for him. Killing them should be done to eliminate future troubles. However, Mi Li was a weak woman and had never made any mistakes. Do no harm to others, and do not blame others. She has been working in the Dan Hall and is one of his subordinates, whether in the past or in the future. Logically, he should protect her. Killing her is useless, and keeping her alive is harmless, especially since the last branch of the Mi family has all died. But if he wants to forcibly save her, will it anger Miao Wen, the foundation-building cultivator? One thought after another emerged from Luo Chen's mind. Qin Liangjun looked at him nervously, afraid that he would say kill and afraid that he would say don't kill. If he kills her, the Mi family will really be extinct. Luo Chen has mixed feelings about Mi Shuhe, and so does Qin Liangjun. After all, he has done him a favor. And if he doesn't kill her, he is afraid that Luo Chen will offend Miao Wen for this. Just now, Miao Wen smiled and suddenly slaughtered all the descendants of the Mi family. It was simply crazy. If Luo Chen disobeys him, the consequences are unimaginable. Just when Luo Chen fell into tossing and turning in thought, and Qin Liangjun was also conflicted. Meili. This woman's eyes have long lost their spirit. When she came here, she didn't see her mother, there was no remains of her grandfather in the tomb, and all the surviving tribesmen died in front of her. Now, the foundation building cultivator wants to kill her. What else can she do? It's just waiting to die. It's difficult for the hall master, who needs him to make the decision. A trace of sadness appeared on the cold cheek. After a long time, Luo Chen spoke with a hoarse voice. Uncle Wen, in my opinion. Okay, you are a smart man, let's stop here. Miao Wen patted him on the shoulder and looked at him with great satisfaction. Luo Chen opened his mouth, not understanding what this meant at all. In the Ziyu Valley. To be precise, it should be called the Luoxiano headquarters. Stonehouse fortresses stood up one after another. Luo Chen closed the door and turned his head to see Qin Liangjun with a complicated expression. Has she taken the forgetfulness pill given by Deacon Miao? She took it voluntarily, and from now on she will forget the memory of this period, unless one day she breaks through the foundation. Alice, Meili is also a miserable woman. Qin Liangjun sighed. He looked at Luo Chen's calm profile and couldn't help but say, "What were you at that time?" Halfway through the words, he smiled bitterly. "My fault. Your answer at that time was actually meaningless in front of a foundation-building cultivator. Why should I bother to get to the bottom of it?" Luo Chen did not speak, but stared blankly at a flower in the distance, which was bared by the rubble thrown by a cultivator. Qin Liangjun said with a melancholy tone, "Deacon Miao killed so many Mi family members in front of us. It not only eliminated the troubles of Luo Xianhu, but also killed the chicken to scare the monkey, warning us not to have too many small thoughts. I thought I could rely on him to work and practice hard in the future. Now it seems that it's just a tiger's skin." He found that Luo Chen was still in a daze, so he could only shake his head and pat Luo Chen on the shoulder. "Don't think too much, at least you are much freer now than before." Luo Chen hummed, and walked along the stone slab paved with large pieces of bluestone towards the deepest part of Ziyu Valley. Behind him, Qin Liangjun sighed and stayed outside the house. "Old man Mi, there is only this one bloodline left. Even if there were many disputes in the past, the deceased is gone, so why bother involving the family? After all, old man Mi had done them a favor." President. President. One after another honorific sounded in his ears. Luo Chen seemed to have not heard it, and walked to the top of the slanting moon valley step by step. He had been up before, but it was just a bare mountain top. Now standing on it, overlooking the scenery below, he found that the scenery had changed. After getting the small 5-element formation from Miao Wen, the plan to transform the inside and outside of the slanting moon valley was changed. Under the leadership of Du and Feng, large tracts of trees were transplanted. The rock and mineral veins were diverted, one after another, forming a wonder of gold and earth. Another cultivator drew out the mountain spring water from the slanting moon valley and formed several small pools inside and outside. In addition, the terrain faces south and north, is located in the palace, and with the daily activities of the cultivators, it has become a fire element. So far, the inside and outside of the slanting moon valley have achieved the mutual generation of the 5 elements. This kind of transformation is not achieved overnight. It is only in its infancy now and will continue to improve in the future. But Luo Xianhu finally has a foothold. However, Luo Chen, who should have been happy, was not happy at all when watching this scene. In his mind, the satisfied smile that Miao Wen showed him always appeared. Leave the tribe to lure the snake out of the hole. To eliminate future troubles and kill the chicken to scare me. These are all the intentions of the Yuanxi Valley of Juayan Mountain. It's just killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even if there were no such things, I would not disobey him. Then why did he make a fuss about the rice grains in the end? He guessed that I would do something in Luo Xianhu in the future? So, to deter in advance, Luo Chen squatted on the ground, holding small stones, throwing them out from time to time, and punching small holes on the top of the mountain. But why was he satisfied? He obviously didn't make any decision. Why? Just when Luo Chen was puzzled, he suddenly thought of that sentence. "You are a smart man." Smart man. Luo Chen froze. After a long while, a trace of bitterness spread to the corner of his mouth. Yes, isn't it because I am a smart person that he is satisfied with? Before the decision to preserve Mi Shuhua's bloodline, Qin Liangjun subconsciously blocked it. With this as a reference, when Luo Chen fell into thinking about the choice, He had actually achieved Miao Wen's goal. At that time, whether Luo Chen directly refused to kill Mi Li or resolutely destroyed the flower, it was the result that Miao Wen least wanted to see. Because of this, Luo Chen was shown to be a gentleman who acted on instinct and emotion, or a villain who acted purely on interests. Neither of these two is what Miao Wen wants to see. The former is prone to making mistakes, driven by emotions, and difficult to achieve great things. The latter is prone to betrayal. As long as someone can give better benefits than Miao Wen, he can turn against him at any time. What Miao Wen wants is a partner who can weigh the pros and cons, is not impulsive, not reckless, but also has his own independent thinking ability. Such a person is easy to control and will not drag him down. That sentence, Luo Chen, what do you think? Was clearly a torture test. After all the preparations, Miao Wen returned with satisfaction. Luo Chen showed a complicated look on his face. After thinking through all this, he actually felt a sense of loss. So, I am such a person. Being tortured, the final result made him a little embarrassed. In other words, it is difficult for anyone to face the real self. Because they always subconsciously beautify themselves and make up for anything they do. Luo Chen has always done this. He always thought that he was a relatively kind person who could draw a sword for his friends, did not bully the weak, and was within his ability. However, under the sunshine, all the filth has nowhere to hide. He, Luo Chen, is neither a true gentleman nor a pure villain. He is just an ordinary smart person among the masses. Under the suppression of the foundation building power, he will bully Mi Li, a weak person. If Miao Wen vents his anger on Qin Liangjun, he can't do anything, and the most likely thing is to watch the other party die. The so-called kindness is nothing more than the pity of the strong. In front of Miao Wen, he is not a strong man, so he is not kind. But, at some point, Luo Chen was trembling all over, his teeth clenched, and veins on his forehead were exposed. All this is not my intention. Why should others force me to make a choice? Why do you torture me? Gentleman, villain, smart man, the reason is nothing but the law of the jungle. If I am strong enough, a gentleman or a villain is just a thought, and good deeds and evil deeds are just at the mercy of the heart. Suddenly, Luo Chen stopped trembling and loosened his bleeding lips. He smiled self-deprecatingly. What did I do wrong? Being weak is the original sin. If he was also in the foundation building stage, why would Miao Wen torture him without any bottom line? He jumped up and fell slowly like a duckweed bird. Let me see the real me, it's a favor. Making me so embarrassed, it's hatred. Uncle Wen, we have a long way to go. Luo Chen, what do you think? In the newly built Jintang Hall, Gu Kai brought 10 women and looked at Luo Chen with a smile. Looking at the beautiful women standing in a row. For a moment, Luo Chen almost blurted out change a group. He stroked his chin, then shook his head slowly. Not good enough, too humble. Humble. Gu Kai was puzzled, looked back at the sisters behind her, and suddenly realized something. Most of this group of female cultivators were her former friends. Either they were casual cultivators from Daohufang, or female cultivators who had withdrawn from Xiangxianglao. Among them, there were 2 sickly key refining level 7 female cultivators, which were even more pitiful. They were not key refining level 7 before, but had a full key refining level 9 realm, which was equivalent to Gu Kai's realm. But since the person in charge of Xiangxianglao was changed, their fate has been miserable. He was spotted by the foundation building master surnamed Hui, who took a lot of energy from him, causing his foundation to become unstable and his realm to fall. He fell directly from the 9th level of key refining to the 7th level of key refining. If it weren't for the sisters who secretly rescued him, he would have died. Most of these people came from Xiangxiang Tower. Although their looks were top-notch, they served people too much. Naturally, they were humble. Luo Chen didn't point it out, but said lightly, what we need is a reception that can make guests feel like they are bathed in spring breeze. In addition to those sales terms, your manners must also be generous. We should treat guests equally. We should not be too humble to those in higher positions, nor should we discriminate against low-level casual cultivators. Remember, we can only earn spiritual stones if they are satisfied. The specific scale is actually very easy to grasp. You have all been to the spiritual medicine pavilion. Seeing that everyone nodded, Luo Chen continued, as long as you behave a little more gentle and enthusiastic than the maids in the spiritual medicine pavilion, it will be fine. After saying this, everyone understood. Many of the shop assistants employed by the big sects are actually locals. But after entering, they inexplicably feel superior. When facing those who are short of money and dressed simply, they often don't treat them well. They don't scold or insult them, but they often ignore them. It's not difficult to be more enthusiastic than them. We can't match the quality of the pills, but the service must be good. In addition to these, Luo Chen who will also give you other support. For example, the VIP system, Luo Chen who shop will launch 3 standards: Bronze VIP, Star Silver VIP, and Gilded VIP. Each standard corresponds to consumption of 100 spirit stones, 1,000 spirit stones, and 10,000 spirit stones. And under this system, what benefits will the VIP enjoy? You must remember and actively promote them. Luo Chen instilled his ideas bit by bit. The female cultivators of Jintang all took notes carefully. They are not stupid. They are not incapable of some things, but they just need a little reminder. As for the new things launched by Luo Chen, they surprised them. It turns out that selling elixirs is also a lot of things to say. Bronze VIPs can enjoy a cup of carefully prepared fuzzy milk tea for free every time they enter the store. Star Silver VIPs enter the store and are accompanied by special maids to provide milk tea, snacks and other services. Not only that, they will also enjoy a 10% discount on the purchase of elixirs. If you are a gilded VIP, you will enjoy even more discounts, not only 20% discount, but also door-to-door delivery, holiday condolences and other services. But, will there really be people who spend tens of thousands of spirit stones on the Zongmiao Pill? Gukai was puzzled. Luo Chen smiled indifferently. Of course there will be, but this kind of VIP is not for casual cultivators, but for those big forces. But don't big forces usually go to the spiritual medicine pavilion to purchase better Yankee pills? Suddenly, Gukai reacted. Luo Chen is trying to snatch customers from the spiritual medicine pavilion. The Yankee pill is effective, but it is expensive. And those big forces who pay spirit stones to buy elixirs are all people with high realms. They don't take Yankee pills or Zongmiao pills, they buy them for the people below. As long as the effect is there, it's fine. At most, we can make up for the quantity. Once the quantity goes up, you can enjoy the discount of the gilded VIP. In this comparison, buying elixirs in Luo Chen Club will be much more cost-effective. After thinking through this section, Gukai couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. Luo Chen is so talented in doing business. Luo Chen certainly wouldn't say that he had been accustomed to these things in his previous life. Just move some of them over and you can use them. Of course, there are many smart people among the cultivators. It's not that the spiritual medicine pavilion doesn't know these little tricks. But they disdain to use them. It's very simple. Elixirs are a seller market. There is no need to compromise with customers and pray that they buy more. The Ocean Club is very necessary. The newly established small forces have not opened sales channels and the customer base has not stabilized. These methods combine big customers very well. Small customers can also make them feel good. If Luo Ocean Club launches other products in the future, they don't mind trying and buying them. Next, Luo Chen said something else and gave Gukai a booklet before leaving. It records Luo Chen's experience in selling elixirs, such as how to grasp the hesitation of monks, how to persuade them to buy more at one time, or to purchase other things together. When Luo Chen left the Golden Hall, the group of girls inside were trained in etiquette and speech under the leadership of Gukai. As soon as he left the Golden Hall, Luo Chen ran into Qin Liangzhen and his wife. "Are you ready?" Murin Qinglian took a deep breath. "Everything is ready." Liangzhen has been recuperating at home for a few days. His condition has recovered to the maximum extent. Spiritual stones are not a problem. Luo Chen glanced at Qin Liangzhen, who nodded. "In this case, let's go." Without hesitation, the three of them performed the wind control technique and flew outside. When they were about to leave the valley, Qin Liangzhen suddenly exclaimed. Luo Chen followed his gaze and looked down. On a transplanted paulownia tree, a young woman in a white dress was sitting on a branch, swinging her white calves. There was an abnormal sickly paleness on her delicate oval face. A pair of eyes, blankly looking at the nearby construction site with people coming and going. Mili seemed to have been stimulated by something a few days ago, and said that she forgot a lot of things. Murin Qinglian sighed. Maybe the whole Mi family was wiped out, which was too much of a blow to her. Luo Chen and Qin Liangzhen looked at each other and tacitly kept silent. They would never tell anyone about what happened in Juayan Mountain. Warm congratulations to Yan Hosiaman for becoming the leader of this book. Thank you very much. I will never forget to add more chapters, but there was a wave of explosions at the beginning of the month, and I have to maintain more than 10,000 chapters per day. I really have no money left. Today and tomorrow, I will definitely write more manuscripts and make up for the owed chapters as soon as possible. Finally, thanks Ziaman again for his strong support for this book. Chapter 149, Golden Cicada Intermittent, 3 Stages of Body Refining, First Meeting with Nangguang. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Yuding Sword Pavilion. The familiar old man Sun Shou stood at the door and waved to them. After the 3 of them entered, Sun Shou said angrily, "You young people, you only know how to fight and kill every day, can't you be a little better to yourself? This is the 2nd time your hand is broken. In my opinion, even if you get another new hand, you will never have the opportunity to build a foundation in this life. The body and hair are given by parents. This is the origin and foundation. How can you not take care of it like this?" Listening to his chattering, Qin Liangjin remained silent, and Murin Kinglian showed a worried look. After a while, the 3 of them were led to the door of a quiet room. Sun Shou spread his hands. Murin Kinglian immediately handed over a cloth bag containing 30 medium-grade spirit stones, which was the cost of reconnecting the arm. It included the cost of hiring someone to do it and the cost of materials. After weighing the cloth bag, Sun Shou waved his hand. "Go in." Qin Liangjin took a deep breath and stepped into the quiet room. Luo Chen and Murin Kinglian stood outside, waiting for good news. Sun Shou couldn't stay idle, so he chatted with Luo Chen and the others. It's not expensive to collect 3,000 spirit stones. Even in the Jading Sword sect, it costs at least 2,000 spirit stones. This time, the one who reconnected Xiaoqin's broken limbs was Luo Xianhong's true disciple, and the method used was called the Golden Silkworm Reconnection Technique. After his introduction, Luo Chen realized how amazing Luo's true disciple was. Not only did he come from a noble family, he was also very talented and was established as a true disciple early on. In addition to his powerful sword cultivation, he also mastered a good medical skill. In other words, he is not only a sword cultivator, but also a doctor, and even has a very high achievement in treasure appraisal and auction. This time coming to Daofang is also a foundation building task that true disciples must fulfill. As long as the task is completed, after returning, you can concentrate on cultivation. After reaching the middle stage of foundation building, you may be able to compete for the position of Jading Dao Seed. If you succeed, in the future, 9 out of 10 times, you will be a true golden elixir master. When reconnecting, some of Xiaoqin's flesh and bones will be transplanted, and the golden silk spit out by the green gold silkworm will be used. Only in this way can the new arm fit the original body and be used as if it were an arm. Speaking of which, it is fortunate that Xiaoqin has a golden spiritual root, so he can use the relatively cheap green gold silk. If not, he must use the Xiangxiang Duingsa or Heian Duingsa technique. At present, only the Jinden elders of our sect know how to do those 2 methods, and the cost of their use will be unaffordable for you. Listening to the old man's chattering, Murin Kinglian's worry gradually eased. She carefully asked about the taboos and how to get familiar with the new arm after it was connected. Sun Shou did not hide his secrets and carefully instructed her. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching sound came from the quiet room. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. This quiet room is set up with a soundproof formation. What kind of pain was it that made Brother Qin unable to suppress it, screamed in pain, and broke through the soundproof formation? In an instant, Murin Kinglian clenched his hands and interlaced his fingers. Bruise marks appeared on his white and tender fingers. Sun Shou sighed, "I hope I can survive." This kind of follow-up method is rarely used in the sword sect. The pain is unbearable for ordinary people. You wait here, I have something to do. Take care, elder son. Take care, elder son. Murin Kinglian still stayed outside the quiet room. Luo Chen walked Sun Shou for a while and asked about the progress of the handover of the Pashangang's former shop in the outer city. When he came back, there was no sound inside and outside the quiet room. A man who was as tall as a sword and as handsome as jade was walking out. Luo Xianhong. Luo Chen recognized this man. At the auction, he represented the Yuding Sword Pavilion to host an auction. However, unlike his enthusiasm at the auction, he looked cold and private. He didn't even look at Murin Kinglian and walked straight out. Luo Chen immediately stood aside, bowing his head respectfully. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped in front of him. Indistinctly, a pair of eyes looked at him deeply. After a moment, the footsteps moved forward again. Luo Chen heard only one sentence. The spell was very successful. Go in after 3 hours. Luo Chen was stunned, raised his head, and the back figure was gone. Why does he look at me differently? Is it because of Mi Shuhua or Miao Wen? Luo Chen was puzzled, and hurriedly went up to tell Murin Qinglian these words. The two had no choice but to wait outside the door with hope. It was not until 3 hours later that the two carefully pushed the door open and went in. Just one glance, Murin Qinglian covered his mouth, and 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. On the jade bed, a man was lying naked. The abdominal cavity was opened, and 2 ribs were missing. Some medicine powder was sprinkled on it, and the flesh and blood were slowly healing. 2 large pieces of meat were missing on each of the left and right thighs. The right arm that was once empty now had an arm as thin as a teenager hanging on it, which was particularly deformed. Strands of golden threads, like living things, drilled in and out of the flesh and blood of the arm. Next to the body, a silent gray silkworm lay there. Luo Chen pursed his lips, walked over, and put the gray silkworm in a jade box. According to Sun Shou's instructions, if the limbs are reconnected after the golden cicada interconnection technique, the dead cyan silkworm shells are boiled into soup with a large amount of spiritual medicine containing innate energy, and then given to the patient to drink, which can have a good healing effect. When the arm grows to its original state, it can be used more smoothly. After all, this cyan cicada is also a first-level spiritual insect, and its body is full of treasures. Sister-in-law, you stay here to take care of Brother Qin for the next 2 days. Leave the matter of boiling medicine to me. I have told senior son about this quiet room. No one will disturb it within 3 days. Murin Qinglian slowly sat down beside the jade bed and reached out to touch the face that was almost deformed by the severe pain. She choked and said, "Thank you for your help." Luo Chen pursed his lips and forced a smile. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Luo Zhenchen said that the spell was very successful. Brother Qin will be fine, and he will not be a one-armed hero in the future. When he said this, he glanced at the novice hand that was like a child's arm, and turned his head away reluctantly. I'm leaving first. Luo Chen left immediately, leaving the space for the couple. 2 coins of dried slugs. 3 fierce insect beans. Do you have freshly picked Xianyang fruit? Don't keep old ones. There are also ginsengs that are 100 years old. 2. Listening to the names of these medicinal materials, Bai Miling looked at Luo Chen in confusion. Have you been feeling weak lately? These are all tonics. Although the freshly picked Xianyang fruit has the most innate energy, it also has the burning energy of the scorching sun, so it is not suitable for consumption. Luo Chen sighed. I bought it for Brother Qin. He just took over and needs to replenish his vitality. Bai Miling blinked, then trotted to the back. After a while, she took out all the medicinal materials that Luo Chen needed. After paying the spirit stone, Luo Chen chatted with her for a while until someone urged her to leave. After returning to the yard, Luo Chen immediately boiled the Qingjin Yuanqi soup. This cannot be delayed. Qin Liangzhen must drink it tonight, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. It was not until the evening that the Yuanqi soup, which is mainly made of Qingjin cicada shells, was boiled. He accelerated all the way and sent the soup in before the Yuding Sword Pavilion closed. When leaving, he took a quick glance and found that his sister-in-law had become so haggard in just one afternoon. Maybe she can accept a husband with a broken arm, but she can't see her husband, who has always been strong, showing such a fragile look. I think Brother Qin doesn't want my sister-in-law to see that scene either. So, what kind of pain would make him scream? Luo Chen shook his head and returned to the courtyard. Glancing at it, the courtyard was deserted. Duan Feng, Feng Xia, Gu Kai and the others stayed at the Luo Xianhu. Affected by the division of the Pashangang by various families, the milk supply of the Beast Hall was directly cut off. The Mixuai City milk tea shop could not be opened for a while. Feng Xia simply closed the door and went to Luo Xianhu to help. However, the Li family and the Nanguang family reached a compromise not long ago. Both sides made concessions and divided the resources of the Beast Hall fairly. The Fuz Hulu also fell into the hands of the Nanguang family. After all, they also raised a group of Fuz Hulu. When the time comes, Luo Chen will go to talk to the Nanguang family, and the milk source issue should be settled. This is not just about the milk tea shop, it also involves Luo Chen's operation of Luo Xianhu, which cannot be given up. But what about Bai Miling? She should go home at this time. This girl is not sociable. Luo Chen wanted to invite her to dinner. The batch of medicinal materials he bought in the afternoon were almost all top-grade goods. There was even dew on the Xianyang fruit. The benefits of boiling the vitality soup with this batch of medicinal materials directly increased by several levels for Qin Liangchen. Pushing open the door, Luo Chen's hand suddenly paused. A small tripod fell from his palm, and a pair of bells were hung around his waist. But the next moment, he put away everything and grinned. I knew that you, Brother Wang, would not die so easily. In the back room with a hint of coldness, the man in the gray linen gown turned around and looked at the grinning Luo Chen, and shook his head. I almost died. Seeing Wang Yuan speak so earnestly, Luo Chen couldn't help but wonder, so dangerous. Wang Yuan took the gourd and drank a sip of wine. After a long time, he chuckled and said, the fragments of magic weapons, many top-grade magic weapons, and blood-inherited magic weapons, and the three enemies are all very experienced in combat. Do you think it's dangerous? Hiss. Luo Chen took a breath of cold air. He thought that the three major forces had paid enough attention to Xiaoyu Valley. Unexpectedly, Wang Yuan's side was even more serious. Thinking about it carefully, it was right. After all, Wang Yuan was the first in key refining when the Xianjiao list was first opened, and he showed a strong strength that crushed the 9th level key refining demon cultivator. The most important thing is that his relationship with Mishuhe has always been strange. Foundation building cultivators will naturally consider him as a variable. Then how did you survive? Luo Chen asked subconsciously, but then he felt uneasy. There was a strange fragrance, which became more obvious when they were so close. Seeing that his face was different, Wang Yuan frowned. Is it so obvious? Luo Chen also frowned. You didn't really study Xiao Wu Ain's blood secrets, did you? How could I learn such a crude technique? Wang Yuan sneered, and then whispered, but there are also some merits, so I integrated a part of it into the way of physical cultivation. It can be confirmed that the strange fragrance comes from the smell of blood. I can smell it. If you accidentally come into contact with a foundation building cultivator, won't you be exposed instantly? Otherwise, why would I hide outside for so long? It's been almost a month before I came to see you. So you also know the answer. Luo Chen sighed, then took out a piece of animal skin and handed it to the other party. What is this? Wang Yuan asked curiously. Inject a ray of spiritual power. Wang Yuan did as he was told, and the next moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Spiritual art of condensing breath. There's such a wonderful spell for condensing breath. Wait, this couldn't be Chen. Yes, it's the best-selling key condensing talisman of Chen Ziping. The key condensing talisman also comes from this spell, but it has to be practiced to the minor success level to be slightly effective. Luo Chen shook his head. He didn't want Wang Yuan to become a demon cultivator or blood cultivator that everyone wanted to kill. But the bloody fragrance that couldn't be concealed on the other party was really too eye-catching. Therefore, he gave Wang Yuan the spiritual art of condensing breath that Chen Ziping gave him. There was nothing wrong with this. With Chen Liudao's character, after giving it to Luo Chen, it meant that he could do whatever he wanted with it. And Wang Yuan and Chen Liudao still had some friendship. Wang Yuan lowered his head to read the spell on the animal skin, and his face showed admiration from time to time. After a long time, he put down the animal skin. I was regretting that Chen Ziping had left before. Otherwise, I could have bought a few key retaining talismans to cover up some of the secrets. But I didn't expect that he would give you all the original spells. So, I owe you and him a favor. Luo Chen curled his lips. Don't worry, we're on good terms. And this key retaining spirit technique is not that easy to practice, so listen carefully. Luo Chen has practiced a key retaining spirit technique for a long time. He has even reached the level of great perfection. Even when he is within 100 meters of a second-level demon wolf, the other party is unaware. It can be said that Luo Chen has long surpassed Chen Ziping in this spell and has reached the pinnacle. Not only can he restrain, but he can even imitate the breath of others. He can still talk about some of his experiences. Next, Wang Yuan immediately tried to practice it while Luo Chen was telling him. Initially, he condensed the spiritual power seeds to restrain the fluctuations of spiritual power and the blood in his body. In the middle stage, he expanded the number of spiritual power seeds. On the contrary, in the later stage, he no longer pursued quantity, but took Danshan as the foundation and took the initiative to restrain his own state. At this point, it can be called a great success. On the proficiency panel, it is almost the master level. As for the great perfection level, Luo Chen did not expect Wang Yuan. In fact, without taking action, Wang Yuan only needed to practice to the level of minor success. Chen Ziping was also at this level at the beginning. The key collecting talisman he made could even conceal the first level monster. Wang Yuan listened very seriously and took the initiative to practice from time to time. Occasionally, the spiritual energy seed failed to condense, and there was a bang in his body, but he didn't take it seriously and ignored it by pressing a few acupuncture points with his thumb. Luo Chen's eyelids twitched wildly. Brother Wang, what level of physical strength have you reached now? When he practiced at the beginning, he was very careful. Condensing spiritual energy seeds outside the Danshan is considered to be quite dangerous. Once it fails, the meridians will be damaged at the worst, and internal bleeding will occur at the least. Wang Yuan, on the contrary, didn't feel anything at all, and his face didn't change at all. Hearing Luo Chen's question, Wang Yuan casually said, "The transformation of Vajra to white jade has ended. My current physique, according to the standards of ancient body cultivators, belongs to the second realm." Seeing that Luo Chen was still confused, he raised his head. Compared to the cultivator's key training, it belongs to the initial stage of foundation building. Initial stage of foundation building. Luo Chen's eyes widened. Don't you dare to kill me. Huh? After thinking about it, Wang Yuan could roughly guess what Luo Chen meant, and explained seriously, physical training actually has a relatively detailed realm division: body healing Vajra, ice skin and jade bones, body into furnace. Corresponding to key training, foundation building, and golden elixir respectively. When we met that Miao Deacon at the headquarters of the Pashan gang, didn't he see through my progress at a glance? The memory jumped back to the beginning. Luo Chen vaguely remembered that Miao Wen did say, he is a good seedling. Looking at this physique, from Vajra to white jade, I am afraid he is close to foundation building. In other words, after the battle on Qingjiang Street, Wang Yuan completely crossed the stage of Vajra to white jade and had a physique comparable to the initial stage of foundation building? This news really shocked Luo Chen. Unknowingly, a friend around him was comparable to the foundation building? After coming to his senses, he couldn't help asking, does this mean that you also have the combat power of the initial stage of foundation building? If this is true, then Luo Chen really has a backer. Moreover, it is not a backer like Mi Shuhe and Miao Wen who covered his alchemy skills. Because Wang Yuan is really good to him. Not to mention digging out his heart and lungs, he is still a half-brother. However, Wang Yuan poured a basin of cold water on him. Do you really think that the foundation building sword is not beneficial? Oh. Wang Yuan shook his head and put down the animal skin in his hand. The times are changing too fast, and the resources of the Eastern Wilderness immortal cultivation world are also extremely rich. Those foundation building cultivators have at least 1 or 2 top-grade magic weapons in their hands. Those with a wealthy family can even afford magic weapons. With the external release of spiritual consciousness and the foundation building true fire, my physique is nothing. Luo Chen still found it a little difficult to accept. He asked puzzledly, what's the use of this body cultivator? He is obviously comparable to the foundation building stage, but his combat power is not as good, and he can't live forever. So, the body cultivators have declined. Wang Yuan sighed. Why do I pursue the blood evil pill so hard? Because the blood evil pill can not only help me refine my body, but also allow me to practice both the body and the law, and have a chance to impact the foundation. If I can achieve the foundation, my lifespan will be doubled. Then, I can use this time to impact the 3rd level of body refinement. Once the body is transformed into a furnace, not only can it increase my lifespan, but among the same level, my combat power is no less than that of the sword cultivator, and even better. Is that so? Luo Chen felt a little disappointed. At that moment, he even had the urge to switch to a body cultivator. It was just because the progress of body refinement was too fast. Even if Wang Yuan had the foundation of a martial arts master, he had only practiced for a few decades at most. Luo Chen, was not bad at the moment. But it doesn't mean that the second stage of body refining can't beat the same stage of foundation building. Wang Yuan said with a tone of yearning, the body refining method I got is incomplete. I integrated it with secular martial arts and adjusted it into a complete body refining method suitable for me. According to the introduction of that incomplete body refining method, ancient body refining practitioners would have specially matched attack methods. Its power is not inferior to that of foundation building cultivators. If I mastered a few methods, why would I hide in Daofang? After yearning, there was loss. The method I am using now is my own fusion and improvement of martial arts, blood, and ki refining. The power is not bad. But I haven't tried it with foundation building cultivators, so I can't be sure of my true combat power. Luo Chen took over the conversation. But at least, you are invincible in the ki refining period. Haha. Wang Yuan suddenly laughed. Even if I haven't broken through the second stage, how can I be afraid of ki refining enemies? As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. Yes. When the two gangs were fighting, Wang Yuan dared to fight beyond his level. On the Dao stage, he crushed the blood cultivators. On the long street of Qingjiang, he fought 3 masters alone. He told a joke. Suddenly, Wang Yuan seemed to have a flash of inspiration, and pressed his thumb on the kidney. Luo Chen, smell it again. Luo Chen followed his words and sniffed. The next moment, he was stunned. That bloody fragrance is gone. Wang Yuan nodded as if he understood. Sure enough, your experience can only be used as a reference. This breath-retaining spiritual art itself involves ki and blood. When I was immortal, I learned similar martial arts. With a slight change, it has a good effect. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. Although he was also easy to get started, it took him 1 or 2 months to reach this small success level of restraining ki and blood. Wang Yuan learned by analogy, but in just 1 hour, he reached this level. Martial arts and body training are indeed worth learning. Since Wang Yuan can initially gather his blood and ki, doesn't that mean he can move freely? Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Brother Wang, my Luo Xian who still has a vacant position as the hall master. A full month has passed since the destruction of the Pashan gang. The chaos in Daofang has gradually settled down. The Daijiang gang and the Lianian Merchants Alliance have both established a firm foothold in the mountains. The Zuanaihu, which was originally highly regarded by everyone, had a big fight when dividing the Pashan gang's inheritance, causing many conflicts. Even now, they have compromised with each other and made concessions, reaching a point that everyone can still accept. But the Zuanaihu, a gang of the 5 alliances, is already dead in name only. In the final analysis, the Zuanaihu was originally a loose alliance temporarily established to allow the 3 newly moved families to gain a firm foothold against the Pashan gang. Now, the Pashan gang is gone. The 5 families are no longer united. The Daijiang gang has to take care of the waterway business, and the Lianian Merchants Alliance does not care about power and territory, but only about collecting resources. Therefore, the independent cultivators in Daofang suddenly found that the gang pressure hanging over their heads was relieved a lot in an instant. Some small forces began to rise. Among them, Luo Chen, which inherited the second alchemy hall of Pashan gang, also stopped recruiting new members. Outsiders only thought that they could only achieve the current scale. Only insiders knew that the president Dan Shenzi had started the alchemy business. The location of the alchemy hall has not changed. It is still in the belly of the mountainside in the deepest part of the original Ziyu Valley. But the alchemy equipment has undergone tremendous changes. There were originally 3 alchemy rooms, but now there are 2 more. There are 5 alchemy rooms, 1 large, 2 medium and 2 small, 3 sizes. The large alchemy room is equipped with a 4 elephants cauldron. The medium-sized alchemy room is equipped with a Zuanian cauldron and the Shenmu cauldron, and the 2 small alchemy rooms are equipped with 2 low-grade purple cloud copper furnaces. Although Luo Chen's spiritual power is getting stronger and stronger, he can't take care of all 5 alchemy rooms at the same time. Therefore, he can only use the 3 largest alchemy rooms. The other 2 small ones are provided for Meili, Tangquan and others to use. Now Meili can easily refine the Bigu powder. After all, this was originally a low-grade recipe, and many casual cultivators in Daofang could make Bigu powder. Luo Chen gave her the task of refining Bigu powder, firstly to meet internal needs, and secondly to allow Luo Xianhu's shop to have more products. The only pity is that after so long, Tangquan has not successfully refined a single Zongmiao Pill. His talent for alchemy is really a bit poor. Zhang Wen occasionally came to take a look, and was also disappointed, and then beat him up. This is related to the happiness of your uncle's lower body. Today, Luo Xianhu is under martial law. Luo Chen put on a brand new high-grade green Taoist robe and stepped into the alchemy room. Fire. He looked solemn, with a hint of excitement in his heart. Finally, no one would monitor him making pills all the time. In the future, he can also freely refine the pills he likes. For an alchemist, this is undoubtedly the happiest thing. 2 hours later, Luo Chen stopped the alchemy work with a little fatigue. Even though there were still 3 alchemy rooms, one of them was replaced with a first-class middle-grade alchemy furnace, so there was one more raw material. He now had to take care of the refining of 8 raw materials at a time. The consumption of his mind was undoubtedly huge. This was not a matter of adding one more, but that he had suddenly reached a critical point when he was able to do it with ease before. We still have to persist in the practice of Mingxian Posha. Luo Chen sighed and immediately notified the alchemists to come in and collect the pills. The leader of the alchemists was named Zhu Ying. She was a female cultivator in the former medicine hall, and she was at the 6th level of key refining. Now she was responsible for leading both the alchemists and the medicine apprentices, which was considered to be 2 positions at the same time. In response, Luo Chen also gave her the salary of a cultivator in the late stage of key refining. We can't treat workers harshly. 20 low-grade jade marrow pills and 80 middle-grade jade marrow pills. Qi Ying read out number, only slightly surprised. The president, Dan Chenzi, was indeed very accomplished in alchemy. But in the hearts of the 2 surviving alchemists, it caused an uproar. This is already a 60% success rate. And the finished product rate is as high as 1:4. The alchemy skills of the hall master, no, the president, have improved again. Luo Chen was not surprised by this. The master-level proficiency of the jade marrow pill generally has a success rate of only 50%. But he has refined too many middle and low-grade jade marrow pills and has reached the level of perfection. Occasionally, an extra 10% is just a pleasant surprise. The extra low-grade jade marrow pill was deliberately made by him. It was not to cover up the attainments of alchemy. It was to enrich the category. There are always some poor early-stage casual cultivators who can't afford to eat pills. Luo Chen has to take care of these poor brothers. Put the pills in the pill room and store them in bottles. Also, arrange for someone to clean the pill room and clean the pill cauldron. In addition, those who are free, go to help me refine the Bigu pill. After arranging things, Luo Chen rubbed his brows and went to wash his hands. It was really tiring to refine 8 jade marrow pills at a time. With his soul strength, it was a bit too much. I don't know how the Medicine King sect refines pills. They can open spiritual medicine pavilions in all 5 regions and have spare energy to expand the market outside the 6 regions of the Far East. Luo Chen muttered, full of curiosity. He felt that he had done his best at present. But the efficiency of refining pills seemed not high enough. After washing his hands, Luo Chen went into the small pill room to watch for a while. Li had completely recovered, and under Luo Chen's care, she took a few pills that could make up for her congenital deficiency. Although it could not cure her congenital deficiency, at least she did not look as sick as usual. At this moment, one person led a pill room, and his expression was quite excited. Originally, Mi Shuho trained her as an alchemist, which shows that she has a certain talent for alchemy. But unfortunately, Mi Shuho trained her improperly. He was too anxious. Mi Shuho's method of training alchemists was too rough, and the word anxious was highlighted. Luo Chen could understand it. After all, Mi Shuho held the recipe for the jadeite pill, which was a foreseeable huge source of income. No one can resist and want to cash in immediately. But the training of alchemists can't be rushed. Luo Chen has a system, but he still has to do it step by step. How can ordinary people withstand such training? Therefore, Luo Chen plans to train Mi Li little by little. From the initial medicine apprentice to the inferior grade of Bigu-san. When she can control the success rate of Bigu-san to about 30%, she will try to let him start the first grade elixir. 30% is almost the perfect level of proficiency on the panel, and it can already refine medium grade elixir. Then am I also anxious about the training of Tang Quan? Suddenly, Luo Chen reflected on himself. He suddenly realized that letting Tang Quan refine the Zongmiao Pill seemed a bit nepotism. Moreover, at that time, it was for Tang Quan to practice, and if he failed, it would be a waste of the spirit stones of the Pashan gang. But now, if I fail again, it will be my own spirit stones that are wasted. It turns out that I am also like Mi Shuhua, blinded by one leaf. Luo Chen chuckled and caught a glimpse of a small figure in the corner of his eye. Stop. Stop! Luo Chen shouted softly, and the little guy who came out of the alchemy room stood there obediently. Looking at the handsome little boy, Luo Chen waved his hand. Come here. The little boy walked to Luo Chen with a nervous mood. His height was almost the same as Luo Chen, who was sitting. Luo Chen looked at him with a serious face. Don't you know that the alchemy room is dangerous? Who let you go in? The little boy said timidly, I want to help. Help? Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. You are not even as tall as the feet of the alchemy cauldron. What can you do to help? President, did Lingjin bump into you? An old voice came from the door of the alchemy room anxiously. It was Chu Hancheng, who is currently responsible for training pyrotechnicians and arranging the rotation of pyrotechnicians between several alchemy rooms. Chu Hancheng trotted over, pulled Chu Lingjin over without saying a word, and was about to spank him. This child knows how to cause trouble every day. He must be severely punished. But before he put his hand down, Luo Chen raised his hand with a spiritual power. Come on, stop pretending. Everyone knows that you, old man Chu, love your grandson the most. Chu Hancheng smiled, and his old face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. He pulled Chu Lingjin, who was hiding behind, out and asked him to stand in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen shook his head. The work in the Dan Hall is quite dangerous. There was a furnace explosion before. Why did you bring the child here? Actually, he is not young anymore. He will be 12 soon. Then he can practice. Chu Hancheng looked at his grandson, his tone full of love. He is naughty and mischievous if he stays at home, and his mother can't control him. I just brought him to Ziyao Valley. First, it is convenient to take care of him, and second, I want him to learn something. When saying this, Chu Hancheng said with emotion, there are many talented people in our Luo Chen club. If Lingjin learns something, I won't have to worry about him when I die. There are indeed many talents in Luo Chen club. Especially the Dan Hall, which has absorbed the essence of the second Dan Yao Hall of the Pashan Gang. Even if Chu Lingjin only learns a few spiritual plant techniques, he will not have to worry about his livelihood when he grows up. Grandpa, I just like that big thing. Chu Lingjin blinked his big eyes and pointed to the largest alchemy room. Big thing? There's indeed a big thing in there, a 4-elephant tripod that is 10 feet high. Luo Chen carefully looked at Chu Lingjin, thinking. The voice of Chu Hancheng scolding his grandson came to his ears. It's nothing more than too dangerous, it's the president's treasure. After a long time, Chu Hancheng said cautiously, President, I will take Lingjin to Tian Pavilion first and let Xiu Gu help take care of it, and then I will come back, okay? Xiu Gu was a female cultivator in the former medicine hall. She has a very gentle personality and is very patient with people. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen shook his head. Waving his hand, Chu Lingjin walked to his side lively. Can you read? Yes. My mother taught me. Then I will give you a task. A book fell into the little hand, with the 4 words 100 Herbs Atlas written on it. Memorize this book within a month. I don't ask for understanding, I just ask you to memorize it all, including the pictures. When the little boy heard that he had to memorize the book, his face became sad. But when he heard that there were pictures in it, his face showed curiosity again. Lingjin, thank the president quickly. Chu Hancheng was ecstatic and hurriedly pulled the little boy to thank him. Hearing the crisp thanks, Luo Chen didn't care. He waved his hand and motioned the two to go down. He sat there, his eyes thoughtful. After a long time, he got up and entered Mi Li's alchemy room. Looking at Chu Yingzhen, the alchemy deacon, and Mi Li, happily counting the freshly baked Bigu pills. In the steam, the two beautiful faces were so excited. Luo Xian, who is finally on the right track. Luo Chen sighed and turned away. This is the Nanguang family's land. Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qian guarded on both sides, and behind them was a team of 10 people led by Sima Xian, the elder of the war hall. The former was introducing the building complex below to Luo Chen. What is being built over there is an animal farm. It is said that the Nanguang family will send monks to take care of it. This site is. Luo Chen looked down with a complicated expression. Nanguang clan land? It's just the Mi family land. Thinking back to 2 months ago, when he came here alone, all he saw were members of the Mi family. Now, everything has changed. Who is coming? A sharp shout came from below, and then a figure flew straight up. Luo Chen didn't say anything, and Sima Xian greeted him head-on. Dan Chenzi, the president of Luo Xianhu, is here to visit Senior Nanguang Jin with a visiting card. As he spoke, a gold-plated card flew out directly. The Nanguang family monk was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously reached out to take it. However, as soon as he took it, his face changed slightly. In the air, he was pushed back 3 feet by a huge force. You. Sima Xian was a cold and indifferent person who was not good at speaking, and he just pulled the corner of his mouth when he saw this. The monk looked angry, said wait, and flew back to the building complex below. After he left, Zhou Yuanli said worriedly, President, will we offend the Nanguang family by doing this? Luo Chen shook his head and said nothing. Sima Xian's rude behavior just now was not his own intention, but Luo Chen's special instruction. He was not blindly arrogant to do such an offensive act. In fact, he was testing whether Miao Wen's reputation was useful or not, and the result can be seen immediately. Led by a monk, Luo Chen met the owner of the Nanguang family in a flower hall. Young master. Luo Chen looked at the handsome face with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, like Panin, and frowned inadvertently. It was Nanguang Qin, not Nanguang Jin, who was a foundation-building cultivator. I guess this is the president of Luo Xianhu, Master Dan Shenzi. I have heard of you for a long time. Luo Chen relaxed his brows and stretched out his hand to hide a smiling person. My humble self is Luo Chen, nice to meet fellow Taoist Nanguang. Nanguang Qin was not surprised, as people like them had long known the true information of Dan Shenzi. He immediately sat down in the main seat and chuckled, no one comes to visit you for no reason. Taoist, why are you here without an invitation? In his hand, he was playing with a gold-plated name card with the name of Luo Xianhu Dan Shenzi on it. Luo Chen smiled slightly, let's talk about a small business. I wonder if your family is interested. Oh. It's related to my husband's Hulu. Then tell me about it. After a long time, Nanguang Qin nodded in understanding. It's indeed a good business. It's profitable for both you and me. But, as soon as these 2 words came out, Luo Chen, who was originally full of smiles, put away his smile. Nanguang Qin smiled but his face was not smiling. We have moved here not long ago. There are many things to be done and we are currently building a large-scale project. I really can't spare the time to provide a stable source of fuzzy Lu milk for your association. So, sorry. Luo Chen's face was slightly gloomy. After a few words, he said goodbye and left. Nanguang Qin only saw him off to the door of the flower hall and didn't see him off. Looking at Luo Chen's departing back, he had a sneer on his face. He was just an 8th level key refining master, but he was still acting like a master in front of him. He really thinks he is a big shot. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly, and he immediately walked to the back. After a while, he came to an underground quiet room filled with spiritual energy. Stepping in, he took a deep breath and felt his whole body lighten up. Father, the spiritual veins here are really good. They are even effective as the 2nd level. The middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the futon in the room opened his eyes. His eyes fell to the corner, and there was a trace of pain in his heart. They are all exchanged for medium-grade spirit stones. They cannot be used for long-term cultivation. They can only be used for emergency use. After hearing this, Nanguang Qin also came to his senses. After all, it was only a 1st-level spirit vein. The spiritual energy here was abundant, which was converted from medium-grade spirit stones by the spirit gathering array. If you want to practice for a long time, it will inevitably consume a lot. After reacting, he was even more puzzled. In this case, why do you reject Luo Chen's business request? A business of thousands of spirit stones every month can make a lot of money in a year. The valuable parts of the deer are the antlers and blood, and the rest of the bones, flesh and milk are useless. The business of Luo Xianhu can be regarded as an increase in their income. However, Nanguang Jin shook his head. Xiaokan, you don't understand. Doing business is not only about the benefits, but also about the target. Nanguang Qin was puzzled. Isn't the Luotian Club protected by Deacon Miao? He comes from the Yuding Sword sect, and we should give him face. Face must be given. But it depends on how to give it. If it is given to the wrong person, it will make him unhappy. Nanguang Jin did not point it out, but guided him step by step, letting the future patriarch of the Nanguang family think for himself. Nanguang Qin was also accustomed to this mode of dialogue, frowning and thinking carefully. After a while, he seemed to have gained something. Father means that Deacon Miao values Luo Chen's alchemy. If he has any requests in alchemy, we should satisfy him. In this way, It can be regarded as taking care of Deacon Miao's face. But other aspects are not necessary. After thinking this through, Nanguangkin's whole mind was opened. He paced in the quiet room, speaking eloquently. With power and many subordinates to command, people's ambitions will unconsciously expand. But from the perspective of Deacon Miao, he doesn't want another Pashan gang under his command. He only wants a Luo Chen club that can steadily refine pills. Therefore, apart from the pill business, we don't have to care about Dan Chenzi and other aspects. If we make too close acquaintance, it will easily make him dissatisfied. A teachable child. Nanguangjin smiled slightly. That's the truth. Moreover, we must also consider that Luo Chen club comes from the Pashan gang. In other words, this force has more or less a blood feud with our 5 major families, and even the Daijiang gang and Lionian Merchant Alliance. How many Pashan gang monks died in our hands in that battle? Among those who survived, are there any of their relatives and friends? In this case, we have to consider how to contact them. If we are not careful, we may make other families unhappy. After hearing this, Nanguangkin was deeply moved. Not only did the Luo Chen society have a grudge against them, but their 5 major families also had a lot of hatred with the Luo Chen society. Apart from anything else, Qin Liangjin was the hurdle that the Nanguang family could not overcome. 10 clansmen died in the Golden Light, and even he himself suffered serious external injuries. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely make a decision. Father, I understand. In this case, in the future, apart from the matter of elixirs, I will treat the Luo Chen society as a small force of scattered cultivators. After saying that, he left the quiet room. Walking in the quiet secret passage, he suddenly felt something. Today, Luo Chen held a visiting card to meet his father who is in the foundation building period. But his father sent himself to come forward, and I think there was this meaning in it. We can give face to Deacon Miao, but we don't need to give face to the so-called Dan Chenzi. In the wilderness, a team of 13 people was walking slowly. They didn't perform the wind control technique, nor did they fly with magic tools, but simply walked. Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang followed closely behind. Sima Xian led people to disperse in all directions to prevent the enemy. The one in the middle had a gloomy face at the moment. Miao Wen's reputation as an investor is not very good. Luo Chen recalled the initial negotiations with the Nanguang family before, and the other parties' reactions, one scene after another fell into his mind. They were very tolerant of him, and they didn't mention the slight rudeness at all. This is Miao Wen's influence. However, when it comes to business, no, Nanguangkin was interested at first. But after hearing that it had nothing to do with elixirs, he flatly refused. So, it was the Nanguang family forces that figured out Miao Wen's psychology and made the decision. After thinking about this, Luo Chen felt a little uncomfortable. Luo Xian who really took him as the core and served him in alchemy. But this force can't go far just by refining pills. It's a waste to keep so many people in vain. Even if it can't achieve the level of comprehensive development of the Pashan gang, at least it has to walk on several legs together. Luo Chen didn't want to take a big step and make a mess. Therefore, he just planned to do it little by little, using inconspicuous little things like fuzzy milk tea. It's not only to open up the situation, but also to test Miao Wen's tolerance for him. After all, Miao Wen is different from Mi Shuhua. Before taking advantage of Mi Shuhua, Luo Chen had more or less learned about Mi Shuhua from Qin Liangjin, Wang Yuan, Zheng Wen, and even many cultivators in the medicine hall at that time. After knowing the other party's personality and temper, as well as his general style of doing things, he could take advantage of him in a targeted way. But Miao Wen is a foundation-building cultivator from a large sect. He has too little contact with him, and the outside world's evaluation of him is also mixed. All the understanding of him is inaccurate. It is very likely that it will be a mask that the other party actively shows. Especially when thinking about how Miao Wen had inadvertently killed several birds with one stone, and even asked himself a heart-wrenching question. This person is definitely not as kind as he seems on the surface. In this case, he has to consider the other party's reaction when doing anything. But judging from today's test, it doesn't seem good. Suddenly, Luo Chen stopped. Because Sima Xian came to him. What's wrong? President, we may need to take a detour. A huge dock stands on the wilderness plain. The surrounding corner towers are tall, and the walls are long and brand new, which shows that it was built not long ago. The flags are hung high and fluttering in the wind. On the wall of the dock, there is a dark blue plaque with 2 words engraved on it, Fu family. Looking at this huge dock, there are hundreds of people moving around in it, and there are many mortals nearby who are cultivating fields. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Recommend a book? Don't worry, the coach is warming up. Su Yang was reborn as a coach of top esports. After activating the system, he found that he could also enjoy the player bonus. From then on, a strange Triple Crown coach who won the FMVP mid laner, Jungle King, and world's #1 top laner was born. Chapter 150 The Blood Talisman appears, I need war. Half a month later. In the fortress. Fu Zhang listened to his subordinates reporting the income of last month. Thanks to the chaos in Dahofang some time ago, some low-level talismans that can be cast instantly are very popular among casual cultivators. Therefore, there was a net profit of 3,000 spirit stones last month. This number did not make Fu Zhang very satisfied. There are more than 50 cultivators in the Fu family, and there are also 5 people like him who are at the 9th level of key refining. The resources consumed for overall cultivation are undoubtedly extremely huge. The most important thing is, if this continues, when can he earn a foundation building pill for him? And if he does not build a foundation, the so-called foundation building family name of the Fu family will be completely taken off in less than 10 years. Fortunately, we have been allocated the monster business of the Pashan gang, so we can save a lot on the cost of talisman skin and talisman ink. The skin of the monster can be used as a good talisman skin after tanning. And the monster's blood, after being mixed with several minerals, is also a high-quality talisman ink. Having these 2 businesses is more cost-effective than giving the Fu family a few plots of land. Fu Zhang put away the account book, and his bad mood was relieved a little. I heard that the business of the inner city shop has been getting better and better recently, with dozens of customers coming every day. It seems that my Fu family's talisman-making technique has also been recognized by the independent cultivators in Dahofang. In that case, then we. Just when he was about to give some instructions, his third brother Fuju, who was in charge of the inner city shop, walked in with a nervous look on his face. Third brother, what's wrong? You are so flustered, which is not like your usual calmness. Fu Zhang smiled. Fuju took a deep breath and asked directly, brother, before the ancestor died, did he leave behind the technique of drawing blood talismans? Blood talismans. Fu Zhang was stunned. The other Fu family cultivators in the hall were also puzzled. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is indeed a blood talisman. But how could his Fu family know it? Seeing his elder brother's genuine expression, Fuju said anxiously, business in the store has been very good recently, but there are always people asking about a blood talisman. This is a magic talisman, and my Fu family doesn't know how to make it at all. Even if we know how to make it, we dare not make it. Fu Zhang's forehead wrinkled and consciously into Chuan character. Someone is throwing dirty water on my Fu family. Yes. Fuju said immediately, I think so too. Fu Zhang said, who could it be? For a while, there was a lot of discussion in the hall, and suspicious candidates came out of their mouths. In Dahofang, it is not just their Fu family who are involved in the art of making talismans. Apart from other things, the former Luo Chen family has dabbled in talisman making. The biggest suspect is the Shenfu Pavilion. Because the Fu family's talismans are cheap, they have really squeezed a lot of Shenfu Pavilion's business. As a large sect store in the foreign domain, the other party is not easy to take action against local forces. But spreading rumors is harmless. After thinking for a while, seeing that the more he talked, the more confused he was, so Fu Zhang raised his hand to suppress it. The clan leader's majesty made everyone quiet down. We still need to give an explanation for this matter. First, announce to the public that the Fu family does not have the art of drawing blood talismans. Second, let the clan members pay attention to safety when entering and leaving. Finally, hold a banquet for me at this Hongding family and invite the head of the Chen family and the steward Kui of the Divine Talisman Pavilion. I will talk to them first. After the 3 decisions were made, the Fu family cultivators nodded. The head of the family is the head of the family after all. When encountering things, he can always make the right decision. When the ancestor of the Fu family passed away, it was the head of the Fu Zhang family who led the entire family to move from the fiercely competitive Xianlan Ferry City to Dahofang. Although this place is remote, it is rich in resources and has great potential. If they are given a few more decades, they may be able to return to the ranks of the real foundation-building families. I don't know when, Such a legend has been circulating in Dahofang. Among the 5 major foundation-building families, in addition to the Duan and Li families at the beginning, the 3 newly moved families have their own strengths. The Chen and Fu families, who had no foundation-building cultivators, were able to rank alongside the other 3 families as foundation-building families, probably because they each possessed powerful means. The Chen family had a blood-inherited magic weapon, even though Chen Horan, the genius of the Chen family, died in the Battle of King Jiang Changji. But after recovering the blood-inherited magic weapon, the Chen family still had high-end combat power to support its appearance. But how could the Fu family from Xianlan Immortal City, in addition to being good at making talismans, rank alongside the other 4 families? You know, the talisman business has always been time-consuming, costly, and low profit. It is okay to support a family with this for daily expenses, but it is more or less a little lacking in appearance if you want to maintain your appearance. Gradually, an insider revealed a piece of news. The reason why the Fu family has the confidence to maintain the appearance of a foundation-building family is that in addition to the ancestral talisman treasure, they also mastered a blood talisman technique. The talisman treasure is not durable, and although it is powerful, it has a limited number of times. But the blood talisman is different. This talisman uses human skin as talisman paper and the blood of the cultivator as ink. With special means, the cultivator's strength can be instantly released. If the blood talisman is drawn with the human skin and blood of the 9th level key refining cultivator as raw materials, its power is no less than the great perfection of the key refining period. The most important thing is that it can be drawn on a large scale. When this news came out, countless casual cultivators in Dahofang were shocked. They were worried that the Fu family would capture casual cultivators and skin them to draw blood talismans, and they also wanted a blood talisman as a trump card. For a time, the Fu family's shops in the inner city were crowded with people. Even though the Fu family cultivators kept making statements that they did not have the skills to make blood talismans and did not sell any blood talismans. But the casual cultivators still did not believe it. Especially in Dahofang, from time to time, there would be cultivators who died and their bodies were gone. This made the casual cultivators more suspicious of them. The Fu family had no choice but to let it go. They believed that over time, this nonsense would slowly dissipate. At least, no one has seen the blood talisman, right? No one has seen it? No, someone has. In the Ziai Valley, among the rows of stone houses leaning against a mountain, this place is the residence of the War Hall. In a secret room, Luo Chen looked at the bloody talisman in Wang Yuan's hand in surprise. Is this the blood talisman? Wang Yuan shook his head. Strictly speaking, this is not a blood talisman. He explained, this is just a superficial application of the way of qi and blood by the body cultivator. It takes me 10 days to continuously inject huge amounts of qi and blood into this human skin. How powerful is it? Luo Chen was more concerned about this. Wang Yuan chuckled, it's okay, although it's not as good as the foundation building attack, but within a radius of 100 meters, once it is stimulated, it will have 50% of my strength. Hearing his description, Luo Chen couldn't help but pursed his dry lips. This is already very strong. Wang Yuan has entered the 2nd stage of body refinement, comparable to the foundation building stage. Although his attack methods are not as good as the foundation building stage, his strength is enough to crush all key refining cultivators. The attack range of 100 meters is not a threat to the foundation establishment cultivators. But the normal attack of the key refining cultivators is only 100 to 200 meters. If it is farther, without the release of spiritual consciousness, the traction technique cannot freely control the magic weapon. Only Luo Chen has the perfect traction technique, which is an outlier. In this way, I can make a big fuss. Luo Chen said, and stretched out his hand to take the fake blood talisman. But his hand twitched, but did not pull it out. Wang Yuan looked at him in confusion. Why are you targeting the Fu family so much? Not targeting the Fu family, but targeting the 5 major families in Miaowen. Luo Chen patiently explained, I need to break the situation. Break the situation. A situation that traps my Luo Xianhu. Only by breaking it can this force truly provide assistance to our practice. Wang Yuan's hand loosened. Luo Chen took the talisman and said sadly, if a new force does not go through war, everyone will ignore them, despise them, and even not put them on an equal footing. If I am willing to be a tool for Miaowen to make money for my whole life, it's fine. But you know, I am also a person who aspires to live forever, How can I be willing to be inferior to others for my whole life? Wang Yuan was thoughtful. He looked at Luo Chen's face, which was sad, but also full of confidence. He nodded immediately. I understand, Luo Tian will need a war. Luo Chen smiled brightly. Yes, a war with a smaller coverage, and the Fu family is the best target of the war. Then go ahead and do it, I will fully support you. The Fu family can only blame them for being too weak. In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. Wang Yuan knew this better than Luo Chen. Luo Chen held a talisman, with a fierce look on his face. Besides, Fu Zhang was one of the people who besieged Xiao Valley. I have not forgotten this grudge. Zhenlong Black Market. This is the second time Luo Chen has come here. He restrained his breath, changed his disguise, and entered it with a hydrangea as a certificate. Familiar Shiang Xingzi, familiar auction session. A large number of magic tools appeared at the auction. Many of them were magic tools left by dead monks after the chaos some time ago. Now they can be sold at a good price at the auction with a slight change of hands. Luo Chen, under the pseudonym Yuan Yuan, also bought a lot of good things. Among them, there is the spiritual medicine of golden jade liquid. When Wang Yuan was still the master of Jiading and developed the Taishanfang market for Pashangang, he brought back a bottle for Luo Chen. At that time, Luo Chen did not realize the wonders of this spiritual medicine. Later, after learning from Wang Yuan about the specific realm division of body refiners and the focus of practice in each stage, he realized how mysterious the golden jade liquid is for body refiners. It can not only refine the body and move towards the body of diamond. It can also subtly improve the bones and make them move towards the body of jade. Therefore, even if Luo Chen does not refine the body, he will buy this kind of spiritual medicine when he encounters it. It is very expensive. At the auction, one bottle costs 200 or 300 spiritual stones. But it is worth it. The stronger the physique, the greater the chance of success when it comes to breaking through the foundation. When the first auction session ended, it came to the second individual auction session for casual cultivators. This time, Luo Chen did not choose to stay until the end. He immediately passed the crowd and walked up. I want to auction a first-level talisman. The starting price is 1,000 spiritual stones. The hoarse voice resounded throughout the venue. As soon as the words fell, a burst of laughter broke out in the wide hall. You dare to bid 1,000 spirit stones for a first-level talisman? Are you crazy? Today I've really opened my eyes. I've never heard of a first-level talisman being sold at such a price. Let alone 1,000, I'd think twice about even 100. What kind of talisman is that? Take it out and let me see it. Amid the noise, a blood-red talisman floated in the air. A surge of energy, as if a wave of fresh life, came from the talisman. The powerful pressure even made Yan Xingzi, who was resting with his eyes closed, open his eyes. Huh? But after taking a closer look, he shook his head in disappointment. No one noticed this scene, because everyone's attention was on the talisman. Luo Chen had been secretly observing Yan Xingzi, and when he saw that the other party had closed his eyes again, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, such a clumsy trick could not be hidden from a foundation-building cultivator. This is the best. At least, the other party will not think of auctioning it. Of course, even if the other party took the initiative to buy it, it would not be a big problem. Anyway, with the help of the black market, he just needs to spread the news of the blood talisman. Now that the other party is not tempted, he has more room to operate. Hiss. What kind of talisman is this? Why does it have such a strong bloody smell? It feels so strong. I have already reached the 9th level of key refining, but I still feel a little threatened by this talisman. If I use it with all my strength, I'm afraid I have to be careful. Facing the commotion of the crowd, Luo Chen was not in a hurry. The first-level blood talisman comes from a 9th-level key-refining cultivator of the Fu family who does not want to reveal his name. Everyone was stunned. A 9th-level key-refining cultivator of the Fu family who does not want to reveal his name? What kind of unwillingness to reveal his name is this? There are only 5 9th-level key-refining cultivators in the Fu family. Each of them has a name. If we exclude the 2 who are not good at making talismans, the suspects are only those 3 people. This talisman uses the entire backskin of a 9th-level key-refining cultivator. After 5 tannings, a talisman skin is obtained. Among them, 10 drops of his own blood essence are combined with a large amount of rhino horn powder produced in Xianlin Immortal City as talisman ink. I won't go into detail about the rest, but you can feel its power anyway. After activating this talisman, it can send out a blow comparable to the great perfection of key refining. The starting price is 1,000 spirit stones. Please bid. As soon as the words fell, bids came one after another. 1,000. 1,005. 1,018. 2,000. In the end, it was sold for 2,003, and fell into the hands of a cultivator shrouded in a black robe. A first-level talisman was sold for 2,003, which is an absolutely high price. Luo Chen was very satisfied and did not participate in the third round of free trading. He left. In the hall, Tian Xingzi opened his eyes, looked at his back, and frowned slightly. In the third alley of North Street, under the shadow of the eaves, two figures stood there like dead trees. Brother Wang, you are getting more and more proficient in the breath-containing spirit technique, almost as good as me. Haha. Well, although you are still far behind me, it is no problem to hide it from the key refining cultivators. Combined with my own 5 key returning to origin, without bursting out all my strength, the foundation establishment cultivators should not be able to see through my true and false. 5 key returning to origin is a martial art that Wang Yuan learned in his early years. He once mentioned to Luo Chen that this skill can restrain the huge blood and ki of the martial arts master to the greatest extent. The so-called 5 ki are the heart ki, liver ki, spleen ki, lung ki, and kidney ki. Only after reaching the innate level of martial arts can this technique be practiced. Wang Yuan combined it with the breath-containing spirit technique and became more and more familiar with restraining the bloody ki. As the two of them communicated, time passed by. Suddenly, Wang Yuan's eyes moved and he looked towards the northeast. Luo Chen also noticed it at the first time, and subconsciously asked, Kixingpo. Yes, it seems that you guessed wrong. Not wrong, that is also the place where the robbers are most likely to ambush after the black market auction. Luo Chen smiled slightly, jumped up, and the wind swept, like a rock flapping its wings. Wang Yuan's mind moved, and he took a step forward, and he was 10 meters away. The update will be a little later. The dog author wants to set a time and get a boutique badge. 3 chapters will be released at 3:30, and friends who stay up late can wait. Brothers who have to go to work, go to bed early. Good night. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.